Chapter 1. Rain Country, Gray Cloud Town, Ling family. The moon was high in the sky. Ling Han spent a whole 10 seconds before he could finally confirm that he had indeed reincarnated and been reborn. For a powerful warrior of heaven tier, spending 10 seconds to confirm something was absolutely inconceivable. But it also proved how inconceivable what had happened to him was. In his previous life, he stood at the pinnacle of martial arts and had unprecedented achievements in the field of alchemy. The 3-fire guide technique he created caused a revolution in the world of alchemy, and he was honored as the Alchemy Emperor. But he was not satisfied, and wanted to go one step further to reach the legendary Shattering Void tier, shatter the void, and become immortal. For this he visited countless ancient sites, and finally entered Black Blood Valley. After experiencing many dangers, he found a mysterious ancient tower. It did not disappoint him. Golden characters appeared on the ancient tower. It was a supreme cultivation technique called Indestructible Heaven Scroll. When cultivated to the highest level, the body would be indestructible, coexisting with heaven and earth, and living as long as the sun and moon. But even with Ling Han's heaven-tier cultivation in martial art, he still felt that this indestructible heaven scroll was cryptic and difficult to understand, as if it was a heavenly book and he had no clue. He forcibly memorized this cultivation technique, and was about to study the ancient tower, when the ancient tower shook slightly and released an immeasurable divine light, instantly shattering his physical body. But strangely, his soul actually did not dissipate, and fell into a state where he was half awake, half dreaming and half dreaming, which lasted for 10,000 years. In these 10,000 years his soul was constantly studying the indestructible heaven scroll. Other than this he could do nothing else. After 10,000 years, he finally comprehended the first level of this cultivation technique. A powerful warrior of heaven tier spent 10,000 years to comprehend the first level of a cultivation technique. What kind of concept was that? One had to know that heaven tier warriors usually had a lifespan of less than 1,000 years. Normally, no one in the world could successfully cultivate this indestructible heaven scroll, because they would die of old age before even starting. But Ling Han mastered the first level of the indestructible heaven scroll in this strange way, and then he suddenly came back to life, reincarnating into the body of a 16-year-old youth also called Ling Han. Inconceivable. No matter what happened, I'm alive again. Although this body's cultivation level is only at the second layer of body refining tier, and could not be any more useless, but I was once a powerful warrior of the heaven tier, and stood at the peak of martial art. I am also a grandmaster alchemist. If my talent is lacking, I will use alchemical pills to make up for it. I do not believe that I cannot return to the peak. Moreover, I can finally cultivate the indestructible heaven scroll. This is a supreme cultivation technique, and it might not even be from the mortal realm, but from the legendary immortal realm. Otherwise, how could it possibly take me 10,000 years to comprehend the first level of this cultivation technique? In this life, I will definitely surpass my predecessors and become a god. Also, what's going on with this body? I'm only 16 years old and I've only reached body refining level 2. Is it because the martial art of today is too weak? Boom! Countless memories surged into his mind. These were memories that belonged to the other Ling Han, the original owner of this body. And in this process, the two completely different people also fused together, becoming inseparable. I understand. Ling Han nodded in his mind. The reason why he was only at the second layer of body refining tier was because his spirit base was too weak. To become a martial artist there was a prerequisite, and that was to have a spirit base. Only with a spirit base could one absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, refine one's body, and transform it into origin power. Some spirit bases absorb spiritual chi quickly, while others absorb it slowly. Thus, spirit bases were divided into 4 major levels: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Each major level was further divided into 3 minor levels: high, medium, and low. Heaven grade high level was the best, and yellow grade low level was the worst. The key to determining the quality of a spirit base was its purity. The purer it was, the better it was. However, Ling Han's spirit base was a combination of the 5 elements, and it was the most chaotic. In the world of martial art, this was the worst spirit base, and it could barely be considered as a yellow grade low level. Thus, he was only 16 years old, yet he had only reached body refining tier 2. His peers had already reached body refining tier 4 or 5. In his previous life, Ling Han had the Heaven Spirit base, and it was even the Heaven Grade high-level 9 Yang Fire Spirit base. Coupled with his unparalleled talent in alchemy, and using alchemy to supplement his martial arts, he had only used 200 years to reach Heaven Realm. This was an unprecedented record. 5 elements mixed spirit base. This is the worst spirit base. No wonder my predecessor only had the cultivation of body refining tier 2 despite his hard work. To me, although the 5 elements mixed spirit base is a little troublesome, with the help of alchemy, I will definitely be able to return to the peak in at most 400 years. Ling Han exclaimed in his heart, and his face revealed a shocked expression of disbelief. He was stunned for a good while before he used his powerful soul force to look at the spirit base in his dantian. His shocked expression immediately turned into ecstasy. This is not the 5 elements mixed spirit base. The 5 elements are completely balanced and formed a Tao lotus. This is the 5 elements chaos lotus, the best of the best. It is even rarer than the 9 Yang Fire Spirit base, and can be called a God-grade spirit base. My predecessor's cultivation was slow because God-grade spirit bases require specialized cultivation techniques to be able to unleash their true power. And I just happen to have mastered the 5 elements Heaven Grade art that is compatible with the 5 elements Chaos Lotus. 100 years, no, I only need 50 years, and I will be able to reach Heaven Realm again. Even with Ling Han's Heaven Realm cultivation in his previous life, he could not help but reveal an expression of joy. Spirit bases were destined at birth, and could not be changed later on. In his previous life, in order to break through the void and become a god, he had visited countless ancient sites and obtained a large number of cultivation techniques and secret arts. The 5 elements Heaven Grade art was one of them. In his previous life, he stood at the peak of martial art. In this life, he would once again create glory and create an immortal legend. How did my predecessor die? Ling Han rummaged through his memories and very soon, he revealed an angry expression. His predecessor was the only son of the clan head of the Ling family, Ling Dongxing. His mother and grandparents had passed away very early on, and the Ling family was a clan of martial art. Every member of the clan practiced martial arts, and they also respected martial arts. For example, the reason why Ling Dongxing could sit on the position of clan head was because he was the strongest and had fought his way through. But because of the problem with Ling Han's spirit base, he was seen as trash since he was young, and suffered a lot of disdain. In order to fight for a bright future for his son, Ling Dongxing reached an agreement with Huyang University. Huyang University would take Ling Han as a disciple and train him with all its might. In exchange, Ling Dongxing would enter the Purple Light Earth Valley and search for an item that Huyang University had lost a long time ago. Huyang University was established by the Imperial Court of Rain Country and had countless resources. If they trained him with all their might, even the most useless person would be able to reach Poly Tier. But the people from Huyang University were not idiots. If that item was easy to obtain, why would they be willing to give such generous conditions? The Purple Light Earth Valley was filled with danger. One wrong step could cost one his life, but for his son, Ling Dongxing set out without hesitation 7 days ago. Yesterday, the people from Huyang University came and informed the Ling family that they would come to pick him up as agreed. But at this time, the chief attendant of the Ling family, Ling Chongquan, came to discuss with his predecessor, asking him to give up this precious spot to his grandson, Ling Muyun. The reason was that Ling Muyun was a genius and had a bright future ahead of him. Such a chance couldn't be wasted by a trash. His predecessor naturally wouldn't agree. This was a chance that his father had risked his life for. But Ling Chongquan said it was a discussion, but in reality, he was only informing his predecessor. He didn't take his predecessor's opinion to heart at all. His predecessor couldn't take it anymore and made a move, but Ling Chongquan was a powerful warrior of Poly Tier. One finger was enough to suppress him, so how could he be a match for him? With just one punch, his predecessor was heavily injured and then locked in his own room. Obviously, he didn't want him to cause trouble in front of the people from Huyang University. And when Ling Dongxing returned, it was too late. And his predecessor, who was heavily injured, died from anger just like that. Ling Han humphed. This was really too much. This spot that his father had risked his life for was actually taken away by Ling Chongquan and his grandson just like that. This pair of shameless dogs. He couldn't take it anymore. He climbed out of bed and instantly felt sore all over. He was alive, but the injuries on his body wouldn't get better for no reason. And the spirit base is also injured. Ling Han frowned. Ling Chongquan's attack had caused damage to his spirit base, and an injury to the spirit base was a very troublesome matter. Normal medicine would be ineffective. As far as I know, there are 7 types of medicinal pills that can repair the spirit base. However, the ingredients needed for 4 of them are too expensive. Even if I sold the entire Ling family, it wouldn't be enough. Moreover, my spirit base was only lightly injured, so I don't need such high-grade medicinal pills. Of the remaining 3, 2 need to be refined into pills. With my current cultivation level of the 2nd layer of body refining tier, it's too difficult. Then there's only one choice. Element Heart Recovery Powder. I only need to mix the ingredients according to the ratio and boil them into a medicinal concoction. I'll heal my injuries first, then go stop Ling Chongquan and his grandson. Although I don't care for this spot, I definitely can't let this chance that father had risked his life for go to this shameless pair of grandfather and grandson. He sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the indestructible heaven scroll. This was the first time he had circulated this possibly immortal level cultivation technique, but because he had studied it for over 10,000 years, it was extremely easy for him to circulate it now. Wong wong wong. A strong life force instantly appeared in his body. His origin power was greatly depleted, but his injuries were rapidly recovering. In a mere few minutes, his injuries were completely healed. As expected of the indestructible heaven scroll, I've only just started cultivating, and it already has such a miraculous effect. However, this is completely different from other cultivation techniques. Normal cultivation techniques use the spirit base to transform the spiritual chi of heaven and earth into origin power. But the indestructible heaven scroll is the exact opposite. It uses origin power to refine the body and heal injuries. After cultivating it to the highest level, it's not impossible to become immortal and indestructible. That's why it's called the heaven scroll. Unfortunately, my current level is not high enough. Otherwise, I could use the indestructible heaven scroll to repair my spirit base. Ling Han opened his eyes and looked at the gradually brightening sky outside the window. He mumbled, "Now it's time to meet that shameless old guy, Ling Chongquan, and give him a surprise." He put on his shoes, walked to the door and opened the door. A tall figure immediately appeared at the door, blocking his path. This person's name was Zhang Yuan, and he was one of Ling Chongquan's lackeys. "Young Master Han, the head attendant has ordered that you have to stay in the room today," Zhang Yuan said with a mischievous smile. Although the person in front of him was the son of the clan head, he was famous for being trash. In Zhang Yuan's eyes, he was a joke. Ling Han's gaze turned cold and he said, "You dare to stop me? Of course I'm stopping you. The head attendant has said that Ling Han must not be allowed to cause trouble today. If necessary, he could even be beaten up." Zhang Yuan put on a fake smile and said, "This is the head attendant's order. Young Master Han, please don't make things difficult for me." Ling Zhongquan, this old dog, was really cautious. He had severely wounded Ling Zhongquan, yet he was still not at ease, and had even sent someone to stand guard at the door. From this, it could be seen how important it was for Ling Zhongquan to have his grandson enter Huyang Academy. However, when this hope was shattered, Ling Zhongquan's disappointment and anger could be imagined. "Get lost," Ling Han said coldly. "Young Master Han, this is..." "Pa." Ling Han raised his hand and gave him a slap. He said coldly, "Who do you think you are? I told you to get lost, but you didn't." "What? I was actually slapped by a trash." Zhang Yuan touched his face in disbelief. This trash actually dared to hit him, and he even hit him. What kind of joke was this? He flew into a rage. He thought of what Ling Chongquan had said before, that he could use violence when necessary. He couldn't help but be emboldened and said coldly, "Young Master Han, you forced me to do this." Slap. Ling Han waved his hand again, and gave him another solid slap. Chapter 2. Zhang Yuan was about to go crazy. He had actually been slapped twice by a piece of trash. In his rage, he did not even think about how a piece of trash at the second layer of body refining tier could slap him, a person at the fourth layer of body refining tier, twice. He immediately let out a loud roar and pounced towards Ling Han. Right now he only had one thought, and that was to give this piece of trash a good beating. He threw a punch full of power, and the sound of a strong wind could be heard. Ling Han was abnormally calm. In his previous life, he would naturally be able to deal with 10,000 Zhang Yuan with a flick of his fingers, but the current him only had the power of the second layer of body refining tier. It was a little troublesome, but it was only a little troublesome. After all, the one controlling this body was once a powerful warrior of the heaven tier, and his foresight was clear. As long as Zhang Yuan raised his hand or moved his leg, Ling Han would be able to predict where this punch would land and where his feet would move. Thus, the instant Zhang Yuan threw this punch, Ling Han had already reacted. Who? This punch landed, and Zhang Yuan could not help but reveal a sinister sneer. If Ling Han was hit by his punch, the overwhelming power would instantly cause Ling Han to lose all ability to resist, and he would only be able to let himself be pummeled. It hit. Zhang Yuan revealed an expression of surprise, because this punch seemed to have landed on Ling Han's face, but in reality, it was just a hair's breadth off. Ling Han had taken a step back in time, perfectly dodging this punch. Not a bit more, not a bit less, as if it had been precisely measured with a ruler, stopping just in front of the tip of Ling Han's nose. It must be a coincidence, Zhang Yuan thought in his heart. Just at this moment, Ling Han's slap once again flew over. Pa, a crisp and clear sound rang out, and Zhang Yuan received another solid slap. Damn it! Zhang Yuan spat, and after a loud roar, he once again threw a punch towards Ling Han. Ling Han moved almost at the same time, leaning his upper body backward. Zhang Yuan's punch once again hit empty air. He propped his hands on the ground and kicked out with his right leg. With a thud, he kicked between Zhang Yuan's legs. Ayo! So what if he was at the fourth layer of body refining tier? It was still impossible for him to train in the iron egg technique. After being kicked solidly, Zhang Yuan immediately knelt on the ground. His hands covered his crotch, and his face was covered in cold sweat the size of beans. You're so treacherous, Zhang Yuan said as he twitched. His entire face was so twisted that it almost didn't look human anymore. Ling Han slapped him again. Zhang Yuan opened his mouth and spat out several broken teeth. Ling Han naturally did not sympathize and said, "A dog will always be a dog. As expected, it can't spit out ivory." Zhang Yuan was furious. He was actually kneeling on the ground and getting slapped by someone at the second layer of body refining tier. What kind of humiliation was this? He wanted to retaliate, but the kick in his family jewels directly destroyed his ability to resist. Every movement made his balls hurt like hell, but he definitely could not let Ling Han ruin Ling Chongquan's plans. Otherwise, if he didn't complete the mission given to him, with Ling Chongquan's personality, he would definitely be killed. Han, young Master Han, listen to me. You can't leave this place. Actually, you've been poisoned. If you leave this room, you'll die. He had an idea in this desperate situation. No matter what, he had to keep Ling Han here. Ling Han could not help but laugh. This kind of clumsy performance could not fool him. He sent Zhang Yuan flying with a flying kick. Right now, he did not have time to waste on this lackey. He had to stop Ling Chongquan's evil plan from succeeding. Otherwise, his father's desperate efforts would all be for the benefit of others. As for Zhang Yuan, Ling Han naturally did not care about such a small fry. In any case, as long as Ling Chongquan appeared, he would definitely punish Zhang Yuan, so there was no need to dirty his hands. Don't go, don't go. Zhang Yuan's sobbing and pleading voice came from behind. He seemed to have already seen his miserable end. He brought this upon himself and did not deserve any sympathy. Ling Han walked with large strides. A few minutes later, he arrived at the inner door of the living room. Before he entered, he heard an old and loud voice. "Miss Liu, please come in." The living room had an inner door and an outer door. The inner door led to the inner courtyard, while the outer door led to the main door. Looking outside through the curtain, he saw a group of 5 people walking in, 4 men and a woman. Apart from the woman, Ling Han recognized the 4 men, who were all members of the Ling family. One of them was an old man in his 60s, who was the head deacon, Ling Chongquan. Two of the other three were middle-aged men in their 40s, who were both sons of Ling Chongquan. The last one was a youngster, who was slightly older than Ling Han by a year or two. That was Ling Chongquan's eldest grandson, Ling Muyun. Ling Han walked towards the only woman. Even with his vision as a celestial realm warrior in his previous life, his eyes still lit up. This woman was really beautiful. She looked like she was 17 or 18 years old, but she already possessed the charm that could bring disaster to a country. However, her expression was too cold, as if she was an iceberg that repelled anyone from getting close to her. This young woman must be someone from Huyang University. What a coincidence. Ling Han's eyes widened slightly. He discovered something even more coincidental, and a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. Both parties sat down, and several maids served fragrant tea and stood respectfully by the side of the 5 people's seats. Is the person that your Ling family is sending to the academy ready? Lu Yutong asked. Her voice was cold and pleasant, and there was even a hint of disdain in it. What she hated the most was people who opened the back door. Although she had come under orders, she did not have a good impression of this future junior brother. Ready, Ling Chongquan said hurriedly. Although he was old enough to be the young woman's grandfather, the two of them were shockingly in the same realm, which was the Pali realm. Age did not matter in martial arts, and the strong were respected. In fact, Ling Chongquan had a feeling that this young woman's cultivation was slightly higher than his. He was at the 6th level of the Pali realm, while this young woman might be at the 7th or even the 8th level. This also made him even more eager to send his grandson into Huyang University. In a few years, he would definitely be able to surpass Ling Dongxing in terms of realm, and help him snatch the position of the family head. Muyun, hurry up and greet your senior sister Lu. The old man turned around and said to Ling Muyun. Yes, grandfather. Ling Muyun said very respectfully. He cupped his hands towards Lu Yutong and said, Muyun greets senior sister Lu. There was a trace of passion in his eyes, and he was full of ambition towards this cold, beautiful, and incomparably powerful beauty. He believed that as long as he could spend more time with her, he would definitely be able to win her heart. Lu Yutong was slightly surprised. She remembered that the person from the Ling family who opened the back door was called Ling Han. However, this had nothing to do with her. She was only responsible for bringing people back to the academy. Since you're ready, then let's go, she said indifferently. Miss Lu, would you like to stay in my humble home for a few days, so that we can chat and express our sincerity? Ling Chongquan hurriedly asked. He wanted to get close to this young girl so that she could take care of his grandson in the future. There's no need. Lu Yutong coldly refused, and was about to turn around and leave. Stay for a moment. A voice rang out, and Ling Han also walked out with large strides. The expressions of Ling Chongquan and the other 3 changed slightly. No matter how much they looked down on this trash from the Ling family, they were still thieves after all. As thieves, of course they would feel a bit guilty. Little brother Han, aren't you injured? Hurry up and go back to your room to recuperate. Ling Muyun's reaction was extremely fast. With a quick stride, he scuttled to Ling Han's side and reached out to grab him. He wanted to restrain Ling Han at the first possible moment, and not give the other a chance to open his mouth. He was at the 7th layer of body refining tier, and his strength was definitely not something that Zhang Yuan could compare with. Chapter 3. Although Lu Yutong was tempted, to say that she would agree to become Ling Han's follower was something that was far from possible. She opened her red lips and said, Change the condition. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, You are currently in the peak period of the 8th layer of element gathering tier, right? I'll give you 2 incantations as a sign of my sincerity. 3E nourishing origin, Tao area diagram, 3 flowers converging crown, piercing soaring clouds. At first, Lu Yutong did not think much of it. This guy was only in the 2nd layer of body refining tier, so what kind of astonishing incantations could he possibly give her? He was most likely just putting on an act. But when she heard these 2 incantations, the origin power in her body could not help but become restless, as if the door to the 9th layer of element gathering tier was about to open. She could not help but be moved. Although she knew that she would definitely be able to break through to the 9th layer of element gathering tier, the time for this should be a month later. But now she had a strong feeling that she only needed one day. No, she could even go into seclusion and break through right now. This was too exaggerated. It was only 2 incantations. These are the 2 incantations from the 3 mysterious arts general principles. How is it? Ling Han said with a smile. For the next incantation, he raised his voice and said, "Become my follower, and I'll teach you a supreme divine art." Pooh! Ling Zhongquan and the others all choked, and could not help but want to laugh loudly. Wasn't that so? Was there anything even funnier than this? A mere piece of trash actually wanted to take in a genius of Huyang Academy as his follower, and even said that he would teach him a supreme divine art. This boast really reached the heavens, and his guts were really too big. An idiot who did not know his own limits was practically laughable. The female attendants also covered their small mouths. They naturally knew about Ling Han's background, and just from the attitude that Ling Zhongquan and the others had towards Lu Yutong, they could tell just how noble this girl's status was. Lu Yutong's expression turned cold, and her figure shot out. She had already arrived in front of Ling Han, and her right hand shot out, grabbing onto his neck. She said coldly, "Recite the 3 mysterious arts cultivation technique, or else I'll kill you." Ling Han dared to state such a condition to her, so it was naturally impossible that he had not expected this kind of reaction from her. He only smiled and said, "Kill me then. It won't be long before I'll be able to find you on the road to the Yellow Springs, and we'll be able to travel together." Lu Yutong's slender hand gripped his neck tighter and tighter. Normally her fingers were as smooth as jade, but now they were like steel claws, causing Ling Han to be unable to breathe. Very soon, his face was flushed red, and his eyes were bloodshot. His forelimbs could not help but start twitching. Ling Zhongquan and the others had no intention of interfering. They could not wait for Lu Yutong to kill Ling Han. "Are you going to speak or not?" Lu Yutong loosened her grip slightly. Ling Han forced out a smile, but shook his head resolutely. The current Ling clan was an extremely dangerous place for him, so he needed a powerful bodyguard. It was definitely not something that Lu Yutong could promise him anything. Only by having this noble lady protect him at all times would he be able to do so. What he currently lacked the most was time. As long as he was allowed to grow, what would a mere Ling clan amount to? Lu Yutong once again retracted her grip, and Ling Han's body began to spasm violently. Then he suddenly stopped, his limbs drooping, and there was no longer any movement. He was really stubborn. Lu Yutong sighed internally. Her origin power surged out, and reactivated Ling Han's heartbeat. With a "whoo" sound, Ling Han once again opened his eyes, and began to take deep breaths. 3 years. Lu Yutong said. "At most 3 years. In these 3 years I can listen to your orders." After 3 years she would be 20 years old. If she did not fall into a deep slumber, then she would be completely free. Pooh! Ling Zhongquan and the others once again choked, but this time they were extremely shocked and at a loss. Could it be that there was something wrong with their ears just now? Why did they seem to have heard Lu Yutong say that she had agreed to be Ling Han's follower, to be the subordinate of a piece of trash? This, they must have heard wrongly. This was definitely the case. Ling Han turned around and revealed a smile. He raised his hand and said, "It's a deal." 3 years' time was enough for him to grow. At least, he would be able to far surpass Ling Zhongquan and the others, and would no longer have to worry about his life being in danger. Pa! Lu Yutong also stretched out her hand, and their palms met. This was the agreement between martial artists. What a tender hand! When their palms met, Ling Han could not help but feel a jolt in his heart. Although he had once been a powerful warrior of Heaven Tier, and was also the Alchemy Emperor, and in his last life, who knew how many exceedingly beautiful women had thrown themselves at him, but now that he had fused with the soul of his previous self, he seemed to have become young and impulsive. The passion that he had not felt for a long time burned fiercely within his body, making him feel as if he had really returned to being 16 years old. Ling Han enjoyed this kind of change. This was the meaning of life. "Miss Lu, don't listen to this little beast's nonsense. Let's get down to business," Ling Zhongquan interrupted. He did not want Ling Han to continue causing trouble. And that Zhang Yuan, he was really an idiot, not even able to stop a piece of trash. When he returned, he would definitely kill him. Chief Attendant Ling Han walked over coldly, The opportunity to go to Huyang Academy was obtained by my father in exchange for his life. Now my father is risking his life in the purple light Earth Valley, yet you shamelessly snatched away this opportunity. Don't you feel your face burning? Impudence, you actually dare to speak to me in such a manner. Ling Zhongquan instantly shouted. Previously, Lu Yutong had not taken this matter to heart, but since she had already made an agreement with Ling Han, her attitude naturally changed. She opened her mouth and said, "Chief Attendant Ling, what exactly is going on here? I need an explanation." Ling Zhongquan could pretend that he did not hear Ling Han's words, but Lu Yutong's words could not be ignored. She was the representative of Huyang Academy, and her personal strength was above his, so what right did he have to ignore Lu Yutong's words? He hurriedly said, "The matter is like this. This boy is the son of the clan head of the Han clan, Ling Dongxing. Thus, Ling Dongxing acted out of selfishness, and privately gave this opportunity to this boy. I am only considering the bigger picture, so that this opportunity can be truly used." "What a good bigger picture." Ling Han laughed coldly. "Ling Zhongquan, how shameless can you be? This opportunity was obtained by my father in exchange for his life, so what does it have to do with the clan? What need is there for you to worry about? You only want to give this opportunity to your own grandson, so that in future, when his cultivation level surpasses my father's, he can help you seize the position of clan head. Not only do you want to be the clan head, you also want to erect a chastity memorial arch. You are extremely shameless to the extreme." Being scolded by Ling Han to his heart's content, Ling Zhongquan was so furious that his whole body was trembling, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Little beast, how dare you to actually dare to insult this old man?" Ling Zhongquan was filled with rage. He was actually scolded by a piece of trash. If he did not punish Ling Han severely, he would definitely be so furious that he would suffer an internal injury. Ling Han only smiled calmly, then turned his head to Lu Yutong and said, "I have absolutely no interest in entering Huyang Academy. The trade for this spot is off the table, and Huyang Academy will compensate me with some spiritual medicine as a substitute." "That's fine." Lu Yutong nodded. If they put all their efforts into nurturing a student, they would also have to pay a huge amount of spiritual medicine. "No!" Ling Zhongquan immediately shouted. "This spot belongs to Mu Yun. None of you can snatch it away from him." "Old dog, is there something wrong with your ears? This spot was obviously obtained by my father. What does it have to do with you?" Ling Han sneered, then turned to Lu Yutong and said, "Next, this is the first order that I will give you." He paused for a moment then said, "Restrain this old dog for me. I want to give this shameless old thing a few slaps." Lu Yutong only hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right." Ling Han had already expressed his sincerity by giving her 2 precious phrases of the oracular chant, so she naturally had to show her sincerity as well. What, Lu Yutong really had to agree to become Ling Han's follower? Follower sounded very noble, but in truth it was just a follower, a servant. A dignified genius of Huyang Academy was actually willing to become someone else's follower? What kind of inconceivable thing was this? But this was the truth. Lu Yutong had already stood up, and her beautiful eyes were fixed on Ling Zhongquan. A strong fighting spirit was beginning to radiate from her beautiful body. "Senior sister apprentice Lu, don't be fooled by this brat," Ling Muyun called out from the side, his face filled with shock. He could not accept that such a talented and intelligent girl like Lu Yutong would actually be fooled by Ling Han's flowery words, especially since this exquisite beauty was someone he had been trying his best to pursue. Now it was as if he had swallowed 10,000 flies, making him feel extremely depressed. "Are you going to surrender, or wait for me to make my move?" Lu Yutong said calmly. Chapter 4. Although Lu Yutong was tempted, it was impossible for her to agree to become Ling Han's follower. She opened her red lips and said, "Change your condition." Ling Han smiled and said, "You're at the peak of the 8th layer of poly right now. I'll give you 2 chants as a token of my sincerity. 3 Yin element nurturing, Tao square diagram, 3 flowers at the crown, piercing the heavens." Lu Yutong didn't think much of it at first. This guy was only at the 2nd layer of body refining. How could he give her such a shocking chant? He was most likely just trying to be mysterious. But when she heard the 2 chants, The magic energy in her body started to stir, as if the door to the 9th layer of Poly was opening. She couldn't help but be moved. Although she knew that she would definitely break through to the 9th layer of Poly, it should be a month later. But now she had a strong feeling that she only needed one day. No, she could even break through in seclusion right now. This was too exaggerated, it was just too chance. These are the first 2 sentences of the 3 mysterious arts general principles. What do you think? Ling Han said with a smile. For the next sentence he raised his voice and said, "Become my follower, and I will teach you supreme divine arts." Ling Chongquan and the others choked and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wasn't that so? Was there anything funnier than this? A mere piece of trash actually wanted to accept a genius from Huyang University as a follower, and even said he would teach her a supreme divine art. This boast really broke the heavens, and his guts were too big. An idiot overestimating himself, it was simply laughable. The maids also covered their small mouths. They obviously knew about Ling Han's background, and just by looking at how Ling Chongquan and the others treated Lu Yutong, they knew how noble this girl's status was. Lu Yutong's expression turned cold, and her figure swept forward, arriving in front of Ling Han. Her right hand reached out and grabbed his neck. She said coldly, "Recite the 3 mysterious art or I'll kill you." Since Ling Han dared to propose conditions to the other party, it was naturally impossible for him not to have expected such a reaction from the other party. He only smiled and said, "Kill me then. It won't be long before I can find you on the road to the Yellow Springs and travel together with you." Lu Yutong's slender hand tightened. Normally her fingers were as smooth as jade, but now they were like steel claws, causing Ling Han to be unable to breathe. Very quickly, his face turned red, and his eyes became bloodshot. His limbs began to twitch uncontrollably. Ling Chongquan and the other 3 had no intention of interfering. They could not wait for Lu Yutong to kill Ling Han. "Are you going to tell me or not?" Lu Yutong loosened her grip slightly. Ling Han forcefully squeezed out a smile, but he shook his head firmly. Right now the Ling clan was an extremely dangerous place for him, and he needed a strong bodyguard. It was definitely not something that Lu Yutong could promise him with any conditions. Only by having this noble lady protect him at all times would he be able to do so. What he lacked the most now was time. As long as he could grow up, the Ling family was nothing to him. Lu Yutong withdrew her strength again, and Ling Han's body began to twitch violently. Then it suddenly stopped and his limbs drooped. He no longer moved. How stubborn! Lu Yutong sighed in her heart, and her essence force surged out, reactivating Ling Han's heartbeat. With a "hoo" sound, Ling Han opened his eyes again and began to breathe heavily. 3 years. Lu Yutong said. "At most 3 years. In these 3 years I can listen to your orders." After 3 years she would be 20 years old. If she did not stay in a coma for a long time she would be completely free. Pu Ling Chongquan and the others choked again, but this time they were extremely shocked and at a loss. Could it be that there was something wrong with their ears? Why did they seem to have heard Lu Yutong agree to be Ling Han's follower, to be the subordinate of a piece of trash? They must have heard wrongly. That was definitely the case. Ling Han turned around, revealed a smile, raised his hand and said, "It's a promise." 3 years was enough for him to grow up. At least he would be far above Ling Chongquan and the others, and he would no longer have to worry about his life being in danger. Pa! Lu Yutong also extended her hand, and met his palm. This was the agreement between cultivators. What a tender hand! When they clapped hands, Ling Han could not help but feel a jolt in his heart. Although he was once an expert of the heaven tier, and was also the alchemy emperor, who had countless beauties throwing themselves at him in his previous life, after fusing with the soul of his previous life, he seemed to have become young and impulsive. The long-lost passion was burning in his body, making him feel as if he had really returned to being 16 years old. Ling Han enjoyed this change. This was the meaning of life. "Miss Lu, don't listen to this little beast's nonsense. Let's get down to business," Ling Chongquan interrupted. He did not want Ling Han to continue making trouble. And that Zhang Yuan, what an idiot. He couldn't even take care of a piece of trash. "I'll kill him when I get back." Head Deacon Ling Han walked over coldly. "The place to go to Huyang University was exchanged with my father's life. Now my father is risking his life in Purple Light Earth Valley. and you shamelessly snatched this place away. Don't you feel ashamed? Impudent! How dare you talk to me like this? Ling Chongquan immediately shouted. Lu Yutong did not take this matter to heart before, but since she had already made an agreement with Ling Han, her attitude naturally changed. She said, Deacon Ling, what is going on? I need an explanation. Ling Chongquan could pretend that he did not hear Ling Han's words, but he could not do the same with Lu Yutong. She was the representative of Huyang University, and her strength was above his. What right did he have to ignore Lu Yutong's words? He hurriedly said, It's like this. This boy is the son of the clan head of the Han clan, Ling Dongxing. Thus, Ling Dongxing acted out of selfishness, and privately gave this slot to this boy. I am only considering the bigger picture, and using this slot to its fullest potential. Thinking of the big picture? Ling Han sneered. Ling Chongquan, are you shameless? This place was exchanged with my father's life. What does it have to do with the family? You don't need to worry about it. You just want to give this place to your grandson so that he can surpass my father in cultivation in the future, and help you seize the position of the head of the Han family. You want to be the head of the Han family and build a chastity memorial archway. How shameless! Ling Chongquan was so angry that his entire body trembled after being scolded by Ling Han. He almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. Little beast, how dare you insult this old man? Ling Chongquan was filled with rage. He had actually been scolded by a piece of trash. If he didn't heavily punish Ling Han, he would definitely suffer internal injuries from anger. Ling Han only smiled faintly. He turned to Lu Yutong and said, I have no interest in entering Huyang University at all. The trade for this place is off the table. Have Huyang University compensate me with some spirit herbs as a substitute. That's fine. Lu Yutong nodded. If she put all her efforts into nurturing a student, she would have to fork out a huge amount of spirit herbs. No. Ling Chongquan immediately shouted. This place belongs to Muyun. None of you can snatch it away. Old dog, is there something wrong with your ears? This place was obviously obtained by my father, so what does it have to do with you? Ling Han sneered, then turned to Lu Yutong and said, Now this is the first command I'm giving you. He paused for a moment and then said, Restrain this old dog for me. I want to give this shameless old fool a few slaps. Lu Yutong only hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. Ling Han had already expressed his sincerity by giving her two precious chants. She naturally had to show her sincerity as well. What? Did Lu Yutong really have to agree to become Ling Han's follower? Follower sounded very high and mighty, but it was actually just a follower, a servant. A grand genius of Huyang University was actually willing to become someone else's follower. Just how inconceivable was that? But that was the truth. Lu Yutong had already stood up, her beautiful eyes staring at Ling Chongquan. Her beautiful body began to emit a powerful battle intent. Senior apprentice Sister Lu, don't be fooled by this brat. Ling Muyun called out from the side. His face was filled with shock. He was unable to accept that such a talented and intelligent woman like Lu Yutong would actually be fooled by Ling Han's flowery words. Especially when this peerlessly beautiful woman was someone he had done everything he could to pursue. Now it was as if he had eaten 10,000 flies. He was extremely depressed. Are you going to surrender? Or are you going to wait for me to make a move? Lu Yutong asked indifferently. Chapter 5. Lu Yutong had absolute confidence. She was at the 8th level of Poly, while Ling Chongquan was only at the 6th level of Poly. Even though there was a difference of 2 levels, one was at the late stage of Poly, while the other was at the middle stage. There was a huge gap between them. Ling Chongquan was both angry and shocked. He said, Miss Lu, are you really going to help this little beast? Old dog, watch your mouth, Ling Han said unhurriedly. These words made Ling Chongquan and the other 3 furious. You keep calling him old dog, yet you want others to watch their mouth. Is it true that only the officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people are not allowed to light lamps? Too domineering. Ling Han smiled faintly. So what if he was domineering? In his previous life, he was famous for shielding those close to him. In front of outsiders, he would definitely protect those on his side. Whether it was right or wrong, they could discuss it behind closed doors. Ling Chongquan and his grandson had gone too far. It would be strange if he could swallow this anger. Lu Yutong did not reply. Her delicate body leaped out lightly. She struck out with her hand, pressing towards Ling Chongquan. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. There was not a trace of anger in her, and she appeared to be out of this world. But Ling Chongquan definitely did not feel this way. Cold sweat was already rolling down his forehead. He was at the middle stage of Pali while his opponent was at the late stage. This was a gap that could not be crossed. But Ling Chongquan did not want to be slapped by this trash, a junior like Ling Han. Thus he had to fight back. No matter what, he had to escape. Bang! He unleashed the Ling family's secret skill, 3 flips, and charged towards Lu Yutong. This was a middle-grade yellow-level martial arts technique. It was also one of the 3 great secret skills of the Ling family. The Ling family relied on these 3 secret skills to ascend to the position of one of the 2 great families in Grey Cloud Town. Its power was naturally terrifying. Unfortunately, his opponent was Lu Yutong. Little plum snapping hand. The ice beauty softly scolded. Her slender hand flipped and tapped, her movements indescribably elegant. However, the power behind it was incomparably terrifying. As her slender hand streaked across, Ling Chongquan could only retreat step by step, his old face turning red. Little plum snapping hands, yellow tier upper tier martial technique, his cultivation and martial techniques were suppressed. If there was any advantage that Ling Chongquan had, it would be his decades of combat experience. However, the problem was that Lu Yutong was a martial art genius. Although she lacked experience, she had an amazing understanding of combat, which could completely make up for her lack of experience. How can Ling Chongquan not be defeated? After merely 50 to 60 moves, Ling Chongquan was restrained. His dantian was sealed, and his origin energy was unable to flow. He was not much stronger than an ordinary person. Grandfather! Father! Ling Muyun and the other 2 shouted. They wanted to rush forward, but they were intimidated by Lu Yutong's strength. They could only glare angrily at Ling Han. They did not have the slightest intention to reflect on themselves. They only felt that everything was Ling Han's fault. If Ling Han did not appear, then things would have developed according to plan. Ling Han looked at Lu Yutong and said, "If you slightly change your attacking style, your combat strength will be even stronger. For example, during the 17th move, you only need to lower your right hand and slap your left hand forward 2 inches, and you will be able to restrain your opponent." At first, Lu Yutong was unconvinced. She thought that Ling Han had found some ancient era's treasury and obtained some high-level secret arts. That was why he was able to loosen her bottleneck with just 2 sentences of the oracular chant and was on the verge of breaking through. However, when she recalled the previous battle, her expression involuntarily changed. That was because Ling Han's words could not be more correct. Just then, if she had followed Ling Han's instructions, she would have been able to end this battle even faster. She could not help but feel a trace of reverence towards Ling Han. His gaze was too terrifying. Ling Han laughed in his heart. Who was he? He was the king of martial art from 10,000 years ago. Could it be that he could not subdue a little girl? He walked in front of Ling Chongquan and raised his right hand high. "Little bastard, you dare?" Ling Chongquan said furiously. If he was slapped by Ling Han, would he still have the face to see others in the future? Slap. Without hesitation, Ling Han slapped Ling Chongquan hard across the face. Hiss. The 3 members of the Ling family and the 5 mates all sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. He was really slapped, he really had to be slapped. The dignified head deacon of the Ling family was actually slapped in public by a publicly acknowledged trash. Hiss, no wonder this old dog's skin is so thick. My hand is hurting from slapping him, Ling Han said, gritting his teeth. This was natural. The refinement realm was to use origin energy to temper every part of the body. Every muscle would be filled with origin energy. A punch or a kick would be able to explode with terrifying power. Ling Chongquan was already in the Pali realm and had completed the refinement realm. Thus, his face was naturally completely tempered by origin energy. Even a full force slap from someone in the middle stage of refinement realm might not be able to injure him. At most it would cause him some pain or bleed. Only a weapon would be able to injure him. However, right now it was not a matter of injury but of humiliation. To be slapped by a trash in the second layer of refinement realm, a junior, and in front of 5 maids at that, what kind of extraordinary humiliation was this? If word of this got out, how would he be able to face others? Ling Chongquan's eyes were about to spit fire. He sternly shouted, "Little bastard, this matter will not end like this. You will definitely regret it, definitely. AI to actually threaten me in front of my follower, how stupid." Ling Han sighed and said to Lu Yutong, "Someone is threatening your master. What do you think we should do?" Lu Yutong's pretty face also twitched slightly. She was the pampered daughter of the Lu family. How could she be used to being someone else's follower? However, she was still very trustworthy and immediately said, "Do you need me to kill him?" When these words came out, Ling Chongquan's 2 sons and Ling Muyan all jumped in fright. Ling Chongquan was their backbone, the tree that held up the sky. If Ling Chongquan died, then their authority in the Ling family would also collapse. Ling Han smiled and shook his head, saying, "This old dog is my father's, so my father should personally deal with him." However, he took off a table leg and weighed it in his hand. He can be spared from death, but he cannot escape punishment. Peng, he raised the table leg and slapped Ling Chongquan's face. With a heavy sound, Ling Chongquan instantly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood with a broken tooth. "Old dog, my father risked his life to take risks, but you took away his hope. Tell me, shouldn't you be slapped? You have a son and a grandson, but my father doesn't. Yesterday, you relied on your strength to seriously injure me. This is the attitude that an elder should have. Since you are shameless and don't want to be an elder, why should I give you face and treat you as an elder?" Ling Han slapped him with his rod every time he spoke. After a few hits, Ling Chongquan's hair was already disheveled. His face was covered in blood, and at least half of his teeth had fallen out. However, even though he looked miserable, with the strong vitality of a martial artist, as long as he did not suffer internal injuries, even the most serious external injuries could quickly heal. Therefore, Ling Han was also very satisfied with the beating, and did not have to worry about accidentally killing the other. Ling Chongquan no longer said anything. He secretly swore in his heart that when he had the strength to suppress Ling Dongxing in the future, he would definitely skin this pair of father and son alive. "My hands are tired from all the beating." Ling Han threw away his rod and said, "Yutong, go out with me." Rain Yutong immediately. Lu Yutong shivered. This form of address made her feel very mushy. Chapter 6. Ling Han and Lu Yutong exited the door. Ling Muyun and the others wanted to stop them, but did not dare to make a move. Even Ling Chongquan was defeated, so who else in the Ling family could be a match for them? Unless Ling Dongxing came back. But even if Ling Dongxing came back, it was obvious which side he would help. The 5 female attendants all had very interesting expressions on their faces. They had just witnessed a very interesting show, which was enough for them to brag about for 3 years. After exiting the Ling family, Lu Yutong asked Ling Han, "Where are we going?" "Tianyi," Ling Han said casually. Lu Yutong gave an "oh." She thought that Ling Han was going to concoct medicine for her. After all, she was a patient. The 2 of them walked very quickly, and arrived at their destination in about 10 minutes. Tianyi was a very large force, and had branches in every city of Rain Country. As for whether there were branches outside of Rain Country, he was not sure due to the limited experience of his previous self. In short, Tianyi had the most complete range of medicinal ingredients and alchemical pills. If they could not be bought here, then they definitely could not be bought in other places. Ling Han walked into the medicine pavilion and arrived at a window. Behind the window sat a young girl, who was very beautiful. Seeing Ling Han walk over, she immediately stood up, smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Xiao Tao. It is my honor to serve you." She took a few more glances at Lu Yutong. After all, this girl was very beautiful, and even as a girl, she could not move her eyes away. Ling Han nodded and said, "I want purple lotus grass, branch blue fruit, 100-year vermilion bamboo, red leaf sweet potato, and rotten leaf withered tree root." Xiao Tao's expression was blank. She had worked here for more than 2 years, but had never heard of the names of these 5 medicinal ingredients. She was startled for a while and then said, "Customers, I am very sorry, but I have never heard of these 5 medicinal ingredients. Please wait a moment, I will help you ask others." "Sure." Ling Han nodded his head. These 5 medicinal herbs were indeed very rare. Apart from being used to concoct the Yuanxin spirit recovery powder, they were rarely used in other places. Although the grade of the Yuan Xian spirit recovery powder was not high, it was an original prescription that he had created in his previous life. Although he had passed it on to a few people, it was not certain if it had been passed down. After a while, Xiao Tao and a middle-aged man in his 30s walked over together. "You're the troublemaker?" The middle-aged man glanced at Ling Han, his face full of disdain. Ling Han frowned and said, "What do you mean by a troublemaker?" Randomly reporting medicinal ingredients that don't even exist. If this isn't deliberately causing trouble, then what is? The middle-aged man snorted, his expression as if he had seen through him long ago. Ling Han said, "How do you know that these medicinal herbs were randomly reported by me? Isn't this nonsense? I'm a yellow-grade mid-level alchemist. I've never even heard of these medicinal ingredients. If you're not randomly reporting them, then what are you? Get out of here." The middle-aged man waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly. His name was Ma Dajuan, and he was indeed a yellow-grade mid-level alchemist. There were other customers in the store, and when they heard him say that, they all made an "oh" sound and revealed expressions of respect. Alchemist was a very rare and noble profession. It was divided into heaven, earth, black, and yellow grades. Each grade could be further subdivided into 3 small grades: high, medium, and low. However, even low-level alchemists like yellow-grade mid-level alchemists were extremely popular and respected, and were fought over by various factions. For example, there was only one alchemist in Grey Cloud Town, and he served in Tianyi. Normally, he was not required to concoct any alchemical pills, and was only used to stand guard. Thus, Ma Dajuan naturally had enough confidence to be arrogant. Even Alchemist Ma said so. "This brat must be here to cause trouble." How laughable. He actually came to Tianyi to cause trouble. Where did this idiot come from? He's just trying to impress the crowd, right? Everyone was speaking up for Ma Dajuan. Alchemists were extremely noble, and thus their bias was naturally very obvious. Ling Han was a little angry and said, "If you haven't heard of it, then that's because you're not skilled enough. How can you arbitrarily assume that someone is here to cause trouble? Go and call the most knowledgeable person in your store over. I'll speak with him." "Who do you think you are, to dare order me to do things?" Ma Dajuan was similarly very displeased. He had already personally come out to expose the truth, so why were you still pestering him endlessly? Moreover, he was the person in charge of this place in Tianyi. Who could be more knowledgeable than him? Of course, Grandmaster Zhu did not count. He had only come here to sightsee and suddenly had an inspiration, so he wanted to borrow this place's Tianyi to concoct an alchemical pill. Lu Yutong saw this and the corners of her lips curled up slightly, appearing a little expectant. This time she would not make a move. Tianyi was a colossal place. Even the Rain Country royalty had to be polite to it, not to mention that she was only a junior of the Lu family. She would definitely not accompany Ling Han to cause trouble. "Aren't you quite capable? How are you going to regain your face now?" Although she had agreed to be Ling Han's follower, and it was only temporary with her pride and arrogance, she would naturally not be willing to do so, at least not now. Thus, she very much wanted to see Ling Han's embarrassed expression. No matter how cold a woman was, she would still have a vengeful heart. "What are you waiting for? Get lost." Ma Dajuan flicked his hand, an impatient expression on his face. "You'd better not regret this," Ling Han said slowly. "Haha, what can you do to me?" Ma Dajuan could not help but be amused. This youth actually dared to threaten him. The other people in the shop also had mocking expressions. Was this youth a spoiled young master from some family? Even if he was the son of one of the city's 2 great clans, so what? How could he have the right to challenge a yellow-grade middle-level alchemist? Ling Han only smiled and turned to look at Lu Yutong. A flash of disdain flashed past Lu Yutong's heart. Was he going to ask her to make a move again? However, she heard Ling Han say, "Shout loudly. Too much Copper Valley sand. Shout 3 times, the louder the better." What did this mean? Lu Yutong's beautiful eyes widened, but when she saw Ling Han's confident expression, her heart trembled. She could not help but do as he said, shouting loudly, Too much Copper Valley sand. Too much Copper Valley sand. Too much Copper Valley sand. She was in the poly tier, and her voice was full of energy like a lion's roar. The two of you are crazy, hurry and chase them out. Ma Dajuan said angrily to the two guards in the shop. There was a loud bang, as if something had exploded. Any alchemist could immediately tell that this was a cauldron explosion. This was something that every alchemist would encounter. Shio shio shio, a series of footsteps sounded coming down from upstairs. Very quickly, an old man with a head full of white hair and beard appeared at the bottom of the stairs. With a big stride, he rushed in front of Lu Yutong and said excitedly, "How did you know that too much Copper Valley sand was put in?" The old man's body still bore the terrible appearance of a cauldron explosion. Part of his hair, beard, eyebrows, and hair had been burnt off, half of his face was black, and his clothes were also tattered. Being stared at by such an old man with such an intense gaze, the strange feeling in Lu Yutong's heart could be imagined. But what shocked her even more was the silver badge pinned on the old man's chest. That was the symbol of an alchemist. Silver represented black grade, while one represented low level. This old man was a black grade low level alchemist. Good heavens, such an existence, even in the imperial city, would be an esteemed guest of all the great clans. Even her Lu family's clan head would have to politely address him as Grandmaster when they saw him. But now this Grandmaster was actually looking at her like a pug, his face full of curiosity. How could this not make Lu Yutong feel strange? She could not help but look at Ling Han. How many other miraculous things did this youth have? Chapter 7. If it had been half a day ago, Lu Yutong really might have burned the bridge after crossing it. She would first swindle the cultivation technique into her hands, and then give Ling Han some monetary compensation. Who asked Ling Han to disregard her noble status as the daughter of a noble family, and insist on taking her as his follower? But now she was hesitating. The reserved nature of a woman made her very much want to leave Ling Han, but when she thought of all the amazing things that he had done, she also wanted to stay by Ling Han's side. What were his limits? Maybe I will, maybe I won't, who can say for sure? She gave an ambiguous answer. Ling Han laughed loudly. If Lu Yutong had solemnly vowed that she would be loyal and devoted to him in the future, he would not have believed her. However, as a mighty warrior of heaven tier, the Alchemy Emperor, how could it be that he would not be able to subdue such a little girl? "Take off your clothes," he said casually. Lu Yutong instantly looked furious. Could it be that Ling Han was going to use teaching her a cultivation technique as a threat to force her to give herself to him? Although she did not want to die, and very much wanted to cure her illness, but if she had to use her body in exchange, then she would rather die. "Don't misunderstand," Ling Han said with a smile. "I only want to guide you on the path of circulation of origin power. When this cultivation technique is being circulated, origin power will travel through many strange paths, and it is definitely not something that can be explained clearly with words. You should know that when it comes to the circulation of cultivation techniques, the slightest error can lead to a great loss. There must not be the slightest bit of error." Lu Yutong could not help but be startled. What Ling Han said was not false. There were innumerable meridians in the human body, and as long as there was a slight difference in the route of circulation of origin power, the effect would be as different as heaven and earth. The problem was she was an unmarried young lady, so how could she strip naked and allow a man to have his fingers roam all over her body? She considered for a long time and proposed a compromise. She would keep her undergarments, and Ling Han would not be able to use his fingers. Instead, he would use chopsticks to guide the circulation of origin power. "You go out first," Lu Yutong said, pointing at the outer room. Hey, this is my room," Ling Han said with a smile, but he still stood up and walked outside. He still had this bit of poise. After a long while, he heard Lu Yutong say, "You can come in." Ling Han walked into the room and saw Lu Yutong sitting on the bed, a sheet draped over her delicate body. Her beautiful hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and she looked extremely alluring. "What an enchanting beauty," Ling Han said in his heart. Even with his picky eyes in his last life, he could not help but admit that this icy beauty's charm caused even his heart to flutter. Her snow-white teeth bit lightly on her red lips, and her beautiful eyes wandered, seeming to be filled with resentment and sorrow. Lu Yutong slowly removed the sheet, revealing her delicate body that was as fair as jade. She only wore a tube top on her upper body, and her fair and tender skin was like the finest jade, exuding an enchanting luster. She wore a pair of panties on her lower body, but the trousers had been forcefully torn off from her thighs, revealing a pair of slender and perfectly straight legs. If there was a bit more, she would be plump, and if there was a bit less, she would be skinny. It could be said that she was perfect, and would cause anyone's heart to palpitate. Seeing Ling Han's gaze sweep over to her, she could not help but feel shy. A blush appeared on her jade-like face, adding to her beauty. Good heavens, she was originally an icy beauty, and now that her face was flushed red, she instantly looked extremely alluring and flirtatious. Even with Ling Han's temperament as a heaven-tier elite in his last life, his appetite was slightly aroused, and he wanted to devour this enchanting little vixen. But he immediately calmed himself down and said, "Sit down cross-legged. I will teach you the first layer of 3 mysterious arts." He recited it word by word. At first, Lu Yutong was still unable to get into the zone. After all, she was practically naked in the same room as a man. But her heart of martial arts quickly gained the upper hand, and she listened attentively to Ling Han's recitation, committing it to memory. Ling Han recited it very quickly, and Lu Yutong also displayed a shocking talent. She practically could not forget what she heard. Ling Han had only recited it twice, and Lu Yutong had already memorized nearly 1,000 words of the recitation. This was only the first step. Next, the most important part was the circulation route of origin power. Ling Han used his chopsticks as his fingers, and lightly stroked them on Lu Yutong's delicate body, guiding her on the circulation of origin power. Once, twice, it was only 3 times, and Lu Yutong was already able to circulate her origin power according to this new cultivation technique. She indeed lived up to her reputation as a genius. Ling Han hurriedly walked out. This little vixen's charm was really not small. He seemed to have slightly overestimated his own willpower. If he continued to stay, it was very likely that he would take advantage of the situation to push down this seductive beauty. Since Lu Yutong had already started cultivating, then she would definitely not wake up in a short period of time. Ling Han then sat down in the outer room, and similarly began cultivating. However, he was not cultivating the 5 elements heaven grade skill, but rather the indestructible heaven scroll. Because his spirit base had not yet recovered, he did not want to take any risks. If his spirit base was further injured, then it would not be something that could be healed by the element heart recover spirit powder. The circulation of the indestructible heaven scroll was like a bottomless pit, rapidly depleting the originally small amount of origin power in his body. It tempered his muscles, meridians, and bones, advancing in a more powerful direction. If he cultivated it to the pinnacle, his body would be indestructible and immortal. Even if a large star were to crash into him, it was guaranteed that the large star would be the one to shatter, and he would be completely unaffected. Of course, he was currently too far away from this step. After a mere 5 minutes, the origin power in his body was completely depleted. At this time, he swallowed a return origin pill to quickly replenish the origin power in his body, and then continued to cultivate. Every medicine had its own poison. In the beginning, the return origin pill could bring out the greatest effect, but as he consumed more and more of them, his body also developed a strong resistance to the effects of the medicinal pills, causing the effects of the medicinal pills to become weaker and weaker. By the time he consumed the last return origin pill, he could not even recover 1/10 of his origin power. Ling Han stopped. Today was the end, and there would not be any effect even if he continued to cultivate. However, his improvement was very obvious. His muscles, meridians, and bones had all become slightly stronger. According to his estimation, this kind of strength was already comparable to the 3rd layer of body refining tier. As expected of the Heaven Scroll, awesome. In his last life, Ling Han had also cultivated a few restorative martial arts, such as Golden Body Technique and Monolith Technique, both of which allowed one's body to become stronger. But when compared to the indestructible Heaven Scroll, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. This was very normal. If the indestructible Heaven Scroll was not so awesome, how could a powerful warrior of heaven tier need over 10,000 years to comprehend it? Moreover, it was only the 1st layer. However, cultivating this Heaven Scroll really consumes a lot of origin power, and it also requires a large amount of natural treasures to assist in tempering my body, which will definitely slow down the progress of my cultivation. However, the power of this heaven scroll is too great, so even if my cultivation is a bit slower, it's still worth it. After all, I have an immortal grade spirit base. Let's not think about the highest tier of indestructible heaven scroll for now. The first layer of the indestructible heaven scroll is also divided into 4 tiers, which are the dead tree tier, the rock cliff tier, the iron sheet tier, and the diamond tier. Upon reaching the dead tree tier, one's body would be like a dead tree, and when one receives an attack, it would be as if one had struck a dead tree. The dead tree would be injured, but the vitality would not be harmed. Moreover, one's vitality would disappear like a dead tree, and no one would be able to tell that one was a living person. Upon reaching the diamond tier, no matter how heavy the injury, one would be able to immediately heal it with a single thought. Even severed limbs could be regrown, practically like a divine technique. Ling Han turned around and walked towards the door of the inner chamber. The curtain was lifted, and a fairy-like figure walked out. There was a faint blush on her pretty face, and she was beautiful, charming, and had a myriad of manners. You've cultivated the first layer of the 3 mysterious arts to the pinnacle? Ling Han asked, a little surprised. Lu Yutong nodded, a little afraid to meet Ling Han's gaze. A strange emotion was rippling in her heart, as if there was some kind of unprecedented feeling growing and growing within her. This young girl is really a genius, Ling Han thought. Chapter 8. Young friend, please take a seat. Zhu He Xian invited attentively, appearing to be extremely polite, not daring to put on the airs of a black-grade alchemist. I can guarantee that within 5 days, no, within 3 days, the medicinal ingredients that young friend needs will be delivered. All right. Ling Han nodded. In his last life he was at the peak, but now he was still very weak, so there was no harm in making more friends and developing more relationships. As for an insignificant character like Ma Dajuan, a light punishment was enough. It was not worthwhile for him to lower himself to the same level as the other. Zhu He Xian was instantly overjoyed, and hurriedly led the way in front, bringing Ling Han and Lu Yutong to the 3rd floor, entering an elegant study. May I ask which expert young friend's master is? The old man asked. No sect, I'm self-taught, Ling Han said. In his last life, he had once visited various major alchemy forces, and finally formed his own sect, becoming the greatest alchemist in history. Zhu He Xian did not believe it. Ling Han was so young, how could he have such deep attainments in alchemy? However, he also admired Ling Han very much, and had the intention of inviting the latter to join Tianyiji, so he spoke to test him. Ling Han answered calmly. He was a grandmaster of alchemy, reigning supreme in both the present and the past. Who could compare with him in alchemy? As he spoke, the initiative fell into his hands, and from time to time, Zhu He Xian racked his brains to think hard, and the expression on the old man's face also became more and more respectful. There was no seniority in learning, only the capable could be the teacher. The old man had previously addressed Ling Han as young friend, placing himself in a higher position, but he soon changed the way he addressed Ling Han, and called him fellow alchemist. In the end, cold sweat rolled down his forehead, and he couldn't help but stand up, respectfully standing by Ling Han's side to listen to his teachings. He was like an alchemy apprentice, just like how he had been when he was learning from his master. In his heart, Ling Han had already reached such a height. He even had a feeling that in terms of theory and knowledge, Ling Han had far surpassed his master. Master, can I stay by your side and listen to your teachings? Zhu He Xian said something that almost scared Lu Yutong to death, but when she thought about it carefully it seemed reasonable. However, if the great clans in the imperial capital were to find out about this, they would probably kill Ling Han out of jealousy. This was a black-grade alchemist. Though he was only a low-level alchemist, the 2 words black-grade were still not enough. Lu Yutong was shocked. Her resistance to being Ling Han's follower had lessened a little. Even a master of alchemy like Zhu He Xian was begging to follow Ling Han. What else could she be dissatisfied with? Ling Han shook his head and said, I don't have any plans to accept disciples for now. To be honest, Zhu He Xian's talent in alchemy was only average in his eyes. He had accepted 3 disciples in the past, and which one of them was not breathtakingly outstanding? Zhu Hexian only felt that it was a pity. He also knew that Ling Han was looking down on his talent in alchemy, and was not qualified to be his disciple. He also felt that this was very natural. Ling Han's attainments in alchemy were really too high, and he could only look up to him. Wanting to be his disciple was indeed an extravagant hope. Yet Lu Yutong was dumbstruck. Ling Han had actually refused. Refused? That was a black-grade low-level alchemist. As long as Zhu Hexian was willing to nod his head, even if it was the Rain Country royalty, he would still have to accept it. In fact, he would even be willing to send a princess to marry him. But Ling Han had actually refused, and had done so without any hesitation. This guy was really hard to understand. However, if there is anything you do not understand, you can come to the Ling clan to look for me at any time, Ling Han added. Many thanks, Grandmaster, many thanks, Grandmaster. Zhu Hexian hurriedly clasped his hands in greeting, unable to conceal the joy on his face. Lu Yutong was speechless internally. If this scene had been seen by others, they would definitely be so shocked that their eyeballs would fall out of their sockets. That was a black-grade alchemist. How noble was his status. Yet now, he was performing the etiquette of a disciple in front of Ling Han, and even felt honored to be able to pay him a visit. And then I'll take my leave first, Ling Han said. I'll see you off, Grandmaster. Zhu Hexian hurriedly said. Oh right, Yutong, you've brought money with you, right? Pay for the medicine first. Ling Han turned his head and said to Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong now naturally knew that this medicine was bought by Ling Han for himself, and not to treat her illness. She could not help but purse her lips, thinking that this guy really knew how to make full use of everything. He had just taken her in as his follower, and he was already eyeing her purse. No need, no need. Zhu Hexian hurriedly waved his hands. The alchemy knowledge that he had heard from Ling Han today could be said to be priceless. How could he have the nerve to accept Ling Han's medicine money? Grandmaster, just let me express my sincerity. Ling Han thought for a moment and said, then it's up to you. Although he had only casually given some pointers to Zhu Hexian, he was once the alchemy emperor. This bit of guidance was enough for Zhu Hexian to benefit for the rest of his life. Zhu Hexian's face was instantly filled with joy. To be able to do something for Ling Han, even if it was such a small matter, he was extremely happy and even felt honored. Then I'll buy some return origin pills. Ling Han thought for a moment and said, return origin pills are such worthless things. How could I possibly need Grandmaster to buy them? In any case, I can casually concoct them, so naturally I'll gift them to Grandmaster. Zhu Hexian hurriedly said. Lu Yutong was once again speechless. Return origin pills could rapidly allow martial artists to recover origin power, and were indispensable supplementary pills in battle. How could they be casually concocted so easily? Although Ling Han only needed the lowest grade return origin pills, one pill would still cost at least 3 taels of silver. Zhu Hexian was very generous, and directly gave Ling Han 100 return origin pills. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Han was still in the refinement realm, and could only take low-grade return origin pills, he would definitely have gifted him high-grade return origin pills. Under his accompaniment, Ling Han and Lu Yutong went downstairs and left. Where are we going now? After the two of them walked for a while, Lu Yutong finally couldn't help but ask. Ling Han smiled slightly and said, naturally we're going home, and waiting for someone to send the medicine over. If he didn't treat his spirit root first, he wouldn't be able to start cultivating. Lu Yutong was curious and asked, do you really know alchemy? In this world there shouldn't be anyone who knows alchemy better than I do, Ling Han said bluntly. Boasting. Lu Yutong humphed. Although Ling Han had convinced Zhu Hexian to the point that Zhu Hexian was willing to die for him, Zhu Hexian was only a black-grade alchemist, and above that there were still earth-grade and heaven-grade alchemists. Ling Han didn't argue with her. His status had already been recorded in history. Why didn't you agree to let Grandmaster Zhu follow by your side? He's not only an alchemist but also a powerful warrior of Gushing Spring tier, Lu Yutong asked. Ling Han's footsteps paused, and he turned his head to look at her. He continued to advance and said, firstly, you have a heaven-grade spirit root, and have now reached the 8th layer of Pali. You're only one step away from breaking through to Gushing Spring tier. Secondly, I don't need anyone to concoct alchemical pills for me. Thirdly, if I absolutely need someone to follow by my side, a beautiful woman is of course much more pleasing to the eyes than an old man. Lu Yutong couldn't help but be speechless, but this reason seemed to make her a little secretly delighted. Let's go home first. I still have to teach you 3 mysterious arts, Ling Han continued. Lu Yutong was instantly moved, and her footsteps quickened. This illness of inexplicable lethargy had been bothering her for far too many years. The two of them returned to the Ling family. As they walked, all the servants revealed strange expressions. They'd all heard about what had happened in the morning. The chief butler had actually been violently slapped by young Master Trashy. This kind of news would naturally spread throughout the entire Ling family in no time. Ling Han acted as if he hadn't seen anything, and brought Lu Yutong to his own room, where he began to teach Lu Yutong 3 mysterious arts. Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word? Before Ling Han revealed the cultivation technique, Lu Yutong suddenly asked, Will you? Ling Han countered with a question. Chapter 9. If it was half a day ago, Lu Yutong really might have burned the bridge after crossing the river, first swindling the cultivation technique into her hands, and then giving Ling Han some monetary compensation. Who asked Ling Han to disregard her noble status as the daughter of a wealthy family, and insist on taking her as his follower. But now she was hesitating. A woman's modesty made her want to leave Ling Han, but when she thought of his endless miracles, she also wanted to stay by Ling Han's side, to see where his limits were. Maybe, maybe not, who can say for sure? She gave an ambiguous answer. Ling Han laughed loudly. If Lu Yutong had solemnly vowed that she would be loyal to him in the future, he would not have believed her. However, as a heaven-tier elite, the Alchemy Emperor, how could he not be able to subdue a little girl like this? Take off your clothes, he said casually. Lu Yutong instantly revealed an angry expression. Could it be that Ling Han was going to use imparting a cultivation technique as a threat to force her to offer her body? Although she did not want to die, and very much wanted to cure her illness, if it came to using her body in exchange, then she would rather die. Don't misunderstand, Ling Han said with a smile. I only want to guide the circulation route of your origin power. When circulating this cultivation technique, the origin power will go through many strange passages, and it is not something that can be explained clearly with words. You should know that when it comes to the circulation of a cultivation technique, the slightest difference can lead to a great loss. There cannot be the slightest mistake. Lu Yutong couldn't help but be startled. What Ling Han said was not false. There were countless meridians in the human body, and as long as there was a slight difference in the circulation route of origin power, the effect would be as different as heaven and earth. The problem was, she was an unmarried young lady. Could she strip naked and let a man's fingers roam all over her body? She thought for a long time and proposed a compromise. She would keep her undergarments, and Ling Han could not use his fingers. He would use chopsticks instead to guide the circulation of origin power. You go out first, Lu Yutong said, pointing to the outer room. Hey, this is my house, Ling Han said with a smile, but he still stood up and walked outside. He still had this little bit of elegance. After a long while, he heard Lu Yutong say, You can come in. Ling Han walked into the room and saw Lu Yutong sitting on the bed with a sheet draped over her delicate body. Her beautiful hair cascaded down like a waterfall, making her look exceedingly alluring. What an enchanting stunner, Ling Han thought. Even with his picky judgment in his last life, he had to admit that this icy beauty's charm caused his heart to flutter. Lu Yutong bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with resentment and sorrow. Slowly, she took off the sheet and revealed her jade-like body. She only had a tube top on her upper body. Her white and tender skin was like fine jade, emitting an enchanting luster. She wore a pair of panties, but the trousers had been forcibly torn down from her thighs, revealing 2 slender and straight legs. A little bit more and she would be fat, and a little less and she would be thin. It could be said to be perfect, making one's heart beat faster. Seeing Ling Han's gaze sweep over, she couldn't help but feel shy. 2 blushes appeared on her jade-like face, adding to her beauty. She was originally an icy beauty, but now that her face was flushed red, she was instantly seductive and flirtatious. Even with Ling Han's heaven-tier temperament from his previous life, his appetite was slightly aroused, and he wanted to devour this charming little vixen. But he immediately calmed his mind and said, "Sit cross-legged. I will teach you the first layer of the 3 mysterious arts." He recited it word by word. At first, Lu Yutong couldn't get into the mood. After all, she was almost naked in the same room as a man. But her heart of martial art quickly took over, and she listened attentively to Ling Han's chant and memorized it. Ling Han recited it very quickly, and Lu Yutong also displayed an astonishing talent. She almost couldn't forget it. Ling Han only recited it twice, and Lu Yutong had already memorized nearly 1,000 words of the chant. This was only the first step. Next, the circulation route of the origin energy was the key. Ling Han used his chopsticks as fingers and lightly moved them on Lu Yutong's delicate body, guiding the circulation of the other's origin energy. Once, twice, it was only 3 times, and Lu Yutong could already circulate her origin energy according to this new cultivation technique. She indeed lived up to her name of being a genius. Ling Han hurriedly walked out. This little vixen's charm was really not small. He seemed to have overestimated his own willpower. If he stayed any longer, it was very likely that he would take advantage of the situation and push down this alluring beauty. Since Lu Yutong had already started cultivating, then she definitely wouldn't wake up in a short period of time. Ling Han then sat down in the outer room and also began cultivating. However, he wasn't cultivating the 5 elements heaven grade skill, but the indestructible heaven scroll. Because his spirit base had not recovered, he didn't want to take any risks. If he injured his spirit base further, then it wouldn't be something that the element heart recover spirit powder could heal. The indestructible heaven scroll circulated like a bottomless pit, rapidly depleting the originally small amount of origin energy in his body. It tempered his muscles, meridians, and bones, advancing in a stronger direction. If he cultivated this to the extreme, his body would be indestructible. Even if a large star crashed into him, it was guaranteed that the large star would shatter, and he would be unaffected. Of course, he was currently too far away from this step. After only 5 minutes, the origin energy in his body was completely depleted. At this time, he swallowed a return origin pill, quickly replenishing the origin energy in his body, and then continued to cultivate. In the beginning, the return origin pill could bring out the greatest effect, but as he ate more and more, his body also developed a strong resistance to the effects of the pill, causing the effects of the pill to become worse and worse. In the end, after taking the last return origin pill, he couldn't even recover 1/10 of his origin energy. Ling Han stopped. Today was the end, and there wouldn't be any effect even if he continued cultivating. However, his improvement was very obvious. His muscles, meridians, and bones all became slightly stronger. According to his estimation, this kind of strength was already comparable to the 3rd layer of body refining tier. As expected of the Heaven Scroll, awesome. In his last life, Ling Han had also practiced a few recovery techniques such as Golden Body Technique and Monolith Technique, both of which allowed one's body to become stronger. But when compared to the effects of the indestructible Heaven Scroll, the difference was like that between heaven and earth. This was very normal. If the indestructible Heaven Scroll wasn't so awesome, how could a warrior of heaven tier need tens of thousands of years to comprehend it? And it was only the 1st layer? However, cultivating this Heaven Scroll really consumes a lot of origin power, and it also requires a large amount of natural treasures to help temper the body, which will definitely slow down the progress of my cultivation. However, the power of this Heaven Scroll is too great. Even if my cultivation is a bit slower, it's worth it, since I have an immortal grade spirit base anyway. Let's not think about the highest tier of indestructible and indestructible for now. The first layer of the indestructible Heaven Scroll is also divided into 4 tiers, namely the Deadwood tier, Limestone tier, Iron Sheet tier, and Diamond tier. Reaching the Deadwood tier, the body will be like deadwood, and any attack will be like hitting a deadwood. It will hurt the deadwood, but won't harm the life force. Moreover, the body will be like deadwood, and no one will be able to tell that it's a living person. Reaching the Diamond tier, no matter how heavy the injury, one will be able to immediately heal it with a single thought. Severed limbs can also be regrown. It's practically like a divine art. Ling Han turned and walked towards the door of the inner room. The curtain was lifted, and a fairy-like girl walked out. Her pretty face had a faint blush, pretty, charming, and graceful. You've cultivated the first layer of the 3 mysterious arts to the extreme? Ling Han said, a little surprised. Lu Yutong nodded, not daring to meet Ling Han's gaze. A strange emotion rippled in her heart, as if some kind of unprecedented feeling was growing and growing. This young girl is really a genius, Ling Han thought. Chapter 10. 3 Mysterious Art had a total of 9 layers, corresponding to the 9 tiers of martial art. The 9th layer was the Heaven tier, the highest tier Ling Han had reached in his last life. None of the arts in the world could break through to the 10th tier, which was the part of the Shattering Void tier. This was also why Ling Han wanted to travel the world and explore all kinds of ancient sites. The first layer of 3 Mysterious Art corresponded to the Body Refining tier, a stage that Lu Yutong had passed long ago. It was naturally very easy for her to recultivate it now, just like a high school student doing junior high school homework. But the problem was, she actually finished recultivating the first layer of the art in such a short period of time. This talent was too strong, wasn't it? But thinking about it, Lu Yutong had 3 absolute meridians, and 3 mysterious art was developed for this kind of person, so it was normal that it was fast. Ling Han nodded and said, "Then I'll continue teaching you the second layer of the art. As long as you can cultivate the third layer to completion, you'll be able to completely suppress 3 absolute meridians and never be affected again." The third layer, in other words, had to reach the Gushing Spring tier. But Lu Yutong was now in the 8th layer of Pali, and already felt the opportunity to break through to the 9th layer, so she was only one step away from breaking through to the Gushing Spring tier. Lu Yutong couldn't help but blush again. Now that he was teaching her the second layer of the art, didn't that mean she had to take off her clothes again? "Don't let your imagination run wild," Ling Han scolded. Lu Yutong couldn't help but glare at him fiercely. She wasn't imagining wild thoughts, she was afraid that Ling Han would think wild thoughts. The two returned to the inner chamber, and just like before, Lu Yutong took off her gown, revealing her alluring body almost naked in front of Ling Han. As the saying went, strangers the first time, familiarity the second. Although she was still very shy, it was much better than the first time. After Ling Han taught her the second layer of the art, it was almost night time. He ordered the servants to send 2 portions of dinner, ate a large portion for himself, and left a small portion for Lu Yutong. Women had small appetites, so a small half was enough. After about 3 hours, Lu Yutong once again walked out, and said in an extremely surprised tone, "My current cultivation speed is actually 10 times faster than before." This meant that after she broke through to the 9th layer of Pali, she would probably only need less than 2 months to reach her peak condition, and then attempt to break through to Gushing Spring tier. Too fast. Ling Han couldn't help but smile. The 3 Mysterious Art is a Heaven tier art. Heaven level art. Lu Yutong almost fainted. What did a high-grade Heaven tier cultivation technique mean? Let's put it this way. The reason why the Lu family was able to become one of the 8 influential families in the Imperial City was that the Lu family had the Rosy Cloud spell, which was a profound level medium rank cultivation technique. The reason why the Qi clan of the royal family was able to sit firmly on the throne of the world was because the Qi clan had the 7 Butchers art, which was a high-grade mystic level art. In other words, a black-grade high-level cultivation technique would be able to create an empire, and a black-grade middle-level cultivation technique would be able to allow a party to become a great clan of Rain Country that would not decline for 1,000 years. Then what was the significance of a heaven-level cultivation technique? It was indescribably precious. If Ling Han had said that he wanted to teach her a heaven-level cultivation technique right from the start, she would definitely think that he was crazy. Wasn't that so? If a small clan in a mere gray cloud town could take out a heaven-level cultivation technique, then wouldn't the whole world be thrown into chaos? But now she had no choice but to believe it because she had personally experienced it. This is a heaven-level cultivation technique, and you're teaching it to me just like that? Her heart trembled, and there was an indescribable throbbing in her heart. Ling Han smiled. This 3 Mysterious Art was indeed a heaven-level cultivation technique, but it could only be cultivated by those with 3 absolute meridians. It would be useless even if others obtained it, so he was naturally not afraid that Lu Yutong would teach it to others. Moreover, he had obtained the indestructible Heaven Scroll, which was a true supreme divine art. Even comprehending the first layer of the cultivation technique would require over 10,000 years of time. Compared to this, any heaven-level cultivation technique pay was not even worth mentioning. Of course he would not say that and said, "You are my follower, and I am never stingy towards my own people." These words were not a lie. He had always been protective of his own people, and was even more generous towards his own people. Lu Yutong couldn't help but blush. From her perspective, the words "one of our own" had a different meaning to them. After a while she said, "Don't worry, without your permission, I will not teach this cultivation technique to anyone." "Up to you," Ling Han said. In any case, only 1/3 absolute meridians could appear every few thousand years, so even if she taught it to someone, it could also be lost in the long passage of time. For others, this was a cultivation technique that was even worse than a yellow-grade low-level cultivation technique, so who would keep it for a few thousand years? Lu Yutong could not help but feel a little disappointed. Just now her heart had trembled. If Ling Han had coaxed her with more sweet words, she would definitely have a favorable impression of Ling Han. However, Ling Han did not have such intentions at all, so she had naturally missed a great opportunity. She walked to the table and began to eat. As she chewed and swallowed, she said, "From tomorrow onwards, I will be in seclusion to break through to the 9th layer of Pali, so I won't be able to follow you. Haha, don't worry. I don't have any plans to go anywhere in these 2 days. I will just wait for Zhu Hexian to send over the medicinal ingredients. Let's first treat my spirit root before anything else." Ling Han said. He really cherished this second life. Now that his spirit root was injured, he did not want to take the risk and destroy the foundation of martial art. Lu Yutong did not waste any time. After eating, she immediately started her seclusion to break through to the 9th layer of Pali. Ling Han had no choice but to let her use the inner room and move the bed to the outer room. Because of Lu Yutong's presence, although the 3 generations of Ling Chongquan hated Ling Han to the bone, they did not dare to have any crooked ideas. Ling Han also lived in seclusion, quietly waiting for Zhu Hexian to send over the medicinal ingredients and for Lu Yutong to come out of seclusion. Sure enough, Zhu Hexian did not break her promise. On the 4th day, she sent the medicinal ingredients that Ling Han needed. Of course, the old man also took the opportunity to ask Ling Han for advice. In fact, he had been wanting to come over for the past few days. However, in his eyes, Ling Han was a supreme grandmaster. How could he dare to disturb him if there was nothing important? However, Ling Han had no patience today. He quickly sent Zhu Hexian away. He wanted to immediately start concocting the medicine to repair his spirit root, and once again embark on the path of cultivation. For Ling Han, concocting the medicine was naturally a piece of cake. Only 3 minutes later, he concocted the element heart recover spirit powder. He did not stay idle these 3 days. Other than cultivating the indestructible heaven scroll, he had naturally done all kinds of preparatory work. "The medicine is too bitter, Sai." Ling Han sighed and drank the element heart recover spirit powder in one gulp. Not long after, a wave of heat came, and he instantly felt a burning sensation in his body. Looking inside his dantian, the injured spirit root was slowly recovering, and would be healed in at most half a day. During this period of time, he could do nothing but wait patiently. For a person who had slept for tens of thousands of years, half a day's wait was naturally a small matter. Slowly, in Ling Han's dantian, the 5 elements chaos lotus completely bloomed, and the Tao was natural, too wonderful for words. Chapter 11. Ling Han told Ling Dongxing about the despicable deeds that Ling Zhongquan and his son, as well as the grandfather and grandson, had done. Those 3 generations obviously would not let the matter rest, and would definitely try something. Ling Dongxing had to be prepared. "I understand." Ling Dongxing appeared to be extremely confident. He and Ling Zhongquan had already been fighting head-on for more than 10 years, but Ling Zhongquan could only remain as the chief attendant, completely suppressed by him. In the past, Ling Dongxing had also been a prodigy of his generation, and had commanded the winds and clouds. If his spirit base had not been destroyed, what would a person like Ling Zhongquan be? He dares to bully my son. If I don't beat him up until he has to lie in bed for a month, I don't believe that Ling Han. His eyes were cold, and he said fiercely, "Our old man is also a person who is protective of his own people." Ling Han chatted with his father for a while longer, and then left. As the clan master of a great clan, Ling Dongxing naturally had many matters to attend to. Moreover, he still had to give that old dog, Ling Zhongquan, a thrashing for daring to bully his own son when he was not around. Ling Han was not interested in how that old dog would be beaten up by Ling Dongxing. He returned to his own room and began to ponder his next course of action. Cultivation could not do without the support of alchemical pills. In his last life, the reason why he was able to reach heaven tier within 200 years was because he himself was a genius of alchemy. However, even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. Although he had now grasped all the knowledge of alchemy, he still needed to have the necessary ingredients. And the higher the grade of the alchemical pill, the more expensive the ingredients needed to concoct it. To be honest, with the wealth of the Ling clan, in front of such ingredients, there could only be one word to describe it: poor. He had to do something. Otherwise, the speed of his cultivation would definitely not be able to reach the standard he expected. Simple: earn money. Ling Han temporarily thought of two methods. First, sell cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques. In his last life, he had memorized who knew how many top-notch secret techniques, and any one of them could be sold for an astronomical amount of wealth. But this was not appropriate, because the current Ling Han was too weak. If he still had the cultivation level of heaven tier, then if he took out a heaven-grade cultivation technique, others would naturally not dare to have any devious thoughts. But now he would only become the target of others, who would force him to hand over even more cultivation techniques. If he wanted to sell them, he could only take out cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques that were about the same level as his current level of martial arts. Moreover, he could not sell them in large quantities. Then there was only the second method left, and that was to sell alchemical pills. This was his old profession. Moreover, alchemists were an extremely respected profession. If anyone dared to disrespect an alchemist, it would very easily incur the wrath of the masses, and anyone would have to think twice before acting. In the current Rain country, at least 80% of the alchemists were in the hands of the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion, and the remaining 20% were the esteemed guests of the various great clans and sects. The alchemical pills that they concocted were all consumed within the sect, and would not be sold outside. Lastly, there were some alchemists who were lone travelers and did not work for anyone. When they ran out of money, they would concoct some alchemical pills and sell them for money, living a carefree life. For example, in Grey Cloud Town, the high-end alchemical pills were all in the hands of the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion, and people could only go there to buy them. As for the low-end alchemical pills, they would be distributed by the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion to the two great clans in the town to be sold. This could be considered as I eat the meat, you drink the soup, and everyone would profit. After all, the two great clans were the local tyrants. These two great clans were the Ling clan and the Chung clan. Both great clans would be able to obtain 50% of the low-end alchemical pills from the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion. But even if the two great clans only drank the soup, they would still earn a great deal in the field of alchemical pills. The business of alchemical pills was a highly profitable business, and this was also one of the reasons why alchemists were regarded as esteemed guests by the various great clans. If the great clans and sects did not have their own alchemists, then the expenditure on alchemical pills would be terrifyingly large. Ling Han did not want to spend too much time and effort on alchemy in this life, so he only wanted to be a solitary alchemist. If he ran out of money, he would just concoct some alchemical pills as long as he had enough for his own use. It was decided then, he would use alchemy to support his martial arts. However, since Ling Dongxing had returned, Ling Han's freedom was also restricted, and he was immediately chased off to the academy by his old man. Of course, it was not Huyang Academy, but Grey Cloud Academy. Huyang Academy was established by the imperial family of Rain Country, and Grey Cloud Academy was also established by the nation. However, in terms of resources, the two could not be compared at all, and the difference was too great. However, Ling Dongxing still hoped that Ling Han would be able to amaze the world with a single feat in Grey Cloud Academy. He was a father, after all, and always wanted his son to excel and become the most successful person in the world. Ling Han naturally did not want to disappoint his father, so he could only go to the academy. In any case, he had nothing to do, so he might as well just go for a few days and be high profile for a bit, and satisfy his father's desire to see his son succeed in life. Then, Ling Dongxing would naturally not care about him anymore. Moreover, He also wanted to realize the long-cherished wish of his predecessor and wash away the reputation of being a piece of trash. He left the academy, and Lu Yutong naturally followed him, arriving at Grey Cloud Academy together with him. However, it was not convenient for Lu Yutong to attend classes with him, so she wandered around the academy grounds. With her strength, she was not afraid that anyone would be attracted by her beauty and try to harm her. Ling Han strolled leisurely. It was not that he had to go to class anyways, it was enough for him to come to the academy. He had come here because he respected his father, but he would not blindly follow every word that Ling Dongxing said. When he arrived at the martial arts field, he could not help but stop in his tracks. A strong throbbing sensation rose up within his body, causing him to involuntarily turn around and walk towards the center of the martial arts field. This was an obsession that came from his predecessor. His predecessor had a total of 2 things that he could not let go of. The first was naturally his father, and the second was a woman in Grey Cloud Academy. It would have been better if he had not come here, but now that he had, this obsession immediately became incomparably deep. His predecessor liked a woman called Shen Ziyan, and was a student of Grey Cloud Academy. Moreover, there was an extremely complicated entanglement between the two of them. As early as 7 years ago, when Shen Ziyan was only a 10-year-old little girl, she had already displayed an astonishing beauty. Ling Dongxing beat her to it, and the two of them were betrothed to each other when they were still children. Because the Ling clan was one of the 2 top clans in the city, and Ling Han was also the son of the clan head, the Shen clan naturally had no objections to this, and very happily agreed to this betrothal. But when Ling Han awoke his spirit base at the age of 12, and underwent a test, it was confirmed that he had a 5 elements mishmash spirit base. If it was just that, with the power of the Ling clan, the Shen clan would not dare to have any objections. The problem was, Shen Ziyan's spirit base was actually of Earth grade high level. Not only that, Shen Ziyan's talent in martial arts was also quite extraordinary, and she did not let down such a good spirit base. Her cultivation level soared, and she was viewed as a treasure by the higher-ups of the academy. They had always wanted to send her to Huyang Academy, because only there would her talent be able to be truly displayed. As she grew older, and as the gap between Shen Ziyan and Ling Han's cultivation level grew larger and larger, she finally proposed to the Ling clan to break off the engagement. Ling Dongxing was naturally unwilling to agree. This would not only damage the reputation of the Ling clan, it would also hurt his son's heart. But his predecessor still agreed because he liked this woman to the core. Although they were already strangers, his predecessor still deeply liked this young girl, and had always been secretly paying attention to her, watching her closely. It was so strong that even though his predecessor was already dead, his body still moved instinctively, affecting the current Ling Han. I have to get rid of this obsession. Otherwise, it could become an inner demon in the future, and affect my progress in cultivation, Ling Han thought. As a former warrior of Heaven Tier, he naturally knew how terrifying an inner demon could be. Then I'll go see her once. After I see her, she will be her and I will be me, Ling Han said in his mind, as if he was negotiating with his predecessor. Chapter 12. Bang 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 bang. At this moment there was a hurried knock on the door. Ling Han walked over and opened the door, only to see a manservant. He had already ordered people not to disturb him unless there was something important, so he asked, "What happened?" "Master is back," the manservant hurriedly said. Ling Han's body immediately surged with excitement. He urgently wanted to see that man. This was his body's instinctive reaction. "Father," he murmured. He had inherited this body, and also inherited the corresponding bloodline and responsibility. He turned his head and smiled at Lu Yutong, saying, "Yutong, come with me to see father." Lu Yutong's pretty face immediately turned red. She felt like an ugly daughter-in-law seeing her in-laws. Tui tui, she hurriedly cursed in her heart. Why did she have such a feeling? There was nothing between her and this guy. "Where is father?" Ling Han asked the manservant. "The main hall." Ling Han walked towards the main hall. His footsteps became faster and faster. From walking to running, there was a strong childlike feeling in his heart. The moment he rushed into the main hall, he saw a man in his 40s standing upright, tall, handsome, and emitting a strong aura. At this moment, Ling Han couldn't tell if it was because of his body's instincts, or because he longed for family too much as an orphan in his previous life. His eyes involuntarily became moist, and the blood connection made it easy for him to call out, "Father!" "Hana!" Ling Dongxing laughed loudly, quickly walked over and hugged Ling Han, but immediately revealed a look of surprise and said, "Why are you still at home? Shouldn't you be going to Huyang University?" This was fatherly love. Ling Han somewhat greedily enjoyed his father's hug. Although in his previous life with Ling Dongxing's cultivation, he didn't even have the qualifications to look him in the eye, now he was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. He finally completely put down the identity of his previous life and enjoyed his new life. He was no longer a lone traveler without family. He had a father, a loving father who risked his life for him. He wiped the corner of his eyes and shook his head. "I don't want to go to Huyang University." "Why?" asked Ling Dongxing. He knew that his only son's spiritual roots were too weak. Although he had put in a lot of effort, his cultivation was still unable to increase. There was nothing he could do about it. The reason why he tried so hard to send Ling Han into Huyang University was to use the school's endless resources to forcefully raise Ling Han to the Pali realm. This way, he would be able to close his eyes after 100 years. However, Ling Han actually said that he didn't want to go to Huyang University, which made him angry. There was nothing that could be done if Ling Han's talent was poor, but if he didn't even have the desire to improve himself, then there was really no cure for him. Ling Han naturally couldn't say that he had been a heaven-tier elite in his previous life. Who knew how many supreme-grade cultivation methods and martial arts techniques were stored in his mind? He had even obtained a heaven scroll that required 10,000 years to comprehend the first layer. What could he learn in Huyang University? If he really said that, Ling Dongxing would probably think that he was bewitched. "Yutong, come. This is my father." When his gaze fell on Lu Yutong, he quickly waved his hand and said, changing the topic, "Yutong greets the head of the Ling family." Lu Yutong bowed gracefully and performed the etiquette of a junior. Ling Dongxing, however, was stunned. He didn't recognize Lu Yutong, but he could tell that she was the same as him in the Pali realm. Moreover, in terms of cultivation level, they were both in the 9th layer of Pali. Martial arts practitioners could usually only have the cultivation of people whose cultivation level was lower than their own. Ling Han was an exception. After all, he had the divine sense of a heaven-tier elite from his previous life. Since that was the case, she could completely get along with him as equals. There was no need for her to perform the etiquette of a junior. Could it be? He suddenly looked pleasantly surprised. Could it be because of Ling Han? This girl liked her son. When he thought of that, he couldn't help but feel happy. This girl only looked to be 17 or 18 years old, yet she was already in the 9th layer of Pali. Her talent was definitely top-notch. To be able to get such a good companion, so what if Ling Han's cultivation level was slightly lower? No wonder this brat didn't want to go to Huyang University. He probably didn't want to be separated from her. This brat was also a romantic. Stinking brat. Ling Dongxing first glared at Ling Han, then asked Lu Yutong, "Miss, where are you from?" "The Imperial City's Lu clan." Lu Yutong answered. Ling Dongxing was shocked. Although there were many people with the surname Lu in the Imperial City's Lu clan, there was only one Lu clan in the Imperial City, one of the 8 strongest clans in the whole of Rain Country aside from the Imperial family. Such a powerful background. Wait, you should be someone from Huyang University, and have come to bring honor to the academy, right? He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Otherwise, how could a member of the Imperial City's Lu clan possibly appear here? "Yes, Ling clan matriarch," Lu Yutong said softly. Ling Dongxing couldn't help but look towards Ling Han, thinking that his son's talent in martial art wasn't good enough, but his ability to pick up girls was really amazing. She was only here to receive him, so how did he manage to capture her heart? Moreover, it had only taken him a few days to do so. He had the elegance he had in the past. But since Lu Yutong was a member of Huyang University, why wouldn't Ling Han go with her? The two of them would both be studying in Huyang University in the future, so they wouldn't have to worry about living apart. "Father, I want to accompany you for a while longer. We can go to the academy in the future anyway," Ling Han said. He didn't want to scare his father, So he planned to take things slowly and let Ling Dongxing slowly accept his changes. Ling Dongxing laughed and said, "Good, good, good. Anyways, the person who was supposed to receive him was here, so Ling Han could go to Huyang University at any time." He patted Ling Han's shoulder, and just as he was about to say something, he couldn't help but look surprised and said, "Han, you've broken through?" Finally, there's someone to share her shock with, Lu Yutong thought. "Yes, I've broken through." Ling Han nodded. "I've only been gone for about 10 days, and not only have you broken through, you've even broken through 2 levels. Ling Dongxing was still surprised. This kind of improvement speed was simply inconceivable. If Ling Han had only broken through 1 level, then it could still be said that Ling Han had accumulated a lot of experience and had been trapped in this level for too long, so he finally had a breakthrough. But 2 small levels, this was simply frightening. Was his son really trash? If he was called trash, then were there any geniuses in the world? Seeing the twitching of Ling Dongxing's mouth, Lu Yutong immediately felt comforted in her heart. This kind of shock couldn't always be borne by her alone. "Yes, it's all right." Ling Han nodded. Ling Dongxing and Lu Yutong rolled their eyes at the same time. This was only all right? However, Ling Dongxing immediately laughed again and said, "Ha ha ha, in the future, who would still dare to say that my son is trash? Which father didn't want their son to have a bright future?" However, because of the limitations of his spirit root, Ling Han could only be trash. But now Ling Dongxing seemed to have found a glimmer of hope. "Father, I've had some fortuitous encounters," Ling Han said. Ling Dongxing nodded. If it wasn't for these fortuitous encounters, how could Ling Han have achieved such a level of advancement? However, this fortuitous encounter wasn't just an ordinary one. Chapter 13. "Father, I definitely won't disappoint you in the future. I'll only make you proud of me," said Ling Han. "Good, good, good. As expected of my Ling Dongxing's son." Ling Dongxing was also moved to the point of tears. Although he did not know what kind of fortuitous encounter Ling Han had, the current him was only happy, excited, and delighted. He wanted nothing more than to announce to the whole world that his Ling Dongxing's son was not a piece of trash. For some reason, the corners of Lu Yutong's eyes became slightly moist. "Father, I have something to tell you." Ling Han pulled Ling Dongxing to their courtyard and let Lu Yutong rest first. There were some things that could only be said to his father. After all, Lu Yutong still hadn't obtained his true approval and trust. "What is it that you're being so secretive about?" Ling Dongxing asked with a smile. He was also a bit curious because even Lu Yutong couldn't hear what was being said. He naturally thought that Ling Han and Lu Yutong were a couple. Ling Han said, "Father, let me see your spirit root." Spirit roots could be manifested using special methods, and once it reached the poly realm, it could directly project a phantom image. There was no need for any other methods. Ling Dongxing couldn't help but frown. "Why?" "I want to find the most suitable cultivation method for you, according to your spirit root," said Ling Han. Ling Dongxing couldn't help but be speechless. How many cultivation methods did his son have in his hands? He could actually choose the most suitable cultivation method, according to a person's spirit root. If he hadn't just witnessed Ling Han's miracle, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. He shook his head but didn't say anything. "Father." Ling Han looked at Ling Dongxing. He realized that there seemed to be more to this than meets the eye. Ling Dongxing sighed and said, "No matter what kind of cultivation technique it is, my spirit base is already crippled." "What?" Ling Han exclaimed softly, but he immediately looked angry. "Who did it?" Ling Dongxing was in the poly realm, so it was impossible for his spirit root to be crippled at birth. Naturally, it was crippled by someone else. Ling Han had always been a protective person. Moreover, it was his father this time. Naturally, he was furious. "This has something to do with your mother." Ling Dongxing sighed, and a wisp of tenderness appeared on his face. There was also regret and rage, and it was an extremely complicated expression. "Mother?" Ling Han murmured. In his memory, Ling Dongxing had never told him about his mother. Every time he asked about it, Ling Dongxing would immediately change the topic. He only knew that his mother passed away not long after he was born. "In the past, I thought that your mother would be buried in my heart forever. But now..." Ling Dongxing paused. "Hunter, if you can reach the poly state in 3 years, I will tell you about your mother. Did not die. Ling Han's heart immediately surged with intense excitement. The heavens were so kind to him. Not only did they give him a father's love, they even gave him a mother's love. He laughed loudly and said, "What's so difficult about that? I don't need 3 years, I can break through to the poly realm in 3 months." Ling Dongxing was moved. From the 4th layer of body refinement realm to the poly realm in 3 months, was that possible? Even he, who was once known as the #1 genius in Grey Cloud Town, still needed 2 years to complete such a leap. But thinking about it, Ling Han broke through 2 small realms in 7 days, and reaching the poly realm in 3 months it did not seem impossible. He was stunned for a moment and said, "All right, if you can break through to the poly realm in 3 months, I will tell you everything, and you will go and rescue your mother." Rescue meant that his mother was currently trapped somewhere. No wonder Ling Dongxing kept lying to him about his mother's early death. It was a white lie. Ling Han nodded but then revealed a smile and said, "Father, don't you want to rescue mother yourself?" Ling Dongxing's fierce eyes widened, revealing an excited expression, but immediately dimmed. He said, "My spirit base is already destroyed, and I can only recover my origin power by taking return origin pill. I can't advance any further, and to rescue your mother, I need to at least reach the Flower Blossom tier." Other than the legendary Shattering Void tier, martial art was divided into 9 tiers. Body Refinement tier, Poly tier, Gushing Spring tier, Spiritual Ocean tier, Spiritual Pedestal tier, Flower Blossom tier, Spiritual Infant tier, Deity Transformation tier and Heaven tier. Flower Blossom tier was the 6th major tier. What kind of concept was that? The strongest elite of the 8 great clans of Rain Country was only in the Spiritual Pedestal tier, and it was said that the imperial family had an ultimate elite of the Flower Blossom tier who guarded the center of power, which was why the 8 great clans were so cautious, not daring to have the slightest bit of disloyalty. Once one reached the Flower Blossom tier, one would be able to establish a nation and pass it down for generations. However, for Ling Han, a former elite of the Heaven tier, so what if he was in the Flower Blossom tier? In this life, his various conditions were even more outstanding. Immortal grade spirit base, indestructible Heaven scroll, and he had already passed all 9 tiers of martial art once, so he wouldn't encounter any obstacles at all. His mastery of alchemy could provide him with all kinds of alchemical pills. 30 years, at most 50 years, and he would be able to return to the pinnacle. Ling Han smiled and said, "Father, spirit base is actually a part of the body, and there's no reason it can't be repaired. Let me." Ling Dongxing looked at Ling Han for a while, then nodded and said, "Okay." He folded his arms in front of him, and with a thought, the spirit base in his dantian was projected. Ling Han was slightly surprised because Ling Dongxing's spirit base was shockingly heaven-grade low-level, broken edge sword, metal element. No wonder, even though Ling Dongxing's spirit base had long been destroyed, he was still in the 9th layer of poly. That was because his cultivation speed was very fast and he had long reached this level. However, now that the broken edge sword had lost its blade, there was only a tiny bit of sword hilt left, which basically couldn't absorb any more spiritual chi. Could be said that it was completely destroyed. Once the spirit base was destroyed, there was no possibility for martial art to advance further. This was not a problem for Ling Han. He said, "Father, your spirit base can still be repaired, but I currently don't have such medicinal ingredients, so I need some time." There was really hope. Ling Dongxing couldn't help but clench his fists. If it was possible, he obviously wanted to personally rescue his wife from the abyss of suffering, but because his spirit base was destroyed, he could only place his hopes on his son. At first, when Ling Han's spirit base awakened and was tested to be a 5 elements disarray spirit base, Ling Dongxing was indescribably disappointed and pained. From then on, he also gave up on the thought and lied to Ling Han that his wife had died, so he would bear all the pain and longing alone. "Hunter, is what you said true?" he said with a trembling voice. "Of course it's true," Ling Han said solemnly. "Give me 3 years, no 2 years, and I will definitely find the medicinal ingredients for father to refine into a pill to repair father's spirit base." Ling Dongxing was filled with heroic spirit and said, "All right, when the time comes, we will join hands and rescue your mother, so that our family can be reunited." "Yes." Ling Han nodded. However, you still have to obediently go to Huyang University. Ling Dongxing suddenly changed the topic. Ling Han couldn't help but feel depressed. He had already shown such a sharp edge. Why did his father still not believe him, insisting that he go to Huyang University? But his father was thinking for his sake, and it was out of good intentions. If he went, then so be it. In any case, it didn't matter where he cultivated. Moreover, Grey Cloud Town was too small, and it couldn't provide him with the cultivation resources he needed. Chapter 14. Ling Han told Ling Dongxing about the despicable deeds of Ling Chongquan, his father and his grandson. Those 3 generations obviously would not let it go, and they would definitely play some tricks, so Ling Dongxing had to be prepared. I understand. Ling Dongxing appeared to be very confident. He and Ling Chongquan had been fighting head-on for more than 10 years, but Ling Chongquan could only be a head deacon, and was completely suppressed by him. Ling Dongxing had once been a proud son of heaven, and if his spirit root had not been destroyed, people like Ling Chongquan would be nothing. Humph, he dares to bully my son. I will beat him until he has to lie in bed for a month, or I will not believe that. Ling. His gaze was cold and he said fiercely, my old man is also a person who is protective of his own people. To my liking, Ling Han chatted with his father for a while more before leaving. As the master of a large clan, Ling Dongxing naturally had many things to do. Moreover, he still had to beat up that old dog Ling Chongquan, who dared to bully his son when he was not around. Ling Han was not interested in how that old dog would be beaten up by Ling Dongxing. He returned to his own room and began to think about what to do next. Cultivation could not be separated from the support of alchemical pills. In his previous life, the reason why he could reach the heaven tier within 200 years was because he was a genius in alchemy. However, even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. Although he now had all the knowledge of alchemy, he still needed to have materials for it. And the higher the level of the alchemical pill, the more expensive the materials needed. To be honest, the wealth of the Ling family in front of such materials could only be described with one word: poor. He had to do something or his cultivation speed would definitely not reach the expected level. Simple: make money. Ling Han temporarily thought of 2 ways. First, sell cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. In his previous life, he did not know how many top-notch secret techniques he had memorized, and any one of them could be exchanged for an astronomical amount of wealth. However, this was not appropriate, because the current Ling Han was too weak. If he was still in the heaven tier, then taking out a heaven-grade cultivation method would naturally make others not dare to have any crooked thoughts. But now, he would only be targeted by others, forcing him to hand over more of his cultivation techniques. Even if he wanted to sell it, he could only sell a cultivation technique or martial technique that was similar to his current level of martial art. Moreover, he could not sell it in large quantities. In that case, there was only the second method, and that was to sell the pills. This was his old profession. An alchemist was an extremely respected profession. If anyone dared to be disrespectful to an alchemist, it was extremely easy to incite public anger, so anyone would have to think twice before acting. In the current Rain country, at least 80% of the alchemists were in the hands of Tianyi, and the remaining 20% were the esteemed guests of the various great clans and sections. The alchemical pills that they concocted were all consumed within the sect, and would not be sold at all. Finally, there were some alchemists who were lone travelers and did not work for anyone. When they ran out of money, they would concoct some alchemical pills and sell them for money, living a carefree life. For example, in Grey Cloud Town, the high-end alchemical pills were all in the hands of Tianyi, so they could only go there to buy them. As for the low-end alchemical pills, Tianyi would distribute them to the 2 great clans in the town for sale. It could be said that I eat the meat, you drink the soup, and everyone would profit. After all, the 2 great clans were the local tyrants. These 2 great clans were the Ling family and the Chung family. Both great clans could obtain 50% of the low-end alchemical pills from Tianyi. But even if the 2 great clans only drank the soup, they would still earn a lot from alchemical pills. Alchemical pills were a highly profitable industry, and this was also one of the reasons why alchemists were esteemed guests of the various great clans. If the great clans and sects did not have their own alchemists, then the expenditure on alchemical pills would be terrifyingly high. In this life, Ling Han did not want to put too much effort into alchemy, so he only wanted to be a lone alchemist. When he ran out of money, he would concoct some alchemical pills as long as he had enough. It was decided to use alchemical pills to nourish his martial arts. However, since Ling Dongxing had returned, Ling Han's freedom was also restricted, and he was immediately chased away by his father to the academy. Of course, it was not Huyang University, but Songyun College. Huyang University was established by Rain Country royalty, and Songyun College was also established by the country. It was just that in terms of resources, the two could not be compared at all. The difference was too big. However, Ling Dongxing still hoped that Ling Han could amaze the world with a single brilliant feat in Songyun College. He was a father, after all, and he always wanted his son to excel and become the most promising person. Naturally, Ling Han did not want to disappoint his father, so he could only go to the academy. Since he had nothing to do anyway, he would just go for a few days and be high profile, and satisfy his father's desire to see his son succeed. Then, Ling Dongxing would naturally not care about him anymore. Moreover, he also wanted to fulfill his predecessor's long-cherished wish, to wash away the reputation of being a wastrel. He went out, and Lu Yutong naturally followed him to Songyun College. However, it was not convenient for Lu Yutong to go to class with him, so she walked around the academy. With her strength, she was not afraid of anyone harboring ill intentions towards her. Ling Han strolled leisurely. He did not have to go to class anyways, it was enough for him to come to the academy. He came here because he respected his father, but he would not blindly follow Ling Dongxing's every word. When he arrived at the martial arts field, he could not help but stop in his tracks. His body gave birth to a strong throbbing, causing him to involuntarily turn around and walk towards the martial arts field. This was the obsession of his predecessor. The predecessor had a total of 2 things that he could not let go of. The first was naturally his father, and the second was a woman in Songyun College. It would have been better if he had not come here, but after he came, this obsession immediately became incomparably deep. The predecessor liked a woman, Shanxian, who was a student in Songyun College, and there was also an extremely complicated entanglement between the two. As early as 7 years ago, when Shanxian was only a 10-year-old girl, she had already displayed astonishing beauty, and Ling Dongxing had beaten her to it, and Ling Han had arranged a child betrothal. Because the Ling family was one of the 2 top families in the city, and Ling Han was also the son of the family head, the Shen family naturally did not have any objections to this, and very happily agreed to this marriage. However, when Ling Han awakened his spiritual roots at the age of 12, and after a test it was confirmed that he had 5 elements mixed spiritual roots. If that was the case with the power of the Ling family, the Shen family would not dare to have any objections. The problem was that Shunxian's spiritual roots were earth-level high-grade. Not only that, but Shunxian's talent in martial art was also quite extraordinary, and she did not let such a good spiritual root down. Her cultivation soared all the way, and she was regarded as a treasure by the higher-ups of the college. They had always wanted to send her to Huyang University, where her talent could truly be displayed. As she grew older, and as the gap between Shanxian and Ling Han's realms grew wider, she finally proposed to the Ling family to break off the engagement. Of course, Ling Dongxing was unwilling to agree, as this would not only damage the reputation of the Ling family, but also hurt his son's heart. However, the predecessor agreed, as he liked this woman to the bone. Although they were already strangers, the predecessor still deeply liked this young girl, and had always secretly paid attention to and watched her. It was so strong that even though the predecessor was already dead, his body moved instinctively, and it affected the current Ling Han. I have to get rid of this obsession, otherwise it may become an inner demon in the future, and affect my progress, Ling Han said in his heart. As a former expert of the celestial realm, he naturally knew how scary inner demons were. Then I'll go see her. After I see her, from then on she will be her and I will be me, Ling Han said in his heart, as if he was negotiating with the predecessor. Chapter 15. If you don't want to beg for mercy, then just continue lying like this. In any case, you won't be tired lying down, Ling Han said calmly. He had always been one to respect others tenfold in kind, but if he was provoked by others, then he would return the favor tenfold. Since Chang Xiang and his brother wanted to bully him, Then he would trample on the two of them until there was not a single piece of skin left on them, and they would become complete laughingstocks. Not tired lying down? Indeed, it was not tiring to lie down, but if there was still a foot stepping on his face, then this was no longer a question of whether he was tired or not. Chang Xiang gritted his teeth tightly, so hard that blood came out. Ka, his knuckles cracked as he clenched them. If it was possible, he really wanted to tear Ling Han into pieces, but now he could only lower his proud head and say, "I'm sorry, please spare me." "Your voice was too soft, I couldn't hear you," Ling Han said calmly. "I'm sorry, please spare me," Chang Xiang suddenly shouted loudly. When these words left his mouth, he felt as if his whole person was about to break down. What pride, dignity, and face of the young master of the Chung clan. All of it had turned into bubbles in this one plea for mercy. In the future, be more sensible. There are some people that you cannot afford to offend, Ling Han said, and relaxed his foot. You should be glad that I am still relatively easy to talk to now. This was still called relatively easy to talk to? Everyone was speechless. Chang Xiang was not Chang Hao. He was the young master of the Chung clan. To humiliate him so publicly like this was equivalent to giving the whole Chung clan a slap in the face. This was definitely not going to end well. There would definitely be a battle between the Chung clan and the Ling clan, and it might even turn into a bloody battle between the two great clans, which would evolve into a great chaos. Shun Ziyan bit down hard on her red lips, her emotions so complicated that it was hard to describe. They were both in the 9th layer of body refining tier, but there would be a huge gap between their battle prowess. For example, she had defeated many veteran martial artists in the 9th layer of body refining tier, so even if Ling Han was able to defeat Chang Xiang, it did not mean that he would also be able to defeat her. But the problem was, what cultivation level was Ling Han at now? When this guy also reached the 9th layer of body refining tier, then who in the entire body refining tier would be a match for him? Invincible among those of the same cultivation level. The battle of a king. No, she definitely would not regret it. This was a piece of trash that she had rejected a few years ago. A piece of trash that could only look up to her for the rest of his life. Ling Han and Lu Yutong walked side by side out of the martial arts field, and the two of them began to wander around the academy. When they were tired from walking, they sat down under a large tree and leaned against the tree trunk. Neither of them spoke. After a while, Lu Yutong finally could not hold it in any longer and said, "I never thought that your taste would be so bad, liking that kind of shallow and arrogant girl." Ling Han could not help but laugh loudly. He turned his head and said, "My little female attendant, are you jealous?" Who would be jealous? Lu Yutong's beautiful face could not help but flush red, making her appear all the more beautiful and alluring. Don't think too highly of yourself. Hey, is it appropriate to say that about your master? Ling Han said with a smile. It was quite interesting to tease this little female attendant when he had nothing better to do. Lu Yutong rolled her eyes at him, but very quickly changed the topic and said, "Do you plan to stay in Grey Cloud Town in the future? This place was really too small, and would not be able to accommodate this dragon at all." Ling Han laughed mischievously and said, "After a while, I'll go to Huyang Academy. Father hopes that I can go there and trample on the geniuses there." Lu Yutong was instantly speechless and said, "You can't even defeat me now, and you want to trample on all the geniuses in Huyang Academy? You have to know that I am not the strongest in Huyang Academy. You'll know when the time comes." Ling Han did not boast anymore. Only he knew what kind of terrifying potential he possessed. When the sun set, the two of them returned to the Ling clan residence. Damn brat. When they walked into the main hall, it was Ling Dongxing who was striding towards them, his expression very stern. Ling Han had thought that Ling Dongxing had found out about him skipping classes today, and was just about to say something when he saw Ling Dongxing charge towards him and hug him tightly. Laughing loudly, he said, "You've defeated the two brats of the Chung clan, and yet you didn't immediately come back to tell your father? Let me be happy too." Ling Han let out a sigh of relief and said, "Then how did father find out about it afterwards? This is not a small matter. It's been so long, how could I possibly not know about it?" Ling Dongxing stopped laughing and said seriously, "Hunter, you've really grown up. You're only in the 4th layer of body refining tier. Yet you're able to defeat someone in the 9th layer of body refining tier. However, this is really too shocking. I'm worried that some people will use all sorts of methods to get rid of you. Ling Han nodded. Everyone would only admire geniuses, but the current him was no longer at the level of geniuses. He was so monstrous that it was inconceivable. I've already spread the news that you're actually in the 7th layer of body refining tier. Previously, you were just pretending to keep a low profile. Ling Dongxing continued. This kind of explanation was actually full of loopholes. Keeping a low profile and being a piece of trash were two completely different things. But compared to someone in the 4th layer of body refining tier being able to defeat someone in the 9th layer of body refining tier, this kind of explanation was still more acceptable, right? Moreover, the power that Ling Han had displayed in the end was indeed that of the 7th layer of body refining tier. Thus, this kind of explanation was even more convincing. You don't have to go to the academy tomorrow in case someone finds out about you, Ling Dongxing said. Anyone in the element gathering tier would be able to tell Ling Han's cultivation level at a glance, and his lies would immediately be exposed. This was exactly what Ling Han wanted. But the problem was, not only could he not go to the academy, he could not even leave his house. That was because he had played too big of a game today. There would definitely be a considerable number of people in Grey Cloud Town who would be interested in him, and it was not impossible for them to keep an eye on him in the vicinity of the Ling clan residence. There was only one way, and that was for his cultivation level to truly reach the 7th layer of body refining tier. Then the fake news that Ling Dongxing had spread would become real news. Since he could not leave his house anyways, Ling Han decided to focus on his cultivation. Ling Dongxing naturally gave his full support to this idea. At Ling Han's request, he provided a large amount of money, while Ling Han sent Lu Yutong to purchase the medicinal ingredients. He wanted to personally concoct alchemical pills. The alchemical pill that Ling Han wanted to concoct was Small Cloud Water Pill. This pill could greatly increase the cultivation speed of a martial artist in body refining tier. Although it could be sold, its medicinal effects were too poor. Ling Han had eaten one before, and that pill could at most only reach half the standard of the alchemical pill that he had concocted. Money made things easier, so Lu Yutong very quickly bought the medicinal ingredients that Ling Han needed, as well as an alchemy furnace. Concocting pills at the 4th layer of body refining tier is a little difficult. Generally speaking, only those who had reached the 7th layer of body refining tier could begin concocting alchemical pills. Because there was not enough origin power to support them, they would not be able to continue halfway through concocting alchemical pills, and would naturally fail. Come, I'll have to swallow return origin pills while I concoct alchemical pills. He skillfully sorted out the medicinal ingredients. The speed at which his hands moved was ridiculously fast, causing Lu Yutong, who was standing by the side, to be dazzled. At this moment she finally believed that Ling Han knew how to concoct alchemical pills, and did not merely know the basics of alchemy. Was there anything that this guy did not know how to do? Ling Han threw the medicinal ingredients into the alchemy furnace, but he did not put all of them in, only a third of them. Then with a flick of his right hand with a chi sound, his hand actually burst into flames. Drawing fire, this was the most basic requirement for an alchemist, and also why every alchemist had to have a fire spirit base. Chapter 16. Ling Han, don't go too far. Chang Hao said with his head held high. This was something he definitely could not concede. Ling Han smiled eerily and said, I was really afraid that you'd agree and I'd lose the reason to kill you. This guy wanted to kill him. Chang Hao suddenly felt his whole body go cold. He looked at Ling Han and saw that the other's face was full of killing intent. It was obvious that he was not joking. He couldn't help but shiver and say, Do you want to provoke a bloody war between the two great families? Do you want to become the eternal sinner of the Ling family? A puny Chung family, do you think you're qualified to flop around in front of me? Ling Han said disdainfully. If your Chung family dares to make a move, I'll destroy you all. Hong, the surrounding people were in an uproar. It must be known that the Ling family and the Chung family were both great families in Grey Cloud Town. Their strength was about the same. Once they fought, both sides would definitely suffer. Therefore, even though both families wanted to destroy the other and monopolize Grey Cloud Town, neither side dared to make a move. Ling Han, this famous trash, actually said that he wanted to destroy the Chung family. Wasn't this a joke? But at this moment Ling Han's face was filled with a murderous aura. and there was an indescribable might exuding from his whole body. For no reason at all, everyone was rendered speechless. They only felt that this young man was no longer the trash they knew. So much so that the eyes of some girls were already emitting red light. So manly it made their legs go weak. "You're talking big. There's no need for anyone else. My brother can single-handedly suppress you," Chang Hao shouted, his face full of dissatisfaction. In his eyes, Ling Han was just a toy. He didn't know how many times he and his brother Changxiang had bullied him. Now that he was being suppressed by Ling Han, he couldn't accept it in a million ways. "Pa!" Ling Han slapped him across the face and said coldly, "Do you really want to die?" If the Chung family wanted revenge, he did not mind casually exterminating the Chung family. With the respect that Zhu He Xian had for him now, it would naturally be a small matter for him to make a move. And though Zhu He Xian's talent in martial art was not that great, she was at least in gushing spring tear. If she wanted to exterminate the entire Chung family, it would naturally be a piece of cake. So if the Chung family really wanted to court death, he didn't mind using Zhu He Xian's power. Chang Hao couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. In front of Ling Han, he felt an incomparable pressure, as well as the threat of death. This youth was no longer the trash that he could bully and humiliate, but a terrifying god of death. "Pa!" His legs involuntarily weakened, and he knelt on the ground. In the face of life and dignity, he abandoned his dignity without the slightest hesitation. If he died, everything would be over. He really knelt. The whole crowd was in an uproar. Chang Hao was the second young master of the Chung family, and to a large extent represented the Chung family, but now he actually knelt. Furthermore, the person he knelt to was the enemy of the Chung family. This could practically be nailed to the Chung family's monument of shame. Speaking of which, so Chang Hao was also someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Why hadn't they discovered this before? When they thought about it again, this was quite normal. Chang Hao always had the halo of the second young master of the Chung family, so who dared to oppose him? Then naturally, it was impossible for them to discover that under his arrogant and domineering appearance, he was actually a coward. However, Ling Han was too domineering, actually forcing the second young master of the Chung family to kneel. Wasn't he afraid of provoking a war between the two great clans? So handsome. Quite a number of girls became infatuated, and were already screaming, "Ling Han, have you had enough?" Chang Hao clenched his teeth. Right now, he only had one thought, and that was to leave this place, and then call his brother to kill his way back. He wanted to take back all the dignity he had lost, all the humiliation he had suffered. "Crawl out," said Ling Han indifferently. "What?" Chang Hao thought he had heard wrong. Pa! Ling Han kicked Chang Hao's back, forcing him to use his hands to prop himself up and lie on the ground. "Ling Han, you dare to humiliate me like this? I'm going to kill you, kill you." Chang Hao was about to go crazy. Kneeling was already a great humiliation, not to mention that he had to lie on the ground and crawl out. "So what if I humiliate you?" "Trash," said Ling Han coldly. Hadn't the Chung family brothers humiliated him enough in the past? The Chung family brothers dared to do this because they were stronger than the previous generation. And this kind of fight between the younger generation, adults definitely couldn't participate, otherwise it would really be a joke. As long as they didn't cripple or kill them, this was the bottom line. Either crawl out or die here. "Make your choice," said Ling Han. Too domineering. Was this really the Ling Han they knew? Everyone was dumbfounded. Previously they had all laughed at Ling Han for being a trash, but which trash dared to force the second son of the Chung family to kneel and crawl like a dog in front of everyone? Awesome! Awesome! Chang Hao was sweating profusely. He didn't want to be the sinner of his family, and he didn't want to lose face in front of everyone. But in the face of death, his willpower was simply too weak to withstand a single blow. Very quickly, he moved his hands and crawled up from the ground. Ha 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 ha! The surrounding people laughed. Immediately, as if it was contagious, more people laughed along. The second young master of the Chung family crawled like a dog. This was not something that could be seen every day. Chang Hao's tears immediately gushed out. He clenched his fists tightly and swore in his heart that he would definitely kill Ling Han. He had to make him crawl out more than 10 steps, then immediately prop himself up from the ground and rush out of the martial arts arena. He wanted to find his brother, Changxiang and kill Ling Han. Kill! Kill! Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause attracted everyone's attention. Everyone quieted down and looked at the slender and beautiful woman. Shan Ziyan stopped and said, I have to admit that this was a very wonderful performance. However, if you want to move me like this, you are really delusional. Don't think that I don't know what you are planning. Unfortunately, the gap between you and me is too big. You are not even worthy of a finger of mine. Being liked by someone like you is simply a humiliation to me. You think you are an idiot? Ling Han shook his head. For the sake of his predecessor, he was too lazy to argue. With my martial arts talent, I will definitely be able to shake the world in the future. As a woman, I will be able to create miracles, Shan Ziyan said proudly. You don't need to say anything more. I know that everything you do is just to attract my interest. But it's a pity that I will never look at a nobody like you. Our relationship is already over. I don't mind telling you that I have already received an invitation from Huyang University. After the new year, I will become a disciple of Huyang University. Even a piece of trash like you dares to like me. You are not worthy, not worthy, not worthy. Well, she had said everything she wanted to say. Liking her? Yes, that was natural. She was beautiful and had outstanding talent in martial art. It was inevitable that he would like her. Saying that he did not like her. Damn, then she must be deliberately being sarcastic. Narcissistic and arrogant to this extent, she could be considered a weirdo. Even Ling Han was rendered speechless. When dealing with this kind of shameless person, he would always directly slap him across the face. The 9th layer of body refining tier was a bit difficult, but it was not impossible. Ling Han's gaze turned cold. Just as he was about to walk over, his eyes caught sight of a pretty figure walking into the martial arts field. Lu Yutong. This was a true beauty who could become the center of attention no matter where she went. Very quickly, everyone's gazes were also drawn over. Instantly, everyone revealed a stunned expression. So beautiful. Shan Ziyan was indeed a beauty, but compared to this person she was a notch lower. Moreover, this woman had an indescribable grace, like an incomparably noble princess. In comparison, Shan Ziyan was overshadowed, like a village girl. At this moment there was only one thought in everyone's mind. Who was she? Was she a fairy from the heavens? How could she be so beautiful and cold? Even thinking about her made people feel like they were blaspheming her. Under the dumbstruck gazes of the crowd, Lu Yutong had already walked past Ling Han. She did not even pause and continued walking forward. This was very normal. If Lu Yutong had stopped, they would have been shocked instead. How could a mere piece of trash be acquainted with such a cold fairy? Shan Ziyan was under great pressure. The other's beauty was something that even she could not compare to. This made her go crazy with jealousy. The other was not just a little bit prettier than her. In terms of appearance, figure and temperament, she completely crushed her. No matter how unwilling she was, she could only grit her teeth. Lu Yutong stopped in front of Shan Ziyan. With a wave of her hand, a slap landed on the other's face. Slap clear and loud. You! Shan Ziyan was stunned by the slap, but she immediately flew into a rage. With a wave of her right hand she also slapped Lu Yutong. But what was a 9th layer of body refining tier in front of a 9th layer of poly? Slap! Lu Yutong raised her hand and brought it down, giving Shan Ziyan another solid slap. After 2 slaps, Shan Ziyan's beautiful hair was in a mess, and her pretty face was swollen. She looked a little sad and beautiful, but her eyes were full of hatred, as if she wanted to eat someone up. With a fierce roar, she once again charged towards Lu Yutong to attack. But this was obviously a waste of effort. Slap, 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 she was slapped again and again. She was like a toy, unable to fight back. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. These 2 girls seemed to be around the same age. How could there be such a huge gap between their strengths? Furthermore, who exactly was this ice-cold beauty? Why did she randomly slap Shan Ziyan? What right do you have to be proud? Lu Yutong said coldly. Chapter 17. You can also be considered a genius in martial art? Lu Yutong said coldly. I'm 17 this year, the same as you, but I'm in the 9th layer of poly. What about you? Who? Hearing this, everyone choked on their saliva. 9th layer of poly, what kind of concept was that? Even the strongest warrior in Grey Cloud Town only had this kind of cultivation level? Shen Zian was indeed a genius. In the history of Grey Cloud Town, reaching the 9th layer of body refining tier at the age of 17 was rare. In 100 years at most 2 or 3 such geniuses would appear, and all of them would shine brilliantly, becoming famous in the history of Rain Country. But compared to Lu Yutong, they weren't even worthy of carrying her shoes. A 17-year-old 9th layer of poly, even in a large environment like Rain Country, how many could appear in 100 years? Lu Yutong didn't suppress herself anymore, and the aura of the 9th layer of poly was released, letting everyone feel her strength. Shen Zian was the first to bear the brunt of it, and instantly lowered her head under this powerful aura. She didn't even have the right to look her in the eye. This was something that the proud her couldn't accept. She tried to raise her head to look at her, and her eyes were filled with fear, dejection, and confusion. Why did someone of her age, who was so beautiful that she felt inferior and talented enough to make her feel inferior, appear here? Why did she suddenly slap herself for no reason? You dare to look down on him? Lu Yutong said, turning around to point at Ling Han, then turned to look at Shen Zian. You're not worthy at all. What? She was standing up for Ling Han. Whether it was Shen Zian or the others, they couldn't believe it at all. This girl was magnificent, beautiful, and shockingly talented in martial art. It was already inconceivable that she was acquainted with Trash Ling, and now she was standing up for Ling Han. Who could accept this? Especially the boys, they were all jealous to death. Shen Zian gritted her teeth and her eyes were about to spit fire. She had shifted all her anger onto Ling Han, because Lu Yutong was too strong. So strong that she couldn't even think of revenge. But Ling Han was different. In her eyes, a cultivation level of the 4th layer of body refining tier was not even worth mentioning. Furthermore, all of this was because of Ling Han. He was the one who had deliberately teased her, which was why she had mocked him. In the end, she had been slapped by Lu Yutong in front of everyone and made a fool of herself. But in reality, if she hadn't humiliated Ling Han would have left a long time ago. However, for a self-centered person like her, how could she possibly reflect on herself? Naturally, she blamed everything on others. She pointed at Ling Han and shrieked, "Why am I not worthy? If this guy isn't trash, then what is he? Trash? What trash have you seen that can break through 2 small tiers in one night? What trash can make a black-grade alchemist beg to follow him?" Of course, Lu Yutong wouldn't tell her all of this. She only said, "A woman with such shallow vision like you obviously wouldn't notice gold covered in dust and pearls hidden in darkness. You've already missed your chance, so what if I let you notice his brilliance?" Speaking of which, she was still a little uncomfortable in her heart because Ling Han was actually moved by this kind of woman. Of course, she wouldn't admit that she was jealous. Ha 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 ha. Shen Zian laughed loudly and pointed at Ling Han, saying, "He's gold pearls. What kind of joke is this? He's trash, a complete and utter trash. In less than 3 months, all of you will only be able to look up to him," Lu Yutong said with absolute certainty. She didn't know why Ling Han had been so low-key in the past, but it was obvious that he was about to release his own light now. This light would definitely be so dazzling that even the sun would lose its color. Hearing this, everyone sneered. Though Ling Han had indeed defeated Chong Hao, his true strength was only at the 4th layer of body refining tier. At most the 5th layer. This kind of cultivation couldn't be considered trash, but it was still very far from being a genius, not to mention that he was someone that everyone could only look up to. Lu Yutong's almond-shaped eyes widened, and the aura of the 9th layer of poly vibrated. All the mocking laughter instantly stopped. "Ling Han, how dare you?" It was at this moment that an angry roar rang out, and 2 people walked quickly into the martial arts field. One was Chong Hao, and the other was slightly older and looked somewhat similar to him. That was Chong Hao's older brother, Chong Xiang. He was currently 19 years old, and his cultivation level was at the 9th layer of body refining tier. They were both at the 9th layer of body refining tier, but one was 17 and the other was 19. Of course, their talent couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Of course, a 19-year-old at the 9th layer of body refining tier could still be considered a genius in Grey Cloud Town, but he wouldn't be as outstanding as Shen Zian. Thump, 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 thump. Chong Xiang's footsteps were very heavy, showing his frightening anger. He stopped 3 meters in front of Ling Han, stretched out a finger and said, "What shameful methods did you use?" Ling Han revealed a cold smile and said, "I was able to win because I used shameful methods." "Nonsense, otherwise how could a piece of trash like you defeat my little brother?" Chung Xiang said loudly. Unlike Ling Han, who had the reputation of being a piece of trash, if today's matter wasn't handled properly, the Chung family's reputation would definitely be greatly affected. Therefore, regardless of whether or not Ling Han had used any methods, he had to insist on saying that. Hearing the word trash, everyone's expressions became strange. Because Shunzian had said something similar before, and as a result, she had been slapped repeatedly by Lu Yutong. Right now, this expert at the 9th layer of Pali was still here. If you publicly insulted Ling Han, would you be able to get away with it? With Ling Han's experience, he naturally understood Chung Xiang's intentions at a glance. He didn't expose him and said unhurriedly, "Oh, then how can I prove that I didn't use any shameful methods?" "Humph. You used shameful methods to bully my little brother. As his older brother, how can I pretend that I didn't notice? Since you have the guts, then come and fight me." Chung Xiang had obviously thought it through. Everyone couldn't help but silently curse him for being shameless. "You're at the 9th layer of body refining tier, but Ling Han looks like he's at the 4th or 5th layer of body refining tier. How can they be compared together?" However, as long as he beat up Ling Han, he would be able to greatly reduce the impact of Chang Hao's humiliation, and also help Chang Hao vent his anger. This was a very clever move, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ling Han shook his head and laughed, saying, "You're at the 9th layer of body refining tier, and I'm only at the 4th layer. This doesn't seem very fair, does it? I don't mind if you find a helper to fight in your place." Chung Xiang laughed loudly. He naturally knew that Ling Han had the reputation of trash, and no one in the academy was willing to be friends with him, so how could he possibly find a helper? Moreover, even if he really did find a helper, so what? He was at the 9th layer of body refining tier, the strongest existence in the academy. Who did he need to fear? Everyone's expressions once again became strange, because Ling Han really did have a helper, and it was a super expert at the 9th layer of Pali who could instantly kill a 9th layer of body refining tier in 1 move. Aren't you courting death? Chapter 18. Lu Yutong walked up and said, "I'll fight in his place." Chung Xiang's attention had been on Ling Han the entire time, and it was only now that he noticed Lu Yutong's existence. When he saw this icy beauty's stunning appearance, he couldn't help but stare blankly. How could there be such a beautiful woman in this world? Wait a minute. She's going to fight in Ling Han's place. Chung Xiang immediately felt a strong sense of jealousy and displeasure. How could a good-for-nothing like Ling Han have such a beautiful woman? This was unfair and laughable. He hurriedly said, "Miss, you must be new here and have been deceived by that fellow's flowery words. He's the good-for-nothing of the Ling family. Everyone in the academy knows this." Lu Yutong's beautiful eyes immediately flashed with fury. She couldn't help but get angry when she heard others insult Ling Han. How could these people have the right to? "Don't. That was a woman just now, so I don't mind you fighting in my place. But this is a man, and a battle between men should be settled by men." Ling Han extended his hand and placed it on Lu Yutong's shoulder, shaking his head as he spoke. Seeing this scene, everyone was going crazy with jealousy, and even the girls were no exception. They were actually in such intimate contact with the goddess of their hearts. What made them even more indignant was that Lu Yutong actually didn't even have the slightest intention of resisting. Lu Yutong frowned. Chung Xiang was different from Chung Hao. He was at the 9th level of body refinement realm, which was a whole 5 levels higher than Ling Han. She knew that Ling Han was very mysterious and had the ability to challenge those at a higher level than him, but the gap between them was just too big. From her point of view, Ling Han's chances of winning were infinitely close to 0. "Don't worry, you should trust me more," Ling Han said with a smile. "Then let's fight." Chung Xiang seized the opportunity and said. He didn't know how Ling Han bewitched Lu Yutong, but he believed that as long as he defeated Ling Han in public, this stunning beauty would naturally see Ling Han's true colors. Ling Han nodded towards Lu Yutong, and the icy beauty finally retreated. This little maid was quite interesting. A smile appeared on Ling Han's face as he looked at Chung Xiang with a serious expression. A gap of 5 whole layers. This was a huge gap. Even if Lu Yutong were to be reduced to the 4th layer of body refining tier, she would only be able to hold a grudge against the opponent. The reason why Ling Han dared to accept this challenge was because he had mastered a technique called Lone Wolf's Blood. When he was injured and bled, he could burst out with battle power that surpassed his cultivation level. The heavier the injury, the stronger the battle power. If it was in his last life, Ling Han would be able to consume large amounts of alchemical pills to recover from his injuries, but now he didn't have such a panacea on hand. But it didn't matter, because he had obtained an even more powerful technique. Indestructible Heaven Scroll come. Ling Han crooked his finger at him. His mood was calm. He had already let go of the glory of being a heaven-tier elite. Now he was only a small martial artist in the 4th layer of body refining tier, and everything had to start from scratch. Cheng Xiang naturally wouldn't take Ling Han seriously. He very casually walked around Ling Han, a cold smile on his face. A small character in the 4th layer of body refining tier. He could suppress him with one hand. Brother beat him. Cheng Hao couldn't help but shout. His face was currently in great pain, and he was forced to kneel and crawl like a dog in public, making a fool of himself. Naturally, he was filled with resentment towards Ling Han. There was one person who felt the same way as him, and that was Shen Zian. She also hated Ling Han to the bone. Cheng Xiang nodded and said, "Everyone watch carefully. This is the consequence of going against my Cheng family." A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he suddenly threw a punch towards Ling Han. Ling Han humphed and similarly clenched his fist, charging towards his opponent. What? Seeing this scene, everyone felt that Ling Han had gone mad. Wasn't that so? Going head-to-head against someone in the 9th layer of body refining tier was an extremely stupid way of doing things. Wasn't Ling Han very smart before? He used his frightening ability to predict and dispel Cheng Hao's attack in advance, beating the latter like a dog. But now, facing the even stronger Cheng Xiang, he gave up on such a method of fighting? Did he think he wouldn't lose quickly enough? At this time, even Lu Yutong was about to lose confidence in Ling Han, because this kind of head-on confrontation was completely unrealistic. It was the truest reflection of cultivation level and power. Only Ling Han was filled with confidence in himself, so he naturally wouldn't purposely seek a beating. Come! Pung! The two fists collided. If it was slowed down 100 times, one could clearly feel that under the shock of the power, the skin on Ling Han's arm rippled like water, starting from his fist and extending all the way to his shoulder. Then all the blood vessels ruptured, and his entire arm instantly became a bloody mess. The difference in power was really too great. Tung. Ling Han retreated 7 steps before he could steady his stance. Ha, trash will always be trash. Cheng Xiang laughed coldly. Ever since Ling Han entered the academy, he and Cheng Hao had been the target of bullying. Now, he was delusional enough to think that he could turn things around. There was no expression on Ling Han's face. The indestructible Heaven Scroll was circulating, and the injury on his hand quickly healed. However, under the cover of blood, others wouldn't be able to tell. And under the injury, the lone wolf's blood also began to circulate, and his battle prowess increased greatly. 5th layer of body refining tier. Ling Han gave a light shout, and took the initiative to charge towards Cheng Xiang. It's useless, Trashling, you'll be trash your whole life. Cheng Xiang laughed loudly, and raised a fist to meet his attack. Pung, the 5th layer of body refining tier, was obviously no match for someone in the 9th layer of body refining tier. Ling Han was once again forced back, and blood sprayed everywhere. The right arm that had just recovered was once again a bloody mess. Cheng Xiang was slightly surprised, because he felt that his opponent's power had increased greatly, although it was still much weaker than his. As Ling Han circulated the indestructible Heaven Scroll, he also activated the lone wolf's blood. His eyes also emitted a light similar to that of a battle wolf, filled with killing intent. 6th layer of body refining tier. Adding injury to injury, Ling Han's battle prowess increased further. He roared and once again attacked Cheng Xiang. Even if Cheng Xiang's power was extraordinary, under the gaze of Ling Han, he still felt fear. But he immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. This was a trash, and he actually felt fear because of a trash. What a joke. He wanted to defeat Ling Han with one strike, and severely injure him so that he wouldn't be able to get up again. Pung 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 pung. The two of them continued to exchange blows, and it was naturally Ling Han who was at a complete disadvantage on the battlefield. Every time they exchanged blows, he would suffer heavy injuries. However, he would be able to immediately rally himself and launch a counterattack every time. His tenacity was unbelievable. Moreover, Ling Han's counterattack became fiercer and fiercer, and became stronger and stronger. Slowly, he was able to exchange blows with Chang Xiang. Seventh layer of body refining tier. Chang Xiang knew very well that Ling Han's power had actually increased to the 7th layer of body refining tier. Thankfully, after reaching this level, Ling Han's power did not increase anymore, or else he would really be terrified. There was no helping it. The lone wolf's blood also had a limit, and could only increase Ling Han's power by 3 layers. However, the difference between the 7th layer of body refining tier and the 9th layer of body refining tier had already shrunk to 2 layers. Chapter 19. Ling Dongxing was already completely numb. He knew that his son was now a genius, but to be able to make an alchemist bow and scrape to him, and deliberately curry favor with him, this was still something that shocked him beyond compare. Previously, Zhu Dejun's attitude had been so arrogant, so high and mighty, and so condescending. He had asked many times before the other party finally agreed to attend the banquet, and the moment he arrived, he was already nitpicking and making things difficult for him, fully displaying the arrogance of an alchemist. But now, he really did not dare to believe that the other party would actually be so flattering. What exactly had happened in the few days that he had been gone that could cause his son to be so reborn? Ling Clan head, I really deserve to die. Don't worry, I will have someone send the medicine over later, Zhu Dejun said cautiously. When he thought of his previous attitude towards Ling Dongxing, he could not help but feel his heart beat like a drum, and he was scared half to death. Ling Han tapped his finger on the table and said, Did the Chung clan ask you to do this? Young Master Han, I really did not know that Ling Clan head was your father, and that was why I was deceived by the Chung clan. You must believe me, Zhu Dejun hurriedly explained. Ling Han smiled and said, I believe you. Zhu Dejun was instantly overjoyed, but he heard Ling Han continue. With your personality, your greed is real. In a situation where you do not have enough benefits, how could you possibly work for the Chung clan? Tell me, what benefits did you receive from the Chung clan? This. Zhu Dejun hesitated, but when he saw Ling Han's sharp gaze, his heart instantly tightened, and he hurriedly said, 30,000 silver coins. The Chung clan is really generous. Ling Dongxing gave a humph. He was the clan head, so he was even more aware of the significance of 30,000 silver coins. The Chung clan was about the same as the Ling clan. Their income was astonishing, but their expenses were also extremely high. 30,000 silver coins would probably require 2 or 3 years to save up. For the Chung clan to be willing to take out such a large sum of money and stuff it into Zhu Dejun's hands, it meant that they were really serious. They definitely wanted to strangle the lifeline of the Ling clan. Just as Ling Han had said, Zhu Dejun was greedy. If they wanted him to resume supplying medicine to the Ling clan, then the benefits they had to take out would naturally be more than 30,000 silver coins. The problem was the Ling clan had suffered a double blow previously, and their liquid funds had basically been used up. Where would they find 30,000 silver coins? For the Chung clan, this was only a small amount of blood, but for the Ling clan, it was definitely a deep wound. Thankfully, he had a good son. Ling Dongxing could not help but reveal a smile. The Chung clan had probably never imagined that the 30,000 silver coins they had taken out would all be for naught. 30,000 silver coins, that's quite a lot. Ling Han looked at Zhu Dejun with a smile that was not quite a smile. Alchemists are really valuable, needing so much money to bribe you. Young Master Han must be joking. Zhu Dejun wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. He was not stupid, so he could naturally tell that Ling Han was being sarcastic. Because of you, our Ling clan has suffered heavy losses these few days, Ling Han said calmly. Zhu Dejun's whole body instantly trembled, but a thought flashed through his mind and he hurriedly said, Although the main culprit is the Chung clan, I also have an undeniable responsibility. Thus, I have decided to donate the 30,000 silver coins to the Ling clan to make up for the Ling clan's losses. Ling Dongxing was astounded. A greedy person like Zhu Dejun was actually willing to give up the benefits that he had already taken. Just how much did he fear his son? Ling Han nodded and said, I didn't make things difficult for you, did I? Of course not. Although his heart was in so much pain that it was bleeding, Zhu Dejun's face was filled with a smile, and he said embarrassedly, This is what I should do, it's a small token of my appreciation. That's good. Ling Han nodded. I need you to do something for me. Young Master Han, please speak, Zhu Dejun said, his voice filled with flattery. From tomorrow onwards, transfer the portion of alchemical pills distributed to the Chang clan to our Ling clan for sale, Ling Han said. When Ling Dongxing heard this, he was instantly overjoyed. Alchemical pills were one of the two main sources of income for the Ling clan, and now that they could double the number of alchemical pills, their profits would naturally double as well. Correspondingly, the income of the Chang clan would be reduced by half. As long as this continued for a few years, the overall power of the Chang clan would fall far behind that of the Ling clan, and the Ling clan would be able to completely defeat the Chang clan, becoming the #1 clan in Grey Cloud Town, and also the only great clan. Yes, no problem, Zhu Dejun said hurriedly. In any case, he only needed to make some adjustments, and would not suffer any losses himself. There's no need for that, I'll still give you some compensation, Ling Han said with a smile. Young Master Han is really good at joking. Zhu Dejun laughed dryly. All right, there's nothing else for you to do. Go and do your work. Ling Han nodded and dismissed Zhu Dejun. You should have a meal before you leave, Ling Dongxing said politely. After all, he was asking for help. How could Zhu Dejun dare to refuse? He hurriedly waved his hands and said, No need, I'll go and do my proper business first. He raised his clasped hands towards Ling Han, then raised his clasped hands towards Ling Dongxing, and retreated all the way out the door. Wouldn't treating him this way produce the opposite of the desired result? Ling Dongxing asked. After all, Zhu Dejun was an alchemist. It was one thing to not give him any benefits, but one should not be so rude with their words, right? Don't worry, father. That guy only bullies the weak and fears the strong. If we give him some face, he'll be the one to bully us, Ling Han said with a smile. Ling Dongxing did not ask Ling Han why Zhu Dejun would be so afraid and respectful towards him. His son had already grown up, so of course he would have his own secrets. As his father, he only needed to support him. Moreover, he also needed to prepare the next part of his plan. It was time to switch from defense to offense. Alchemist Zhu. Seeing Zhu Dejun come out, Ling Zhongquan's grandson walked out from the shadows and waved at him. This pair of grandfather and grandson did not leave after they left the shop. Instead, they waited there. In front of Ling Han, Zhu Dejun was like a pug, but in front of others, he immediately recovered his arrogant demeanor. He gave a humph and said, What do you two want? Alchemist Zhu, you Mu Yun and Ling Han are brothers of the same clan. Could you make an exception and allow Mu Yun to continue learning the art of alchemy from you? Ling Zhongquan asked with a fawning smile. Yet Zhu Dejun smiled and said, Supervisor Ling, in this matter, I cannot make the decision. If you want your grandson to become an alchemist in the future, you have to first get young Master Han's approval. Otherwise, even if you find another alchemist, it would be useless. No one would dare to take your grandson as an apprentice. What? Ling Zhongquan and his grandson both wore expressions of disbelief. He was just a piece of trash, so how could he have such power? You two can choose not to believe me, but this has nothing to do with me, so don't drag me into this. Zhu Dejun waved his hand. However, I will still give you two a piece of advice. Do not go against young Master Han. Moreover, you two do not know how lucky you are. They were all members of the Ling clan, and there was no overnight enmity between a family. As long as they sincerely apologized to Ling Dongxing and his son, they would definitely receive benefits from them in the future. That was a man that even Grandmaster Zhu He Xian had to treat with respect. Chapter 20. If you're not going to beg for mercy, then just stay like this. You're not tired lying down anyway, Ling Han said lightly. He had always been one to respect others tenfold, but if he was provoked by others, he would return the favor tenfold. Since the Changxiang brothers wanted to bully him, then he would trample on them until they were black and blue and become complete laughingstocks. Not tired lying down was indeed not tired, But with a foot on his face, it was no longer a question of whether he was tired or not. Chang Xiang clenched his teeth so hard that blood came out. Crack, crack, crack. He clenched his fingers so hard that they made cracking sounds. If he could, he really wanted to tear Ling Han into pieces, but now he could only lower his proud head and say, "I'm sorry, please spare me." "Your voice was too soft, I couldn't hear you," Ling Han said lightly. "I'm sorry, please spare me." Chang Xiang suddenly cried out loudly. When he said this, he felt like he was about to collapse. What pride, dignity, and face of the young master of the Chang family. It all became bubbles in this one plea for mercy. In the future, be more sensible. There are some people you can't afford to offend, Ling Han said, relaxing his foot. You should be glad that I'm still relatively easy to talk to. Relatively easy to talk to? Everyone was speechless. Cheng Xiang was not Cheng Hao. He was the young master of the Cheng family. Publicly humiliating him like this was equivalent to giving the entire Cheng family a slap in the face. There was no way this would end well. There would definitely be a fight between the Cheng family and the Ling family. It might even turn into a bloodbath between the two families, turning into chaos. Shen Ziyan bit her lips. Her emotions were so complicated that it was hard to describe. They were both in the body refining tier 9, but there was a huge difference in their battle prowess. For example, she had defeated many veteran body refining tier 9 cultivators, so Ling Han being able to defeat Cheng Xiang did not mean that he could defeat her. But the problem was, what was Ling Han's current level of cultivation? When this guy also reached the 9th layer of the body refining realm, who in the entire body refining realm would be his match? Invincible at the same level, the king's journey, no, she would never regret it. This was a piece of trash that she had rejected years ago. A piece of trash that could only look up to her for the rest of her life. Ling Han and Lu Yutong walked side by side out of the martial arts field. The two of them strolled around the academy. When they were tired, they sat down under a big tree and leaned against the trunk. Neither of them spoke. After a while, Lu Yutong finally couldn't take it anymore and said, "I didn't expect your taste to be so bad. You like those superficial and arrogant women." Ling Han couldn't help but burst into laughter. He turned his head and said, "My little maid, are you jealous?" Who would be jealous? Lu Yutong's pretty face couldn't help but turn red, making her look even more beautiful and alluring. "Don't think too highly of yourself." Hey, is it appropriate to say that about your master?" Ling Han laughed. It was quite interesting to tease this little maid when he had nothing better to do. Lu Yutong rolled her eyes at him, but she quickly changed the topic and said, "Do you plan to stay in Grey Cloud Town in the future? This place was really too small. It couldn't even accommodate a dragon like you." Ling Han laughed and said, "I'll go to Huyang University after a while. Father hopes that I can step on the geniuses there." Lu Yutong was immediately speechless and said, "You can't even beat me now, and you want to step on all the geniuses in Huyang University? You have to know that I'm not the #1 expert in Huyang University. You'll know when the time comes." Ling Han didn't say anything else. Only he knew how terrifying his potential was. When the sun set, the two of them returned to the Ling family. Stinking brat. When they walked into the main hall, it was Ling Dongxing who strode over with a serious face. Ling Han thought that Ling Dongxing had found out about him skipping class today. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Ling Dongxing rush over and hug him tightly. He laughed and said, "You defeated the two brats from the Cheng family, and you actually didn't immediately come back to tell your father. Let me be happy too." Ling Han heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Then how did father find out about it? This isn't a small matter. It's been so long, how could I not know?" Ling Dongxing stopped laughing and said seriously, "Hunter, you're really promising. You can defeat a 9th layer body refining tier when you're only at the 4th layer. However, this is too shocking. I'm worried that some people will use any means necessary to get rid of you." Ling Han nodded. Everyone only admired geniuses, but he was no longer at the level of a genius. He was so monstrous that it was unbelievable. "I've already spread the news that you're actually at the 7th layer of body refining tier. You were just pretending to be low-key in the past," Ling Dongxing said. This statement was actually full of loopholes. Low-key and trash were two different things. However, compared to a 4th layer body refining tier defeating a 9th layer body refining tier, this statement was still more acceptable. Moreover, the strength that Ling Han displayed at the end was indeed at the 7th layer of body refining tier. Thus, this statement was even more convincing. You don't have to go to the academy tomorrow in case people find out about you, Ling Dongxing said. Anyone in the Pali realm would be able to see through Ling Han's cultivation at a glance, and the lie would be exposed immediately. This was exactly what Ling Han wanted. However, the problem was that not only could he not go to the academy, he could not even leave his house. That was because he had played too big of a game today. There would definitely be many people in Grey Cloud Town who would be interested in him. It was not impossible for them to keep an eye on him near the Ling family. There was only one way, and that was for his cultivation to truly reach the 7th layer of body refining tier. Only then would the fake news that Ling Dongxing had spread become true. In any case, he could not leave his house, so Ling Han focused on his cultivation. Ling Dongxing naturally gave his full support to this. At Ling Han's request, he provided a large amount of money, while Ling Han sent Lu Yutong to purchase medicinal ingredients. He wanted to personally refine the pill. The pill that Ling Han wanted to refine was the little cloud water pill. This could greatly increase the cultivation speed of a martial artist in the body refining tier. Although it could be sold, its medicinal effects were too poor. Ling Han had eaten one before, and it could at most reach half the standard of the pill that he had refined. Money made things easier. Lu Yutong very quickly bought the medicinal ingredients that Ling Han needed, as well as an alchemy furnace. Refining pills at the 4th layer of body refining tier? That's a little forceful. Ling Han mumbled to himself. Generally speaking, one could only start refining pills after reaching the 7th layer of body refining tier. Because there was not enough origin power to support it, the pill would not be able to continue halfway through, and naturally it would fail. Come, I'll have to swallow the restoration pill while I refine the pill. He skillfully sorted out the medicinal ingredients, his hands moving at a ridiculously fast speed, causing Lu Yutong, who was watching from the side, to be dazzled. At this moment she finally believed that Ling Han knew how to refine pills, and that he did not just know the basics. Was there anything that this guy did not know how to do? Ling Han threw the medicinal ingredients into the alchemy furnace. However, he did not put all of them in, only a third of them. Then with a shake of his right hand, there was a chi sound, and his hand actually burst into flames, attracting fire. This was the most basic requirement of an alchemist. It was also why every alchemist had to have a fire spirit vein. Chapter 21. The reason why pill refining was difficult was because of the control of fire temperature. Using firewood as a fire source, the temperature of the flame was difficult to control, not to mention the need to be precise. In theory, the higher the level of the pill, the more stringent the control of the flame. Not only did it have to be precise, but it also had to reach a certain extreme temperature. This also had a very high requirement for the pill refiner's level. Generally speaking, pill refiners could refine pills one level higher than their own level. For example, if Ling Han was in the refinement realm, he could refine the highest middle-grade yellow-level pills. However, pill refiners first had to be able to control the flame, and there was a certain requirement for the temperature of the flame. Therefore, it was not good if the level was too low. No matter what, it had to be at the 7th level of the refinement realm. For example, Ling Han dared to start pill refining at the 4th level of the refinement realm because of his spirit root. With the 5 elements Chaos Lotus, the elemental energy in his body could be converted into any of the elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The temperature of the flame was not high, at most 400 degrees, but it was enough to refine the little cloud water pill. As expected of the 5 elements Chaos Lotus, the 5 elements are interchangeable, and its wonders are boundless, Ling Han praised in his heart. A normal fire spirit root at the 4th level of the refinement realm could at most release a flame of about 200 degrees. Even if he had a pure fire spirit root in his previous life, it was only at the same level. However, the 5 elements Chaos Lotus could be converted into any of the 5 elemental energies. This was something that the 9-yang fire spirit root could not compare to. As expected of a god-level spirit root, Ling Han's left hand continuously rotated, allowing every part of the pill furnace to be subjected to the flames. Moreover, every part was different. If he wanted to refine high-level pills in the future, there would be extremely high requirements for the pill furnace, such as fire penetration and fire resistance. A good pill furnace would be fought over by pill refiners. From time to time, he would throw a medicinal ingredient into the pill furnace. Sometimes he would open the lid, and sometimes he would close it again. It was a dazzling sight. At the side, Lu Yutong's beautiful eyes were already wide open, and she was speechless. Fortunately, she was not a pill refiner and did not understand this profession. Otherwise, if she knew that the lowest requirement for pill refining was the 7th level of the refinement realm, she would definitely be even more shocked. Come to think of it, she was already shocked enough. A few more shocks might make her faint. The higher the temperature of the flame, the greater the consumption of essence power. Ling Han quickly felt exhausted and hurriedly threw an essence-returning pill into his mouth, cockachewed and swallowed it, and immediately felt traces of essence power flowing into his body, allowing him to continue. Time slowly passed by, and Ling Han unceasingly swallowed the origin-returning pill. After 2 hours, Ling Han suddenly let out a loud roar and bit his tongue, causing fresh blood to gush out. Lone wolf blood was activated, and his origin power suddenly rose by a large margin. The temperature of the flame also soared to around 600 degrees. Finished. He abruptly retracted the flames. The last spurt of flames was the finishing touch, increasing the effect of the pill by about 5%. However, a flame of 400 degrees Celsius was his limit. He could only mutilate himself to stimulate the lone wolf blood and burst forth with a temperature of 600 degrees Celsius. He opened the lid of the cauldron, and a faint medicinal fragrance instantly assailed his nostrils. Lu Yutong could not help but move closer and look into the cauldron. Inside, she saw that there were 17 round vermilion-colored pills. Their surfaces sparkled and glowed, and they were indescribably alluring. Even if she did not know pill refining at all, she could confirm that Ling Han had successfully refined the pill. "You really are a freak," she said, a strange look in her eyes. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "I'll slowly get used to it in the future." Lu Yutong really did not know whether she would go crazy or become numb under the continuous impact of such miracles. Ling Han picked up a little cloud water pill, swallowed it, and immediately began to cultivate. Hong, the little cloud water pill, was like lime, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was like water. When the two met, it immediately caused a violent reaction. A frightening amount of spiritual qi surged over, and the 5 elements chaos lotus in his dantian gently swayed, not rejecting any of it as it absorbed it at a frightening speed. Only an immortal-grade spirit base could withstand this kind of intensity, Ling Han thought in his heart. At the same time, he circulated the 5 elements heaven-grade skill, transforming the spiritual qi into his own origin power, and filling his limbs and meridians. An hour later, the medicinal power of the first little cloud water pill was completely used up. Ling Han swallowed a second pill, and continued to cultivate. However, when the medicinal power of the third little cloud water pill was also completely used up, Ling Han's endurance had also reached its limit. He felt drowsy and directly collapsed onto the ground, falling asleep. Lu Yutong had been watching from the side, and could not help but shake her head. After helping Ling Han onto the bed, she carefully took off his shoes and covered him with a blanket. Only then did she leave the inner room, and dozed off on a chair in the outer room. She was very loyal to her position as his follower, protecting Ling Han's safety. The night passed, and when Ling Han opened his eyes, he saw the top of the tent. This caused him to be slightly surprised, because he did not remember climbing onto the bed last night. But this was not important. He revealed a smile. Just last night, his cultivation had once again soared, and he had broken through to the 5th layer of body refining tier. Yesterday, he was able to break through 2 layers consecutively, but that was because this body's previous cultivation speed was too slow. The 5 elements chaos lotus, under the circumstances of operating at full power for the first time, would naturally usher in a burst of power. Of course, it would not happen again in the future. You broke through again? When Ling Han walked out of the inner room, Lu Yutong instantly looked as if she had seen a ghost. She could not even speak coherently, and her eyes were staring blankly. "It's only the body refining tier, it's very normal for it to be so fast," Ling Han said very calmly. "Normal my ass." Lu Yutong was about to go crazy. She was, after all, a heaven-level spirit root. After stepping on the path of cultivation, It took her 10 days to break through to the second layer of body refining tier. And from the fourth layer to the fifth layer, it took her 25 days. 25 days and one night. How could this compare? Don't tell me you're going to break through to the sixth layer tomorrow? Lu Yutong suddenly asked. Ling Han thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, No. Only then did Lu Yutong let out a sigh of relief. Otherwise she really would have gone crazy. After a pause, Ling Han said again, It should be done the day after tomorrow. Monster. Absolutely a monster. Lu Yutong looked at him with a sad expression, and thought to herself that she would never guess this guy's cultivation speed again. In any case, she would just treat him as a monster no matter how fast he was. It would not be strange. Ling Han laughed heartily, and after eating breakfast, he once again closed his door to cultivate. However, there was a limit to a person's mental energy, and he could not possibly cultivate the entire day. Therefore, even if he started cultivating during the day, he would not be able to increase his cultivation speed by much. But now he had to seize every second, even if he could be a little faster. On the other hand, Lu Yutong's advancement was also very fast. With the help of the heaven-level cultivation technique, she would be able to reach the peak of the 9th layer of poly in 2 months at most. This kind of speed was something that even she herself could not believe. Chapter 22. Lu Yutong originally thought that she could only break through to gushing spring tier at the age of 19, or even 20. This speed was already very fast. Looking at the history of Rain Country, there were very few who could compare to her, but now she could complete this step at the age of 18. Not to mention 2 years faster. How old was she? At this age, advancing by a few months was already a shocking achievement, not to mention advancing by 2 years. This was all because of Ling Han. However, compared to Ling Han's own speed of advancement, it was not even worth mentioning. From the second layer of body refining tier to the fourth layer, 1 night. From the fourth layer of body refining tier to the fifth layer, 1 night. From the fifth layer of body refining tier to the sixth layer, 2 nights. Other people's advancement in tier was measured in months, or even years, but he was measured in days. Too monstrous. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, This speed is actually not that fast. Some beasts are born in the poly tier, or even in the gushing spring tier. They are the ones who are truly blessed by heaven and earth. There's actually such a beast? Lu Yutong instantly widened her beautiful eyes. There was actually a beast that was born stronger than her now? Naturally. Ling Han nodded, paused and said, I've read ancient records that some extinct beasts were born in the heaven tier, invincible. Lu Yutong did not believe him and said, Since they were born in the heaven tier, then how could they become extinct? Heaven and earth naturally have their own rules. Who can fight against time itself? Ling Han shook his head. In his last life, he did not want to turn into grass, so he resolutely stepped on the dangerous path to find a way to break through to the shattering void tier. There are too many mysteries in this world that can easily erase the existence of heaven tier. In his last life as a powerful warrior of heaven tier, there were many places that he did not dare to venture too deeply, as he could easily die. After 2 days of hard cultivation, Ling Han achieved another breakthrough, completing the accumulation of the 5th layer of body refining tier, and then advanced to the 6th layer of body refining tier without any difficulty. Because he had already walked this path in his previous life, comprehension of realms was actually the least of his concerns. However, advancing from the 6th layer of body refining tier to the 7th layer is a small leap. 3 days is not even enough. I need 4 or even 5 days. Ling Han sighed. Then I'll just have to train hard for another 4 or 5 days. On the side, listening to Ling Han's complaints, Lu Yutong had the urge to go crazy. What a monster! 1 day later, Ling Han reached the early stages of the 6th layer of body refining tier. 2 days later, he was already in the middle stages of the 6th layer of body refining tier. 3 days later, he reached the late stages of the 6th layer of body refining tier. 4 days later, he reached the peak of the 6th layer of body refining tier. Without delaying it to the 5th day, Ling Han began his breakthrough. In less than an hour, he had already stepped into the 7th layer of body refining tier. Reaching the 7th layer of body refining tier at the age of 16, this kind of cultivation level could be considered not bad anywhere in Rain Country. Moreover, if one added another condition to go from the second layer of body refining tier to the seventh layer of body refining tier in just 8 days, no one would believe it. As a result, even Lu Yutong, a witness, had a dazed expression on her face. Her spirit had left her body, and she walked as if she was floating. She was really frightened. I can finally go out. Ling Han stretched lazily. As his body became younger, so did his spirit. After being cooped up in his room for 7 days, he felt like a tiger that had been trapped. Fuck father, the Chung family should have made their move, he mumbled. It was quite a coincidence. Although Ling Dongxing had been so busy for the past few days that his shadow could not be seen, he was actually sitting in the study today. However, he was obviously in a very bad mood, and his thick brows were furrowed into a Z shape. Father, has the Chung family made their move? Ling Han asked directly. Ling Dongxing did not raise his head, but only nodded. He held a brush in his hand, and continued to write something. Is the situation very bad? Ling Han asked again. Ling Dongxing sighed and finally put down the brush. He said, very bad. Although our Ling family has countless businesses, there are only 2 that make the most money. The first is the mine and the second is the medicine shop. Ling Han knew that the Ling family had a red copper mine that they had obtained over 30 years ago. At that time, in order to fight for the ownership of this mine, the Ling family had paid an extremely high price, and many powerful martial artists had died. As for the medicine shop, they would purchase low-level alchemical pills from Tianyi, and then sell them at a slightly higher price. Although this was just a reselling business because the demand for alchemical pills was very huge, a small profit but quick turnover was also a terrifying income. However, the life of the medicine shop was in the hands of Tianyi, but Tianyi also wanted to build a good relationship with the local tyrant, so each of the 2 big families in the city could get some alchemical pills to sell. Since 5 days ago, our mine has been attacked by unknown people, and many people have died. Now everyone is in a panic, and even if the wages have been raised, not many people are willing to go to the mine. Ling Dongxing continued, and Medicine Master Zhu from Tianyi suddenly made things difficult, saying that the alchemical pills sent from the headquarters this time were delayed on the way, and have not been delivered. Now the stock has been sold out, and if there are no more alchemical pills, the medicine shop will have to close temporarily. And this closure would be a blow to the reputation of the medicine shop. Even if it reopened in the future, it would definitely lose some customers. These 2 days, the funds have been a little tight, and we have to solve it as soon as possible. Ling Dongxing sighed. Although the Ling family had a big business, their expenses were also high. There was a saying that went, the poor study, the rich learn martial arts, and cultivation was a huge expense. Now that the 2 main industries of the Ling family were attacked at the same time, it immediately made the funds become tight, and if this went on for a long time, something big would happen, and they might be forced to sell some of the less important industries. The Chung family is behind this, Ling Han immediately said with certainty. Ling Dongxing nodded. There was no such coincidence in the world that 2 main industries encountered problems at the same time. He tapped his finger on the table and said, there is also a mole. Ling Han immediately looked cold and said, Ling Chongquan. That's right. There was naturally nothing to hide in front of his son, and Ling Dongxing snorted. As soon as the mine was in trouble, I sent more people to patrol, but not even the shadow of the other party was found. If someone hadn't leaked the patrol route, how could it have been done? It was likely that after Ling Chongquan learned that the Chang Xiang brother had been beaten up, he secretly went to see Chang Wenkuan and reached some kind of agreement with the other party. It was most likely to let the Chang family help him seize the position of the head of the family. As for whether he had signed more humiliating treaties, only he himself knew. Today I have an appointment with alchemist Zhu from Tianyi for a meal, so I have to give him some benefits. Otherwise, the family will really encounter a big problem, Ling Dongxing said. Zhu Yaoshi Zhu Daju and Ling Han's expression couldn't help but become strange, and he said, I'll go with father. Your current task is to concentrate on your cultivation, and not until you have reached the 7th level of body refining realm Pu. Ling Dongxing looked directly at Ling Han, and the result was not that bad, but this instantly caused him to spit out, and his face was completely blank. If Lu Yutong was here, she would definitely be greatly relieved. He couldn't always let her be the only one shocked. Chapter 23. The timing of this strike was ingenious. It was the moment when the miasma cloud beast had just neutralized the encirclement of Lu Dong and the other three, and its defense was at its weakest. Swoosh, the long sword slashed across like a flying immortal. With a pew sound, the sword directly pierced through the miasma cloud beast's right eye, all the way to the hilt. Pong, the miasma cloud beast fell heavily onto the ground. It had actually died from a single strike. What? Mother! Hiss! Lu Dong and the other three, including Zhu Shui who was hiding at the side, all gasped in astonishment. That was the miasma cloud beast, a top-notch existence among the body refinement tier demonic beasts. Yet, it had actually been killed with a single strike. How could they accept this? But immediately they all broke into a run. As they spoke, they would naturally inhale. They had all swallowed some of the poisonous miasma, and they had to circulate their energy to neutralize it immediately. Otherwise, their internal organs could possibly be corroded. After a while, Lu Dong was the first to walk over. He clapped a hand on Ling Han's shoulder and said, I had thought that you, brat, were so scared that you wouldn't dare to make a move. So you're actually so powerful. Your first move was so swift and fierce. Haha, Brother Ling is really powerful. He actually killed the miasma cloud beast with a single strike, Li Hao also said. As a saber user, being able to admire such a clean and precise strike, he was also extremely excited. Ling Han only smiled. The lower one's cultivation level was, the easier it was for one to challenge those of a higher cultivation level. Moreover, the miasma cloud beast had been mostly distracted by Lu Dong and the other three, which was why he had the chance to kill it with a single strike. Otherwise, if it was a one-on-one battle, Ling Han would definitely not be a match for the miasma cloud beast, unless he had taken the antidote to the miasma poison beforehand. When the miasma poison had dissipated, they picked the green spiritual fruits one by one, but did not touch their roots. Their previous plan was that they were pressed for time, so they could only uproot the green spiritual fruits. Now that the miasma cloud beast was dead, there was naturally no need for them to do that. After all, this was a natural spiritual medicine, so it was a violation of the natural order. There were 7 green spiritual fruits, and there was exactly one for each of them. However, although Lu Yutong had put them away, she would definitely hand them over to Ling Han the moment she turned around. Hung, all of you, put down the spiritual fruits. A cold voice rang out, and 2 men walked over, one after the other. It just so happened that they were an old man and a young man. The younger one was only in his 20s while the older one was already in his 70s or 80s, his hair completely white. The one who had spoken was precisely the young man. He was actually walking in front, and the old man was following behind him like a servant. Ling Han's gaze swept over them. With his divine sense of heaven tier, he was naturally able to tell with a single glance that this young man was in the 9th layer of body refining tier, while the old man was in the 9th layer of element gathering tier. Who are you acting so cocky? Lu Dong immediately stood up and shouted at the young man. The young man's gaze swept over Zhu Shui's delicate figure and pretty face, revealing a hint of desire. Then he said disdainfully, You don't even recognize me, Heng Zhan? Then you must have heard of Stone Wolf Sect, right? I am the eldest grandson of the 7th elder of Stone Wolf Sect. Stone Wolf Sect. When they heard these 3 words, the expressions of Lu Dong and the others changed at the same time, revealing a deep fear. In Rain Country, one could not casually call a sect. Sect, faction, society, gang. These were the 4 levels. Only a force that had a powerful warrior of spiritual ocean tier could be called a sect, a force that had a powerful warrior of gushing spring tier could be called a sect, and so on and so forth. A force that only had a warrior of element gathering tier in command could only be called a society, and a gang was the lowest level. Stone Wolf Sect was the strongest force in the surrounding area of 1,000 miles. It was said that the 9 great elders of the sect were all powerful warriors of gushing spring tier, and the sect master was even at the peak of the 9th layer of gushing spring tier. If what this Heng Zhan said was true, and his grandfather was really the 7th elder of Stone Wolf Sect, then his background was indeed terrifying. Ha ha ha, now you know who I am. Put down the spiritual fruits, and each of you cut off one of your own arms. Then you can get lost. However, these 2 girls have to stay. Heng Zhan then cast a glance at Lu Yutong. Although he could not see her appearance, her graceful figure still caused his heart to beat faster. Based on his experience with countless women, this girl was definitely a beauty. Lu Dong and the others were all furious. Leaving behind the spiritual fruits was one thing, but if a martial artist were to cut off one of their own arms, that would be equivalent to ruining their future. Zhu Shuiyi's delicate body was trembling. She knew why Hang Zhan wanted her to stay, and this caused her to feel disgusted, furious, and terrified. You still want to resist? Hang Zhan smiled coldly. Elder, you make them despair. Yes, young master. The white-haired old man behind him said respectfully, and then slowly walked out, one step at a time. His original figure was stooped, looking like an old man, but now with every step he took, his back straightened slightly, and his aura continued to rise. Very soon, the faces of Lu Dong and the others turned pale. Ninth layer of element gathering tier actually. Lu Dong and the others could not tell what cultivation level Elder Yu had. They only knew that he was very, very strong, far stronger than they were. But no matter what layer of element gathering tier he was at, suppressing a few martial artists in body refining tier was naturally a piece of cake. They were done for. The faces of Lu Dong and the others were ashen. Though they were extremely unwilling, they could not help but admit that in terms of background they were inferior, and in terms of the strength in front of them they were similarly inferior. You take off your veil, Hang Zhan said, pointing at Lu Yutong. The more he looked at Lu Yutong's figure, the hotter his heart became, and the more he wanted to see her true appearance. If Lu Yutong's appearance did not meet his expectations, he would definitely kill her with a single strike of his sword, because he had waited so long for nothing. Consequences. Of course, Hang Zhan did not even consider that the Stone Wolf sect was the ruler of this area. As long as they did not do anything to betray Rain Country, then what was the big deal about killing a few people? Lu Yutong naturally did not pay any attention to him. And, did you not hear what I said? Hang Zhan was a little displeased. He was used to ordering people around, and the thing that annoyed him the most was when someone dared to disobey his orders. Lu Yutong looked towards Ling Han, and when she saw the smile on Ling Han's face, she stretched out her hand to the veil on her face, and gently took it off. All of a sudden, it was as if the entire world had lit up. There was actually such a beautiful woman in this world. She was truly an outstanding beauty, a beauty that could cause the downfall of empires. Although she was as cold and elegant as an iceberg, it also made one feel a strong desire to conquer her. If one could make this kind of icy beauty transform into a flattering pet that would submit to one's knees and act like a spoiled child, what kind of accomplishment would that be? Lu Dong and the others were stunned speechless by her beauty, but they immediately felt that it was a great pity that such a beautiful woman was going to fall into Hang Zhan's hands. Hang Zhan was naturally pleasantly surprised. He had never thought that he would actually encounter such a beautiful woman, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He laughed loudly and said, "Beauty, come here. Young master, be careful, she is an element gathering tier." Elder Yu suddenly said, his aged face filled with caution. He could not tell the true level of this woman. Those with a higher cultivation level could sense the cultivation level of those with a lower cultivation level, but this was only possible if the distance between the two parties was sufficiently close. For example, Elder Yu was currently so far away from Lu Yutong that he could only sense that Lu Yutong's cultivation level had reached element gathering tier, but he could not tell exactly which layer of element gathering tier she was at. Lu Dong and the others, including Hang Zhan, were all shocked and wore expressions of disbelief. Chapter 24. Ling Muyun had finally managed to get a hold of Ling Han's weakness, so he naturally would not let his guard down. He said aggressively, "Alchemy is the most respected profession in Rain Country. Not only did you not greet my master, you even sat down. Just how arrogant are you? Hurry up and kneel down, and demand punishment from my master." Ling Dongxing frowned slightly. Alchemists were very rare, and their status in Rain Country was also very high. For example, the Zhu Dajuan in front of him was actually only in the 9th layer of body refining tier, but because he was a yellow-grade middle-level alchemist, even he and Ling Chongquan, who were powerful warriors of poly-tier, had to be polite and give him enough face. Now, if Ling Chongquan and his grandson used this point to attack him, Ling Han could really be in trouble. He clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Grandmaster Zhu, I am really sorry. If my son has been disrespectful in any way, I will apologize on his behalf. You are a magnanimous person, So please do not lower yourself to the level of a lowly dog. Zhu Dajuan did not notice Ling Han at all, and only realized what was going on when he heard Ling Muyun's words. He could not help but feel displeased and said, "Patriarch of the Ling family, you are really capable. You invited me over for a meal and I gave you face, but you actually allowed your son to humiliate me. What kind of logic is that?" "Ling Han, hurry up and kneel down." Ling Muyun smirked coldly. He knew that alchemical pills were one of the most important assets of the Ling family, so on this matter, even Ling Dongxing could only give in and pressure Ling Han, being forced by his own father. This must be extremely depressing and sad, right? Ha ha ha. Alchemist Zhu. Ling Dongxing still wanted to persuade him. However, Zhu Dajuan waved his hand, stopping Ling Dongxing from continuing. Without looking at Ling Han, he said indifferently, "Let your son kneel in front of me and explain." Bam! Ling Dongxing slammed the table heavily and said, "Pill Master Zhu, I don't know what benefits you received from the Chang family to make things difficult for my Ling family on their behalf. But don't you go too far. You want to make my Ling Dongxing's son kneel down? How dare you?" Ling Chongquan immediately roared. "Ling Dongxing, where do you think the clan is? Do you want to destroy the clan? The clan doesn't belong to you alone. If you don't care about the clan at all, what right do you have to be the head of the Ling family?" Ling Dongxing's gaze was awe-inspiring as he said, "Who exactly is the one who doesn't care about the big picture? Some things haven't been made clear, but I'm still taking into account the fact that we're all surnamed Ling. But you guys bullied my son like this. Do you think I, Ling Dongxing, am a dead man? Enough. If your family wants to quarrel, fine. Go back and quarrel. I'm very busy." Zhu Dajuan interrupted. "Hurry up and make this brat kneel and apologize." "Zhu Dajuan, who do you want to kneel?" Ling Han finally opened his mouth and said indifferently. Zhu Dajuan, Ling Chongquan and Ling Muyun were shocked at first. They thought to themselves that Ling Han had guts to directly call Pill Master Zhu by his name, but they immediately revealed looks of joy. Ling Han had greatly offended Zhu Dajuan. This time Ling Dongxing and his son were definitely finished. Haha, this brat was indeed a scammer. "Bastard, you actually dare to directly call my master by his name. How audacious!" Ling Muyun immediately shouted. With such a good opportunity, he naturally wanted to suck up to Zhu Dajuan, but he didn't. Zhu Dajuan's expression immediately became ugly, and he even jumped up from his seat. How could Zhu Dajuan not have a deep impression of this voice? "Hurry up and kneel." "Pa!" Before Ling Muyun could finish his sentence, Zhu Dajuan shot forward like an arrow and raised his hand to give him a heavy slap. This slap stunned not only Ling Muyun, but also Ling Dongxing and Ling Chongquan. If this Zhu Dajuan wanted to slap someone, he should have done it to Ling Han. Why did he slap Ling Muyun? There must be a mistake somewhere. "Moss Master." Ling Muyun's expression was full of grievance. Why did he hit him? Under the puzzled gazes of the three, they saw Zhu Dajuan jog over to Ling Han. He lowered his head submissively, looking like an obedient little brother. He bowed and said, "So the esteemed guest is young Master Ling. Please forgive me for being blind and not noticing young Master Han just now." Though he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Ling Han, he didn't even know the latter's name. Zhu Hexian naturally didn't need to explain to him. What? The other three members of the Ling family were petrified at the same time. Was this really that insufferably arrogant alchemist Zhu just now? Why did it feel like he was a pug? Also, why did he call Ling Han young Master Han? One had to know that though Big Brother Zhu's cultivation level wasn't high, he was an alchemist, and his status was extremely respected. The three of them were petrified, completely unable to believe what they had seen and heard. "This is your disciple. So domineering," Ling Han said to Ling Muyun, his voice extremely calm. But Zhu Dajuan was scared half to death. He gave Ling Muyun another slap and said, "Who do you think you are, actually daring to be so rude to young Master Han? I don't have an apprentice like you. From now on, don't call me master anymore." Ling Muyun's expression was instantly filled with disbelief. He had been expelled from the sect just because of a single sentence from Ling Han. He recalled that Ling Han had once said that he wouldn't be able to become an alchemist, and it turned out that his words had come true. "No, master, don't expel me from the sect. Give me another chance. Ling Muyun hurriedly rushed to Zhu Dajuan's side and said very sincerely. He wasn't a genius in martial art and had also lost the chance to enter Huyang University. Thus, becoming an alchemist was his last hope. Otherwise, he would end up like his father and grandfather, only reaching Polytier in the end, ruling over a small gray cloud town. Get lost, you actually dared to be so rude to young Master Han. Not killing you is already an act of mercy, and you still dream of becoming an alchemist? Big brother Zhu humphed. Even Zhu Hexian and the other grandmasters were extremely respectful to Ling Han. If he knew that Ling Muyun dared to have such an attitude towards Ling Han, it was possible that he would personally come and kill this guy. And with just a word from the grandmasters, which alchemist in Rain Country would dare to take Ling Muyun as a disciple? Ling Muyun couldn't help but turn the ground into dust. His expression was blank, as if he had lost his soul. Let's go. Ling Chongquan grabbed his grandson. He knew that it was useless to say anything now, and it was better not to embarrass himself any further. No, I'm an alchemist's apprentice. I'll become an alchemist in the future. Ling Muyun struggled with all his might, as if he had gone mad. But Ling Chongquan held on tightly to him, and the screams became more and more distant, finally disappearing. In the private room, Ling Dongxing was dumbfounded, and Zhu Dajuan was covered in cold sweat. He didn't know if Ling Han's anger had subsided, but he really couldn't afford to offend this person. Just now you were quite fierce to my father, Ling Han said calmly, his tone filled with strong dissatisfaction. Young Master Han, I didn't know that the head of the Ling family was your father. Otherwise, even if you gave me 100 guts, I still wouldn't dare to put on airs in front of the head of the Ling family. Zhu Dajuan said with a bitter expression. I deserve to die, I'm really not a good person. He hardened his heart and began to slap himself again. Chapter 25. Ling Dongxing was already completely numb. He knew that his son was a genius now, but to be able to make an alchemist bow and scrape and purposely curry favor with him, this still shocked him greatly. Previously, Zhu Dajuan's attitude was so arrogant, aloof and condescending. He had asked many times before the other party agreed to attend the banquet. The moment he came, he found fault and made things difficult, vividly displaying the arrogance of an alchemist. But now he really didn't dare to believe that the other party would actually be so obsequious. What on earth had happened in these few days when he was away that could make his son so reborn? Head of the Ling family, I really deserve to die. Don't worry, I'll have someone send the medicine over later. Zhu Dajuan said carefully. Thinking of his previous attitude towards Ling Dongxing, he couldn't help but feel nervous and scared half to death. Ling Han tapped his finger on the table and said, Did the Chung family ask you to do this? Young Master Han, I really didn't know that the head of the Ling family was your father, which was why I was deceived by the Chung family. You must believe me. Zhu Dajuan hurriedly explained. Ling Han smiled and said, I believe you. Zhu Dajuan was instantly overjoyed, but he heard Ling Han continue. With your personality, greed is real. In a situation where there aren't enough benefits, how could you work for the Chung family? Say it, what benefits did you receive from the Chung family? This. Zhu Dajuan hemmed and hawed, but when he saw Ling Han's sharp gaze, his heart instantly tightened and he hurriedly said, 30,000 silver coins. The Chung family is really generous. Ling Dongxing humphed. He was the head of the family, so he knew the meaning of 30,000 silver coins. The Chung family was similar to the Ling family. They had a shocking income, but their expenses were also very high. 30,000 silver coins might take 2 or 3 years to save. The Chung family was willing to give such a large sum of money to Zhu Dajuan, which meant that they really wanted to strangle the lifeline of the Ling family. Just as Ling Han had said, Zhu Dajuan was greedy. If Zhu Dajuan wanted him to resume supplying medicine to the Ling family, he would have to offer more than 30,000 taels of silver. The problem was that the Ling family had basically run out of liquid funds after the previous double blows. Where could they find 30,000 taels of silver? For the Chung family this was just a little bleeding, but for the Ling family it was absolutely a serious blow. Good thing he had a good son. Ling Dongxing couldn't help but reveal a smile. The Chung family would never have thought that the 30,000 taels of silver they took out would be for naught. 30,000 taels, that's a lot. Ling Han looked at Zhu Dajuan with a smile that was not a smile. Alchemists are really valuable. I need so much money to bribe you. Young Master Han must be joking. Zhu Dajuan wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. He wasn't stupid and could naturally tell that Ling Han was being sarcastic. Because of you, our Ling family has suffered serious losses these few days, Ling Han said calmly. Zhu Dajuan instantly shivered, but an idea flashed in his mind and he hurriedly said, although the main culprit is the Cheng family, I also have an unshirkable responsibility. Thus, I have decided to donate the 30,000 taels of silver to the Ling family to make up for the Ling family's losses. Ling Dongxing was shocked. A greedy person like Zhu Dajuan was actually willing to give up the benefits that he had taken. Just how much did he fear his son? Ling Han nodded and said, I didn't make things difficult for you, did I? How could I? Even though his heart was bleeding, Zhu Dajuan's face was full of smiles and he said awkwardly, this is what I should do. It's a small token of my appreciation. That's good. Ling Han nodded. I need you to do something for me. Please speak, young Master Han, Zhu Dajuan said, full of flattery. From tomorrow onwards, transfer the portion of the alchemical pills distributed to the Cheng family to the Ling family for sale, Ling Han said. Hearing this, Ling Dongxing was instantly overjoyed. Alchemical pills were one of the two main sources of income for the Ling family. Now that the number of alchemical pills could be doubled, the profits would naturally be doubled as well. Correspondingly, the Cheng family's income would be sharply reduced by half. As long as this continued for a few years, the overall strength of the Cheng family would fall far behind that of the Ling family, and the Ling family would be able to completely defeat the Cheng family and become the #1 family in Grey Cloud Town, as well as the only great clan. Yes, no problem, Zhu Dajuan said hurriedly. In any case, he only needed to make some adjustments, and there was no loss to him in the slightest. No need, I'll still give you a small fee, Ling Han said with a smile. Young Master Han really knows how to joke, Zhu Dajuan said with a dry laugh. All right, there's nothing else for you to do. Go do what you need to do. Ling Han nodded and sent Zhu Dajuan away. It's better to eat before you leave, Ling Dongxing said politely. After all, he was asking for help. How would Zhu Dajuan dare? He hurriedly waved his hands and said, no need, I'll go do what I need to do first. He raised his hands in obeisance to Ling Han, and then to Ling Dongxing, and retreated all the way out the door. Hunter, wouldn't treating him like this have the opposite effect? Ling Dongxing asked. After all, Zhu Dajuan was an alchemist. It was fine if he didn't give him any benefits, but he couldn't be so rude with his words, right? Don't worry, father. That guy bullies the weak and fears the strong. If you give him some face, he'll be the one to take advantage of, Ling Han said with a smile. Ling Dongxing didn't ask Ling Han why Zhu Dajuan would be so afraid and respectful of him. His son had already grown up, so he naturally had his own secrets. As his father, he only needed to support him. Moreover, he also needed to prepare for the next part of the plan. It was time to switch from defense to offense. Alchemist Zhu. When he saw Zhu Dajuan come out, his grandson Ling Chongquan walked out from the shadows and waved at him. This pair of grandfather and grandson didn't leave after leaving the shop. Instead, they waited there. In front of Ling Han, Zhu Dajuan was like a pug, but in front of others, he immediately recovered his arrogant appearance. He humped and said, what do you guys want? Alchemist Zhu, Muyun and Ling Han are brothers of the same clan. Can you make an exception and let Muyun continue learning the art of alchemy from you? Ling Chongquan asked with a smile. Zhu Dajuan smiled and said, Attendant Ling, I can't make the decision on this matter. If you want your grandson to become an alchemist in the future, you have to get young Master Han's approval first. Otherwise, even if you find another alchemist, it'll be useless. No one would dare to take your grandson as an apprentice. What? Ling Chongquan and his grandson both revealed expressions of disbelief. He was just a piece of trash, so how could he have this kind of power? You guys can choose not to believe me, but this has nothing to do with me, so don't drag me into this. Zhu Dajuan waved his hand. However, I'll still give you guys a piece of advice. Don't ever go against young Master Han. Furthermore, you guys don't know how lucky you are. They were all members of the Ling family, and there was no overnight enmity between a family. As long as they sincerely apologized to Ling Dongxing and his son, they would definitely receive benefits from them in the future. That was a man that even Grandmaster Zhu Hexian and the others had to treat with respect. Chapter 26. Just as Zhu Dajuan said, this matter had nothing to do with him, so he patted his buttocks and left. He still had to immediately go do what Ling Han ordered him to do. Grandfather, we really have to listen to Ling Dongxing and his son's orders obediently, Ling Muyun said through gritted teeth. How could he be willing? Ling Han was famous for being a good-for-nothing. To listen to a good-for-nothing's orders, just thinking about it made him feel vexed. Of course not. Ling Chongquan waved his hand heavily. I've worked so hard for so many years, how can it be ruined by a good-for-nothing? Whether that brat is really good-for-nothing or pretending, he can't stop me from taking control of the Ling family. But grandfather, what do we do next? Ling Muyun appeared very lost. Wait, Ling Chongquan said in a low voice. Right now, the Chung family and we are in a very bad relationship. Although with Zhu Dajuan's help, Ling Dongxing can turn from defense to offense. The Chung family is not a grass-eating rabbit. If forced into a corner, they will definitely go all out. At that time, we'll stab Ling Dongxing in the back and push him down from the position of family head. Ling Muyun's face lit up when he heard this, but his eyes were full of resentment. Grandfather, that brat Ling Han must be handed over to me. I want to kill him with my own hands. You will definitely get your wish. Ling Chongquan sneered. Early the next morning, Zhu Hexian personally came to visit the Ling family. This time, Ling Dongxing finally understood why Zhu Dajuan respected his son so much. Because even this black-grade alchemist stood respectfully in front of his son, looking like a good student. This solved one of his mysteries, but made him even more shocked. Before, he was only a yellow-grade alchemist, but now even a black-grade alchemist was extremely respectful to Ling Han. What was going on? This time Zhu Hexian came to deliver a message to Ling Han. It was rumored that an earth dragon grass had appeared in the Seven Wind Mountains. When Lu Yutong went to purchase the herbs for the little cloud water pill a few days ago, she had also asked Zhu Hexian about the herbs on the other pill recipe. There were 4 herbs that were extremely rare, and even Tianyi did not have them in stock. At least, the branch in Rain Country didn't have it, but if it was higher up with Zhu Hexian's rank, she wouldn't be able to access it, much less transfer it. And this pill formula was used to treat Ling Dongxing's spirit root. It was called the Spirit Mending Pill, a mid-grade earth-grade pill. The earth dragon grass was one of the 4 missing herbs. Thus, when she heard the news, Zhu Hexian immediately made a trip down personally. Of course, on one hand, he wanted to inform Ling Han of this important clue. On the other hand, he wanted to consult Ling Han. Normally, he would not dare to disturb Ling Han. Ling Han was naturally overjoyed, but after he carefully inquired about the situation at the Seven Wind Mountains, he could only postpone his journey. That was because the person who spread the news was a powerful warrior in the 9th layer of Pali, but when he encountered a team of herb gatherers, he was already on the verge of death. He only had time to say a few limited words like, cave giant crimson snake, earth dragon grass before he died. From this, it could be confirmed that there was earth dragon grass in the Seven Wind Mountains, but there should be a giant crimson snake standing guard, severely injuring a powerful warrior in the 9th layer of Pali. However, Ling Han knew that wherever there was earth dragon grass, there would usually be a red-scaled dragon snake coiled around to absorb the weak dragon chi released by the earth dragon grass, slowly evolving itself from a snake to a dragon, completing a qualitative transformation. An adult red-scaled dragon snake was in the 9th layer of Pali, and because it had a sliver of dragon's bloodline, its battle prowess far surpassed that of a normal warrior in the 9th layer of Pali. It was at least half a step into the Gushing Spring tier, an invincible king in the Pali tier. If Ling Han entered the Seven Wind Mountains now, even if he could find that cave, he would definitely not be a match for the red-scaled dragon snake. Even with Lu Yutong, it would be useless unless Lu Yutong could also reach half a step into the Gushing Spring tier. He definitely had to go to the Seven Wind Mountains, but he had to be fully prepared. Moreover, the inner core of the red-scaled dragon snake could be refined into a transcending origin pill. Taking one pill would allow a poly-tier martial artist to directly advance one tier, but the upper limit was the peak of the 3rd layer of Pali. Moreover, because the red-scaled dragon snake had a sliver of dragon's bloodline, its flesh and blood were very nutritious, allowing Ling Han to quickly advance to the first layer of the indestructible Heaven Scroll, Body of Dead Tree. He decided to continue his arduous cultivation, and only go to the Seven Wind Mountains after he reached the Poly tier. He could use the inner core of the dragon snake to quickly advance to the third layer of Poly tier, and then easily break through to the fourth layer. Additionally, he also needed to improve his own abilities through actual combat, and strengthen his foundation. Even though he stood at the peak of martial art in his last life, but to be honest, his battle prowess was not the strongest. Possessing a high-level heaven-grade spirit base only allowed him to advance faster than others, but in a battle of the same tier, he still needed to improve his battle techniques and grasp of martial arts techniques. In his last life, Ling Han was definitely extremely intelligent, or else he would not have been able to become the unprecedented and unsurpassed alchemy emperor of his generation. However, a person's energy was ultimately limited. He spent most of his time on studying alchemy and concocting alchemical pills, and the remaining time was used to increase his tier, so how much time did he have to practice martial arts techniques? But this was not a problem because his tier increased too quickly. With the help of alchemical pills, how could his opponents fight against him? They only needed to use their tier to suppress him, and there was no need for any techniques at all. But after reaching the peak of martial art, this shortcoming was exposed. In Ling Han's last life, there were a total of 7 heaven-tier warriors in the world, and in terms of battle prowess, he could only be ranked at the bottom, because he had relied on the help of alchemical pills to increase his tier, and basically had not experienced any bloody battles. It could be said that he, as a heaven-tier warrior, was very weak. Of course, if he spent another 100 years studying martial arts techniques, he would definitely be able to make up for his lack of battle prowess. After all, he was too young. Even a 300-year-old heaven-tier warrior was rare in history, and could be counted on one hand. In this life, Ling Han did not want to be this kind of inferior product, so he must take one step at a time, making every step incomparably solid. Ling Han had no distractions. Every day, aside from diligently cultivating the 5 elements heaven-grade skill, he also began to practice martial arts techniques. In his last life, he had long abandoned yellow-grade and black-grade martial arts techniques, and basically only used heaven-grade martial arts techniques, occasionally using earth-grade martial arts techniques. But now, he could only use yellow-grade martial arts techniques, so he had to diligently cultivate to become the king of those in the same tier, and not rely on his tier to win. However, he had mastered many high-level techniques but very few low-level techniques. That was natural. In his last life, he was a heaven-tier warrior, so even if he found black-grade and yellow-grade martial arts techniques in ancient ruins, why would he cultivate them? Maybe he would pick up a few and flip through them, but definitely not many. Luckily, he had also walked all the way from a low-level warrior in his last life, and had mastered a few low-level martial arts techniques. Shocking electricity sword technique, flying flame palm technique, dashing leopard fist, and exiting cloud steps were all yellow-grade high-level. However, what made Ling Han a little embarrassed was that he had not cultivated these 4 martial arts techniques to the highest tier in his last life, because he did not have the time and was always busy concocting alchemical pills. Let's start from the beginning since he was still young. The reason why Ling Han practiced the shocking electricity sword technique first was very simple. His current tier was too low, and he needed the assistance of weapons. Moreover, the weapons that warriors loved to use the most were swords and sabers. Chapter 27. However, it is not that I am trying to discourage you, but among the participants of the Dayuan tournament, there is no lack of martial artists in the 9th layer of Element Gathering tier. You have only just broken through to Element Gathering tier, so no matter how talented you are, it is impossible for you to be on equal footing with those in the 9th layer of Element Gathering tier. Ling Dongxing changed the topic and reminded Ling Han. Having great ambition was a good thing, but if one was overconfident, then that was definitely a bad thing. Ling Han nodded. In martial arts, every small tier was a step and every third tier was a large step. Only a small number of geniuses would be able to surpass this large step and surpass their own cultivation level to achieve victory. He was currently only in the 1st layer of Element Gathering tier, and was still quite a distance away from the 9th layer of Element Gathering tier. What's more, there were some people who had long since reached the 9th layer of Element Gathering tier, and had yet to break through to Gushing Spring tier. However, They were still able to hone their skills to become even more solid, so their battle prowess would naturally increase by another level. If he reached the peak period of the first layer of element gathering tier, then with the power of his 5 elements origin nuclei, he would have a very high chance of winning even against someone in the middle stage of element gathering tier. But if it was against someone in the late stage of element gathering tier, then his chances of winning would be 50-50. After a while, I plan to go to 7 Wind Mountains to gain some experience, Ling Han said. Although he had already made this decision a long time ago, he still had to tell Ling Dongxing about it. Ling Dongxing was immediately shocked. He naturally knew what kind of place 7 Wind Mountains was. That was a world where demonic beasts ran amok, and there were extremely terrifying existences in the depths of the mountain forests. Even powerful warriors of spiritual ocean tier would not dare to venture too deep into the mountains. Ling Han was only in the first layer of element gathering tier, so entering 7 Wind Mountains was really too dangerous. Moreover, there were only 2 months until the end of the year, so even if he entered the mountains to gain experience, he would not be able to make much progress. Father, don't worry. I will only walk around the periphery and won't go too deep. He indeed did not have such plans, because the martial artist who discovered the earth dragon grass was only in the 9th layer of element gathering tier, so how could he possibly venture too deep into 7 Wind Mountains? Ling Dongxing was still worried, but he knew that his son had grown up and could not possibly listen to him for everything, so he could only give him a few more reminders. Thankfully, Ling Han was not about to set off immediately. The father and son chatted for a while, then Ling Han returned to his room and took a good bath to wash off the dust on his body. He then took out a new set of clothes and changed into them, but he felt that they were a bit too tight. He was still growing, and this 1 month of training in the wilderness, not only had he grown a bit taller, his physique had also become much sturdier. Wearing his old clothes, he instantly felt that they were a size smaller. Thankfully, the Ling clan was not short of money. Ling Han called a servant over and had him take his measurements, then immediately go to a boutique to get some clothes for him to choose from. But when it came to Lu Yutong, he could not help but stop the servant and have Lu Yutong tell him her measurements so that he could get some clothes for her as well. There was a banquet at night, and this beautiful little female attendant was naturally going to attend as well. Not long after, the servant returned with a pile of clothes. There were more than 10 sets of both male and female clothing. Ling Han and Lu Yutong took their time to choose. Ling Han, on the other hand, was very quickly done choosing, but Lu Yutong tried on one after another. It was as if she was not very satisfied with any of them, yet she seemed to be very interested in every single one of them. It was not until the sun was about to set that Lu Yutong finally chose a piece of clothing. After changing into it, Ling Han could not help but whistle. It was really beautiful. She was originally an extremely beautiful woman, and now that she had changed into a lake green long dress, it fully displayed her delicate figure. Her round breasts, slender waist, slightly perky buttocks, and 2 long legs, she was filled with femininity. She had even deliberately put on some light makeup to make her facial features even more distinct. She was practically mesmerizing. When she saw Ling Han's slightly shocked expression, Lu Yutong could not help but feel a little proud. She had always been shocked by Ling Han, and now that she had finally put on the act, she felt very pleased with herself. She could not help but smile. She had originally been an icy beauty, and now that she had broken through the ice and smiled, she was really charming and alluring. Even with Ling Han's temperament, his eyes were a little dazed. Let's go. Lu Yutong raised her jade-white chin slightly, forming an incredibly moving arc. She appeared to be a little proud. A beauty would always be a beauty. Every move she made would cause one to feel relaxed and happy. But after they left the room, Lu Yutong still covered her beautiful face with a veil, hiding her alluring features. This caused Ling Han to sigh inwardly in pity. At the same time, he was also a little proud, because he was the only one who could admire the beauty of a pretty female attendant. Oh, that's right. Do you know if there are any relatively outstanding geniuses in Dayuan City? Ling Han asked as they walked. Lu Yutong's footsteps paused slightly and she said, "You want to participate in the Dayuan tournament?" "You are quite smart," Ling Han smiled. "Every 3 years, Rain Country will hold a national tournament. If you can get into the top 50 in the Dayuan tournament, you will even be guaranteed entry into Huyang Academy," Lu Yutong said. This tournament is meant to prepare geniuses for Rain Country in the first place. So that was how it was. This was not a unique case of Diyuan City. If it's a genius. Lu Yutong thought for a moment, then opened her rosy lips and said, "The Imperial City is too far away from here, so I am not very sure either. I only know of one person because he is also a student of Huyang Academy." "Who?" Ling Han asked casually. "Qi Yongyi, the fourth son of the current Diyuan king. Everyone calls him the Eternal Night King. And he indeed possesses outstanding talent and extraordinary battle prowess. When he was only in the 6th layer of Element Gathering tier, he had once killed a powerful warrior in the 8th layer of Element Gathering tier." Lu Yutong could not hide her admiration. Defeating and killing were two different things. 3 years ago, he was in the 6th layer of Element Gathering tier, and obtained the 2nd place in the Dayuan City tournament. Now, he should be in the 9th layer of Element Gathering tier. This was indeed a powerful opponent. Ling Han's fighting spirit soared. Only this kind of opponent would be satisfying to trample on. The two of them met up with Ling Dongxing, and the three of them boarded a carriage together, setting off from the Ling clan mansion. Following closely behind them was Ling Zhongquan and his grandson, who also boarded a carriage. "Father, you still haven't dealt with them?" Ling Han asked. Ling Zhongquan is, after all, the chief attendant of the Ling clan. Moreover, he has been in power for many years, so his influence is very deep. Although I have removed some of his influence, it is still not something that can be completely dealt with in a short period of time. Ling Dongxing frowned, looking slightly displeased. This pair of grandfather and grandson actually dared to snatch his son's place to enter Huyang Academy. They were absolutely shameless. Ling Han nodded. In the end, it was still a matter of power. If Ling Dongxing was in Gushing Spring tier, even if Ling Zhongquan was given 100 times more courage, he would not dare to have the slightest bit of disloyalty. The carriage swayed back and forth, and after about 20 minutes, they arrived in front of the gates of the Cheng clan mansion. The Cheng clan was another great clan in Grey Cloud Town, so their mansion was naturally not something that a normal clan could compare with. It occupied an area of several tens of acres, and had tall walls that stood tall, like a huge beast that was crawling on the ground. Because the Ling clan was not the only one that had been invited today, all the clans that had a little bit of power in the town had received an invitation. Thus, the Cheng clan had long since laid out a red carpet at the main gates, and 8 servants stood on either side of the gates. When a guest arrived, they would shout loudly, and there would naturally be someone from within the mansion to welcome them. When Ling Han and the others alighted from the carriage, one of the servants immediately shouted loudly, "The esteemed guest has arrived. Haha, Brother Ling, we've been waiting for you for a long time." A middle-aged man came out to welcome them, and raised his clasped hands in Ling Dongxing's direction. His face was as red as a date, and his figure was tall and sturdy. It was the clan head of the Cheng clan, Cheng Wenkuan. Chapter 28. Activating the shocking electricity swordsmanship, Ling Han swung his sword, his figure graceful. Complementing the shocking electricity swordsmanship was the exiting cloud steps. One step was 4 to 5 meters suddenly to the left, then to the right, then to the front, then to the back. It was strange, fast, and dazzling. Lu Yutong watched from the side and nodded to herself. If she had suppressed her cultivation to the 7th layer of body refining tier, she would definitely not have done better than Ling Han. On the contrary, she would have been in danger by now. After all, there was a difference of 2 layers and the opponent was a demonic beast. Normally, when a martial artist fought with a demonic beast, the martial artist needed to have the upper hand in terms of cultivation level. If the cultivation level was the same, the martial artist had a higher chance of losing. After all, not every martial artist was a battle genius. Ling Han's swordsmanship became smoother and smoother. His footwork was also like flowing water, enjoying the joy of battle. In his previous life, he had paid too much attention to alchemy. In terms of martial art, he had only focused on cultivation level, and he had been able to climb all the way up. But this time, on the road of martial art, he suddenly realized that martial art could be so interesting. The rotten blood wolf became his sparring partner, allowing him to display his skills to his heart's content, practicing the shocking electricity swordsmanship. 10 or so minutes later, the rotten blood wolf was covered in cuts and bruises. This made it very afraid. It turned out that this seemingly weak human was actually so powerful. It did not want to retreat, but it did not want to not be able to complete the feast and instead become food for these two people. You can't run. Ling Han laughed loudly. His sword moved with his heart, and in a flash of cold light 2 flashes of sword chi shot out. With 2 flashes of sword chi, he had finally achieved a breakthrough. Poo, blood splattered, and the rotten blood wolf's neck instantly burst open. Its huge body immediately collapsed, and its eyes were wide open, as if it could not believe that a human at the 7th layer of body refining tier could actually kill it. Demonic beasts were very intelligent, and strong demonic beasts were not inferior to humans at all. Ling Han nodded. The power of 2 flashes of sword chi was indeed great. Before, 1 flash of sword chi could only resist the rotten blood wolf, but 2 flashes of sword chi could instantly kill it. As expected, even if the cultivation level was the same, there could be a huge difference in the strength of martial artists. On the side, Lu Yutong was shocked speechless. In such a short amount of time, he had gone from 1 stream of sword chi to 2 streams of sword chi. If that uncle of hers were to find out about this, he would be so ashamed that he would jump into a river. That was because that uncle of hers had spent over 30 years to form 4 streams of sword chi, and was already known as a genius of the way of the sword by the clan. Yet she did not know how high Ling Han's starting point was, and how terrifying his comprehension ability was. Otherwise, how could he have reached the heaven tier at the age of 200 in his last life? Dinner is settled, Ling Han said with a smile. The 2 of them found a small stream and washed the rotten blood wolf's body. Of course, they could not waste the beast's blood, so they put it all into a water bag. Later, Ling Han would bathe himself in the blood and extract the essence from it to temper his body. They started a fire, cut off a wolf leg and roasted it. They sprinkled some salt on it and soon a fragrant aroma wafted out. There was nothing to be particular about training in the wild. After they finished off the wolf leg with clean water, the sky was completely dark. They did not continue on their way, and instead meditated and cultivated by the stream. Ling Han bathed himself in the beast's blood and activated the indestructible heaven scroll, extracting the essence from the blood and transforming it for his own use. Only 10 minutes later, the extremely viscous beast's blood became thin, and the essence within it was completely used up. It is indeed very difficult to improve one's physique, Ling Han said in his mind. Under conscious defense, for example, a poly-tier martial artist with origin power could casually attack a body-refining tier martial artist, and it would be impossible to break through this layer of defense. However, without conscious defense, the defense of a poly-tier martial artist would not be much stronger than that of a body-refining tier martial artist. For example, if a poly-tier martial artist was ambushed by a body-refining tier martial artist while he was sleeping, then the possibility of him dying without even realizing it was very high. And to improve one's physique, this kind of defense would always exist, such as when one was sleeping or unconscious. However, improving one's physique was also extremely difficult, and a large amount of natural treasures were needed. For example, in his last life, Ling Han did not put any effort into improving his physique. Of course, the reason why the beast's blood was refined so quickly was because the indestructible heaven scroll was too powerful, and its efficiency was shockingly high. Otherwise, if it was something like stone skin technique, it might take 3 to 4 days to completely refine. Ling Han could clearly feel that his muscles had become denser, and his skin had also become tougher. If he used a sharp stone to scratch it, it would only leave a white mark. Not long later, he should be able to cultivate the body of dead tree. The night passed, and the 2 continued to walk in the mountains, searching for demonic beasts to battle. From the 2nd day onwards, their luck seemed to improve, continuously encountering demonic beasts. Not only did it give Ling Han a very good chance for actual combat, it also contributed a lot of beast's blood to him, allowing him to continuously improve his cultivation of the indestructible heaven scroll. On the 4th day, they walked out of a forest and saw 5 people sitting on the grass in front of them. All of them looked like they had experienced a great battle, and all of them looked very disheveled. These 5 people were all youngsters, definitely not even 20 years old. 3 of them had reached the 9th layer of body refining tier, and the other 2 were in the 8th layer of body refining tier. In a small place like Grey Cloud Town, the cultivation of these 5 people could be called geniuses. Lu Yutong immediately took out a veil to cover her face. She was too beautiful, and it was very easy for her to cause trouble, though she was not afraid. Brother, which town are you from? One of the youths asked, his tone full of confidence. He should be from a rich family. Ling Han smiled and said, Gray Cloud Town. We are all from Guarak Town, the youth said, and began to introduce himself. I am Lu Dong, he is Chan Pengju, he is Li Hao, that guy is Zhou Chong, and this beauty is Zhu Shui, young Miss Zhu. Ling Han nodded at the 5 people and said, I am Ling Han, and this is Lu Yutong. Ling Han, we just found a green spiritual fruit, but there was a very powerful demonic beast guarding it, and we were unable to get it. How about it, are you interested in joining hands? Lu Dong suggested to Ling Han. The reason he had come up to get close to them was also because of this. Oh, Ling Han's heart moved. Not only could the green spiritual fruit increase a cultivator's cultivation, it was also very beneficial for breaking through to the Pali realm. These 5 people were almost at the peak of the 9th layer of Pali, and if they could eat a green spiritual fruit at this time, it would be very helpful. Spirit fruits were different from medicinal pills. They were natural treasures and had no side effects at all, unlike medicinal pills, which would accumulate pill poison in the body if taken continuously. However, some spirit fruits' medicinal properties were too strong, and they could only be consumed after being refined. Otherwise, it would be suicide. What level is the demonic beast? Ling Han asked. Miasma Cloud Beast, 9th layer of body refining tier. Zhou Chong answered. Ling Han suddenly understood. No wonder these 5 people had no way to deal with it. That was because the miasma cloud beast would spit out large amounts of poisonous miasma in battle, and when fighting it, they would need to hold their breath. But in an intense battle, even if you were a cultivator, how long could you hold your breath? As a result, without overwhelming power to end the battle in an extremely short amount of time, it was impossible to defeat the miasma cloud beast. However, you must first receive one of my sabers to prove that you have the strength to do so, Li Hao said, a cool expression on his face. He waved the saber in his hand, showing off very much. Chapter 29. You have to be careful, he's at the 9th layer of body refining tier. And he's also known as the saber maniac. Whenever he talks about sabers, he's definitely not joking. Zhu Shui reminded him, if you're not at the 7th layer of body refining tier, it's best if you don't take it head-on. Ling Han nodded and smiled. I only need to take one move. One move. Li Hao continued to act cool, looking like a great expert. All right, come. Ling Han did not boast, nor did he look down on him. He just nodded calmly. Li Hao moved and arrived in front of Ling Han, his right hand on the hilt of the saber at his waist, but he did not pull it out. His left foot in front, his right foot behind, his upper body slightly leaning forward, his expression extremely focused. Ling Han was slightly astonished. This guy was actually quite decent. He vaguely had the bearing of a saber user. Li Hao suddenly pulled out his saber, and a cold light flashed as he slashed towards Ling Han. Ding! A sharp sound rang out and sparks flew everywhere. Ling Han drew his sword just in time and slashed at the saber's body. However, the sword did not meet the saber head-on, but instead slashed from the tip of the saber to the hilt, using this method to neutralize the weight of the saber. The sword moved nimbly. Li Hao's saber was instantly neutralized. Zhu Shui and the others were all surprised. The strength that Ling Han displayed in this attack was only at the 7th layer of body refining tier, but he was able to neutralize Li Hao's full force attack in such a way, displaying outstanding swordsmanship. You pass. Li Hao nodded, his face still full of arrogance. However, Ling Han flicked his sword and said, You take one of my attacks as well. Haha, are you testing me? Li Hao laughed loudly. Ling Han being able to take one of his attacks did not mean that he could fight him to a draw. These were two completely different things. You can say that. Ling Han laughed. Do you dare? Then bring it on, Li Hao said confidently. After the exchange of blows just now, he could confirm that Ling Han's cultivation level was only at the 7th layer of body refining tier. Although both of them were at the late stage of body refining tier, the difference in strength between 2 layers was still quite obvious. Ling Han twirled the sword in his hand and suddenly thrust it out, aiming straight for Li Hao's neck. Naturally, Li Hao was not afraid. He brandished his saber to parry the attack, and with a ding, the long sword stopped right in front of his throat, only a few millimeters away. You've lost. Ling Han sheathed his sword. I clearly blocked you. Just as Li Hao opened his mouth, he saw Ling Han's long sword shake, and a white cold light flashed out. Sword Qi! Lu Dong and the other four exclaimed simultaneously. Li Hao's expression couldn't help but darken. He naturally knew the power of Sword Qi. He nodded and said, I've lost. Just now, if Ling Han had unleashed his Sword Qi, he would already be a corpse. Lu Dong and the others were scared half to death. They already felt that Ling Han being able to block one of Li Hao's saber strikes was already very impressive, but this guy had actually formed Sword Qi. It was really inconceivable. Li Hao's fighting spirit rose again and he said, Let's spar again. He had never fought against someone who had formed Sword Qi before, so it was very rare. All right. Ling Han nodded in agreement. He also had some intentions of nurturing Li Hao, and felt that this kid could possibly walk the path of a swordsman. As he spoke, his right hand shook, and the long sword struck out again. Li Hao naturally gave it his all, and hurriedly brandished his saber, wanting to use the weight of the saber to send Ling Han flying, using offense as defense. Ding 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 ding. The two fought fiercely. This time Li Hao wasn't instantly killed, but he suffered quite a bit. This was because Ling Han's Sword Qi had created many wounds on his body. After a few dozen moves, Li Hao decisively admitted defeat. If the fight continued, just the blood loss alone would be enough to kill him. Sword Qi is really powerful, he said somewhat dispiritedly, but also somewhat excitedly. If he could also form Saber Qi, the situation might be very different. Don't be discouraged, you're already very good, Ling Han said to the point. Even though he hadn't spent much time on the path of the sword in both of his lives, he was an extremely intelligent person, especially since he had once reached the height of the heaven tier. Practicing the sword for a day was equivalent to a body refinement tier practitioner practicing for a year, or even several years. How old was Li Hao to be able to compete with him in terms of skill? Zhu Shui and the others were both surprised and delighted. They were surprised that Li Hao, the #1 expert among them, was still not a match for Ling Han. They were delighted that with the help of such an expert, their chances of obtaining the green spiritual fruit would naturally greatly increase. The 7 of them set off, heading towards the location of the green spiritual fruit. So Brother Ling is the successor of the Ling clan of Grey Cloud Town. How strange, a genius like Brother Ling, we should have long heard of him. On the way, Ling Han became the focus of the 5 people's attention, and was naturally bombarded by their questions. This was very normal because his previous self didn't know that he had an immortal grade spirit base, and even more so didn't know about the 5 elements heaven grade skill. It would be strange if he could become famous everywhere. Ling Han only said that he had been rather low-key in the past, so he put this question aside. Although Zhu Shui and the others were also very interested in Lu Yutong, she had been cold and did not say anything, and Ling Han also did not have any intention of introducing her to them, so they could only be secretly curious in their hearts. Close to an hour later, they arrived at an extremely damp place. Impressively, there was a cave in front of them, and before they had even entered, they could already smell a disgusting stench. However, they could faintly make out a plant that was at least a meter long. It had a stem but no leaves like a sugar cane, but there were fruits hanging on the stem, no more no less, exactly 7. If we get any closer, we will be affected by the poison miasma, and we will have to hold our breath to advance. That miasma cloud beast is very cunning, and will definitely not leave the area of the poison miasma. We need to lure that miasma cloud beast out. As long as we can block it for a few breaths of time, we will be able to uproot the spirit fruits. Lady Lu and Shui will be in charge of uprooting the green spirit fruits, and the 5 of us will block the miasma cloud beast, is that alright? This was mainly said to Ling Han. There was one person on each side to retrieve the fruits, so that they would not be snatched and run away. Ling Han smiled and nodded. If they knew what cultivation level Lu Yutong was at, they probably wouldn't have made such a suggestion. Let's lure the miasma cloud beast out first. If we fight in the cave, we will not be able to make use of our advantage in numbers, Zhou Chong said. The 5 boys all took out their weapons and knocked them against each other, creating a noisy noise. In just a short while, a creature that looked like a wild boar ran out from the cave. Its body was covered with air sacs, and it was constantly spitting out gray mist. 2 thick and long tusks protruded from its lips like 2 short spears, giving off a very oppressive aura. This was the miasma cloud beast. Among the body refinement tier demonic beasts, it could definitely be considered a top-tier existence. The miasma cloud beast appeared at the entrance of the cave, but did not attack. It only grinned at the 5 of them and growled. The air sacs all over its body spat out gray mist, forming a dark cloud above its head. Attack! Zhou Chong shouted loudly, and was the first to leap out. Lu Dong, Chan Pengju, and Li Hao followed closely behind. The 4 of them simultaneously brandished their weapons and attacked the miasma cloud beast. Ling Han, however, did not move and only stood there quietly. For against one, although Li Hao and the others had the advantage in numbers, under the assault of the poison miasma, they were unable to display their battle prowess at all. After a few exchanges, they were at a disadvantage. They could not help but feel anxious. They had agreed to attack together, so why was Ling Han just standing there and watching? Shua, at this moment, Ling Han struck out with his sword, as fast as a ray of light. Chapter 30. A beautiful romance. The timing of this strike was ingenious. It was the moment when the miasma cloud beast's defense was weakened after it had neutralized the attacks from Lu Dong and the other 3. Shua, the long sword slashed past like a flying immortal from the heavens. With a puff, the sword directly pierced through the miasma cloud beast's right eye, all the way to the hilt. Pong, the miasma cloud beast fell heavily to the ground. It had actually died in one strike. What? Mother! Hiss! Lu Dong and the other 3, including Zhu Shuiyi who was hiding at the side, all gasped and cried out in surprise. That was the miasma cloud beast, a peak existence among the refinement tier demonic beasts, but it had actually been killed in one strike. How could they accept this? But immediately they all ran away. Every time they spoke, they would take deep breaths. They had all swallowed some miasma and had to circulate their energy to neutralize it immediately. Otherwise, their internal organs might be corroded. After a while, Lu Dong walked over and patted Ling Han's shoulder, saying, "I thought you were so scared that you didn't dare to make a move. So you're actually this powerful. Your first move was so swift and fierce. Haha, Brother Ling is really amazing. He actually killed the miasma cloud beast with one strike." Li Hao also said. As a bladesman, he was also very excited to be able to appreciate such a clean and neat strike. Ling Han only smiled. The lower the tier, the easier it was to challenge those of a higher tier. Moreover, the miasma cloud beast had been mostly distracted by Lu Dong and the other 3, which gave him the opportunity to kill it with one strike. Otherwise, if it was one-on-one, Ling Han would definitely not be able to defeat the miasma cloud beast unless he had taken the antidote. After the miasma had dissipated, they picked the green spiritual fruits one by one, but did not touch the roots. Their previous plan was due to time constraints, and they could only uproot the whole thing. Now that the miasma cloud beast was dead, they naturally did not have to do so. After all, this was a spirit medicine of heaven and earth. There were 7 green spiritual fruits, 1 for each person. Although Lu Yutong had kept it, she would definitely hand it over to Ling Han the moment she turned around. Humph, put down the spirit fruits. A cold voice rang out as 2 men walked over. One was an old man and the other was a young man. The younger one was only in his 20s, while the older one was in his 70s or 80s with a head full of white hair. The one who spoke was the young man. He walked in front while the old man followed behind like a servant. Ling Han's gaze swept over them. With his heaven-tier divine sense, he could naturally tell with a glance that this young man was at the 9th layer of body refining tier, while the old man had reached the 9th layer of poly. "Who are you? Why are you so arrogant?" Lu Dong immediately stood up and shouted at the other party. The young man's gaze swept across Zhu Shuiyi's delicate body and pretty face, revealing a trace of desire. After that, he said in disdain, "You don't even know me, Hang Zhan? Hehe, you should have heard of the Stone Wolf sect, right? This young master is the eldest grandson of the Stone Wolf sect's 7th elder." Stone Wolf Gate. Upon hearing these 3 words, the faces of Lu Dong and the rest changed at the same time, revealing a deep sense of fear. In Rain Country, a sect could not be casually called sect, society, gang. These were the 4 levels. Only a sect with a powerful warrior of spiritual ocean tier could be called a sect with a powerful warrior of gushing spring tier could be called a sect, and so on. A sect with only a warrior of poly could only be called a society, and a gang was the lowest level. Stone Wolf sect was the strongest sect within 1,000 miles radius. It was said that the 9 elders of the sect were all powerful warriors of Gushing Spring tier, and the sect leader was at the peak of the 9th layer of Gushing Spring tier. If what this Hang Zhan said was true, and his grandfather was really the 7th elder of Stone Wolf sect, then his background was indeed terrifying. Ha ha ha. Now you know who this young master is. Put down the spirit fruits, each of you break an arm and you can get lost. However, these 2 girls have to stay. Hang Zhan glanced at Lu Yutong again. Although he could not see her face, her graceful figure still made his heart beat faster. With his experience of seeing countless women, this girl was definitely a beauty. Lu Dong and the others were all furious. Leaving behind the spirit fruits was one thing, but they still had to break an arm? If a martial artist broke an arm, then that was equivalent to destroying their future. Zhu Shuiyi's delicate body trembled. She knew why the other party wanted her to stay, and this made her feel disgusted, angry, and terrified. Still want to resist? Hang Zhan laughed coldly. Elder, you make them despair. Yes, young master. The white-haired old man behind him said respectfully, and then slowly walked out step by step. His original figure was stooped, looking old and clumsy, but now with every step he took, his back straightened slightly, and his aura continued to rise. Very soon Lu Dong and the others turned pale. 9 layers of poly actually, Lu Dong and the others could not tell what cultivation level Elder Yu had. They only knew that he was very very strong, far stronger than they were. But no matter how many layers of poly he had, suppressing a few body refining tier martial artists was naturally a piece of cake. They were done for. Lu Dong and the others' faces were ashen. Though they were extremely unwilling, they had to admit that in terms of background they were inferior, and in terms of strength they were also inferior. You take off your veil, Hang Zhan said, pointing at Lu Yutong. The more he looked at Lu Yutong's figure, the hotter his heart became, and the more he wanted to see her true appearance. If Lu Yutong's appearance did not meet his expectations, he would definitely kill her with a single strike, because he had waited for so long for nothing. Consequences. Hang Zhan naturally did not think that the Stone Wolf sect was the king of this area. As long as they did not do anything to betray Rain Country, then what was the big deal about killing a few people? Lu Yutong naturally wouldn't pay any attention to him. Didn't you hear what I said? Hang Zhan was a little displeased. He was used to ordering people around, and the thing that annoyed him the most was when someone dared to disobey his orders. Lu Yutong looked towards Ling Han, and when she saw the smiling expression on Ling Han's face, she stretched out her hand to her veil, and lightly took it off. For a moment it was as if the entire world had lit up. There is actually such a beautiful woman in the world. She was truly an outstanding beauty, capable of causing the downfall of cities and countries. Although she was as cold and elegant as an iceberg, it gave rise to a strong desire to conquer her. If such an ice beauty could be turned into a coquettish pet, what kind of accomplishment would that be? At first, Lu Dong and the others were stunned by her beauty. However, they immediately felt that it was a pity that such a beauty was going to fall into Hang Zhan's hands. Hang Zhan was naturally pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect to meet such a beauty, and his eyes were about to pop out. He laughed loudly and said, "Beauty, come here." "Young master, be careful, she's in the poly realm," Elder Yu suddenly said, his face full of caution. He couldn't tell how strong this woman was. A person with a higher realm could sense the cultivation of a person with a lower realm, but this required the 2 parties to be close enough. For example, Elder Yu was so far away from Lu Yutong that he could only sense that Lu Yutong's cultivation had reached the poly realm, but he didn't know which level of poly she was at. Lu Dong and the other 4, including Hang Zhan, were all shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Chapter 31. After this incident with the Chung clan, the 2 clans that had originally been on equal footing in Grey Cloud Town immediately headed towards different fates. The Ling clan's influence was growing day by day, and they already had the status of being the first great clan in Grey Cloud Town. Meanwhile, the Chung clan's bottom was on fire, and they were facing an extremely difficult situation. Not being able to keep up with the flow of funds was one thing, but more importantly, their morale had been completely suppressed. Ling Dongxing had a good son. This was the common understanding of everyone in Grey Cloud Town. No one would remember that just 2 months ago, this good son was still publicly acknowledged as trash and a laughingstock. The small clans in the town all had frequent dealings with the Ling clan. If they wanted to become in-laws with the Ling clan, their target was naturally the once great trash, but now the great genius Ling Han. Of course, the Shun clan had become a laughingstock. They had originally already had a fine son-in-law in Ling Han, yet they themselves had rejected him. Who knew how Shen Ziyan was feeling right now? Chun Fenglai had just left when a member of the Stone Wolf sect arrived. His name was Ma Lang. He had brought with him the law enforcement team of the Stone Wolf sect, and they came in a threatening manner. They went from house to house, conducting an investigation, as if they were looking for someone. When Ling Han found out about this, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that these people had come for Hang Zhan? Very soon, Ma Lang and his men arrived at the Ling clan residence. The Stone Wolf sect was the ruler of the surrounding 1,000 miles. This time, Ma Lang had come as a representative of the Stone Wolf sect, so everyone had to give him enough face. Thus, all the important people of the Ling clan had gathered in the main hall to receive this special envoy. Ling Han arrived late, and when he arrived at the main hall with Lu Yutong, the main hall was already filled with people. He shook his head at the servant who was just about to greet him, and quietly walked over. There was only one person in the main hall who did not belong to the Ling clan. He was a young man dressed in white, and looked to be about 23 or 24 years old. His looks were average, but his whole body was exuding a powerful aura, and his face was filled with soaring confidence. If there was any flaw, it would be that the smile on this guy's face was really too fake, so fake that anyone who saw it would feel nauseous. Other than that, there was a row of black-robed men standing outside the main hall. All of them had the cultivation level of element gathering tier, but their cultivation level was not very high. They all seemed to be in the 2nd or 3rd layer, and none of them had advanced into the 4th layer. The 4th layer and the 7th layer would always be a bottleneck. This white-robed young man should be Ma Lang, Ling Han thought to himself. He once again turned his gaze towards him. This person's cultivation level was much higher, having reached the 6th layer of element gathering tier. In this area, coupled with his age, he could definitely be called a genius, leaving Shen Ziyan, Chang Xiang and the others in the dust. Ling clan head, in the past month, has anyone from your clan entered the Balance Mountain? Ma Lang asked. Ling Dongxing's heart jumped. He naturally knew that Ling Han had just returned from the Balance Mountain, but coincidentally, the other party had asked him this question. How could he not be on guard? However, he had been the clan head for many years after all, so he was naturally very shrewd. His expression did not change and he said, as far as I know, no one from the clan has entered the Balance Mountain. Fortunately, Ling Han had been very discreet when he came and went. The members of the clan only knew that Ling Han had disappeared for about a month, but no one knew exactly where he had gone. So that's how it is. Ma Lang nodded and did not say anything else. He only sat there, his eyes closed, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Ling Dongxing knew what was going on, and hurriedly ordered someone to bring over a wooden box. He said, Young Master Ma has had a hard journey. This is a small token from the Han clan. It's nothing much, but please accept it, young Master Ma. Only then did Ma Lang open his eyes. After receiving the wooden box, he did not try to avoid suspicion, and actually opened it on the spot. There were only a few thin pieces of paper inside, but Ma Lang flipped them over and revealed a smile. Those were silver notes, each with a face value of 500 taels. There were 4 of them, which meant that there was a total of 2,000 taels of silver. This was not a small sum of wealth. He had been ordered to move out, and his original intention was to take advantage of the situation by leading the enforcement team of Stone Wolf sect. Who would not fear him, because he was now representing Stone Wolf sect. These few days he had already visited all the small clans in Grey Cloud Town, and placed the 2 great clans, the Ling and Chang clans, at the very back. As expected, great clans were great clans, generous when they went out. Now that he had gained some benefits, he was naturally in a good mood. He suddenly stood up and said, I am under the orders of 7th Elder to arrest a criminal. If Clan Head Ling knows that someone has entered Balance Mountain in the past month, you must inform me. I will stay in town for a few more days. Definitely. Ling Dongxing agreed. He also stood up and said, "I will see young Master Ma off." Ma Lang nodded cheerfully and put on the air of an imperial envoy. He clasped his hands behind his back and began to walk. "Young Master Ma." It was at this moment that someone suddenly spoke up. It was Ling Zhongquan. Ma Lang frowned, turned around and asked, "What is it?" "I suddenly remembered that someone from the clan has disappeared for more than a month. Perhaps he has gone to Balance Mountain," Ling Zhongquan said, a cold smile on his face. "Oh, who is it?" Ma Lang asked. "This person's name is Ling Han, and he is the son of our clan head." Ling Zhongquan had been waiting for the other party to ask, so he quickly answered. Hearing what he said, everyone in the Ling family cursed him in their hearts. Not to mention the fact that Ling Han was now the hope of the Ling clan, the future pillar of support. Even if he was still that trash from before, as long as his surname was Ling, he could not help an outsider. With such a temperament, he still wanted to become the clan head? Then there would really be no hope for the Ling clan. Ling Dongxing was naturally even more enraged, secretly regretting that he had not cleaned up the clan sooner. Seeing that they all shared the surname of Ling, he had not killed them all. But he had never thought that Ling Zhongquan would be so heartless and heartless. Ma Lang turned his head towards Ling Dongxing and asked, "Clan head Ling, is there such a thing?" Ling Dongxing's expression did not change and he said, "My son did indeed leave the clan a month ago to gain experience, but he did not go to Balance Mountain." "Oh, then where did he go?" Ma Lang's eyes narrowed. "Seven Wind Mountains." Ling Han stepped out. "So you are Ling Han?" Ma Lang turned his gaze towards him. "I am Ling Han." Ling Han nodded. Ma Lang stared at Ling Han, his expression extremely stern, causing everyone to feel a chill as if a storm was brewing. "Ha ha ha ha." He suddenly laughed, walked over and patted Ling Han's shoulder and said, "Don't be so nervous, I was only asking casually. I still have to go to the Chung clan residence, and will come look for you in the future. I think we should be able to get along very well." This young man was really temperamental. Ling Han smiled calmly and said, "We shall meet again someday. Clan head Ling, there is no need to see me off." Ma Lang waved his hand and left with the men in black. Only when his silhouette had disappeared did the people in the hall breathe a sigh of relief. Unknowingly, they had actually broken out in a cold sweat, which was enough to prove what kind of pressure this young man had brought to them. Poisonous snake, that's right, he was a poisonous snake. This young man was like a poisonous snake. Even if they were in the same room with him, they would still be so nervous that they would break out in a cold sweat. Chapter 32. Ling Han sheathed his sword and smiled. "Will you tell anyone about what happened today?" "Of course not." Lu Dong and the rest shook their heads. "That's right. If we don't say anything, who would know that Hang Zhan and the rest died here?" Ling Han said. Lu Dong and the rest were still worried. After all, the name Stone Wolf sect was too scary. They could destroy their clans 100 times over with a flip of their hands. With this mentality, they did not dare to stay here any longer, afraid that Ling Han would silence them. Furthermore, they each had a green spiritual fruit in their hands, so they were all uneasy. They quickly bade farewell to Ling Han and disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Ling Han naturally had no intention of silencing them. His little handmaiden was the daughter of the Lu family in the imperial city. What was Hang Zhan compared to her? If the Stone Wolf sect knew that Hang Zhan dared to have evil thoughts about Lu Yutong, they would probably cut off Hang Zhan's head to apologize. Just like how Lu Dong and the rest feared the Stone Wolf sect, what was the Stone Wolf sect to the 8 great clans? "I'll eat a green spiritual fruit first. Once I reach the peak of physique refining stage 9, I'll eat a second one," Ling Han said in his heart. Although he had already gone through the 9 realms from physique refining stage to celestial being realm, it did not mean that he could break through the bottleneck of a large realm in one go. This was because other than comprehension of the realm, breaking through required the support of a large amount of energy. Where could the energy come from? Spirit herbs, medicinal pills, beast treasures, and spiritual liquid of heaven and earth were all fine, but these things were pitifully scarce. This was also why the higher the realm, the fewer martial artists there were. If there were no auxiliary treasures to provide energy, then they could only rely on themselves to slowly accumulate energy. Some people could succeed, but some people would explode from overexertion. If it wasn't for the green spiritual fruit, Ling Han would have needed to accumulate origin power for about 10 days to reach the peak of the 9th layer of body refining tier. Then, he would be able to break through to element gathering tier in one go. But it was different now. When the time came, he would only need to eat the green spiritual fruit, and success would follow naturally. Ling Han searched Hang Zhan and Elder Yu for their belongings. Since they were out, they naturally wouldn't bring many things with them. They only had some silver notes and a martial arts manual. The banknotes amounted to more than 100,000 taels of silver, which was considered a considerable amount of wealth. The secret manual, on the other hand, was the detonation technique, which was somewhat special. It could inject origin power into an object and cause it to explode. If it was used to attack an enemy, it would be impossible to defend against. Elder Yu probably hadn't mastered this secret technique yet. Otherwise, Lu Yutong would definitely be at a disadvantage if she was caught off guard. After all, there were 2 corpses there and it would affect their mood. Ling Han sat cross-legged and took out a green spirit fruit. After washing it with clean water, he ate it in big mouthfuls. As expected of a spirit fruit of heaven and earth. Even if its rank wasn't high, it was still incomparably delicious. He finished it in 2 or 3 bites, making him feel extremely unsatisfied. He wished he could take the other one and eat it as well. He hurriedly suppressed this desire and quietly waited for the medicine to take effect. In just a short while, the rich medicinal energy dispersed into countless tiny particles, entering his blood vessels and circulating throughout his body. Ling Han circulated the 5 elements heaven grade technique. The spirit root in his dantian glowed like a lotus, guiding the medicinal energy to nourish every piece of flesh, every bone, and every blood vessel in his body. His cultivation speed was already extremely fast. Before consuming the green spirit fruit, he had already reached the middle stage of level 7. Now that he had the help of the spirit fruit, his cultivation speed was naturally even more terrifying. Later stage of level 7, pinnacle of level 7. After accumulating a bit of origin power, he charged up to the 8th layer of body refining tier in one go. At this time, the medicinal power of the green spiritual fruit had not been exhausted yet, and was still quickly increasing his cultivation level. It only stopped when he reached the middle stage of the 8th layer of body refining tier. Very good, it saved him about 6 days of time. In Lu Yutong's eyes, a strange thought arose in her mind. For the first time, she wasn't surprised by Ling Han's sudden increase in cultivation level, because this time it was too normal. He had eaten a green spirit fruit after all. The 2 of them continued to wander around the mountains. Ling Han was still honing his sword technique, wanting to reach the level of 3 flashes of sword qi before breaking through to the Pali realm. Another 8 days later, Ling Han reached the peak of level 8. After accumulating origin power for a night, he began to break through to level 9. When the sun rose in the morning, he also stood up, the corner of his mouth revealing a hint of a smile. Level 9 of level 9. Very good. He only needed about 10 more days to reach the peak of level 9 of level 9. Then, after consuming the green spirit fruit, he would charge up to the Pali realm in one go. Lu Yutong was naturally already numb. She reckoned that if Ling Han broke through to level 9 of level Pali tomorrow, she wouldn't be surprised. Otherwise, if she was shocked by this guy every time, she would definitely die young. Suddenly, 10 days passed, and just as he expected, Ling Han reached the peak of level 9 of body refining. He took out the green spirit fruit, revealed a smile and said, "Today is my last day in level 9 of body refining. Sigh, it's really been a long time." Lu Yutong couldn't help but roll her eyes. She had followed Ling Han all the way from level 2 of level 9 of body refining. How many days and a month had it been? Was this considered a long time? But when she thought about how Ling Han had been stuck at level 2 of body refining for a few years, this sigh seemed to make some sense. She started cultivating at the age of 13, and reached level Pali at the age of 14. Just from this point alone, her progress was indeed much faster than Ling Han's. After Ling Han swallowed the green spirit fruit, he began to break through to the Pali realm. He wasn't in a hurry, and was only accumulating the medicinal power. When an ordinary person broke through a barrier, they relied on the support of the medicinal power, continuously breaking through wave after wave until the barrier loosened, and then they would be able to break through. But Ling Han had absolute confidence that as long as he accumulated enough energy, he would be able to succeed in one go. Half an hour later, his body was already filled with origin power, and he felt as if his entire body was swelling up. Of course, this was a kind of illusion. It was because he had accumulated too much energy in his body, which was why it gave him this feeling of swelling up. But if he still didn't break through, or if he didn't release this energy, his body would really explode because of this energy. This was like a water bag that was filled to the brim. If he didn't poke a hole to release the water, or change to a bigger one, it would only explode. Almost there, Ling Han said in his heart, guiding the boundless energy toward his dantian. Level 9 of Body Refining Realm was to store origin power in every piece of flesh and blood in the body, so the amount was relatively limited. And level Poly was to open up the dantian, forming a strange space within the body. Everyone's body had a small universe, a small world, and martial art believed that this small world existed within the dantian. Boom! Under the violent impact of the energy, a hole immediately appeared in the dantian, a crack. If it was an ordinary person breaking through, they would rely on wave after wave of impact, causing this hole and this crack to continuously expand. But Ling Han was different. He had accumulated too much energy, so he directly broke through. Opening up the dantian was the first step, and the next step was the most important. Condensing the origin power into a high-speed revolving nucleus. This was like installing a motor in the dantian, and with a thought, the origin nucleus could transmit energy at high speed, exploding with a terrifying attack. Why was level Poly Realm crushing level 9 of Body Refining Realm? It was because after forming the origin nucleus, energy would surge like a tide. Even if both parties had accumulated the same amount of origin power, the attack of the one who formed the origin nucleus would be faster and fiercer, possessing an overwhelming advantage. Chapter 33. Ling Han opened up his dantian, but could only be considered half a step into the Poly tier. It only increased the upper limit of origin power that his body could hold, but the increase in power depended on whether he could form an origin nucleus. Who knew how many people in the 9th layer of body refining tier were stuck at this step? Poly tier martial artists could form a total of 9 origin nuclei, and after forming 9 nuclei, they could break through to the gushing spring tier. But for Ling Han, forming nuclei was a piece of cake. He'd done it 9 times in his last life. He began to form the nucleus. Powerful origin power surged, gathered, intertwined, and fused. He was familiar with this process, and very soon the origin power formed a nucleus which was as thin as a strand of hair. But he was immediately stunned because in his dantian, there were actually 5 origin nuclei. How was this possible? He'd just broken through to the Poly tier, and now he was in the 5th layer of the Poly tier? No, this was impossible because these 5 origin nuclei were too small, far from reaching the limit. He'd never heard of an origin nucleus that could form 5 at once, and then expand to the limit at the same time. Moreover, these 5 origin nuclei were too close to each other, attracting and repelling each other, forming a subtle balance. The colors were also different: gold, green, white, red, and black. Ling Han's heart skipped a beat. This was the materialization of the 5 elements, and these 5 origin nuclei represented gold, wood, water, fire, and earth respectively. Could it be that multiple elemental spirit base could form multiple origin nuclei? But why hadn't he heard of this in his last life? No, Ling Han thought carefully. These 5 origin nuclei had achieved a perfect balance. No matter which origin nucleus was slightly stronger, it would destroy this balance. Then only the strongest origin nucleus could live to the end, and the other origin nuclei would be pushed aside and destroyed. Based on this, to form 2, 3, 4, and this limit of 5 origin nuclei, one had to have a perfect balance between the elemental attributes of the spirit base. Only then would the formed origin nuclei also achieve a balance, and neither could swallow the other. In this world, there were many people who possessed 2 or even 3 or even 4 types of spiritual roots. However, the number of spiritual roots that could achieve a perfect balance between multiple spiritual roots was pitifully small. Therefore, the number of people who possessed 2 or 3 origin nuclei in this world was naturally pitifully small. In his previous life, apart from immersing himself in alchemy, Ling Han had immersed himself in cultivation. He rarely fought with others, so it was not surprising that he did not come into contact with martial artists with multiple cores. Moreover, Multiple nuclei could also be used as a trump card to turn the tables. Who would easily reveal their trump card? 5 yuan nuclei to form a large yuan nucleus. In other words, my yuan energy will be 5 times stronger than an ordinary person's. Ling Han thought to himself. This was an extremely terrifying thing. If every martial artist attacked with all their might, they would have to attack more than 100 times, or even 1,000 times, before they would be able to use up all the energy in their bodies. But what if they could increase the speed of the energy by 5 times? That means every strike is 5 times more powerful. If the power of the poly stage was to be compared in terms of numbers, if the first layer was 1, then the second layer was 2 and the third layer was 3. However, the fourth layer was 6 and every third layer was a step that separated the front, middle and back stages. With such a comparison, the advantage of the 5 elemental yuan nuclei was incomparably obvious. No. The 5 elemental yuan nuclei have also formed a perfect balance and mutually amplify each other. The explosive power is not just 5 times but 6 times or even 10 times. If I reach the peak of the first layer of poly, I will at least be comparable to the fourth layer of poly. As for how much, I will only know after I reach the peak of the first layer of poly. So this was the true strength of the immortal spirit root. However, to strengthen 5 yuan nuclei at the same time, the speed would definitely not be as fast as strengthening 1 yuan nucleus. The advantage of the immortal spirit root in cultivating at a fast speed would be reduced by quite a bit. Furthermore, to pour out yuan energy at 5 times the speed required the space in the dantian to be extremely large. Otherwise, the energy would be exhausted after just a few strikes. How would that be possible? There is no advantage in speed. In exchange, I will be practically invincible among those of the same level. Furthermore, I am the Alchemy Emperor, and can still maintain a high speed of cultivation. Even if I still step into the heaven tier in 200 years, this will still be the fastest speed in history. No. I already have a complete comprehension of the realm. I definitely don't need as long as 200 years. The world is fair. To obtain stronger power, one must pay double or even 10 times the price. Furthermore, the space in the dantian is too small now. It doesn't allow me to fight for too long. According to my current understanding, as long as there are multiple spirit roots with completely balanced attributes, they can be called immortal spirit roots. However, immortal spirit roots can also be divided into grades, and my 5 elements Chaos Lotus is the strongest. Because it is impossible for there to be 6 spirit roots in this world, there is no way to achieve balance. No wonder I found the second level of the 5 elements heaven grade skill a little strange. I had thought that the person who created this skill made a mistake. So it is because the 5 elements Chaos Lotus can form the 5 elements origin nuclei. Coupled with the 5 origin nuclei circulating at the same time, there is no problem at all with this skill. As expected, the immortal spirit root must be matched with a specific skill in order to unleash its power. Otherwise, if I use a normal skill to activate the 5 elements origin nuclei, I really don't know what will happen. In this life, I have the best conditions in almost everything. If I still can't shatter the void and become a god, then I should really find a piece of tofu and knock myself to death. While the medicinal effects have not been exhausted, I will cultivate for a while longer. Ling Han guided the remaining medicinal effects of the green spiritual fruit in his body, expanding his dantian and strengthening the origin nuclei. The cultivation process of the polytier was to expand the dantian and strengthen the origin nuclei as much as possible. The bigger the dantian, the more origin power it could contain. This was accumulation. And the bigger the origin nuclei, the faster it rotated, and the stronger the power it could erupt in an instant. Thus, even if 2 martial artists were of the same tier, there would be a huge difference in battle prowess. Of course now, the number of origin nuclei had to be taken into account. Ling Han was like a digger, opening up his dantian so that it could contain more origin power. At the same time, he pushed the origin nuclei to revolve on its own. With every revolution, the speed would increase by a tiny bit. Threads of origin power twined around the origin nuclei, causing the volume of the origin nuclei to also increase. The process of strengthening the origin nuclei had to be very strict because the 5 origin nuclei had to be in a state of absolute balance. Otherwise, even the slightest difference would cause the origin nuclei to collapse. The more he started, the more he could not afford the slightest difference. The foundation was really too weak. His thirst for powerful strength caused Ling Han to cultivate tirelessly. What? He was in the midst of digging with all his might, but he suddenly stopped, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. A black tower was currently floating in his dantian. Its whole body was overflowing with golden light, and it emitted a desolate and primitive aura, ancient and solemn. The tower had 9 levels, and from the perspective of Ling Han's divine sense, this black tower was 30,000 meters tall, connecting the sky and the earth. Even if 10,000 years had passed, Ling Han could still recognize this black tower at a glance. Using his words, even if it was burnt to ashes, he would still recognize it, because this black tower was the main culprit that killed him in his previous life. Damn it, why was this tower in his dantian? Could it be that killing him once in his previous life wasn't enough? In this life he chased after him again, intending to trap and kill him a second time? Don't play like this. Chapter 34. In his last life, Ling Han experienced many dangers and entered the Black Light Earth Valley, discovering a mysterious black tower with golden characters engraved with the indestructible Heaven Scroll. This was Ling Han's greatest opportunity in his last life, but also the greatest danger. The black tower shook, and his physical body was directly shaken into ashes, but his soul somehow survived and transmigrated for 10,000 years. Now that he was in this black tower, even with his heaven-tier mentality, he couldn't help but shiver. In his last life, this black tower shook him into ashes with just a light shake, and in this life it appeared in his body. How could this not be scary? However, Ling Han quickly calmed down. If the black tower wanted to kill him a second time, it could have done so long ago. Although he just discovered the black tower existed in his dantian, in reality, this thing should have been there for a long time. And when he thought about it carefully, some puzzles were solved. For example, why could his soul exist for 10,000 years? It must be related to the black tower. Why could he suddenly come back to life? It must also be related to the black tower. But he was reincarnated in a way he didn't know at all, and the black tower itself also came in. Brother, should I thank you or hate you? Ling Han murmured in his heart. His last life ended prematurely because of the black tower, but he asked himself, even if the black tower didn't shake him to death, with only 1,000 years, could he learn the indestructible Heaven Scroll? Completely impossible, because he didn't eat or sleep, and spent all his time on studying the indestructible Heaven Scroll, which required 10,000 years. Under normal circumstances, how could he do it? Now he even had a feeling that the black tower was actually helping him by shaking him to death, allowing him to comprehend the indestructible Heaven Scroll in a spiritual state. Thus, when he had grasped the first layer of the Heaven Scroll, he had come back to life. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? The black tower was still there, with a total of 9 floors. Except for a tightly closed door at the bottom, the other floors were all sealed, without a single window or other door. And even with Ling Han's eyesight, he couldn't tell what material it was made of, and could only feel a cold, old and ancient presence. Moreover, Ling Han had never heard that the dantian could contain anything other than origin energy. This is no ordinary object. There was a 99% chance that it had come from the immortal realm, and that was why the indestructible Heaven Scroll was inscribed on it. A cultivation technique that required 10,000 years to comprehend naturally could not possibly have come from the mortal realm. Ling Han wanted to use his consciousness to enter the Black Tower, but discovered that there was no way at all. Arbitrary consciousness was formless, and could be said to be all-pervasive, but this Black Tower really didn't have the slightest gap. He wanted to force his way in, but his consciousness was immediately pushed back when he tried to force his way in. Well, this was a master. In his last life he was killed with a casual shake of the hand, and now he was domineeringly occupying his dantian. And not only was he completely helpless, he didn't even know what kind of existence the Black Tower was. Unwilling to accept this, he launched his consciousness to collide with it again. No matter what, he had to find out. After a few times, over and over again, the Black Tower seemed to be annoyed by him, and actually trembled slightly, reacting and sending out a consciousness. This surpassed language itself, and allowed Ling Han to directly understand. The general idea was that he was too weak now, unable to enter the Black Tower at all, and had to at least cross into Gushing Spring Tier. However, as the new master of the Black Tower, as long as Ling Han advanced a tier, he could obtain a chance to be strengthened by the Black Tower, directly increasing his power by 1 tier. For example, Ling Han was now in the early stage of the first layer of Poly, so with the help of the Black Tower, he could use the power of the first layer of Gushing Spring tier. But there was only one chance, and if he didn't use it, it would be a waste, unable to accumulate. Master, he actually became the master of the Black Tower. However, this tower was really something. Since he was the master, why couldn't he use it at all? And he could only obtain one chance to be strengthened by the Black Tower at each tier? He had to wait until he broke through to Gushing Spring tier to understand more. However, this could be used as a trump card, instantly increasing his power by 1 tier, enough to turn the tables on him. However, he could only use it once at each tier, too stingy. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh and opened his eyes, looking very melancholic. This almost caused Lu Yutong to cry. Say you broke through to element gathering tier in a single day. Yet you still look very disappointed. How can others accept this? Come, let's go home. Ling Han snapped his fingers. This was the first time he had received fatherly love, and now that he had been away from home for almost a month, he still felt a bit homesick. The two of them returned to their residences. On the way back, Ling Han went through the second layer of the 5 elements heaven grade skill in his mind. With his comprehension ability, he naturally had no difficulty understanding every single detail. 5 elements heaven grade skill had a total of 9 layers, corresponding to the 9 tiers from body refining tier to heaven tier. Every time he broke through a tier, he would have to change the corresponding cultivation technique. The Poly tier was indeed different. Origin power burst forth from his dantian, at least 10 times that of the 9th layer of body refining tier. It was long and continuous, as if there was no end to it. It took them almost half a day to get there, but the return trip only took an hour. Grey Cloud Town soon appeared in front of the two of them. Greetings, young Master Han. Greetings, young Master Han. After entering the Ling family, all the servants and guards along the way bowed respectfully to him. Now that everyone knew that Ling Han had defeated the Chung family brothers, they naturally didn't dare to be disrespectful to this useless young master of the past. Ling Han asked around, and when he found out that his father was in the study, he immediately ran over with large strides. Ling Dongxing said that as long as he broke through to spirit gathering tier, he would tell him about his mother. He entered his own courtyard and came to the door of the study. The door was unlatched and he coughed lightly, walked in and said, "Father, I'm back." "Haha, you're back just in time. The Chung family is hosting a banquet tonight, and you're also on the invitation." Ling Dongxing immediately let out a hearty laugh, raised his head to look at Ling Han, and handed him an invitation. Ling Han took it, glanced at it and said with a smile, "The Chung family can't hold on any longer." Ling Dongxing had long begun his counterattack. After Zhu Dajuan cut off the supply of elixirs to the Chung family was like a normal person who had lost a leg, and it was difficult for them to move forward. And the Ling family was also attacking the Chung family's other businesses, purchasing raw materials that were supposed to be sold to the Chung family at a high price, and selling the goods that the Chung family sold at a low price. In this way, the Chung family's finances were completely paralyzed, just like the Ling family some time ago. After more than 20 days, the Chung family was in a great predicament. Now that the Chung family sent out an invitation, it was most likely a signal to beg for mercy. "Later you'll go to the banquet with me, but be careful. Don't run around at the banquet. I'm worried that the Chung family will take the risk out of desperation and set up a killing trap," said Ling Dongxing. He naturally wouldn't take the risk alone, and the family's elites would also go with him to prevent the Chung family from using force. Ling Dongxing looked at Ling Han, his thick brows slightly furrowed. He had a feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was. After a while, he suddenly slammed the table and jumped to his feet, his face full of excitement. "Han, you've broken through to the Poly realm." He finally realized what was wrong. Ling Han nodded and said with a smile, "I've broken through." Good. Ling Dongxing was excited, his hands clenched into fists. Because he used too much force, his knuckles cracked and his veins protruded. "Father, I want to know what happened to my mother," said Ling Han in a low voice. Ling Dongxing hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "You're indeed qualified to know now. I thought that I would hide the matter about your mother in my heart for the rest of my life. I've hidden it for too long, and my heart is also very bitter. Ling Han nodded slowly. For so many years, Ling Dongxing had borne the pain of losing his beloved wife alone. There was no one to comfort him, no one to share his burden, so naturally he was miserable. He swore that no matter who broke up his parents, he would make them pay the price. Reading on the mobile phone is more refreshing. Chapter 35. The Seven Wind Mountains were very large, spanning nearly 1,000 miles from east to west, and nearly 400 miles from north to south. It was the largest mountain in the northern region of Rain Country. There were many demonic beasts in the mountains, and spiritual medicine abounded. Sometimes one could also find precious metals here which could be forged into high-level weapons. Thus, there were many people who came here to train and search for treasures, but every year, there were also many who died here. Some died in the mouths of demonic beasts, some died because of the dangerous environment, and some were killed by their own kind. Although no one had ever counted, everyone believed that more than half of the people who died were killed by their own kind. Thus, in the Seven Wind Mountains, the most dangerous thing was not the demonic beasts but their own kind. One day later, Ling Han and Lu Yutong arrived at Yellow Bridge Town, which was the closest town to the Seven Wind Mountains. From here they could directly enter the mountains. Because the journey this time was very long, they had come on horseback. The two of them rested for the night in an inn in the town, and left their horses at the inn. Then they brought along their simple belongings and entered the mountains. If they did not return within a month, the inn had the right to sell their horses as the fees for keeping the horses for this month. The morning sun rose and shone on the dewdrops, reflecting beautiful colors and full of vitality. This was a wild, primitive mountain. Although there were many people exploring the mountain every day, but for such a huge mountain range, this number of people was really insignificant. Ling Han and Lu Yutong breathed in the fresh air, feeling an indescribable sense of relaxation. They walked all over the mountain, searching for the cave that the clues had mentioned. However, after 5 days, they had indeed discovered a considerable number of caves, but without exception, they only disappointed Ling Han. True, if this cave could be found so easily, wouldn't it have been discovered long ago? Ling Han suddenly stopped in his tracks. He had heard the sounds of battle. "Let's go," he said. As a person who had lived 2 lives, he could not change his great curiosity. They moved in the direction of the sounds and very soon, they arrived at the side of a small stream. On the empty ground in front of them, there were currently 2 groups of people engaged in a fierce battle to the death. This world is really small. Ling Han shook his head. He actually recognized one side of the battle. Lu Dong, Chen Pengju, Zhu Shui, and the others. Previously, they had fought for the green spiritual fruit together on Balance Mountain, but after the incident with Hang Zhan, these 5 people had also been scared off. He had never thought that he would meet them here again. Among these 5 people, Lu Dong, Li Hao and Zhu Shui had all broken through to Element Gathering Tier, while Chen Pengju and Zhou Chong had both reached the 9th layer of Body Refining Tier. Their improvement was very obvious. After all, they had all obtained a green spiritual fruit. However, although they had 3 elites of Element Gathering Tier, they were still at a disadvantage because the other side had as many as 4 elites of Element Gathering Tier. 3 against 4, they were already at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, not to mention that they had just broken through, so their battle prowess was even weaker. If it were not for the fact that the other side seemed to have the intention of capturing them alive, they would have long since been finished. "Hurry up and surrender lest you suffer more," one of their opponents said. The other side only had 4 people, and all of them looked fierce and ferocious. It was obvious that they had been here for a long time, and were filled with killing intent. Lu Dong and the other 4 did not answer, and continued to defend with all their might. In the beginning, Li Hao had been the strongest among the 5 of them, and now he was no exception. He brandished his long saber, and every strike of his saber was fearless, exuding an aura of no return. It was only because of his existence that the group of 5 were able to grit their teeth and persevere. However, he was also heavily targeted by 2 of his opponents. Pu Piu, with 2 heavy blows, 2 new wounds appeared on his chest and back, and blood splattered everywhere. Li Hao roared loudly, and his eyes became bloodshot. The aura he exuded became more and more violent, as if something was about to burst out from within his body. Ling Han could not help but make a soft sound of surprise. "What is it?" Lu Yutong asked. A battle of this level was naturally not something she would be interested in. That guy is quite talented, he's about to comprehend Saber Chi, Ling Han said, pointing at Li Hao. Saber Chi. Lu Yutong could not help but be shocked. No matter what kind of chi it was extremely difficult to comprehend, but most powerful warriors would speculate that it would be easier to comprehend under extreme emotions. For example, extreme joy and extreme sorrow, or endless slaughter, or even complete despair. However, she had always been as cold as ice, so she was isolated from extreme emotions like extreme joy and extreme sorrow, and had never managed to form sword chi in the end. According to what she knew, the elder in her clan who had managed to form sword chi had only managed to comprehend sword chi under great sorrow after his wife had passed away from illness. Now that Li Hao was actually about to comprehend saber chi, how could she not be shocked and envious? Ling Han smiled and said, "You don't need to be discouraged. As long as I guide you carefully, you will also be able to form sword chi very soon. This is not something difficult to do." For him, forming sword ray was the difficult part, and grasping sword heart was the real challenge. Not something difficult at all. Lu Yutong almost rolled her eyes again. How many people in the whole of Rain country had managed to form chi? Even their Lu clan only had a mere 7 people. Ling Han only smiled slightly. This girl naturally did not know how big the whole Eastern Star was. The strongest warrior in Rain country could only possibly be in the Flower Blossom tier. It could really only be said to be a remote and desolate place. In the wider world, geniuses were as common as clouds, and those who had grasped ray, or even heart, were not in the minority. "You're not going to help?" Lu Yutong could not help but ask. This is a rare opportunity for that guy. If he is unable to form saber chi this time, then the next time he has a chance to form saber chi might be 5 years, or even 10 years later, Ling Han said, shaking his head. Let him endure some more pressure. Lu Yutong frowned slightly. She was not fond of Li Hao. Under the attacks of the enemy that were like a torrential storm, he could be killed at any moment, what more when he formed saber chi. Don't be a despicable person. Under extreme pressure, you will explode with power that you cannot even imagine, Ling Han said with a smile. He could not help but think back. In his last life he was really a flower in a greenhouse, concocting alchemical pills and taking alchemical pills, easily advancing to the next level. But it was only when he began to search all over the world for ancient ruins that he discovered how poor his control over his own power was. Being surrounded by danger in one ancient ruin after another, it also tempered his tenacious willpower and improved his battle instincts. From that moment onwards he could truly be called a powerful warrior. Shua! A resplendent flash of saber light flashed, and as if to prove Ling Han's words, Li Hao, who had originally been forced into a desperate situation, actually unleashed a saber technique that would cause one to gasp in shock. What was even more shocking was that at the same time as this saber light flashed, another flash of saber light appeared, as if he had unleashed 2 saber strikes at the same time. Not 2 saber strikes, this second flash of saber light was saber chi. Pooh! No one had expected that Li Hao would actually be able to suddenly unleash a flash of saber chi. One of his opponents was instantly hit, and as the saber chi flashed past, blood immediately spurted out from that person's left shoulder. Chapter 36. However, it's not that I'm trying to discourage you, but among the participants of the Dayuan tournament, there's no lack of people in the 9th layer of Poly. You've just entered the Poly tier, so no matter how talented you are, it's impossible for you to be on par with the 9th layer of Poly. Ling Dongxing changed the topic and reminded Ling Han. Having ambition was a good thing, but overconfidence was definitely a bad thing. Ling Han nodded. In martial art, every small tier was a step and the 3rd tier was a large step. Only a few geniuses could cross this large step and surpass their own tier to achieve victory. He was now only in the 1st layer of Poly, and was still far from the 9th layer of Poly. Moreover, there were some people who had already reached the 9th layer of Poly, but had yet to break through to Gushing Spring tier. However, they were able to hone their skills even more, so their battle prowess would naturally increase by another level. If he reached the peak of the 1st layer of Poly with the power of the 5-element origin nuclei, he would have a high chance of winning even against someone in the middle stage of Poly, but against someone in the late stage of Poly, his chance of winning would be 50-50. After a while, I plan to go to the 7 Wind Mountains to train. Ling Han said. Although he had already made this decision a long time ago, he still had to tell Ling Dongxing about it. Ling Dongxing was immediately shocked. He naturally knew what kind of place the Seven Wind Mountains was. It was a world where demonic beasts roamed freely, and there were terrifying existences in the depths of the mountains. Even powerful warriors of spiritual ocean tier did not dare to venture deep into the mountains. Ling Han was only in the first layer of Pali, so entering the Seven Wind Mountains was really too dangerous. Moreover, there were only 2 months until the end of the year. Even if he entered the mountains to train, he wouldn't be able to improve much. Don't worry, father. I'll only walk in the outer regions, and won't venture deep into the mountains. Ling Han smiled. He indeed had no such plans, because the martial artist who discovered the earth dragon grass was only in the 9th layer of Pali, so how could he possibly venture deep into the Seven Wind Mountains? Ling Dongxing was still worried, but he knew that his son had grown up and wouldn't listen to him for everything, so he could only remind him. Fortunately, Ling Han didn't have to leave immediately. The father and son chatted for a while longer before Ling Han returned to his room. He took a good bath and washed off the dust on his body. Then he took out a new set of clothes and changed into them. However, he felt that they were a little tight. He was still growing his hair, and after a month of training in the wilderness, not only had he grown taller, his body had also become much sturdier. Wearing his old clothes, he suddenly felt a size smaller. Fortunately, the Ling family was not short of money. Ling Han called a servant and asked him to take the measurements and then immediately go to the boutique to pick some clothes. However, when it came to Lu Yutong, he couldn't help but stop the servant and asked Lu Yutong to tell him her measurements and bring some clothes for her. Tonight they were going to the banquet. Of course, this beautiful maidservant had to come along. Not too long after, the servants returned with a pile of clothing. There were more than 10 sets of both male and female clothing. Ling Han and Lu Yutong took their time to choose. Ling Han, on the other hand, was able to finish choosing very quickly, but Lu Yutong tried on one after another. It was as if she was not very satisfied with any of them, yet she seemed to be very interested in every single one of them. Only when the sun was about to set did Lu Yutong finally choose one. After changing into it, Ling Han couldn't help but whistle. It was really beautiful. She was a stunning beauty to begin with. Now that she had changed into a lake green dress, her delicate figure was fully displayed. Her round breasts, slender waist, slightly raised buttocks, and 2 long legs, she was full of femininity. She had even specially put on some light makeup, making her facial features even more distinct. She was absolutely mesmerizing. Seeing Ling Han's slightly shocked expression, Lu Yutong couldn't help but feel a little proud. She had always been shocked by Ling Han, and now that she had finally put on the act, she felt extremely happy. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up in a smile. She was originally an icy beauty. Now that she had broken through the ice and smiled, she was truly charming and alluring. Even with Ling Han's temperament, his eyes were still a little dazed. Let's go. Lu Yutong slightly raised her jade-white chin, forming an incomparably moving arc. She seemed a little proud. A beauty was a beauty. Her every movement would cause one to feel relaxed and happy. But after leaving, Lu Yutong still covered her face with a veil, hiding her moving features. This caused Ling Han to sigh inwardly in pity. At the same time, he was also a little proud. That was because he was the only one who could appreciate the beauty of a pretty maidservant. Oh right. Do you know if there are any outstanding geniuses in Dayuan City? Ling Han asked as they walked. Lu Yutong's steps paused slightly and she said, You want to participate in the Dayuan tournament? You are quite smart. Ling Han smiled. Every 3 years, Rain Country will hold a national tournament. If you can get into the top 50 in the Dayuan tournament, you will be guaranteed admission to Huyang University, Lu Yutong said. This tournament is meant to prepare geniuses for Rain Country in the first place. So that was how it was. This was not an isolated case in Dayuan City. If it's a genius. Lu Yutong thought for a moment, then opened her red lips and said, The Imperial City is too far away from here, so I am not very sure. I only know of one person because he is also a student of Huyang University. Who is it? Ling Han asked casually. Qi Yongyi, the 4th son of the current Dayuan king. Everyone calls him the Eternal Night King. He is indeed extremely talented, and his battle prowess is extraordinary. When he was in the 6th layer of Pali, he had already killed a powerful warrior in the 8th layer of Pali. Lu Yutong could not hide her admiration. Defeating and killing were two different things. 3 years ago, he was in the 6th layer of Pali and obtained the 2nd place in Yuan City. Now, he should be in the 9th layer of Pali. This was indeed a strong opponent. Ling Han's fighting spirit soared. Only this kind of opponent would be satisfying to trample on. The two of them met up with Ling Dongxing, and the three of them boarded the carriage and departed from the Ling family's mansion. Following closely behind them was Ling Chongquan and his grandson, who also boarded the same carriage. "Father, you still haven't dealt with them?" Ling Han asked. Ling Chongquan is, after all, the chief butler. Moreover, he has been in power for many years, so his influence is very deep. Although I have removed some of his influence, it is not something that can be completely dealt with in a short period of time. Ling Dongxing frowned, looking slightly displeased. This pair of grandfather and grandson actually dared to snatch his son's place to enter Huyang University. They were absolutely shameless. Ling Han nodded. In the end, it was still a matter of power. If Ling Dongxing was in gushing spring tear, Ling Chongquan would not dare to have the slightest bit of disloyalty even if he had 100 guts. The carriage swayed, and after about 20 minutes, they arrived in front of the Chung family's mansion. The Chung family was another great clan in Grey Cloud Town, so their mansion was naturally not something that a normal clan could compare to. It occupied an area of several tens of acres, and the tall walls stood tall, like a giant beast crawling on the ground. Because the Ling family was not the only one who had been invited today, but all the clans with a bit of power in the town had received the invitation. The Chung family had already laid out a red carpet at the main entrance. 8 servants stood on both sides of the entrance, and when a guest arrived, they would shout loudly, and there would naturally be someone from within the mansion to welcome them. When Ling Han and his companions alighted from the carriage, one of the servants immediately shouted, "The esteemed guest has arrived. Haha, Brother Ling, I've been waiting for you for a long time." A middle-aged man came out to welcome them, and raised his hands in greeting towards Ling Dongxing. His face was as red as a date, and his figure was tall and sturdy. He was the head of the Chung family, Chung Wenkuan. Chapter 37. Brother Chung. Ling Dongxing immediately greeted his opponent with a smile, cupping his hands in greeting. Come. You're the main guest today. I was worried that you wouldn't come." Chung Wenkuan held Ling Dongxing's hand, looking very enthusiastic. "Your brother Cheng's treating, how can I not give you face?" Ling Dongxing laughed loudly. The two of them spoke one after another, like a pair of old friends who had known each other for many years. Those who did not know the ins and outs of the situation would definitely not think that they were a pair of sworn enemies, and that each clan would want nothing more than to destroy the other. Ling Han shrugged. He hated this kind of hypocritical politeness the most. Fortunately, he was a genius in alchemy in his last life, so there were only others who flattered him, and he did not need to deliberately curry favor with others. Chung Wenkuan did not even look at Ling Han, as if he did not know that this was the person who had injured his 2 sons, and the main culprit behind the economic war between the 2 clans. "Hunter, don't go too far," Ling Dongxing instructed. "Yes, father," Ling Han replied, and followed behind with Lu Yutong. Under Chung Wenkuan's guidance, they very quickly arrived at the main hall. There were over 100 tables set up here, and there were already quite a number of people seated. Because every table had a name written on it, there would not be a case of sitting at the wrong table. The person who had set up the table was very meticulous, taking into account the fact that there would be female companions. Thus, even though every table could seat 10 people, they would usually only write 5 names. After Ling Han and Lu Yutong found their seats, they sat down. "Young Master Han." There were currently 3 people seated at this table, and they all spoke to Ling Han with respectful expressions on their faces. They were all young people, and also students of Tsangyun College. Not long ago, they had witnessed Ling Han display his invincible might and defeat Brother Chang Xiang. They also heard that he was at the 7th layer of body refining tier, so they naturally did not dare to underestimate him. A 16-year-old at the 7th layer of body refining tier in Grey Cloud Town, he could already be considered a genius. Ling Han smiled at the 5 of them. Since they gave him face, He naturally didn't need to give them the cold shoulder. Not long after, they saw that Ling Muyun had also sat down at this table. However, it was as if he did not notice Ling Han, and his expression was very serious. After a while, Chang Xiang walked over and sat at the same table. Ling Han, you look good. Chang Xiang sneered at Ling Han. Ling Han glanced at him and said, the wound on your face healed very quickly. Chang Xiang's face immediately turned red. Being defeated by Ling Han in public was a great humiliation to him, and he was even forced to beg for mercy. Every time he thought about it, he wanted to commit suicide. However, after today, he would completely erase this humiliation. You can only be smug for a while now, he sneered. Later, you will kneel in front of me and beg for my forgiveness. Did you not take your medicine? Or did you take too much? Ling Han said with a smile. Chang Xiang didn't say anything else, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he put on an unfathomable expression. More and more people came. At first, everyone was still walking around. This kind of gathering was also a good opportunity to build relationships and do business. However, as the number of people increased, everyone began to sit down and wait for the banquet to begin. The grudge between the Chang and Ling families was seen by everyone. These were the two strongest forces in Grey Cloud Town, and if the Chang family were to lower their heads to Ling Han now, then the Ling family would be the sole ruler in the future. Because of this, there were so many people present today, and they all wanted to witness it with their own eyes. Very quickly, Chang Wenkuan stood up and gestured to the people around him, indicating that he had something to say. The people who were originally just whispering also stopped talking, and the hall became incomparably quiet. Was he going to admit defeat to the Ling family in front of everyone? Today, I have invited everyone here to introduce a person to everyone. Chang Wenkuan opened his mouth and said. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. What was going on? Shouldn't the Chang family be admitting defeat? Why did it become a welcoming banquet for someone? If they had known earlier that this would happen, the majority of people would not have come to this banquet. Shua, everyone's gazes all turned to Ling Dongxing. Now that the Chang family had made such a move, the next person to bear the brunt of it was naturally the head of the Ling family, and they wanted to see how he would react. However, to everyone's disappointment, Ling Dongxing still had a faint smile on his face, as if he didn't care about it at all. Chang Wenkuan continued to say, this person is my nephew Cheng Xiaoyuan. When he was 13 years old, he left the family and became the disciple of an elder of the Stone Wolf sect. Now that he has made some small achievements in his martial arts, he is able to return home to visit his family. Stone Wolf sect, everyone was shocked. The Stone Wolf sect was the overlord of the area within a radius of 1,000 miles, and controlled the life and death of Grey Cloud Town and several dozen other towns. It could be said that they were the local tyrant. Chang Wenkuan suddenly playing this card obviously meant that he did not plan to admit defeat to the Ling family, but wanted to use the Stone Wolf sect to suppress the Ling family. However, Chang Xiaoyuan was only the disciple of an elder of the Stone Wolf sect, so his power should be limited, right? This time Xiao Yuan has returned, and was fortunate enough to invite an esteemed guest. Chang Wenkuan was all smiles. This was his trump card. Let us invite Elder Chan Feng Lai. Elder. The elder of the Stone Wolf sect. That was a being of gushing spring tear. Chang Wenkuan was the first to applaud, and under his lead the others also began to applaud. At this moment, an old man walked out from the inner door of the hall. He had a medium build, was dressed in cinnabar, and had a full head of black hair. His skin was ruddy, and there was a bewitching glow about him. Behind the old man, a young man walked out. His hands were at his sides and his brows were low. He followed closely behind the old man, appearing very respectful. Needless to say, this old man was definitely Chun Fenglai, and this young man was Chang Xiaoyuan. Chun Fenglai strode to the main table, and sat down as if there was no one else present, appearing extremely arrogant. However, no one dared to express any dissatisfaction towards his attitude, because he was a powerful warrior of Gushing Spring Tier. Even if he was only in the first layer of Gushing Spring Tier, he would still be able to crush the 9th layer of Pali. This was the iron law of martial art. He did not make a sound from the beginning to the end. In his eyes, this was a matter of course. There was not a single person here that was worthy of him speaking to. If it was not for the fact that Chang Xiaoyuan had begged him for many days, he would definitely not lower himself to come here. Chang Wenkuan gave Ling Dongxing a smug look, meaning to say, "I've already invited an elder of the Stone Wolf sect, and you still dare to oppose me?" Chang Xiaoyuan did not accompany Chen Fenglai to sit at the main table, but instead walked to sit next to Chang Xiang, looking very imposing and imposing. This guy was in poly tier and should have broken through not too long ago. Now, he was still in the first layer of poly tier. "Younger brother Xiang, I heard that you sparred with someone a few days ago and lost," Chang Xiaoyuan said to Chang Xiang. "My skills were inferior, AI." Chang Xiang deliberately sighed. "Oh." Chang Xiaoyuan raised an eyebrow and said, "Who did you lose to? I'd really like to see for myself." "He as far away as the horizon, the one right before your eyes." Chang Xiang turned his gaze towards Ling Han. "So it's this handsome young man?" Chang Xiaoyuan smiled coldly, and also walked towards Ling Han, provoking him. "Do you dare to spar with me?" Chapter 38. This pair of cousins, one blocking the other, one asking and one answering, everyone could tell that they were deliberately provoking Ling Han. Chang Xiang's lips curled up slightly and he said proudly, "I forgot to mention this cousin of mine broke through to the Poly realm last year, and is now about to reach the peak of the first level of the Poly realm. He can be said to be an unparalleled genius." Chang Xiaoyuan smiled modestly and said, "I only broke through to the Poly realm when I was 20, so I can't be considered an unparalleled genius. I'm just a step ahead of everyone else." Hearing his words, everyone else at the table looked shocked. Poly realm, even though Chang Xiang was already at the 9th level of body refining tier and was only 19 years old, to take this step would take at least 3 years, at most 5 years, or even a lifetime. Therefore, Chang Xiaoyuan's modesty was a bit over the top. To break through to the Poly realm at 20 years old, one could definitely be called a genius. Of course, unparalleled genius was a bit over the top, but Grey Cloud Town was too small after all, and anyone who stood out a little could be called a genius. In the general knowledge of martial art, when one crossed a large realm, that was an absolutely insurmountable gap. Everyone looked at Ling Han, wondering how this guy was going to resolve the predicament before him. If he accepted the challenge, he would definitely lose, and Chang Xiaoyuan might even kill him. With an elder of Stone Wolf sect overseeing things, what would he be afraid of? But if he did not accept, the reputation he had painstakingly built up would come crashing down. This was a difficult decision, but just by comparing the two options, he should know that choosing to avoid the challenge was the wisest choice. After all, accepting the challenge could very well cost him his life. He wanted to slap himself in the face. Ling Han glanced at Chang Xiang, then shifted his gaze to Chang Xiaoyuan, and the corners of his lips curled up involuntarily into a smile. This was a good plan, but the Chung family would never have imagined that he had already advanced to the Poly realm, and his 5 elements origin nucleus was even more powerful. "All right, then let's spar," he said with a smile. What? Ling Han actually agreed. Not to mention the others, even Chang Xiang and his brother were shocked. But after a while they revealed cold smiles. Since this brat wanted to court death, they would fulfill his wish. If Ling Dongxing couldn't help but attack, then Chen Fenglai would definitely kill him. This was also what they hoped for. Today's plot was to kill with a borrowed knife. Even Ling Muyun could not hide the joy on his face. He also wished that Ling Han would die. It was very common for martial art aristocratic families to spar at banquets. As long as the area outside the living room was removed, there would be space for them to spar. Under Chang Xiang's intentional promotion, the news that Ling Han was going to spar with Chang Xiaoyuan spread to every table. The strength of the two, or at least Chang Xiaoyuan's strength, was also known to everyone. This was a battle without any suspense. Could it be that Ling Han was too proud and arrogant to accept the challenge? The two came to the patio outside the living room. There was an empty space with a radius of 10 meters. Although it was not very spacious, it was enough for a fight. "You really are an idiot," Chang Xiaoyuan sneered and began to overflow with killing intent. He lowered his voice and said, "I will kill you." "Oh," Ling Han snorted. "You really know how to daydream. Then die." Chang Xiaoyuan laughed loudly. He raised his fist and threw a punch at Ling Han. He did not need to use any martial arts techniques. He believed that with his strength at the peak of the first layer of Poly, he would be able to crush Ling Han. There was a saying in martial art that one could defeat 10. When the difference in strength was too great, there was no need for any techniques at all. Ling Han was fearless. He also threw a punch at Chang Xiao. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two fists collided, and a ripple of energy suddenly erupted, shooting out in all directions. Bang 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 bang. The people nearby immediately fell down. Meanwhile, Ling Han and Chang Xiaoyuan still maintained their previous posture, their fists against each other. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Some people who were eating immediately spat out their food, splattering it all over the face of the person opposite them. For a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. Ling Han had actually exchanged a punch with Chang Xiaoyuan, and it seemed to be a draw. How was this possible? The arrogance on Chang Xiaoyuan's face had completely disappeared. He frowned and said, "Poly stage." Ling Han smiled and said, "You're not the only one who can break through." In reality, everyone had already guessed this, but when they heard Ling Han's confirmation, there was a new wave of exclamations. Previously, Chang Xiaoyuan had broken through to the poly stage at the age of 20. He was already known as an exceptional genius. But now, Ling Han was only 16 years old. A 16-year-old poly stage. Heavens, this was crazy. Everyone looked at Ling Han with disbelief in their eyes. This guy had still been publicly acknowledged as trash more than a month ago, so how had he suddenly made such a great comeback? "Brother Ling, you've really raised a good son," Chang Wenkuan said darkly, his tone filled with killing intent that could not be concealed. A 16-year-old poly stage. This was really too terrifying. He was even more talented than Ling Dongxing had been all those years ago. At that time, he had always compared himself to Ling Dongxing, but no matter how hard he tried, the gap between him and Ling Dongxing only grew bigger and bigger. Until Ling Dongxing returned to Grey Cloud Town, his ability remained fixed at the 9th layer of poly, giving him a chance to catch up. But he had never thought that Ling Han's talent was even more outstanding. This brat definitely could not be left alive. Otherwise, in a few years' time, this brat might be in gushing spring tier. At that time, the Chung family could only bow down to the Ling family. Meanwhile, Ling Dongxing smiled faintly. In the past, his son had caused him to worry endlessly, but now there was only pride. He said, "It's just a so-so. I still can't compare to your Xiaoyuan, who broke through a year ago. Damn, one broke through at 16 years old, and the other broke through at 20 years old. How could they compare like this?" On the field, Chang Xiaoyuan took a deep breath. He was extremely shocked in his heart. He had heard from Chang Xiang that Ling Han was only in the 7th layer of body refining tier a month ago, but now he had shockingly broken through to the poly stage. This speed was really terrifying. Could it be that this brat had some kind of treasure on him that could increase the speed of his cultivation? When he thought of this, his eyes instantly lit up. That's right, this brat's reputation as a trash was well known, but he had suddenly become so fierce. He must have obtained a great opportunity. Now he's mine, Chang Xiaoyuan thought. He flipped his hands and opened his fists into palms. He was going to use a martial arts technique. Earth-shaking palm, a yellow-grade high-level martial arts technique. This was something he had gained from his training in an ancient site. Not only did it allow him to obtain a powerful secret technique, after he had handed it over to the Stone Wolf sect, he had also been rewarded with a poly pill, which helped him break through to the poly stage in one go. Otherwise, he would definitely not have been able to break through to the poly stage at the age of 20. He was filled with confidence. Yellow-grade high-level martial arts techniques were the best of the best in the Stone Wolf sect. The martial arts techniques passed down from the ancestors of the Ling family, and the Chung family were only yellow-grade middle-level martial arts techniques. Once he used the earth-shaking palm, he would still be able to easily control the situation. Chapter 39. Ling Han looked delighted. This stalk of earth dragon grass was more than 200 years old, and not only could it be used as medicine, it could also increase the effects of concocting pills. Then, even if the age of the other main ingredients was slightly lacking, it would still be able to make up for it. He carefully dug out the earth dragon grass. As long as the roots were not damaged, the medicinal effects of the earth dragon grass would not be lost, and could be preserved for a very, very long time. Congratulations, you're one step closer to Uncle's recovery, Lu Yutong said. She now knew that Ling Dongxing's spirit base had been destroyed. Ling Han's face was also filled with joy. If things could continue to go smoothly like this, then perhaps within 1 or 2 years, he would be able to restore Ling Dongxing's spirit base and once again set foot on the path of cultivation. The two of them exited the cave, and Ling Han prepared to concoct alchemical pills, while Lu Dong and the others began to boil the bones of the red-scaled dragon snake. Aside from the inner core, this was the most valuable part of the red-scaled dragon snake. It can't be. This guy can actually concoct alchemical pills. When Ling Han took out a tiny alchemy furnace, Lu Dong and the others' faces all twitched. What a freak! That's right. Not only has his cultivation advanced so quickly, he has also formed 4 flashes of sword qi, and now he can even concoct alchemical pills. I really don't know what to say anymore. Forget it, I won't compare myself to a freak. No. The 5 of them shook their heads repeatedly. Even Li Hao, who had formed 1 flash of saber qi, shook his head like a rattledrum. Wasn't comparing himself to a freak the same as asking for abuse? Ling Han's alchemy techniques were practically dazzling to the eyes. His origin power was now abundant, so there was no longer a need for him to take alchemical pills while he was concocting pills. Moreover, the explosive effects of the 5-element origin nuclei were astonishing, which allowed him to control the temperature of the furnace even more smoothly. After a mere hour he stopped. The transcending origin pill was formed. There were a total of 13 pills. These are transcending origin pills. Each pill can increase one's cultivation level by 1 layer, Ling Han said. He took out 8 pills, and handed the remaining 5 to Lu Dong and the others. In theory he only needed 2 pills to reach the peak period of the 3rd layer of element gathering tier, but the effects of these transcending origin pills were targeted at single nuclei. Who knew if the 5-element origin nuclei would need double or even more? Thus he kept an extra 6 pills just in case. Lu Dong and the others naturally had no objections to Ling Han's decision to take the majority of the pills. What a joke! What effort had they put in? All they had done was capture a bright wool sheep. And who would not be willing to do such a thing? They knew that Ling Han had given each of them a transcending origin pill because they had pointed out the location of the cave. This was Ling Han returning the favor. Otherwise, they did not have a very deep friendship, so who would be so generous? 1 pill could increase one's cultivation level by 1 layer. If they were to sell this, what kind of astronomical price would they fetch? Ling Han, Lu Dong, Li Hao, and Zhu Shui immediately took the transcending origin pills and began to refine them. Lu Yutong was responsible for standing guard, while Chen Pengju and Zhou Chong could only watch on enviously from one side. Thankfully, the transcending origin pill could not fly away, so they could still take it when they advanced into element gathering tier. Ling Han sat down in a patch of grass on one side. After taking the transcending origin pill, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth began to surge towards him. His 5 elements chaos lotus swayed slightly and began to madly absorb the surrounding spiritual qi. His cultivation level immediately began to soar. He had already reached the peak period of the 1st layer of element gathering tier in the first place, and under the infusion of a vast amount of spiritual qi, he immediately began to condense his 2nd origin nucleus. 5 dots of light appeared from nothing, and slowly turned into 5 spinning nuclei. Then they spun faster and faster, rapidly growing stronger. And in this process, the space within his dantian was also expanding to accommodate even more origin power. The size of a martial artist's dantian determined how much origin power a martial artist could accumulate. This was equally important, and for Ling Han the importance of this was multiplied by a few times. That was because he had 5 elements origin nuclei, and possessed power that far surpassed his cultivation level. However, the consumption of origin power was naturally ridiculously high as well. He needed a space within his dantian that was many times larger than that of martial artists of the same cultivation level. Otherwise, he would only be able to display his prowess for a short while, and would very quickly be exhausted. Of course, as long as he could obtain 1st place in the Dayuan tournament and obtain the dark moon grass, he would be able to concoct the spatial pill. That was something that even powerful warriors of heaven tier would covet. For him, who was still in element gathering tier, how many times would he be able to expand his dantian? The problem of not having enough origin power was naturally solved smoothly. The might of an immortal grade spirit base was on full display. The spiritual qi that was attracted to him by the five elements Chaos Lotus was indescribably abundant, and the transcending origin pill directly boosted the growth of his origin nucleus, causing his cultivation level to skyrocket. Second layer of element gathering tier, early stage, middle stage, late stage, peak stage. His speed was so fast that it was hair-raising. Although his origin nucleus was equivalent to 5 times that of an ordinary person, it did not consume any more of the medicinal effects of the spiritual qi. Although his origin nucleus was equivalent to 5 times that of an ordinary person, he still had an immortal grade spirit base, so how fast would the rate at which he absorbed spiritual qi be? In the first place, immortal grade spirit base was synonymous with fast cultivation speed, so how could it possibly be a hindrance? At this time, the medicinal effects of the first transcending origin pill had also been completely exhausted. Ling Han opened his eyes and instantly felt a strong sense of hunger. As it turned out, he had unknowingly cultivated for an entire day and night. On the other side, Lu Dong and the other two had also finished their cultivation, and expressions of wild joy appeared on their faces. However, the speed at which they had advanced was different. Lu Dong and Zhu Shui had only reached the peak stage of the first layer of spirit gathering tier, while Li Hao had reached the early stage of the second layer of element gathering tier. Their different levels of talent meant that the effects of the medicinal effects they absorbed would also be different. Ling Han, on the other hand, was a little fond of Li Hao. Being able to form saber qi at such a young age was already a testament to his potential, and reality had proven that he was right. Thus, Ling Han decided to nurture this person a little. Perhaps, in the future, a saber king would appear because of this. At this time, the bone marrow of the red-scaled dragon snake had also been boiled and melted into the broth. It was a golden color, and when one smelled it, there was a strange fragrance. It's a perfect tonic. Come, 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 let's all eat to our heart's content. Ling Han called out to the others and began to distribute the broth. The snake meat had also been roasted. Although its effects were far from being comparable to the bone marrow, it would at least be able to fill one's stomach. The 7 of them began to eat, and none of them held back. Putting aside the fact that the red-scaled dragon snake's grade was not high, king-tier demonic beasts were not common goods that could be found on the streets. Even Lu Yutong had only eaten one twice before. Even she, the daughter of a noble family, was like this, so there was no need to even mention Lu Dong and the others. Not long after, they had finished the whole pot of broth. They felt so full and bloated, as if they were about to explode. This was natural. The bone marrow of the red-scaled dragon snake was equivalent to a great tonic, and they had eaten too much of it. The 7 of them hurriedly sat down to meditate, and began to refine this great tonic. This could not increase their cultivation level, but it could strengthen their physique, which was similarly a great benefit. Ling Han circulated the indestructible heaven scroll, and absorbed these medicinal effects into every part of his body. There was actually a golden light flickering on his body, but it was very faint, and if one did not pay attention, they would not be able to notice it at all. Too good, he thought. The indestructible heaven scroll could perfectly absorb these benefits, and not a single bit of it would be wasted. One had to know that the food that one had eaten would definitely not be completely absorbed by the body, especially this kind of great tonic. Because the medicinal effects were too strong, it was definitely not something that could be refined in a short period of time. However, after 1 or 2 days, it would naturally be expelled from the body along with the 5 grains. What a waste that would be! After I've completely refined it, I will definitely be able to cultivate the body of Dead Tree. Chapter 40. First, he killed a disciple of Stone Wolf Sect, and then threatened Chen Fenglai. What audacity! Stone Wolf Sect was the ruler of 1,000 miles around. In comparison, neither the Ling family nor the Cheng family were qualified to be mentioned in the same breath. Was Ling Han seeking his own death? Chen Fenglai was also startled, because he was shocked by Ling Han's gaze. It was as deep as the ocean and filled with majesty, like a supreme warrior. But he immediately realized that he was actually threatened by a little polytier martial artist. He couldn't help but laugh out of extreme anger and said darkly, "Oh, how do you plan to kill me? I don't need to do anything. In less than 5 days you'll die by yourself," Ling Han said calmly and stretched out a finger. "About 10 days ago, did something go wrong while you were cultivating?" Chen Fenglai's expression instantly changed. Just as Ling Han said 10 days ago when he was cultivating, he suddenly had an epiphany and planned to break through to the 4th layer of Gushing Spring Tier. But in the end, he didn't succeed. Instead, his origin power went through his meridians. Thankfully, he stopped in time and didn't cause too much damage. How did this brat know? Ling Han smiled and said, "Stretch out your hand and press 3 inches below your left ribs." Chen Fenglai's first reaction was naturally that it was absurd. But his hand moved involuntarily and pressed 3 inches below his left ribs. With a light press, his expression instantly changed again. Pain that pierced deep into his bones. And the 7th spine half an inch to the right, Ling Han continued. Chen Fenglai touched it again, and cold sweat involuntarily broke out on his forehead. This was definitely not normal. "You've gone mad. You think you're fine because you're still in the midst of going mad," Ling Han said, and then revealed a confident smile. "I can save you." Chen Fenglai gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, teach me the method to cure it, and I'll forgive your crime this time." "Elder Chen." Cheng Wenkuan was both shocked and angry. Wouldn't Cheng Xiaoyuan's death be in vain then? Chen Fenglai glared at him, his eyes filled with killing intent. How could a minor character like Cheng Xiaoyan compare to his life? Cheng Wenkuan hurriedly shut his mouth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. If he talked back to a powerful warrior of Gushing Spring Tier, he would die without knowing why. Ling Han, however, shook his head and said, "You are, after all, in Gushing Spring Tier. Your life is only worth so little." Chen Fenglai's heart was filled with anger. But now that his life was in someone else's hands, he couldn't be unyielding. He could only suppress his anger and say, "Then what do you want?" Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "That will depend on your performance." Chen Fenglai was extremely gloomy. He was the 9th elder of Stone Wolf Sect, a powerful warrior of Gushing Spring Tier. Usually, he was the one who was high and mighty, so when had he ever been manipulated by a mere warrior of Poly Tier? But who let his life be in the hands of Ling Han? Ever since Ling Han had accurately pointed out the days when his practice had gone awry, and the sharp pain in the 2 acupoints, he had already firmly believed Ling Han's words. "What instructions do you have, young Master Han?" He lowered his stance. "Who?" Hearing the 2 words young Master Han, everyone spluttered. That was an elder of Stone Wolf Sect, a powerful warrior of Gushing Spring Tier. And he actually addressed Ling Han as young Master Han. How could they not be shocked? Ling Han smiled slightly and said, "Are you planning to kill me after you found the solution? How could that be possible?" Chen Fenglai hurriedly laughed dryly, but cold sweat once again flowed down his face. Ling Han's heart was clear. He naturally wouldn't put himself in danger. He would treat Chen Fenglai, but he definitely wouldn't cure him in one go. He pointed at Cheng Wenkuan and said, "This person is an eyesore, beat him up." Cheng Wenkuan's face instantly turned green. He had invited Chen Fenglai over to back him up, to resolve the pressure that Ling Dongxing had been pressing on him these days, causing the Cheng family's funds to be unable to keep up, and they were now in a desperate situation. But he had never imagined that the reinforcement he had invited would actually become the Ling family's helper. How could he not feel aggrieved? If he was given a piece of tofu now, he would definitely bang his head against the wall and die. "Senior Chen," he said in a trembling voice, in front of a powerful warrior of Gushing Spring Tier. His cultivation level of the 9th layer of Poly Tier was completely insufficient. "And do you still want to resist?" Chen Fenglai said coldly. Anyways, Cheng Wenkuan had nothing to do with him, so he naturally wouldn't take it to heart if he gave this guy a beating. Previously, he had already lowered his head to Ling Han, and now he would throw away his old face. Cheng Wenkuan's expression changed again and again. Finally, he could only grit his teeth and say, "I dare not." If he resisted, he would definitely die. Didn't he see that Chen Fenglai was in a very bad mood? "Papa!" Chen Fenglai's hand rose and fell, giving Cheng Wenkuan 2 slaps on the face. The force he used was so great that blood appeared at the corner of Cheng Wenkuan's mouth. In the main hall, it was completely silent, and only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. Who would have thought that things would develop in this way? Even Ling Dongxing didn't think that his son would be so capable, toying with a powerful warrior of Gushing Spring Tier in the palm of his hand. This made him both shocked and comforted him. He had a good son. The faces of Cheng Xiang and his brother twitched, wishing that there was a hole in the ground for them to crawl into. Previously, they were still full of confidence and complacency, thinking that they could regain all the face they had lost. They never thought that even their old man would be slapped in the face now. Today's banquet could practically be recorded in the history of Cheng family's humiliation. Cheng Wenkuan swallowed his anger, and did not even dare to show any anger on his face. However, no matter how shrewd he was, it was impossible for him to remain calm and composed. The veins on his forehead bulged, and it was obvious that he was extremely furious. Ling family. Ling family. I swear, I will definitely eradicate you all. He roared furiously in his heart. As long as third uncle successfully breaks through to gushing spring tear, everything can be reversed. Ling Han nodded and said to Chen Fenglai, I'll give you a prescription that can temporarily suppress your injuries. You'll be fine for half a year. Though Chen Fenglai was unwilling, he knew that Ling Han would definitely not be able to cure him in one go. If it were him, he would also hold back. After all, he was the weaker party. He could only nod and say, Thank you, young Master Han. Now that things had escalated to this point, the banquet naturally came to an end. If they continued to sit, it would be awkward. Everyone bid their farewells and left. After Ling Han handed the prescription to Chen Fenglai, he, Ling Dongxing and Lu Yutong, left the Cheng family. Ha 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 ha. On the carriage, Ling Dongxing finally released the laughter he had been holding in for a long time. He waved his fist forcefully and said, I've been fighting with Cheng Wenkuan for half my life, and I've never felt so relieved as I did today. However, Han, this matter was really dangerous. If Chen Fenglai had not made a mistake in his cultivation, today's matter would not have ended so easily. After all, a disciple of the Stone Wolf sect had died. Ling Han smiled. If Chen Fenglai had not made a mistake, he would have had two other choices. The first was naturally very simple, and he would not kill Cheng Xiaoyuan. The second was still to kill him, but he would need to reveal Lu Yutong's identity to suppress the situation. However, there was no need to consider this now. In another month, the Cheng family will not even be able to pay the monthly salary of their guards. At that time, my Ling family will be the sole ruler of Grey Cloud Town. Ling Dongxing said with great pride. Chapter 41. After the incident with the Cheng family, the two families that were originally at the same level in Grey Cloud Town immediately headed towards different fates. The Ling family's reputation was growing day by day, and they already had the status of the #1 wealthy family in Grey Cloud Town. On the other hand, the Cheng family's buttocks were on fire, and they were facing a great predicament. Not only did they not have enough cash flow, but more importantly, their morale had been completely suppressed. Ling Dongxing had a good son. This was the common understanding of everyone in Grey Cloud Town. No one would remember that just 2 months ago, this good son was still publicly known as trash and a laughingstock. The small families in the town all had frequent dealings with the Ling family. They wanted to become in-laws with the Ling family, and their target was of course the once great trash but the current great genius Ling Han. Of course, the Shun family had become a laughingstock. They originally already had a good son-in-law, Ling Han, but they themselves had rejected him. He wondered how Shenxian was feeling right now. Just as Chen Fenglai had left, another person from the Stone Wolf sect arrived. His name was Ma Lang. He brought along the Stone Wolf sect's law enforcement team, and they came in a threatening manner. They went from house to house to investigate, as if they were looking for someone. When Ling Han found out about this, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that these people were here for Hang Zhan? Very soon, Ma Lang brought his men to the Ling family. The Stone Wolf sect was the ruler of a 1,000-mile radius. This time Ma Lang was representing the Stone Wolf sect, so everyone had to give him face. Thus, all the important figures of the Ling family came to the main hall to receive this special envoy. Ling Han came late, and when he arrived at the main hall with Lu Yutong, it was already filled with people. He shook his head at the servant who was about to greet him, and quietly walked over. There was only one person in the hall who did not belong to the Ling family. He was a young man dressed in white, and he looked about 23 or 24 years old. His looks were average, but his whole body was emitting a powerful aura, and his face was brimming with confidence. If there was any flaw, it would be that the smile on this guy's face was too fake. It made people feel nauseous. Other than that, there was a row of black-clothed men standing outside the main hall. All of them had a cultivation base of the Pali realm, but their realms were not high. They were all in the second or third layer. None of them had advanced into the fourth layer. The fourth and seventh levels were always a threshold. This white-robed young man should be Ma Lang, Ling Han thought in his heart. He shifted his gaze back to Ma Lang. This person's cultivation was much higher, having reached the sixth level of Pali. In this region, coupled with his age, he could definitely be considered a genius. He was miles ahead of people like Shenxian and Changxiang. Head of the Ling family, have any of you entered Mount Tianping in the past month? Ma Lang asked. Ling Dongxing's heart skipped a beat. He naturally knew that Ling Han had just returned from Mount Tianping, but it just so happened that the other party was asking him about it again. How could he not be alarmed? However, he had been the head of the family for many years, so he was naturally shrewd. His expression did not change as he said, "As far as I know, no one from the family has entered Mount Tianping." Fortunately, Ling Han's return had been rather secretive. The family only knew that Ling Han had disappeared for about a month, but no one knew exactly where he had gone. Is that so? Ma Lang nodded and did not say anything else. He just sat there with his eyes closed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Ling Dongxing knew what was going on, and hurriedly ordered someone to bring over a wooden box. He said, "Young Master Ma has worked hard on your journey. This is a small token from the Han family. It's nothing much, but please accept it, young Master Ma." Only then did Ma Lang open his eyes. After receiving the wooden box, he did not try to avoid suspicion, and actually opened it on the spot. There were only a few thin pieces of paper inside, but when Ma Lang flipped them over, a smile appeared on his face. Those were silver notes, each with a face value of 500 taels. There were 4 of them, which meant that there was a total of 2,000 taels of silver. This was not a small amount of wealth. He had been ordered to move out, and his original intention was to take advantage of the situation. Who would not fear him, because he was now representing Stone Wolf sect? In the past few days, he had already visited all the small families in Grey Cloud Town, and had placed the Ling and Chang clans last. As expected, the rich and powerful were rich and powerful generous when they went out. Having reaped some benefits, he was naturally in a good mood. He suddenly stood up and said, "I am under the orders of the 7th elder to arrest a criminal. If the head of the Ling family knows that someone has entered Balance Mountain in the past month, you must inform me. I will stay in town for a few more days." "Definitely," Ling Dongxing agreed. He also stood up and said, "I will see you off, young Master Ma." Ma Lang nodded cheerfully, and put on the airs of an imperial envoy. He placed his hands behind his back and walked away. "Young Master Ma." Just at this moment someone suddenly spoke up. It was Ling Chongquan. Ma Lang frowned, turned around and asked, "What is it?" This old man suddenly remembered that someone in the family has disappeared for more than a month. "Perhaps he has gone to Balance Mountain," Ling Chongquan said, a cold smile on his face. "Oh, who is it?" Ma Lang asked. "This person is called Ling Han. He is the son of the head of my family." Ling Chongquan had been waiting for the other party to ask, and so he hurriedly answered. Hearing his words, everyone in the Ling family cursed him in their hearts. Not to mention the fact that Ling Han was now the hope of the Ling family and the future pillar of support. Even if he was still that good-for-nothing of the past, as long as he had the surname Ling, he could not help an outsider. If he wanted to become the head of the Ling family with such a temperament, then the Ling family would really have no hope. Ling Dongxing was naturally even more furious, secretly regretting that he had not cleaned up the family sooner. On account of the fact that they all had the surname Ling, he had not been ruthless. He had not expected that Ling Chongquan would be so heartless. Ma Lang turned to look at Ling Dongxing and said, "Head of the Ling family, is there such a thing?" Ling Dongxing's expression did not change as he said, "My son did indeed leave the family to gain experience a month ago, but he did not go to Balance Mountain." "Oh, then where did he go?" Ma Lang's eyes narrowed. 7-Wind Mountain. Ling Han stepped forward. "You are Ling Han?" Ma Lang turned his gaze to him. "I am Ling Han." Ling Han nodded. Ma Lang stared at Ling Han, his expression extremely grim, causing everyone to feel a chill as if a storm was brewing. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly laughed, walked over and patted Ling Han's shoulder saying, "Don't be so nervous, I was just casually asking. I still have to go to the Chung family. I will come find you in the future. I think we should be able to chat very well." This young man was really temperamental. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "We will meet again. Head of the Ling family, there is no need to send me off." Ma Lang waved his hand and left with the men in black. Only when his figure had disappeared did everyone in the hall heave a sigh of relief. Unknowingly, their bodies were covered in cold sweat, which was enough to prove the pressure this young man had brought them. Poisonous snake. Yes, he was a poisonous snake. This young man was like a poisonous snake. Even if they were in the same room as him, they would be so nervous that they would break out in cold sweat. Chapter 42. After leaving the Ling family, Ma Lang muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. That brat is in poly-tier, and he's only 16 years old. A tiny gray cloud town actually managed to produce someone in poly-tier, who's below 20 years old. If he didn't eat some celestial fruit, then he must have obtained some secret treasure. I'll go ask around later. If one wanted to know about a person's affairs, the fastest way was to find out from his enemy, because it was possible that the enemy knew you better than you knew yourself. Ma Lang brought his men to the Chung family, and after half an hour, he returned with a smile on his face, his eyes filled with excitement. 2 months ago, that brat was still publicly acknowledged as trash, but he suddenly exploded. The Ling family released news that the brat was only keeping a low profile in the past, but no matter how low profile he was, how could he be so low profile that his fiancée broke off the engagement? The people of Grey Cloud Town are all blinded by the situation. Obviously, this brat has obtained some kind of nature-defying treasure, which is why his cultivation level has improved so much in such a short period of time. They didn't even consider, how could a trash with a 5 elements disarray spirit base suddenly explode and reach poly-tier? Even the 9th elder has been fooled by that brat. Even this kind of trash was able to directly advance from the 2nd layer of body refining tier to poly-tier in a short 2 months. If I obtained it. Ma Lang's heart involuntarily thumped wildly. He was the genius of this generation of Stone Wolf sect, and his master was the 7th elder. At the same time, he was also one of the top 3 disciples of Stone Wolf sect, and the higher-ups of the sect had high hopes for him to break through to Gushing Spring tier in the future. But according to the normal rate of advancement, that would be at least 20 years later. With that treasure, who knows, I might be able to break through to Gushing Spring tier in 3 years or even 1 year. After all, I have an Earth-grade medium-level spirit base, and in terms of talent I'm many times stronger than that trash. However, the Ling family is not weak either, so I cannot act rashly. Otherwise, if I force them into desperation, or even to the point of mutual destruction, I might not be able to obtain that treasure. Furthermore, if I cause too much of a commotion and provoke the experts of the sect, I won't have a share of the treasures. In addition, that kid has a relationship with the 9th elder. Although the 9th elder's status is much lower than master's, if he appears, I can't openly disobey him. That's why I have to keep a low profile. Yes, I have a good relationship with the young poison lord Yu Zheng. This person specializes in using poisons and is known as the Shadowless Poisoner. If I ask him to help, I will definitely be able to easily take down Ling Han. Once I force out the artifact on him, I'll execute him again and say that he's Hang Zhan's murderer. As for the rest of the Ling family, execute them all to prevent the news from leaking out. Get someone to send a letter to Little Poison Lord immediately. I'll pretend to be friends with that kid here, and on the other hand I'll inquire about the origin of that treasure. In less than a month this secret treasure will be mine. After Ma Lang arrived in Grey Cloud Town, he actually refused to leave. Every few days he would visit the Ling family and chat with Ling Han. It was as if they had hit it off at first sight. On the other hand, this guy was insatiably greedy and would always find excuses to ask for benefits from the various small clans. Intimidated by the might of the Stone Wolf sect and intimidated by the law enforcement team that Ma Lang brought with him, he would succeed every time. For close to a month, the various clans in Grey Cloud Town were full of complaints and wished that they could chase this bloodsucker out of the town. However, Ling Han acted as if nothing had happened and cultivated diligently every day. He wanted to reach the peak of the first layer of Pali as soon as possible so that he would have the confidence to enter the 7 Wind Mountains to search for the Earth Dragon grass. After a month he had more or less reached the peak of this minor realm. His 5 origin nuclei were already close to their limits, and could no longer increase their rotation speed by even the slightest bit. Otherwise he would immediately vomit blood. However, this rotation speed was still faster than in his previous life because the 5 origin nuclei had reached a kind of equilibrium and had greatly increased their limits. He had also concocted many alchemical pills. Some were medium-grade origin returning pills and some were antidote pills. They were all prepared to deal with the red-scaled dragon snake. The ingredients were taken from Tianyi, and Ling Han had given him some completed pills as payment. This made Zhu Hexian extremely excited because this was the work of a grandmaster and had great research value. My current strength is equivalent to that of an ordinary 5th layer Pali. Ling Han said in his heart, and a look of admiration appeared on his face. An immortal grade spirit base was indeed an immortal grade spirit base. In a battle of the same cultivation level, one would naturally have an absolute advantage. There was almost no reason for him to lose. Completing a minor realm in a month is slower than what I had expected in the past. However, it is still faster than that last Yutong. It's just that compared to the body refining tier, the advantage of an immortal grade spirit base has already decreased by a lot. If I combine it with alchemical pills, the speed can be even faster. Ling Han said in his heart. It was just that Grey Cloud Town was too small, and there were very few alchemical pills that could increase the cultivation speed of Poly-Realm warriors. It was also impossible to obtain the ingredients. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door and Lu Yutong pushed it open and entered. She said, "Ma Lang is here again." Ling Han revealed a disdainful smile and said, "He must think that I have some secret treasure on me to be able to advance my cultivation so quickly. He has been trying to get information from me time and time again. Do you need me to send him away?" Lu Yutong asked. She was at the 9th layer of Pali and was about to reach the peak of the 9th layer of Pali. Dealing with a 4th layer Pali was of course a piece of cake. There's no need. His patience seems to be running out. It's time for him to show his cards. Ling Han shook his head. His eyes were bright. Ma Lang was at the peak of the 4th layer Pali, so he could use him to test his battle prowess. He and Lu Yutong walked to the main hall and saw that his father, Ling Dongxing, was already seated in the main hall. Ling Chongquan and his grandson were also present. However, they were all standing to one side with sinister smiles on their faces. It was unknown what kind of malicious thoughts they were having. It's time to completely deal with Ling Chongquan's faction, Ling Han thought to himself. However, other than Ma Lang, there was also a black-robed young man in the main hall. His face was completely expressionless, as if he was a living dead. "Brother Ling, it's been a few days since we last met. How have you been?" Ma Lang stood up and his gaze swept over Lu Yutong's graceful figure, revealing a hint of passion. Such a stunning beauty caused his heart to palpitate. He swore that after he killed Ling Han and obtained the treasures on him, he would definitely get his hands on this beauty. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Thanks to you, I'm doing very well." Ling Dongxing ordered people to serve tea, while Ma Lang enthusiastically invited Ling Han to play at the Stone Wolf sect. Ling Han lifted the teacup and removed the lid. His expression instantly changed. There was poison in the tea. He was an alchemy emperor, and alchemists had a very deep understanding of poisons. This was because some alchemy pills required poisonous ingredients in order to be refined, using poison to fight poison. Pa! He struck out with his palm, and his origin energy vibrated, instantly shattering the teacup that Ling Dongxing had raised to his mouth, causing tea to splatter everywhere. Ling Dongxing was shocked. He could not understand his son's actions at all. "There's poison in the tea," Ling Han said. "What?" Ling Dongxing's gaze sharpened. His first reaction was not to doubt his son's judgment, but to immediately go over to Ling Chongquan and his grandson. If there was anyone who had the motive and ability to poison the tea, it would definitely be Ling Chongquan. Chapter 43. Ling Han walked to the study table, took out a brush and paper, and immediately began to write on the paper. He wrote very quickly and very soon the brush was finished. He handed the paper to Zhang Weishan. For the sake of Zhu Hexian, he decided to help Zhang Weishan. After all, the old man was always at his beck and call, and had done a lot for him. More importantly, he had even provided him with a clue about the whereabouts of the earth dragon grass. Zhang Weishan took the paper, and his eyes swept over it. Immediately, a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. This was the pill recipe for the reverse pill. It definitely was, because not only were the medicinal ingredients the same as the incomplete pill recipe, the ratio was also the same, and there were 3 additional incomplete medicinal ingredients. Zhang Weishan was extremely excited because in the field of alchemy, it was publicly acknowledged that the reverse pill was a lost pill. Even if he had spent a lot of money to buy the incomplete pill recipe, that incomplete pill recipe had actually already been studied by many alchemists in an attempt to find the complete pill recipe. None of them had succeeded. If he managed to produce the complete pill, his status in the field of alchemy would definitely rise by a large margin. How laughable, how laughable. Previously, he had still been holding on to the incomplete pill recipe, and now he had been slapped in the face, hadn't he? The old man's face turned bright red. Zhu Hexian gave a humph and said, "Old man Zhang, are you happy now?" He was still angry. He. Zhang Weishan laughed a little embarrassedly, looking like he treasured the pill recipe very much. Ling Han walked out of the house and said, "I'm leaving." "Many thanks, young friend." Zhang Weishan hurriedly ran over. When he found out that Ling Han was currently staying at the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion, he was not in a hurry to mend his relationship with Ling Han. Moreover, he needed some time to get used to it. Ling Han nodded, and after he left the house, he began to walk leisurely. Hey, you're really too much." Qi Zhantai caught up to him, her face full of blame. Ling Han smiled and said, "How am I not much? You're obviously not Grandmaster Zhu's disciple, and you've caused him to be embarrassed." She rebuked. Previously, she had said that she would become Ling Han's senior sister, and protect Ling Han in the future. She had never thought that this guy would be so awesome, actually chasing away Duanmu Changfeng. "I didn't say that either." "It's what you think." Ling Han shook his head. "I don't care, you definitely have to compensate me," Qi Zhantai said shamelessly. "Then how do you want me to compensate you?" Ling Han asked. Qi Zhantai tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, "I haven't thought of anything yet, but I'll owe you for now." "Oh right, are you here to participate in the Dayuan tournament?" "That's right," Ling Han nodded. "Then I'll be kind enough to give you some exclusive insider information," Qi Zhantai said. "This time there are quite a number of elite martial artists here. Needless to say, my 4th brother will definitely be able to obtain first place. Next, there's also Li Dongyu from Stone Wolf Sect. It's said that he's also in the 9th layer of element gathering tier, and has even mastered the yellow grade martial arts technique, Little Tianyuan hands, to the level of great accomplishment. Even my 4th brother has given him a very high evaluation. In the last Dayuan tournament he obtained 5th place. There's also the 3rd son of the Jin clan, Jin Wuji. He's also a very monstrous guy. He's mastered the Jin clan's golden sun palm, and it's said that he also has 2 flashes of palm chi. In the last Dayuan tournament he obtained 6th place. Also, let me think. There's a super genius from Fuyang town called Xia Zhongguang. He's only 18 years old this year, and is already in the 8th layer of element gathering tier. His battle prowess is also very terrifying. My 4th brother said that he has the ability to enter the top 5. That's right. There's also an amazing guy from Eternal River Town. What's his name again? Louis? No, I think it's Lu Yu or Lu something. He's also only 18 years old, and is in the 8th layer of element gathering tier. He also has the ability to enter the top 5. Finally, there's the youngest son of the sect leader of Bailey sect, Bailey Tengyun. I heard that he's only in the 7th layer of element gathering tier now, but even my 4th brother said that this guy is amazing. His ability is not inferior to Li Dongyu's. This little girl's 4th brother was Qi Yongyi, who had the title of King of Eternal Night. He was extremely talented and extremely powerful, so much so that even Lu Yutong was full of praise for him. Although Ling Han was confident in himself, he would not be blindly arrogant. However, he had too many trump cards up his sleeves. Throughout the entire element gathering tier, He really could not think of anyone who could be a match for him. At least he could not find anyone in this tiny Deyuan city. He nodded and said, "Thank you for your insider information. That's right, fourth brother is going to hold a banquet tomorrow night. You should come as well," Qi Zhantai said. "The guests are all those who have the possibility of entering the top 50 in this year's Deyuan tournament." Ling Han could not help but smile and said, "Your brother is trying to win the hearts of the people. You're the smart one." Qi Zhantai did not deny it. If Qi Yongyi wanted to obtain the position of Deyuan king in the future, he would definitely have to build up his own supporters as early as possible. This position of king was not something that could be obtained just by having great talent and powerful abilities. Rather, one had to have the overall situation. If the entire king's house did not support you, how could you possibly obtain this position? Although fourth brother's talent in martial arts is outstanding, big brother has already painstakingly built up his foundation for over 10 years. Added with the fact that big brother's mother is the daughter of the clan head of the Liu clan, and with the full support of the Liu clan, it is still uncertain who will emerge victorious in the end. This little girl's face was filled with excitement as she clenched her little fists, as if she could not wait for these two brothers to start fighting right now, so that she could enjoy herself to her heart's content. In Deyuan City, aside from the king's house, there were also 4 other great forces that could not be underestimated. They were the Stone Wolf sect, the Hundredly sect, the Jin clan, and the Liu clan. The first prince had the connection to the Liu clan, so he indeed had a considerable advantage in the fight for the position of king. Ling Han only gave it a very casual thought. What did this kind of struggle for the throne have to do with him? Qi Zhantai chattered on endlessly, and only after pestering Ling Han for a long time did she finally let him go. However, the moment she turned around, a crafty smile appeared on her face and she mumbled, "Fourth brother, oh fourth brother, I have introduced a capable helper to you. You better not screw it up." Ling Han was someone that even Zhu He Xian and Zhang Wei Shan had to address as little friend, so he must have had an astonishing achievement in the field of alchemy. If Qi Yongyi could obtain Ling Han's help, then there would definitely be countless martial artists who would be willing to join him. It was for no other reason than alchemical pills. The cultivation of martial artists could not do without the support of alchemical pills, and if there was a high-level alchemist in one of their forces, then there was naturally no need to elaborate on the attractiveness. How could Ling Han not know what this little girl was planning? However, he did not take it to heart. He indeed wanted to meet that Qi Yongyi and see what kind of genius he was. The next day, Ling Dongxing accompanied Ling Han to register. The Deyuan tournament was only open to martial artists from the same area, and they would need to provide strict proof of identity, because it involved the quota to enter Huyang Academy. There were 36 cities in Rain Country, so naturally it was not possible for all the martial artists in each city to be at the same level. Some were higher, some were lower. As a result, a martial artist who participated in the tournament in a strong city would only be able to place in the top 60, but in a weak city, he would be able to place in the top 40. For the sake of entering Huyang Academy, wouldn't they all run off to participate in the tournament in a weak city? The people of Deyuan City could only participate in the tournament in Deyuan City, and it was impossible for people from other cities to come over. Everyone was guarding their own territory. There were many people registering, and a very long queue had formed. Ling Han was very at ease as he queued up. He had already completely let go of his identity as a heaven-tier warrior from his last life. Everything would start from scratch, starting from a normal person, so what was the big deal about queuing up? After about 2 hours, he was about to reach the end of the queue, and there was only one person left in front of him. But it was at this moment that a young man, surrounded by 4 muscular men dressed in black, forcibly squeezed his way through the queue. The 5 of them arrived at the registration area, and directly cut in front of Ling Han. "Hey, line up at the back." Ling Han frowned and said unhappily, "In." The young man turned his head to look at Ling Han, and could not help but laugh. With an expression filled with disbelief, he said, "You actually want me to line up? Do you know who I am?" Chapter 44. Anti-Antidote. Ling Chongquan moaned. Not only did this aura-shattering powder disintegrate his origin power, it made him feel weak all over, and it also had a strong poison that corroded his internal organs, causing him to howl in pain. It was unknown whether he was speaking to Ling Han or Ma Lang, Or both? Ling Muyun was completely speechless, and could only make cough 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 sounds from his throat. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, and he was in indescribable pain. Ma Lang and Yu Zheng did not care about these two people at all, and only looked at Ling Han in shock. Evidently, this brat's medicinal pill did have an antidote effect. But the problem was, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? His medicinal pill just happened to be able to neutralize the aura-shattering powder? That brat's medicinal pill had the ability to neutralize many kinds of poisons. You reap what you sow. Ling Han snorted coldly, without the slightest bit of sympathy. He looked at Ma Lang and said, "Father, you deal with that little poison lord, leave this fellow to me. Can you do it?" Ling Dongxing was a little worried. After all, Ma Lang was at the 6th level of Pali, which was much stronger than his son, who had just stepped into the Pali realm. "Father, don't worry." Ling Han revealed a confident smile. Where's the law enforcement team?" Ma Lang shouted. Since they had come this far, he could only use force. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than 10 men in black leaped in from outside, all of them emitting a strong killing intent. "Other than this brat and that woman, kill everyone else," Ma Lang shouted. He knew that Ling Dongxing was at the 9th level of Pali and had terrifying strength, but they also had the advantage in numbers, so they still had a chance of winning. "Understood." All the men in black replied sternly. They all pulled out their weapons and aimed at Ling Dongxing. Ling Dongxing was fearless. He was at the 9th level of Pali, so how could a few low-level Pali realm martial artists make up for it with numbers? He let out a long roar and charged towards those men in black. Ma Lang didn't interfere. Instead, he circled around Ling Han and said, "I have to say you've really surprised me. You're actually able to neutralize little poison lord's poison. I think that you must have obtained an ancient treasure, which contains precious pills that can increase one's cultivation, as well as high-grade antidote elixirs. Otherwise, it would be impossible for your cultivation to increase so quickly, and it would be impossible for you to be unaffected by the origin-shattering powder. But these are all mine now." He stared at Ling Han with eyes filled with greed. Ling Han just smiled and said, "The only thing you can gain is death." "Bullshit." Ma Lang cursed and pounced towards Ling Han. He wanted to take down Ling Han and force Ling Dongxing to surrender. Ling Han was naturally fearless. He unsheathed his sword and threw it aside. With a slash, sword chi filled the air. "What sword chi?" Ma Lang let out a cry of alarm, his figure explosively retreating, his brows involuntarily furrowed. He looked at Ling Han and said, "I didn't expect you to be able to form sword chi. You were originally just a piece of trash, but now you've even formed sword chi. I'm really looking forward to seeing how amazing the treasure you've obtained is. Now I need to show my true abilities." He unsheathed the machete at his waist and waved it around. Unexpectedly, a wave of sword chi danced. He revealed a proud expression. "You're not the one who formed chi. Those who formed chi all had the right to be arrogant." Ling Han shook his head and said impatiently, "How long are you going to keep babbling for?" You'll regret saying such words." Ma Lang leaped up and slashed with the machete in his hand. Xiao xiao, a wave of sword chi danced. It was as if he had slashed twice at once. Coupled with his strength at the 6th level of Pali, the power was truly astonishing. Lu Yutong clenched her fists and revealed a nervous expression. She knew that Ling Han was very powerful, but Ma Lang was not someone Ling Han could compare to. Ma Lang was at the 6th level of Pali, which was a whole 5 levels higher than Ling Han. To her, this was no longer something that could be made up for with martial arts techniques and experience. However, since Ling Han was so confident, it was not her place to stop him. However, her heart could not be at ease. She wanted nothing more than to rush up and replace Ling Han. Ling Han snorted and raised his sword. 2 waves of sword chi danced. 2 waves of sword chi. Ma Lang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was such a shocking level of comprehension. However, he immediately snorted coldly in his heart. So what if it was 2 waves of sword chi? He was at the 6th level of Pali. In terms of strength, he had an overwhelming advantage. This was not something that could be made up for with 1 more wave of sword chi. He maintained the momentum of his machete and slashed fiercely towards Ling Han. Ding! The sword and the machete clashed and sparks were instantly produced. Sword chi and machete chi also clashed and destroyed each other. However, there was one more wave of sword chi, and it still slashed towards Ma Lang. Poo-pew! Blood instantly splattered out of Ma Lang's chest. He staggered backwards, his face filled with disbelief. You've just entered the Pali realm. How do you have such great strength? He exclaimed. After this exchange, he could determine that Ling Han's strength should be around the 5th level of Pali. In a short 2 months, he had advanced from the 2nd level of body refining tier to the 5th level of Pali. This was something that Ma Lang could not accept no matter what. Because I'm a genius. Ling Han raised his sword and attacked. Ma Lang gritted his teeth. The word genius had always been on his lips. Now that it was taken by someone else, he was naturally very unhappy. However, Ling Han was only 16 years old, but he had already entered the Pali realm and had even cultivated 2 waves of sword chi. He was truly worthy of the word genius. Damn it! He definitely did not believe that a piece of trash could suddenly become enlightened. This was definitely because Ling Han had obtained that treasure trove which had turned an idiot into a genius. This made him even more eager to take it for himself. This is mine. Mine. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was so jealous that he had already gone mad. Xiao, he pounced forward and slashed out with his scimitar, which flashed with a blood-red light. Scarlet slash. He roared loudly. This was his ultimate technique, which was also a secret technique of the Stone Wolf sect, and was a high-level yellow-grade technique. If he had not been the 7th Elder's most beloved disciple, he would definitely not have been taught this saber technique at the Pali realm. This was because this was a secret technique that only the Elders could use. In the Stone Wolf sect, a high-level yellow-grade martial arts technique was the best secret technique. It was said that only the sect leader could cultivate the one and only black-grade martial arts technique. Stone Wolf Claw, a low-level black-grade martial arts technique. This was also the origin of the Stone Wolf sect's name. The saber's light was piercingly cold, and the 2 waves of saber chi also transformed into the color of scarlet, slashing towards Ling Han from the left and right. Ling Han drew his sword and activated the shocking electricity sword technique. The 2 waves of sword chi danced together, and his aura was not the slightest bit weaker. To deal with Ma Lang, he did not need to use all his strength and use 4 waves of sword chi. Ding 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 ding. The sword and the saber clashed continuously, and the power of Ling Han's additional wave of sword chi was fully displayed. Every time they clashed, Ma Lang would be struck by a wave of sword chi, which continuously increased the number of wounds on his body. Ma Lang was both shocked and horrified. If this continued, he would be exhausted to death by Ling Han. Yu Zheng, help me, he roared loudly. Chapter 45. Brother Ma, you asked me to help you poison it, and I have already done so. Helping you deal with this brat does not seem to be part of our agreement, Yu Zheng said unhurriedly, as if he did not realize that Ma Lang had already fallen into an abyss of suffering. Ma Lang knew that the other party was also a greedy person, and was no longer worthy of the benefits he had previously promised. Although he was unwilling, he could only say, "This brat must have discovered an ancient treasure trove." In a short 2 months he broke through from the 2nd layer of body refinement to the Pali realm, and even managed to form 2 flashes of sword chi. Think about it, how precious is this treasure trove? If you and I can force it out and split it evenly, our futures will be limitless. Yu Zheng only knew that Ling Han was not ordinary, but he did not expect that this fellow would actually be so weak in the past. With such a comparison, the only explanation was that he had obtained an ancient treasure trove. If even a piece of trash could be reborn so quickly, then what if he had obtained such a treasure trove? His breathing involuntarily became heavy, and killing intent pulsed in his eyes. He even wanted to kill Ma Lang. As long as he could obtain that treasure trove from Ling Han, he would definitely kill Ma Lang to silence him. "All right, I'll help you," he said as he removed the bag on his back and took out 2 daggers. The blades flashed with a green light, indicating that they had been dipped in poison. "Yutong, take care of him," Ling Han said casually. "Yes," Lu Yutong replied. Xiao, her figure shot out like a fairy. Too fast. In a flash, she had already appeared in front of Yu Zheng. Her right hand lifted his hand, and Yu Zheng involuntarily brandished the dagger in his hand, slashing it towards his own throat. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere, and Yu Zheng staggered backwards. He used one hand to cover his throat, and the other hand hurriedly reached into his robes to search for the antidote. However, his face was rapidly turning black, and when he finally took out a jade bottle, his eyes had already lost their luster. Pung! He fell headfirst to the ground. He could not believe that he would die here, and even more could not believe that this woman who was as beautiful as a goddess and as cold as ice actually possessed such powerful strength that he could not even use a single move. Ma Lang was equally shocked. He had not expected Lu Yutong's abilities to be so strong. She had actually killed Yu Zheng, who was at the 4th level of Poly, with a single strike. How could such a genius submit to Ling Han's side? You still dare to get distracted at a time like this? Are you tired of living? Ling Han sneered as he brandished his sword. Ma Lang hastily raised his saber to parry the attack, but he was forced to retreat 7 or 8 steps by the impact of the sword, adding another wound to his body. I'll send you on your final journey. Ling Han struck out with his sword, and it was as dazzling as a rainbow piercing through the sun. This was the strongest move of the shocking electricity swordplay called Flash Strike. Ma Lang gritted his teeth and brandished his saber to parry the attack, but when his saber slashed across, it missed. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. His heart had already been pierced by the long sword, and a terrifying shockwave immediately caused his heart to explode. Poly Realm practitioners were full of vitality. Even though their hearts had exploded, they were not completely dead. He looked at Ling Han and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he could not make a single sound. We've been fighting for so long. Don't tell me that I still can't see through your moves? Ling Han knew what his opponent wanted to ask, and so he replied calmly. You fucking monster. We've only been fighting for a short while, and you've already seen through my moves. Ma Lang cursed in his heart. He finally took his last breath and closed his eyes unwillingly. Ling Han sheathed his sword and looked over. He saw that Ling Dongxing had also killed most of the enforcers. Occasionally, there were some who had slipped through the net, but they were also killed by Lu Yutong's sword. As for Ling Chongquan and Ling Muyun, they had long since breathed their last due to the poison. Their eyes were still wide open, filled with intense resentment. It was unknown whether they hated Ma Lang, Yu Zheng, or Ling Dongxing and his son. These 2 traitors they got off lightly. Ling Han snorted. He had originally intended to kill them personally. Forget it. After all, they are members of the Ling family. It's good that they died at the hands of others. Ling Dongxing sighed. After all, he was the head of the family, and he had more things to consider. They naturally didn't need to deal with the corpses themselves. Killing was simple, but dealing with the aftermath gave Ling Dongxing a headache. Han, are you and Yutong leave immediately? Go as far away as you can. Ling Dongxing made his decision. He could stay behind to live and die with the Ling family, but his son was their hope, and nothing could happen to him. Ling Han smiled and said, Father, I didn't decide to act on a whim. We can let Chen Fenglai handle this. So many people have died, and there's even a disciple of the 7th elder. Can he handle it? Ling Dongxing frowned. For the sake of his life, he will definitely think of a way. Ling Han smiled. Moreover, Yutong is the daughter of the Lu family, one of the 8 great clans of the imperial city. At worst, we'll just reveal her identity. Ling Dongxing, however, shook his head. In his heart, he naturally thought that his son was the best in the world, but would the Lu family think so? Thinking of how his own wife was the great-granddaughter of the 3rd elder of the Winter Moon sect, and how the 2 of them ended in tragedy, this was a lesson to be learned. However, they really were father and son. The women they knew were all of such high status. He couldn't help but worry. As a father, Ling Dongxing didn't want his son to follow in his footsteps. Yutong, right? Ling Han had never been a father, so he wouldn't understand Ling Dongxing's current thoughts. Seeing Ling Dongxing's worried expression, he thought that he was still worried about the Stone Wolf sect, so he asked Lu Yutong. N. Lu Yutong nodded, her expression very serious. In Ling Dongxing's eyes, with his status as an experienced person, how could he not see that Lu Yutong had already developed feelings for his son? Hopefully, this wasn't an ill-fated relationship. No, this definitely couldn't be an ill-fated relationship. His son had to be 100 times, 1,000 times more outstanding than him, and would definitely surpass the limits of Rain Country's martial art. Why couldn't he marry the daughter of one of the 8 great clans? Ling Han immediately wrote a letter and had someone quickly deliver it to the Stone Wolf sect, handing it over to Chen Fenglai. If Chen Fenglai couldn't handle this matter, he actually still had a backup, and that was Zhu Hexian. She was a black-grade low-level alchemist. He didn't care about her, but in Rain Country, Zhu Hexian's status was quite high. At least, Stone Wolf sect definitely couldn't afford to offend her. Lu Yutong was his little female attendant, and it would be a very embarrassing thing to use the background of a female attendant. Chen Fenglai received the letter on the 3rd day. When he received the letter, he was so anxious that he almost had a heart attack. He thought to himself, how could this person be so good at stirring up trouble? He had just killed Cheng Xiaoyuan and now he had killed Ma Lang as well as a whole team of enforcers. Cheng Xiaoyuan was still fine. He was his disciple, so if he died, then so be it. As long as he didn't pursue the matter, it would be fine. But Ma Lang was old Seventh's disciple, and was the most outstanding one at that. How was he supposed to fill this hole? Even if he didn't want to, he still had to. After all, his life was tied together with Ling Han's. Ling Han didn't know what Chen Fenglai had done. In any case, after 2 days, Chen Fenglai replied with a letter, saying that there was no need to worry about anything. Since this matter had been resolved, Ling Han decided to enter the 7 Wind Mountains. There was still a month until the new year, and he had to at least raise his cultivation level to the 4th layer of poly. Only then would he have a chance to win first place in the Dayuan tournament. Reading on a cell phone is more refreshing. Chapter 46. The 7 Wind Mountains were very large, stretching for almost 1,000 miles from east to west, and almost 400 miles from north to south. It was the largest mountain in the northern region of Rain Country. There were many demonic beasts in the mountains, and spiritual medicine was abundant. Sometimes precious metals could be found here which could be forged into high-level weapons. Thus, there were many people who came here to train and search for treasures, but there were also many who died here every year. Some died in the mouths of demonic beasts, some died because of the dangerous environment, and some were killed by their own kind. Although no one counted, everyone believed that more than half of the people were killed by their own kind. So in the 7 Wind Mountains, the most dangerous thing was not the demonic beasts, but their own kind. One day later, Ling Han and Lu Yutong arrived at Yellow Bridge Town, which was the closest town to the 7 Wind Mountains. From here they could directly enter the mountains. Because the journey this time was long, they came on horseback. The 2 of them rested in the town's inn for a night, left their horses at the inn, and then brought their simple luggage to enter the mountains. If they didn't come back within a month, the inn had the right to sell their horses to pay for the month's custody fee. The morning sun rose and shone on the dew, reflecting beautiful colors and full of vitality. This was a wild, primitive mountain. Although there were many people exploring it every day, for such a huge mountain, the number of people was really insignificant. Ling Han and Lu Yutong breathed in the fresh air, feeling indescribably relaxed. They walked all over the mountain, looking for the cave that the clues mentioned. After 5 days they indeed found many caves, but without exception, they only disappointed Ling Han. True, if this cave was so easy to find, wouldn't it have been discovered long ago? Ling Han suddenly stopped in his tracks. He heard the sounds of battle. Go, he said. As a person who had lived 2 lives, he could not change his great curiosity. They followed the sound and soon arrived at a small stream. In the open space in front of them, there were 2 groups of people fighting fiercely. This world is really small. Ling Han shook his head. He actually knew one side of the battle. Lu Dong, Chanpengju, Zhu Shui, and the other 2 had previously fought for the green spiritual fruit together on Balance Mountain. However, after the incident with Hang Zhan, the 5 of them had been scared off. He did not expect to meet them here again. Among the 5 of them, Lu Dong, Li Hao and Zhu Shui had all broken through to the Poly Realm, while Chanpengju and Zhou Chong had reached the 9th layer of body refining tier. After all, they had both obtained a green spirit fruit. However, although they had 3 poly-level experts, they were still at a disadvantage because the other party had as many as 4 poly-level experts. 3 against 4, they were already at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Moreover, they had just broken through, so their combat strength was even weaker. If not for the fact that the other party seemed to have the intention of capturing them alive, they would have been long dead. "Why aren't you surrendering? Otherwise you'll suffer even more," said one of their opponents. There were only 4 of them, and all of them looked extremely vicious. It was obvious that they had been here for a long time and were brimming with killing intent. Lu Dong and the other 4 did not reply, and only defended with all their might. In the beginning, Li Hao had been the strongest among the 5 of them, and now he was no exception. He waved his long blade, and each strike of his blade was fearless, emitting an aura of no return. It was also thanks to his existence that the 5 of them were able to grit their teeth and persevere. However, he was also heavily targeted by 2 of his opponents. Pu Piu, with 2 heavy blows, 2 more wounds appeared on his chest and back, and blood splattered everywhere. Li Hao roared loudly, and his eyes also turned blood red. The aura he emitted became more and more violent, as if something was about to burst out of his body. Ling Han could not help but let out a soft cry of surprise. "What's wrong?" asked Lu Yutong. A battle of this level was naturally not something she would care about. "That guy is quite talented. He's about to comprehend Blade Qi," said Ling Han, pointing at Li Hao. "Blade Qi?" Lu Yutong could not help but be shocked. No matter what kind of qi it was very difficult to comprehend. However, most powerful warriors speculated that it would be easier to comprehend under extreme emotions. For example, extreme joy and extreme sorrow, or endless slaughter, or even complete despair. However, she had always been as cold as ice, so she was not exposed to extreme emotions like extreme joy and extreme sorrow, and had never managed to form sword qi. As far as she knew, the elder of the Lu clan who had managed to form sword qi had only managed to comprehend sword qi under great sorrow after his wife had passed away from illness. Now that Li Hao was actually about to comprehend blade qi, how could she not be shocked and envious? Ling Han smiled and said, "Don't be discouraged. As long as I guide you carefully, you will be able to form sword qi very soon. This is not a difficult task." For him, forming sword ray was the difficult task, and grasping sword heart was the real challenge. Not a difficult task. Lu Yutong almost rolled her eyes again. How many people in the whole of Rain Country could form qi? Even their Lu family only had 7 people. Ling Han only smiled. This girl obviously did not know how big the entire Eastern Star was. The strongest warrior in Rain Country could only be in the Flower Blossom tier, which could only be described as a poor and remote place. In the wider world there were as many geniuses as there were clouds, and those who grasped ray, or even heart, were not few. "You're not going to help?" Lu Yutong could not help but ask. This is a rare opportunity for that guy. If he can't form saber qi this time, then the next opportunity to form might be 5 or even 10 years later, Ling Han said, shaking his head. Let him bear some more pressure. Lu Yutong frowned slightly. She did not like Li Hao. Under the enemy's storm-like attacks, he could be killed at any time, not to mention forming blade qi. Don't be a despicable person. Under extreme pressure, unimaginable power will burst forth, Ling Han said with a smile. He could not help but recall that in his last life, he was really a flower in a greenhouse, concocting pills, taking pills, and easily advancing. But it was only when he began to search for ancient sites all over the world that he realized how poor his control over his own power was. In the ancient sites he was surrounded by danger, but it also tempered his tenacious will and improved his battle awareness. From then on, he could truly be called a powerful warrior. Shua! A bright flash of saber light flashed, and as if to prove Ling Han's words, Li Hao, who was originally forced into a desperate situation, actually used a shocking saber technique. What was even more shocking was that when this saber light flashed, there was actually another flash of saber light, as if he had used 2 sabers at the same time. Not 2 sabers, this second flash of saber light was blade qi. Pooh! No one expected that Li Hao could suddenly unleash a flash of blade qi. One of his opponents was instantly hit, and as the blade qi flashed past, blood immediately spurted out from that person's left shoulder. Chapter 47. Get lost. Ling Han casually waved his hand, and Guoding Quan was flung into the air by him. With a pong he crashed into the wall. Bastard! Guoding Quan crawled to his feet, and shouted furiously. He was really about to die from anger. As the most respected alchemist, he had actually been pressed onto the table, his face drenched in wine, and even thrown into the wall. Thankfully, the dishes had not been served yet. Otherwise, his face would have been even more colorful and incredibly exciting. I still want to do it again, Ling Han said calmly. This was not the first alchemist he had beaten up, and he definitely would not be the last. I want you to die. Guodingquan roared in fury. Tung tung tung. He charged towards Ling Han. As an alchemist, he had never suffered such humiliation before. If he did not exact his revenge, he swore that he would not be a man. Ling Han moved. Pung! Guodingquan's neck was once again grabbed by him, and as expected, Guodingquan was slammed into the table. The difference was that this time, Ling Han used even more force, and even the table was smashed into smithereens. Ah! Guodingquan's face was covered in blood, and his eyes looked as if they were about to spit fire. However, he did not charge a second time, because he finally realized that the gap between his and Ling Han's power was too wide. Damn it, judging from his aura, Ling Han was on par with him. At most, he would be in the 4th layer of element gathering tier, so how could he be so strong? He turned his head to look at the first prince. The first prince was currently in a standoff with Lu Yutong, and obviously could not possibly help him. He raised his voice and said, "Whoever beats this brat up for me, I'll give him 10 gathering origin pills." What gathering origin pills? For those who are in the 9th layer of element gathering tier and below, this is an extremely good item. It can help them condense their origin nucleus and increase the success rate by about 30%. He actually took out 10 of them in one go. What a generous offer. Everyone was discussing spiritedly, but there were not many who were truly interested. That was because all those who had been invited here today were all geniuses. For geniuses, if they had to rely on external help to even condense their origin nucleus, how could they be called geniuses? When Guodingquan saw this, he could not help but grit his teeth and said, "One earth fire pill. Fuck an earth fire pill." This time, everyone could no longer sit still. Even Qi Yongyi and the first prince looked tempted. The effect of the earth fire pill was the same as that of the purple origin pill. They were both used to help martial artists break through to gushing spring tier. But the effect of the earth fire pill was much weaker. At most, it could only increase the success rate by 20%. However, it was still a rare spiritual medicine and its value was very, very high. For example, Qi Yongyi could also be considered a genius, but he was still stuck at the peak period of the 9th layer of element gathering tier for more than half a year. Normally speaking, being able to break through to gushing spring tier within 3 to 5 years was already praiseworthy. And the first prince had already reached the peak period of the 9th layer of element gathering tier 7 years ago, but now he was still stuck at the same cultivation level, which was enough to show how difficult it was to break through to gushing spring tier. One earth fire pill could possibly save a genius a good few years' worth of cultivation time, so how valuable could it be? Although the ingredients needed to concoct the earth fire pill were not as valuable as the purple origin pill, they were still very rare, and belonged to the category where there was demand but no supply. Otherwise, with the wealth of the royal house of the Dayuan king, they would be able to purchase a few earth fire pills. As a result, everyone immediately looked at Ling Han with burning gazes, as if he was an earth fire pill. Impudence, where do you all think this is? Qi Yongyi immediately humped coldly. He was a man who would do great things, so naturally he immediately suppressed the greed in his heart. Guodingquan was the first prince's man, so there was naturally no need for him to vent his anger on Guodingquan's behalf. However, Guodingquan had a relationship with Lu Yutong that outsiders did not know about, so his position was naturally very clear. Help Ling Han with his shout. Everyone immediately calmed down. This was the 4th prince's residence, and if they were to start a fight here, to put it more seriously, it would be no different from starting a rebellion. Guodingquan panted heavily. He glared fiercely at Qi Yongyi a few times, then suddenly turned around and left. He was definitely not willing to swallow this insult. He wanted to ask his own master to come over. No one could humiliate an alchemist like this. Brother Gua, the first prince hurriedly called out, and chased after Guodingquan as he left. The two of them came suddenly, and left just as suddenly. The main hall momentarily fell silent. Some people were feeling heartache over the loss of the earth fire pill, while others were curious about how things would develop next. Someone come change a table. Qi Yongyi began to adjust the atmosphere, and once again displayed his personal charm, causing the atmosphere of the banquet to become lively again. Everyone was very interested in Ling Han. It should be known that it was not difficult to suppress Guoding Quan, and more than 80% of the people here would be able to do so. However, Ling Han was probably the only person who would dare to do so. "Brother Ling, may I know where you are from?" someone finally asked. "Grey Cloud Town." Ling Han did not want to hide it. In any case, he was going to participate in the Dayuan tournament, so there was no way he could fake his identity. Grey Cloud Town. Everyone was stunned. This was only a small place under the rule of Dayuan City, so how could Ling Han be so arrogant? Not only was he arrogant, even the girl by his side was similarly arrogant. She did not even take the first prince seriously. Qi Yongyi was even more shocked. Ling Han was from Grey Cloud Town, so how could he be related to Lu Yutong? Although he was a relative of the imperial family, when compared to Lu Yutong, he was still a little inferior. After all, they could only be considered a branch of the Qi clan of the imperial family. Their lineage had been passed down for so many generations, but their relationship was actually not very close. Unless he could become the Dayuan king, even he would not be fit to marry Lu Yutong. Yet Ling Han was actually able to make Lu Yutong follow by his side. A mere brat from Grey Cloud Town, what right did he have to do so? One after another, dishes were served. Everyone felt a little hungry, so they all began to eat. Martial artists expended a lot of energy, so it was indeed easier for them to get hungry. "Ha ha ha, sorry, fourth prince, I'm late." There was a long laugh and a tall man walked in. He looked to be about 20 years old, and had an astonishing aura about him. The third son of the Jin clan, Jin Wuji. Jin Wuxiang followed behind him, blindly following his every step, like a mouse that had seen a cat. He had completely lost his previous arrogance. "Brother Jin, why have you come so late?" Qi Yongyi asked with a smile as he stood up. "I had some trivial matters to attend to," Jin Wuji said as he walked forward. "Brother, that's him, that's him." When they arrived at the first row, Jin Wuxiang immediately pointed at Ling Han and called out. Jin Wuji's eyes swept over them, and he could not help but look surprised. He said, Junior sister apprentice Sister Lu. Why are you here?" He was also a disciple of Huyang Academy, so he naturally recognized Lu Yutong, the proud daughter of the heavens. Lu Yutong only nodded calmly, and did not answer. Jin Wuji knew her personality, so he did not take it to heart. His gaze turned towards Ling Han, and a chill immediately rose up in his heart. At first he had only been late for a short while, but when he met his younger brother at the entrance and found out what had happened, he immediately ordered someone to investigate Ling Han. This was not a difficult task. After registering, he would naturally leave behind his information. He was only a young master of a small clan in Grey Cloud Town, and he actually dared to oppose the Jin clan? He definitely did not think that Lu Yutong would help Ling Han. Even if she did, the Lu clan would definitely not agree to it. That would be a complete disgrace to the Lu clan. Thus, he was not afraid that Lu Yutong would stand up for Ling Han. Moreover, he was more powerful than Lu Yutong. "Brat, get out of my seat," he said coldly. Reading on one's phone is more refreshing. Chapter 48. "No way, you want to go to that damned place?" Lu Dong immediately cried out. "No way, you want to go to that damned place?" Lu Dong immediately cried out. Ling Han smiled slightly and said, "Didn't you come here to look for opportunities? Maybe there's something there." "Oh right, you didn't go deep into the cave, did you?" "No, it was full of bones like a mass grave. We ran away as soon as we arrived." As a girl, Zhu Shui was naturally not afraid of being laughed at by Ling Han for saying such things. "You really are lucky." Ling Han nodded. If these five were more curious and wanted to go deep into the cave to find out what had eaten these people and animals, then it was very likely that they would not be able to come out. "There really is a great opportunity," Chen Pengju said with some anticipation. Right now, only he and Zhou Chong had not broken through to the Pali realm. "It's possible." Ling Han nodded. That cave could be the lair of the red-scaled dragon snake, or it could be the lair of other savage beasts. Without seeing it with his own eyes, it was difficult for him to judge. Seeing that the five of them were all eager to try, he said, "However, Great opportunities are usually accompanied by great dangers. You have to think carefully. The five of them looked at each other for a while before saying, "In any case, we'll bring you to that cave first." As everyone set off, Ling Han said to Li Hao, "Congratulations, you've comprehended saber qi. You can be considered to have taken the first step on the path of a swordsman." Saber qi. With this reminder, Lu Dong and the others remembered that Li Hao's last attack had actually produced saber qi. This made Lu Dong, Chan Pengju, and Zhou Chong extremely envious, while Zhu Shuiyi's face was full of joy. Li Hao smiled honestly. Before he had even started cultivating, he had already been practicing with the saber. He had already immersed himself in the path of the saber for 13 years. Cultivating saber qi had always been his dream, but he had never succeeded. Unexpectedly, this time he had profited from a disaster and managed to cultivate saber qi in a hopeless situation. From now on, his path of martial art would definitely become incomparably bright. It could even be said that if he ran to Huyang University now, as long as he showed off his saber qi, he would definitely be accepted as a disciple. "Brother Ling, let's spar." Li Hao couldn't help but feel a desire to fight. However, you're not allowed to use your full strength. Otherwise, your strength would be too strong. Ling Han neither agreed nor refused. He just drew his sword and waved it lightly. Shua, the two sword qis danced together. Li Hao's jaw dropped. After a while, he shook his head and said, "I'll never compare myself with a freak like you again." That's right, this guy is a freak. Comparing yourself to him is just making things difficult for yourself. Lu Dong and the other three chimed in as well. All of them were completely convinced by Ling Han. However, Ling Han was not satisfied. Sword qi was only the beginning of the way of the sword. There was still sword ray and sword heart. In his previous life among the 7 great warriors of the heaven tier, there was a sword sovereign who learned the way of the sword at the age of 7, formed sword qi at the age of 10, formed sword ray at the age of 17, formed sword heart at the age of 33, and became a master swordsman. In his previous life he focused on alchemy, and became an unprecedented king in the field of alchemy. He was a competitive person. Since he had decided to focus on the cultivation of martial arts in this life, then he also wanted to become a true emperor in the field of martial art. The Yuan city was too small and Rain country was too small, so anyone who could form sword qi and saber qi would be regarded as a peerless genius. They were not far from the cave. Half an hour later, they arrived at the cliff face of a mountain. The cliff face was covered with slippery moss, and because of the lack of light, it was a dark green color when they stepped on it. "Over there," Zhu Shuiyi said, pointing at a corner of the cliff face. Ling Han walked over. There was a very inconspicuous cave entrance there. If Zhu Shuiyi had not pointed it out to him, he would definitely have missed it with a single glance. "You guys wait here, I'll go check out the situation." He leapt up and entered the cave. The environment here was very damp, and the ground was very slippery. If he was not careful, he could easily slip to the bottom of the cave. He advanced cautiously, observing carefully along the way, paying attention to the slightest clue. Very soon he arrived at the bottom of the cave. There was a huge cave and there were bones everywhere. Just as Zhu Shuiyi had said, there were bones of humans and bones of demonic beasts, emitting a foul stench. If a normal person reached this place, they would probably turn and run. Ling Han searched carefully and very soon, he picked up a crimson scale from the pile of bones. It really is a red-scaled dragon snake. He was finally certain. He searched around again, and found a tunnel in a corner of the cave. It was only as tall as a person, and the width was as long as a person. The foul stench coming from this tunnel was even stronger. That big guy should be sleeping inside. Ling Han looked at the scale in his hand. Judging by its size, this definitely came from an adult red-scaled dragon snake. He pulled hard, but the scale did not break. As expected, the red-scaled dragon snake has a sliver of the blood of a dragon, which is why its scales are so hard. Otherwise, a polytier demonic beast would definitely not have such strong defense. He retreated and brought Lu Dong and the others far away before saying, "That cave is the lair of the red-scaled dragon snake." The red-scaled dragon snake, and the others were all shocked. This was a demonic beast of the 9th level of Poly, and it was far stronger than ordinary 9th level polydemonic beasts. In the Poly realm, it could be called the king of beasts, The inner core of a dragon snake can be refined into a transcending yuan pill. One pill can raise one's cultivation level by 1 level, but it can only be effective for martial artists below the 4th level of poly. Ling Han first told them the benefits and then said, "How about it? Do you guys still want to continue?" Lu Dong and the others all looked hesitant. On one hand, they all desired to become stronger, but on the other hand, the red-scaled dragon snake was not easy to kill. They did not want to end up as food for the giant snake before obtaining the inner core, and end up alongside the bones in the cave. Ling Han only smiled at them. In reality, since he dared to come here, he naturally had confidence in dealing with the red-scaled dragon snake. This was a test for the 5 of them, because these 5 people had let him know about the lair of the red-scaled dragon snake. He also wanted to give them a big gift. However, this also depended on whether or not they had the courage to obtain this opportunity. The 5 of them very quickly revealed a determined expression and said, "Let's do it. If we can reach the 4th level of poly, then we will have a chance to enter the top 50 in the tournament at the end of the year, and join Huyang University. Want to risk it?" Ling Han nodded and said, "No regrets. No regrets." The 5 of them said loudly at the same time. "Alright, now I will give you a mission. Go catch a bright wool sheep," said Ling Han. Bright wool sheep, Lu Dong and the others were all stunned. A bright wool sheep was only a demonic beast of the refinement realm, and there was nothing special about it. Why did Ling Han want it? Ling Han smiled and said, "Bright wool sheep is the red-scaled dragon snake's favorite food." Chen Pengju still had not reacted and asked foolishly, "Why do we need to feed that giant snake?" "Stupid." Zhu Shui immediately knocked him on the head. "If we put some medicine on the bright wool sheep, wouldn't it end up in the stomach of that giant snake?" "That's right." Chen Pengju scratched his head and looked as if he had suddenly come to a realization, causing everyone to laugh loudly. Chapter 49. Everyone split up the work. Lu Dong and the other 4 went to hunt for the bright wool sheep, while Ling Han took out various medicinal ingredients, preparing to concoct a type of medicine. Only an alchemy emperor like him could play around with medicine so well, concocting the most targeted medicine for different individuals. The medicine he was concocting now could be said to be harmless to other living creatures, but to the fire-scaled dragon snake it could be fatal. Alchemists in most cases were also pharmacists. For example, the little poison lord Yu Zheng. However, compared to Ling Han, he wasn't even fit to carry his shoes. Although the bright wool sheep wasn't considered strong, because of its rare deliciousness, not only was it the favorite prey of other demonic beasts, it was also a delicacy on the plates of humans. Because of this, there were very few of them, and it wasn't an easy task to find them. After a whole 3 days, Lu Dong and the others finally returned. Chen Pengju was carrying a goat on his back, its fur as luxurious as brocade. They had finally caught the bright wool sheep. Ling Han fed the medicine he had concocted to the bright wool sheep, then cut open one of its legs and threw it into the red-scaled dragon snake's lair. The large snake's sense of smell was extremely sensitive. The smell of blood would definitely wake it up from its slumber, and the bright wool sheep was the red-scaled dragon snake's favorite food. Even if it was full, it wouldn't be able to resist swimming out for another meal. Why did they have to use a live one? The red-scaled dragon snake was cautious by nature, and would never eat prey that it hadn't killed itself. Thus, they had to use live prey as bait. After Ling Han retreated out of the cave, he and the others retreated a little, finding a rock to hide behind, lest the large snake suddenly swam out and discover them. Not long after, they felt the ground tremble, as if something had gone berserk. It was the red-scaled dragon snake. A large red snake thicker than a bucket suddenly shot out of the cave like an arrow. It was ridiculously long, and even after shooting out for close to 100 meters, its tail was still nowhere to be seen. This large snake's neck actually had 2 membranes as thin as a cicada's wings. At this moment they were constantly trembling, emitting a strange woo-woo sound. Finally, the huge snake was completely out. Its body was about 200 meters long, and its whole body was covered in scarlet scales. Each scale was the size of a bowl lid. It was as if it had gone mad, and it kept charging left and right. Its long tail was like a rod, smashing the surrounding rocks into pieces. Why didn't that guy die from the poison? Lu Dong and the others cried out in surprise. Of course. That's a level 9 polydemonic beast, and it also has a flood serpent bloodline. Can be called a king. How could it die so easily? Ling Han shook his head. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until he was at the peak of the first level of poly before running over. Not good, it has discovered us. That huge snake's sense of smell was extremely acute. Even though Ling Han and the rest were hiding at a disadvantage, they were still discovered by the red-scaled dragon snake. It immediately slithered its thick body towards them. Hiss hiss. It spat out its red tongue, and its neck trembled slightly, emitting a strange sound. A foul stench had already assailed their nostrils. Yutong, let's work together. We must delay it. Ling Han was not the slightest bit afraid. He pulled out his sword and pounced forward. Lu Yutong did not make a sound, but she also followed closely behind Ling Han, brandishing her weapon for the first time. She was also a sword user. The two of them worked together, and their swords flashed as they charged towards the red-scaled dragon snake. Logically speaking, Lu Yutong had also reached the peak of the 9th level of poly, and her strength should not lose to this huge snake. However, the red-scaled dragon snake had a trace of a flood dragon's bloodline. Whether it was in terms of strength or defense, it surpassed a typical 9th level polydemonic beast. Even Lu Yutong did not have the qualifications to face it head-on. It was the king of this realm, and only a king of the same realm could fight it one-on-one. Ling Han possessed the 5 elements origin nucleus, and his strength far surpassed that of other martial artists of the same realm. He did have the qualifications to be called a king, but unfortunately, his current realm was too low. Even if the two of them worked together, they would only be sent flying by the red-scaled dragon snake. This showed just how powerful this snake was. Be patient. It has been poisoned, and it won't be able to hold on for much longer. However, we absolutely cannot let it escape, Ling Han said. Lu Yutong nodded. Ling Han's battle prowess was at full force, and each strike of his sword sent out 4 flashes of sword chi. Pu-pu-pu-pu. 4 wounds were left on the red-scaled dragon snake's body. His long sword, on the other hand, was completely unable to cut through the scales of the huge snake. This was the power of sword chi, and also why it was revered by every swordsman. When it came to Ling Han's 4 flashes of sword chi, Lu Dong and the others were completely stunned. Their mouths were wide open, and they were completely speechless. However, the huge snake's counterattack was also extremely swift and fierce. With a whip of its tail, shattered stones flew out, and a terrifying power was imbued into the attack, causing flowers of blood to appear on Ling Han's body. However, Ling Han did not even make a sound. Instead, he began to circulate lone wolf blood. Wang. The 5-element origin nuclei in his dantian began to revolve at an even higher speed, causing his power to increase a step further. At the same time, he circulated the indestructible heaven scroll, and his wounds immediately healed at an extremely fast speed. Circulating 2 cultivation techniques at the same time, coupled with the fact that he still had to engage in an intense battle, the origin power within Ling Han's body was being consumed at an exaggerated rate. If an ordinary person fought with all their might, they could probably last for about half an hour. However, for someone like Ling Han, 10 minutes was his limit. However, he had long since anticipated this, and had prepared a large amount of mid-grade return origin pills for himself. Once his origin power started to flow out, he would take them out and consume them. Lasting for 20 minutes would definitely not be a problem. He definitely had to delay this huge snake, because he was poisoning the object. The red-scaled dragon snake had a yin attribute, so he had prepared a large amount of fire-yang attribute medicinal ingredients to cause the yin and yang attribute to clash, and destroy the red-scaled dragon snake's vitality. However, it was also quite easy to neutralize the poison. He only had to dive into the river, and use the water to extinguish the fire. After 3 or 4 days, the body would naturally regain its balance. Under the urging of its instincts, the red-scaled dragon snake would definitely search for a source of water. Thus he had to stop it. Otherwise, Ling Han could very well have everyone run far away, and when the red-scaled dragon snake was completely dead, they could come back to take advantage of it. After fighting for a while, the red-scaled dragon snake's initial fury had also become restless. It was as if there were flames burning within its body, causing it to feel the pressure of death. It no longer attacked fiercely. Instead, it turned its head, intending to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Ling Han hurriedly brandished his sword in a slash. He had entered the 7 Wind Mountains firstly for the earth dragon grass, and secondly for the inner core of this huge snake. He could use it to concoct the transcending origin pill, which would allow him to increase his cultivation level in a short period of time. Pa! The huge snake lashed out with its tail, creating a frightening gust of wind. Although it did not directly hit Ling Han, it still sent him flying through the air. 9th layer of poly, it was really strong. Ling Han sighed inwardly. The higher one's cultivation level, the more difficult it was to battle someone of a higher cultivation level. Poly tier was still fine, but when it came to gushing spring tier, there would be a huge gap even if there was only a difference of 1 layer. If he, who was in the 1st layer of gushing spring tier, battled against someone in the 9th layer of gushing spring tier, he would definitely be insta-killed in 1 move. How would he even have the right to engage in a prolonged battle? Lu Yutong gave a light whistle, and her long sword danced like rain. She displayed a set of yellow-grade high-level sword techniques, and her attacks were like rain, forcefully blocking the red-scaled dragon snake's attacks. Chapter 50. Ling Han and Lu Yutong both became drug addicts. Ling Han was replenishing his origin power, while Lu Yutong was taking healing medicine. Fighting head-on with this king-tier beast was practically seeking her own death. Within a few short minutes, she had suffered considerable internal injuries. Fortunately, the healing medicine Ling Han had concocted was extremely powerful, allowing her to maintain her battle prowess at its peak. Moreover, because of the lone wolf's blood, her battle prowess was still soaring. Ling Han had taught her this cultivation technique long ago. Relying on the lone wolf's blood to increase her battle prowess, Lu Yutong was barely able to fight against the red-scaled dragon snake. If the red-scaled dragon snake had not been poisoned, then if they continued fighting, the ones who would lose would definitely be Ling Han and Lu Yutong. But now it was different. They only needed to last for 20 minutes. The red-scaled dragon snake became more and more panicked as it fought. The conflict between yin and yang within its body became more and more intense. Many parts of the snake's body had already exploded, and green blood splattered everywhere. It was extremely corrosive, and when it landed on the rocks would quickly melt. The air was filled with poisonous gas that could easily kill a martial artist in the 9th layer of poly tier. If it did not have this kind of power, how could the red-scaled dragon snake be worthy of being called a king of poly tier? A king tier was naturally invincible. Unfortunately, it had encountered Ling Han. Ling Han and Lu Yutong had already taken the antidote. The terrifying poison only made them feel slightly dizzy, and had almost no effect on their battle prowess. Hiss hiss. The red-scaled dragon snake felt death approaching, and began to run for its life. As long as it solved the problem of its body, dealing with these 2 insignificant humans would naturally be a piece of cake. Lu Yutong was also angered. Her sword swung like a rainbow, and she was like a goddess of war, displaying her heroism. The huge snake slithered around desperately, and Ling Han and Lu Yutong also tried their best to stop it. If they missed this opportunity, then the red-scaled dragon snake would definitely not fall for it again. They had to wait for Lu Yutong to break through to gushing spring tier before coming back. A large river appeared in front of him. It was as if the red-scaled dragon snake knew that the river water could detoxify its poison, and its spirits were immediately lifted. It sped up its escape, and even if it had to endure Lu Yutong's attacks, it would not retaliate. It had made up its mind to enter the river at all costs. A resolute look flashed across Lu Yutong's eyes. She raised her sword high and shouted, "The heavenly martial sword determines the universe." She brandished her sword, becoming one with her sword as she slashed at the neck of the red-scaled dragon snake. Ling Han's expression changed and he shouted, "Don't act recklessly. This sword was too powerful." And the red-scaled dragon snake actually didn't dare to not receive it. Otherwise, it was extremely likely that it would be killed by this sword. It hissed and quickly coiled its body to protect its head. Puff the long sword slashed down, and a beam of sword chi shone brightly, slicing the body of the red-scaled dragon snake in half. Green blood instantly gushed out like a fountain. The huge snake twisted on the ground in pain. Nearly a third of its tail body had been chopped off by Lu Yutong's sword. Lu Yutong's delicate body swayed, and she fell towards the ground. Ling Han hurriedly flew out and caught this icy beauty in his arms. He frowned and said, "You're crazy to actually forcefully compress your origin core to increase your battle prowess. If it explodes, you'll lose your life. I've cultivated sword chi. You haven't." "I've cultivated sword chi," Lu Yutong said weakly but excitedly. In that instant she had only had one thought, and that was to block the red-scaled dragon snake. She definitely couldn't let Ling Han down. With the support of this kind of belief, she actually broke through her limits and unleashed sword chi. "Silly girl, if you dare do this again, I'll spank you." Ling Han carried Lu Yutong on his back. Right now, the red-scaled dragon snake was already at the end of its tether. Bide was not far away, but there was no way it could reach him. A hint of red appeared on Lu Yutong's cold and beautiful face, but she pressed her face against Ling Han's back and listened to his strong and powerful heartbeat. Her mind was completely blank, and there were no more thoughts in her head. The red-scaled dragon snake was still rolling on the ground, but its movements were getting smaller and smaller. Finally it stopped moving. But Ling Han did not make any rash moves. A centipede would not fall down even if it died, and snakes were naturally resilient, not to mention that the red-scaled dragon snake was a king-level beast. "Brother Ling." Lu Dong and the others ran over, their faces full of shock. They looked at Ling Han as if he were a monster. How could they not be shocked? Although the red-scaled dragon snake had been poisoned, its battle prowess had not been weakened at all. Yet Ling Han had been able to tangle with it for so long. Even if the main force was Lu Yutong, it was still shocking to the point of disbelief. If it were them, they would probably all die after being whipped by the snake's tail. "Is Miss Lu all right?" they all asked. "He should be fine." Ling Han smiled. With an alchemy king like him around, as long as one was still breathing, they wouldn't die. He was about to let Lu Dong and the others wait here while he went into the cave to pick the earth dragon grass. However, he saw a few people walking out from the thicket by the riverbank. There were a total of 6 people. The leader was a young man, and the other 5 were dressed in black. They were of different ages and they seemed to be his followers. "Ha ha ha ha, it's actually a red-scaled serpent." The young man clapped his hands and laughed loudly. "I told you that I should have come when I heard the commotion. As expected, I ran into something good. Young master's luck is as great as the heavens," the 5 black-clothed men said at the same time. "Hurry up and carry this snake back for me. Let me show you how amazing I am," the young man immediately ordered. "Yes." The 5 black-clothed men all walked towards the red-scaled dragon snake. The 6 of them were talking to themselves, as if they hadn't even noticed that Ling Han and the others were present. "Hey, we were the ones who killed this red-scaled dragon snake." Zhu Shui was furious and immediately called out. Li Hao pulled out his knife and was about to go up and stop them. However, Ling Han blocked him with a hand and said with a smile, "There's no need to do anything." Li Hao and the others didn't understand. Were they really going to hand over the red-scaled dragon snake? But no matter how they looked at it, Ling Han didn't seem like that sort of person. He had known that Hang Zhan was the grandson of the Stone Wolf Sect's 7th elder, but hadn't he killed him just like that? He hadn't even frowned. In the eyes of the young man, he had an expression of being used to this. With his status, it was normal for these people to retreat. But just at this moment, something strange happened. That red-scaled dragon snake that seemed to be completely dead suddenly coiled up. It stretched out its head and bit down on the upper half of one of the black-clothed men. At the same time, it coiled its body and tightly wrapped around the remaining 4 people. This was its final strike before it died, and it was extremely powerful. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones being crushed continuously rang out. The 4 people who had been wrapped around by the snake were instantly crushed into a mass of flesh and blood. There was me and you and me and you and me. It was impossible to tell who was who. As for the people who had been bitten by the snake, they only had 2 legs left. They each took a few steps in a different direction before falling down with a thud. Thud. The red-scaled dragon snake once again fell to the ground. This time it was finally dead. Chapter 51. Too despicable. Below the stage, Zhu Shui and the others all started cursing loudly. No wonder Feng Luo had been so confident. It turned out that he had long since bribed the other martial artists in his group to work for him. Over 30 people had joined forces and this was the 40th group. Even a seated elite could not possibly be that strong, so it was more than enough to sweep away all opposition. When the time came, the others would all run off the stage themselves, and the remaining Feng Luo would naturally obtain a place in the top 50. And he naturally would not have any extravagant hopes of getting into the top 10, or even the first place. In any case, the top 50 would be able to enter Huyang Academy. Too shameless. Unfair. The others below the stage all started shouting. This was blatantly breaking the rules of the tournament. Yet that judge humped coldly and said, "Shut up." Since the rules of the tournament did not state that alliances were not allowed, then Feng Luo's actions were naturally allowed. It could only be said that he had found a loophole in the rules. What kind of power did a powerful warrior of Gushing Spring Tier have? Everyone below the stage shut their mouths. No wonder that guy was so full of confidence. So he had long since bribed the others in his group, Zhu Shui said angrily. With so many people surrounding him, and with at least a dozen of them having reached element gathering tier, Ling Han's two fists would not be able to withstand so many attacks. He's going to be in trouble this time. Lu Dong also frowned. Not necessarily. Li Hao shook his head and said, Big Brother Ling should have already broken through to the 4th layer of element gathering tier. He also has 4 flashes of sword chi, so it's not necessarily impossible for him to win. You have to win. That guy Feng Luo is really too despicable. The 5 of them all began to cheer for Ling Han. In comparison, Lu Yutong and Ling Dongxing were extremely confident. A flock of sheep added together was still just a flock of sheep, so how could they possibly be a match for a mighty lion? Ha ha ha, leave this guy for now, chase the others off the stage. Feng Luo said proudly, and commanded the 30 or so people to begin a clean sweep. This was an extremely powerful force. Under their combined attack, they only had to pay the price of 7 people being dragged into the water, and they had managed to clear all the outsiders, aside from Ling Han off the stage. Now it was 29 against 1, and 14 of them were in element gathering tier. It's over. Although this brat is a seated elite, he has been assigned to the 40th group, which means that he should only be in the 4th or 5th layer of element gathering tier. That's right. Many ants can kill an elephant, and they still have more than 10 martial artists in element gathering tier. I really can't imagine that Feng Luo, that despicable person, being intoxicated by his success. Sure, lower your voice. Although the Feng clan is not a big clan, Feng Luo's elder brother is a famous genius of our Dayuan city. In the last Dayuan tournament, he had managed to defeat the 4th prince and become the champion. I heard that he has already broken through to Gushing Spring Tier. What, Gushing Spring Tier, is that true? Of course it's true. No wonder this guy Feng Luo dared to be so arrogant. Hearing the discussions of the people below the stage, Feng Luo was very pleased with himself. He had indeed broken the rules, but so what? What, you guys are not convinced? He taunted the people below the stage. If you have the guts, then come and bite me. If you have the guts, then you guys also have a good big brother. The people below the stage all gnashed their teeth in hatred. They felt that this guy was really despicable to the bone, making them want to give him a good thrashing. Ling Han, last time you bullied me by relying on the fact that you had more people on your side. This time I have so many people on my side, and one punch from each of us is enough to make you piss your pants in terror. If you know what's good for you, then immediately kneel down and beg for mercy, and I can consider giving you a few less punches. Feng Luo said, pointing at Ling Han. Last time was it because he had more people on his side, yet Ling Han's side still had 7 people. So this was called having more people on his side bullying him. This guy was indeed shameless to a certain extent. Ling Han shook his head and said, Come, if I don't quickly throw you off the stage and allow a clown like you to continue your performance, it would incite the anger of the people. Ha 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 ha. The people below the stage instantly burst into laughter. What a despicable guy. You actually still dare to be so stubborn. I will not forgive you. Feng Luo was so furious that he was about to go mad. He stretched out a finger and said, beat him ruthlessly. Yes. Those 20 or so people all charged towards Ling Han, all of them brandishing their weapons, appearing very fierce and ferocious. One could use weapons on stage battles. Otherwise, they would not be able to bring out their strongest battle prowess. However, this would also increase the danger. Thus, if one was afraid of death, then he should jump off the stage as soon as possible. If one stayed on this stage, then one would have to be prepared. Ling Han completely disdained to use his sword. With a shake of his fists, he had already charged out. The dashing leopard fist was already enough. Pung 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 pung. He charged forward, and the people in front of him were all thrown off the stage with a single punch from him. One had to know that although his cultivation level was only in the 4th layer of element gathering tier, with the explosion of his 5 elements origin nuclei, his power was comparable to that of someone in the 8th layer. Added with the fact that the dashing leopard fist was a yellow-grade high-level martial arts technique, it was more than enough to deal with these people. By the time Ling Han had arrived in front of Feng Luo, everyone else had already been sent flying off the stage. The whole arena was silent. This guy was really too ferocious. Since he was the seeded fighter of Group 40, that meant that his cultivation level was at most in the 5th layer of element gathering tier. But the powerful stance he had displayed just now was definitely that of someone in the late stage of element gathering tier. Could it be that he was hiding his cultivation on purpose, pretending to be weak? But there were naturally elders of the various great clans present, and there was no lack of people who were in the 5th layer of element gathering tier and above. Naturally, they could easily sense Ling Han's aura. He was indeed only in the 4th layer of element gathering tier. This made them all very confused, and they all whispered to each other, exchanging their thoughts. No, impossible. Feng Luo said, trembling, his face filled with disbelief. The script was not supposed to be like this. He should have smoothly entered Huyang Academy, and then, under the care of his elder brother, he should have easily broken through to element gathering tier. If he was lucky enough to eat a spiritual fruit, he might even be able to break through to gushing spring tier. But if he could not enter Huyang Academy, then everything would have been for naught. Arrogant. Continue to be arrogant. Ha ha ha, if you have the guts, continue to stay up there. The people below the stage jeered at Feng Luo. They had long since been displeased with this guy. Previously, Feng Luo had indeed had the advantage in numbers, but now, who would have thought that Ling Han would actually be so ferocious? Admit defeat immediately, and get off the stage yourself. Otherwise, I will ask my elder brother to deal with you. Amidst the jeering, Feng Luo finally came to his senses. He actually pointed a finger at Ling Han and issued a command. Ling Han shook his head. This guy had really been spoiled rotten. He was a complete idiot. Pa! His foot flew up and landed a kick on Feng Luo's lower abdomen. So, this guy was sent flying off the stage. He clutched his lower abdomen and cried out in pain. Even tears were streaming down his face. Group 40 Ling Han wins, the referee announced. No, this spot is mine. It's mine. Feng Luo actually jumped up when he heard the referee's words and said to the referee, immediately change the decision, or else I will ask my elder brother to beat you to death. The crowd below the stage instantly broke out in laughter. A mere martial artist in body refining tier actually dared to threaten a martial artist in gushing spring tier. What a joke. Get lost. The referee humphed coldly. He stretched out his hand, and with a clap, his origin power transformed into a large hand that grabbed Feng Luo and threw him off the stage. Chapter 52. Ling Han revealed a joyful expression. This earth dragon grass was more than 200 years old. Not only could it be used as medicine, but it could also increase the effects of elixir formation. In that case, even if the other main ingredients were slightly lacking in age, it could still make up for it. He carefully dug out the earth dragon grass. As long as the roots were not damaged, the medicinal properties of the earth dragon grass would not be lost, and it could be preserved for a very long time. Congratulations, you are one step closer to Uncle's recovery, said Lu Yutong. She now knew that Ling Dongxing's spirit root was crippled. Ling Han was also filled with joy. If everything went smoothly, he might be able to restore Ling Dongxing's spirit root within a year or two, and he would be able to walk the path of cultivation again. The two of them exited the cave. Ling Han prepared to refine elixirs while Lu Dong and the others boiled the bones of the red-scaled dragon snake. This was the most valuable part apart from the spirit core. It can't be. This guy knows how to refine elixirs. When Ling Han took out a small elixir furnace, Lu Dong and the others' faces twitched. What a freak! That's right. Not only did his cultivation improve so quickly, he even formed 4 flashes of sword chi. Now he can even refine elixirs. I don't even know what to say. Forget it, I don't want to compete with a freak. Not competing. Not competing. The 5 of them shook their heads repeatedly. Even Li Hao, who had formed 1 flash of sword chi, shook his head like a rattle drum. Wasn't competing with a freak just asking for abuse? Ling Han's elixir refinement technique was simply dazzling. His essence force was now abundant, and he no longer needed to consume elixirs while refining elixirs. Furthermore, the explosive effects of the 5 elemental essence nuclei were astonishing, allowing him to control the temperature of the furnace even more smoothly. After just an hour he stopped. The transcending origin elixir was formed. A total of 13. These are transcending origin elixirs. Each one can increase one's cultivation by 1 level, said Ling Han. He took out 8 and gave the remaining 5 to Lu Dong and the others. In theory, he only needed 2 pills to reach the peak of the 3rd level of poly. However, the effect of this transcending yuan pill was for single nuclei. Who knew if the 5 elemental nuclei would need double or even more? Thus he kept 6 more pills just in case. Naturally, Lu Dong and the other 4 did not have any objections to Ling Han taking the majority of the loot. What a joke. What effort had they put in? All they had done was capture a bright wool sheep, and who wouldn't be able to do such an errand? They knew that Ling Han had given each of them a transcending origin pill because they had pointed out the location of the cave. This was Ling Han returning the favor. Otherwise, who would be so generous if they didn't have a deep friendship? 1 pill could raise one's cultivation by 1 level. What kind of sky-high price would it fetch if sold? Ling Han, Lu Dong, Li Hao, and Zhu Shui immediately consumed the transcending yuan dan and began to refine it. Lu Yutong was in charge of protecting them. Chen Pengju and Zhou Chong could only watch enviously from the side. Fortunately, the transcending yuan dan could not fly away. They could still consume it when they advanced into the poly realm. Ling Han sat down in the bushes at the side. After consuming the transcending yuan dan, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged toward him. His 5 elements chaos lotus trembled slightly and began to absorb the spiritual chi in a frenzy. His cultivation immediately began to soar. He had already reached the peak of the 1st level of poly. Under the infusion of a large amount of spiritual chi, he immediately began to condense his 2nd origin nucleus. 5 specks of light appeared from nothing and slowly turned into 5 rotating nuclei. Then they spun faster and faster, growing rapidly. During this process, the space in his dantian was also expanding to accommodate even more origin power. The size of one's dantian determined the amount of origin energy a martial artist could accumulate. This was equally important, and to Ling Han the importance of this was several times greater. This was because he had the 5 elements origin nuclei, and possessed power that far exceeded his cultivation level. But naturally, the consumption of origin energy was also ridiculously high. He needed several times the space in his dantian compared to other martial artists of the same level. Otherwise, he would only be able to display his might for a short period of time, and would quickly be exhausted. Of course, as long as he could obtain 1st place in the Dayuan martial arts tournament and obtain the dark moon grass, he would be able to concoct the spatial pill. That was something that even heaven-tier warriors would covet. For him, who was still in the poly tier, how many times would he be able to expand his dantian? The problem of insufficient elemental energy accumulation was naturally solved. The might of the immortal grade spirit root was fully displayed. The 5 elements primal chaos lotus had attracted an indescribably abundant amount of spiritual chi, and the transcending yuan pill had directly promoted the growth of his origin nucleus, causing his cultivation to start soaring. Level 2 poly early stage, middle stage, late stage, peak. With blinding speed, Ling Han nodded to himself. Although his origin nucleus was equivalent to 5 times that of a normal person, it did not consume any more of the medicinal power. Thinking about it, although his origin nucleus was equivalent to 5 times that of a normal person, he still had the immortal grade spirit root, so how fast could he absorb spiritual chi? The immortal grade spirit root was synonymous with fast cultivation in the first place, so how could it possibly be a hindrance? At this time, the medicinal power of the 1st transcending yuan pill had also been completely exhausted. Ling Han opened his eyes, and instantly felt an intense hunger. It turned out that he had unknowingly cultivated for a day and a night. On the other side, Lu Dong and the other two had also finished their cultivation, their faces revealing expressions of wild joy. However, their progress was different. Lu Dong and Zhu Shui had only reached the peak of the first layer of the spirit-gathering tier, while Li Hao had reached the early stage of the second layer of the poly tier. With different aptitudes, the effects of absorbing the medicinal power would also be different. Ling Han, on the other hand, was a little fond of Li Hao. To be able to cultivate saber qi at such a young age was already a testament to his potential, and reality had also proven it. Ling Han decided to nurture this person. Perhaps, in the future, a saber king would appear because of this. At this time, the bone marrow of the red-scaled dragon snake had also been boiled and melted into the soup. There was a golden color, and there was a strange fragrance when one smelled it. It's a complete tonic. Come, come everyone, eat to your heart's content. Ling Han called out to everyone and began to distribute the soup. The snake meat was also roasted. Although the effects were far from being comparable to the bone marrow, it was at least enough to fill one's stomach. The 7 of them began to eat, and none of them held back. The red-scaled dragon snake's level was not high, but a king beast was not something that could be found on the streets. Even Lu Yutong had only eaten one twice. If even a noble lady like her was like this, then there was no need to even mention Lu Dong and the others. Not long after, they had finished the whole pot of soup, and felt their stomachs bloated, as if they were about to explode. This was natural. The bone marrow of the red-scaled dragon snake was equivalent to a great tonic, and they had eaten too much of it. The 7 of them quickly sat down and began to refine this great tonic. This could not increase their cultivation level, but it could strengthen their physique, which was also a great benefit. Ling Han circulated the indestructible heaven scroll, absorbing the medicinal effects into every part of his body. There was actually a golden light flickering on his body, but it was very faint, and if one did not pay attention, they would not be able to notice it at all. Too good, he thought. The indestructible heaven scroll could perfectly absorb these benefits, without a single bit of waste. One had to know that the food that one ate would definitely not be completely absorbed by the body, especially this kind of great tonic. Because the medicinal effects were too strong, it was definitely not something that could be refined in a short period of time. However, after 1 or 2 days, the medicinal effects would naturally be expelled from the body along with the 5 grains. How wasteful would that be? After refining it completely, I will definitely be able to cultivate the body of dead tree. Chapter 53. Another day passed. Ling Han suddenly opened his eyes, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. He drew his sword, stretched out his left hand and slashed. If others saw this, they would definitely think that he was hurting himself, but what happened next would definitely shock them so much that their eyes would pop out. This was because the sword didn't leave any wounds on his skin. There was only a white scratch on his skin. As expected, my defense has improved greatly. Ling Han nodded. Although he didn't pour origin power into that slash, he also didn't use it to strengthen his defense, and completely relied on his own physique to take it. He increased his strength, and activated the indestructible heaven scroll at the same time. The sword slashed again, and this time a wound appeared. But something even stranger happened. Not a single drop of blood flowed out from the wound. Haha, this is the first level of the indestructible heaven scroll dead tree tier. The body is like dead tree, and even if I'm cut by a sword, I won't bleed and lose my vitality. The smile on Ling Han's face became wider and wider. The wound was rapidly healing, and very soon, there wasn't even a scar left, which was unbelievable. This is only the body of dead tree. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh. If he reached the rock cliff tier and formed the body of rock cliff, then his skin would be like rock, impervious to gravity, and his defense would increase by another level. Of course, the iron sheet tier was even more powerful. But when he reached the diamond tier, there would be a qualitative change. Broken limbs could be regrown, and his vitality would be ridiculously strong. According to the cultivation technique, when I reach the dead tree tier, I can condense a drop of indestructible true fluid. In the future, no matter how serious my injuries are, as long as I condense the indestructible true fluid, I can instantly heal. Indestructible heaven scroll. As expected, Ling Han didn't immediately start condensing the indestructible true fluid. This was a very time-consuming process, and definitely couldn't be completed in a short time. Haha, after cultivating the body of dead tree, my last shortcoming has been fixed. Ling Han was very happy. In this world, there were some races that were born strong, such as the four wind races, who were astonishingly fast. Polytear could rival gushing spring tear. For example, the sword arm race. Their arms could transform into sharp swords. The higher their cultivation, the sharper and harder they would be. The Violent Thunder clan was even more powerful. They were born with lightning wrapped around their bodies, and their attack power was incomparably terrifying. This was known as a special constitution. Ling Han did not have a special physique in either of his previous lives, but the indestructible Heaven Scroll allowed him to cultivate a special physique after he had acquired it. This was practically inconceivable, breaking the iron law of the world. The body of deadwood can only be compared to low-level special constitutions, but if I can cultivate the body of diamond, what kind of special constitution can compare to it? In this life, I am destined to be invincible. I will walk a path that no one has walked before, shatter the void and become a god. Ling Han collected his thoughts and walked towards Lu Dong and the others. The essence of the flood serpent's bone marrow was being drained very quickly. If he could not refine it within a day and night, there would be less than 10% of it left. Sure enough, not long after, Lu Yutong and the others finished refining and stood up one after another. They had not cultivated the indestructible Heaven Scroll, so it was naturally impossible for them to completely refine the essence of the bone marrow. However, all of them were still filled with joy, because they had indeed obtained some benefits. Big Brother Ling, it will be the new year in 10 days, we have to go back. After the new year we'll meet again in Diyuan City. Goodbye. The five of them bid farewell to Ling Han and Lu Yutong. However, Chan Pengju seemed to have something he wanted to say but did not say it in the end. He followed Li Hao and the others as they walked further and further away. Ling Han turned to Lu Yutong and asked, "How was it? How was your harvest?" "Very great." Lu Yutong nodded, unable to conceal the joy on her face. "My body's defense has increased greatly, and the vitality of my bones and muscles have also increased greatly. If I were to fight with Chang Wenkuan now, I guarantee that I would be able to kill him within 10 moves. Demonic beasts that possessed the bloodline of a king were too rare, but the benefits were also very great. This was also why Ling Han had immediately come over once he reached the peak of the first layer of Poly. With such benefits, his power would naturally increase greatly, and his chances of winning in the Dayuan tournament at the beginning of the year would also increase greatly. For example, although the Lu clan was one of the most powerful clans in Rain Country, they might not necessarily be able to obtain a demonic beast with the bloodline of a king. This was something that could only be discovered by luck and not sought after. Ling Han took the second transcending origin pill, and continued to increase his cultivation level. He also gave 2 pills to Li Hao to help this young saber user. As for what Li Hao would be able to achieve in the future, that would depend on his own hard work and potential. After refining this pill, he reached the peak of the 3rd layer of Poly. However, the effects of the transcending origin pill stopped there, and could not help him advance any further. Generally speaking, the higher one's cultivation level was, the fewer medicinal pills that would be able to assist one's cultivation level. For example, in Polytier, one would need to take revolving origin pill at the 4th to 6th layer. But this would require the inner core of a king tier demonic beast in gushing spring tier. Using the inner core of a king tier in gushing spring tier to concoct a medicinal pill for a martial artist in Polytier. This was really too extravagant. He still had 6 transcending origin pills left, and planned to give them to Ling Dongxing when he returned home so that he could reward them to the outstanding members of his clan. "Let's go home as well," Ling Han said to Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong gave him an enchanting smile. Even she herself did not realize that the frost around her was slowly melting in front of Ling Han. The two of them left 7 Wind Mountains and retrieved their horses. After paying the fees, they whipped the horses and headed back to Grey Cloud Town. They traveled by day and slept by night, and Ling Han took advantage of this time to start condensing indestructible true fluid. 2 days later, it had become the size of a grain of rice. Theoretically, it could only be considered a successful condensation when it reached the size of a soybean and would have the greatest effect. However, it was not that he could not use it now, but the effect would be much weaker. "It looks like I'll need 10 days to condense 1 drop, But the Dayuan tournament is also at the beginning of the year, so there's enough time. This will be one of my trump cards in the future. 7 days later, they returned to Grey Cloud Town. And Ling Han had also successfully broken through to the 4th layer of Poly. To him, this was naturally not a problem at all. At this time, there were only 3 days left until the end of the year. Every household was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, preparing to celebrate the new year. The Ling family was naturally in a festive mood as well. Because Ling Chongquan had died, the Ling family was now completely under the control of Ling Dongxing. The entire clan was unified, and a brand new look had emerged. Young Master Han! Young Master Han! As Ling Han walked past, all the servants he met called out to him in awe. This youth, who was about to turn 17, was the future backbone of the Ling family, and no one dared to look down on him anymore. Han, you're back. Ling Dongxing revealed an expression of relief, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face as he said, "Your cultivation seems to have increased by quite a bit again." The 4th layer of Poly. Ling Han smiled. Ling Dongxing's expression immediately became very interesting, but this time he did not cry out in surprise. Instead, it turned into a hearty laugh filled with gratification. He already knew that his son was a monster. In the future, he only needed to be gratified by Ling Han's continuous improvement, and that would be enough. As a parent, was this not the greatest pride one could have? Next, there was only the important matter of the new year left. Ling Han did not relax. Every day he cultivated diligently. He refined some spirit-gathering pills for himself, which could increase the speed of his cultivation. Although it was not of much help, it was still meat no matter how small a mosquito's leg was. Lu Yutong also displayed her great talent in the way of the sword, and in a short span of 10 days she actually managed to cultivate another flash of sword qi. Chapter 54. Ling Han was not surprised by this. Lu Yutong's talent in martial art was very strong, so it was unreasonable that she had not formed sword qi yet. Now that this gap had been opened up, it was as if she had accumulated a lot of sword qi, and suddenly there was an explosive effect. However, the 3rd flash of sword qi was not so easy to form. For Lu Yutong, she was very satisfied that she had formed 2 flashes of sword qi at the age of 18. She had advanced into the ranks of young rulers, and was a relatively strong one at that. The level of martial art in Rain Country was too low. One could become a ruler just by forming saber qi or sword qi. During the new year, all the branches of the Ling family returned to the main family to welcome the new year together. Usually, these branches had their own residences outside, and managed the business of the family. Most of them were normal people, and only a small number had embarked on the path of cultivation. After all, only 1 out of 10 people could possess a spirit base. Big brother Han. A little girl called Ling Zixian always followed behind Ling Han. The little girl was only 8 years old after the new year, but she had already awakened a spirit base, and it was an Earth grade low-level one at that. According to the rules of the family, she had the right to enter Songyun College, and the family would provide her with tuition fees and cultivation resources. Everyone knew that without great power, it was impossible to protect their wealth, so every family would take great care to nurture their talented clansmen to become martial artists. If a genius appeared, then the family would also benefit from it. For example, the current 8 great clans of the imperial city. Didn't they walk out step by step from a small family? There were 3 members of the Ling family who were in Songyun College previously. Besides Ling Han and Ling Muyun, there was another called Ling Jidao, but because he was too old, he would not go to the college after the new year. Instead, he would join the guards of the family, and after a few years, he would be promoted to the position of vice captain, then captain. Such an important position naturally had to be given to his own people. And because Ling Zixian had awakened a spirit base, she would also enter Songyun College after the new year. However, Ling Han had other plans. He could not stay in the Ling family forever. If he wanted to climb to the peak of martial art in the future, Rain Country was too small. Therefore, before he left, he needed to nurture as many talents as he could for the Ling family and share his father's burden. He decided to bring Ling Zixian to the imperial city and enroll in Huyang University. Ling Dongxing had traded for a spot to enter Huyang University, and he would definitely be able to get into the top 50 in the Dayuan tournament. With that, he would have 2 spots. Of course, he wasn't going to be the little lass's nanny. He would definitely ask her parents to go to the imperial capital with them and be responsible for taking care of the little lass's daily needs. Why are you crying again? Ling Han smiled and picked up the little girl. Big Xiong is bullying Xian Xian. The little girl said, feeling very wronged. Big brother Han helped Xian Xian beat him up. Ling Han laughed heartily. He rubbed the little girl's head and said, You and Big Xiong are both children of the Ling family. You must help and support each other. You must use your fists to hit outsiders, not your own people. But he said Xian Xian is ugly. The little girl pouted. My Xian Xian is so beautiful. She's a little beauty now, but she'll be a great beauty in the future. Big Xiong is just jealous of you, Ling Han said with a smile. The little girl was instantly overjoyed at being praised like this. She clapped her hands and said, Xian Xian is the most beautiful in the world. She thought for a moment and realized that she was being too arrogant, so she corrected herself and said, Big sister Yutong is the most beautiful and Xian Xian is second. Ling Han laughed heartily and said to Lu Yutong, She's praising you. Lu Yutong rolled her eyes at him but said to Ling Zixian, Xian Xian is the most beautiful. Big sister Yutong, when are you and big brother Han getting married? The little girl tilted her head and asked innocently. Lu Yutong instantly blushed. She twisted her waist and ran off, causing Ling Zixian to be extremely puzzled. What was going on? Xian Xian, you've scared my wife away. How are you going to compensate me? Ling Han deliberately frowned. Ling Zixian bit her finger and thought for a while, then comforted Ling Han. Big brother Han, Xian Xian will find you an even more beautiful big sister in the future. She put on a mischievous appearance. Ling Han could not help but laugh heartily. A child's words carried no harm, innocent and adorable. Unfortunately, this innocence could not be maintained forever. After the new year, Ling Dongxing brought Ling Han and Lu Yutong to Dayuan City to participate in the Dayuan tournament. Dayuan City was more than 800 kilometers away from Gray Cloud Town. The three of them hurried on with their journey, and 2 days later, they arrived at the outskirts of Dayuan City. Compared to a small place like Gray Cloud Town, Dayuan City appeared majestic. This city stretched for several tens of kilometers, and the city walls were hundreds of meters tall, looking like a giant beast that was crawling on the ground. There were 4 gates to Dayuan City, east, south, and west. Every day, there would be people coming from all directions to enter this most flourishing city within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. There were merchants, refugees, and also martial artists who had come on a pilgrimage. The standard of martial art here was much higher. The current Dayuan king was a powerful warrior of spiritual ocean tier. And it was said that he was the only one in spiritual ocean tier, possessing supreme authority. Ling Han and the others arrived at the city gates. They did not need to undergo a body search or anything like that. Instead, they only needed to pay the entrance fee. 1 silver tael per person was not expensive for them, but for the commoners, this was a very large sum. Within the city, tall and majestic buildings rose and fell, showing off the appearance of a royal city. It was a stunning sight. Ling Dongxing had been here before, and had even left the country before, so he was naturally not surprised. Lu Yutong came from the imperial city, so she was naturally even more used to this. The two of them had originally thought that Ling Han would be shocked, but they did not expect that Ling Han would be so calm and collected, which instead caused them to be shocked. They went to look for an inn, but there were many people who had come to participate in the Dayuan tournament. Almost every inn was full. After searching for half a day, they still could not find a place to stay. Grandmaster Ling. They were just walking on the main street when they heard a pleasantly surprised voice. A white-haired old man also came up to them. It was Zhu Hiexine. So you're here, Ling Han said with a smile. Grandmaster Ling, during the new year, I just so happened to receive an invitation from an old friend to come over for a gathering. I did not go to pay a visit. Please forgive me, Grandmaster Ling. Zhu Hiexine bowed, his expression a little fearful. He had already regarded Ling Han as half a master, so he was naturally filled with fear and trepidation. Ling Han smiled as he shook his head and said, Don't call me Grandmaster. In the future, just call me by my name. In this life, he planned to start from a small fry and work his way up steadily, battling various prodigies from all walks of life to hone himself. Otherwise, if he continued to be a grandmaster alchemist, due to the lofty status of an alchemist, which prodigy would dare to exchange blows with him? This. Zhu Hexian hurriedly shook his head. People like him were the most respectful of their masters. Ling Han had taught him many things, so in his heart, Ling Han was already his master. How could he address his master directly by his name? That was practically disgraceful. Don't bother with this and that. It's settled then. In the future, if you call me grandmaster again, I'm really going to get angry. Ling Han purposely put on a stern face and said in a half-joking manner. Chapter 55. Ling Han used the shocking electricity sword arts, not showing any signs of weakness, nor did he fall into a disadvantageous position. Xia Zhongguang was indeed very strong. With a shake of his spear, he actually shot out 2 flashes of spear qi. Hiss! Gasps of surprise could be heard from below. 2 flashes of qi. This could be considered an outstanding existence amongst the younger generation of Diyuan City. This was because Xia Zhongguang was really too young. He was only 18 years old. When he was the same age as the 4th prince, Li Dongyu and Jin Wuji, how many flashes of qi would he be able to produce? 3 flashes or even 4 flashes of qi, and would truly be able to advance into the ranks of rulers. 2 flashes? Ling Han smiled faintly. With a shake of his sword, he also shot out 2 flashes of sword qi. Pooh! The crowd once again spluttered. Before they had even recovered from their shock, another shock arose. Ling Han had actually managed to form a second flash of sword qi. Could it be that Diyuan City was about to rise to prominence? Prodigies were popping out one after another. Xia Zhongguang was also very shocked. The first flash of qi had indeed been formed by him, but the second flash of qi had been formed when he had accidentally entered an ancient tomb and touched a strange stone tablet. At that time he had fainted and experienced a lot of memories that did not belong to him. Then, for some unknown reason, he had managed to form a second flash of spear qi. Could it be that Ling Han had also had such a fortuitous encounter? Otherwise that would be too shocking. A 17-year-old who had managed to form 2 flashes of sword qi. He was practically a monster. Xia Zhongguang attacked for a long time, but to no avail, and could not help but feel discouraged. When he thought of Lien Tao from before, he could not help but think, this person has 3 black-grade alchemists standing behind him, and I am obviously not a match for the 4th prince. Then what's the difference between being 6th and 7th? Why don't I do him a favor? When he thought of this, he decisively withdrew his attacks and said, Brother Ling's strength is extraordinary, I admit defeat. Why did he admit defeat again? Weren't they obviously fighting on equal footing? Aside from those who had attended the banquet at the 4th prince's place a few days ago, the others were all very confused. But Ling Han had revealed 2 flashes of sword qi in this battle, and his strength was indeed stronger than Lien Tao's. Previously, Lien Tao admitting defeat could also be said to have had foresight. Could it be that Ling Han was actually stronger than what he had shown now, and that was why Xia Zhongguang had directly admitted defeat? Ling Han shook his head, smiled and said, Brother Xia, you're too modest. I wish Brother Ling a better result in advance. Let's get to know each other better in the future. Please. With a leap, Xia Zhongguang landed on the 7th arena. And at this moment, Jin Wuji also issued a challenge to Li Dongyu. There was no suspense, and after a mere 10 moves, Li Dongyu was defeated by Jin Wuji. This caused Li Dongyu to look forward to joining Huyang Academy even more. With this drive, Jin Wuji issued a challenge to the 4th prince. Ling Han did not have any interest in watching the battle. After a short rest, he continued to challenge the 5th arena. The 5th arena master was Lu Yu, and he was also a genius that had only appeared in the last 2 years. Because the 2 major battles were taking place at almost the same time, most people had gone to watch the battle between the 4th prince and Jin Wuji. Only people like Ling Dongxing, Lu Yutong, Li Hao, and the others were paying attention to Ling Han. Brother Ling, please. Lu Yu was also very polite. It could be said that in the whole of Rain Country, there was no one who would dare to ignore a black-grade alchemist, what more when there were as many as 3 such alchemists standing behind Ling Han at the same time. Please. Ling Han waved his sword, and 2 flashes of sword qi shot out. Since he had already revealed a portion of his true strength, there was no need for him to conceal it any longer. Lu Yu and Xia Zhongguang's strength could be said to be on par. Since Xia Zhongguang was no match for Ling Han, Lu Yu was naturally no match for him either. After battling for a few dozen rounds, Lu Yu could not help but think, there are 3 black grade alchemists standing behind this person, and I won't be able to get first place anyways, so I might as well do him a favor. Thus, Lu Yu very straightforwardly admitted defeat. Thankfully, everyone's attention was attracted by the battle between the 4th prince and Jin Wuji this time. Otherwise, there would definitely be people who would suspect that the competition was rigged. Ling Han's ranking went up another level, and in front of him were only Bailey Tingyun, Li Dongyu, Jin Wuji, and Qi Yongyi. Who would have thought of this before the competition? Ling Dongxing could not help but become excited. If Ling Han could still defeat Bailey Tingyun, then he would have the right to battle against Jin Wuji and the 4th prince, and obtaining first place would definitely not be a pipe dream. The battle between Qi Yongyi and Jin Wuji was still ongoing. The 2 young geniuses had both revealed their powerful sides. One used his palms, the other used his fists. Both of them had formed qi, and moreover, they had formed 3 flashes of qi, which meant that they were beginning to show the demeanor of a king tier. It was at this moment that Ling Han issued a challenge to Bailey Tingyun. Ling Dongxing was even more nervous now. If Ling Han could win this battle, then he would definitely be able to defeat Li Dongyu and ascend to the 3rd place. Top 3, that was already good enough. What more could he ask for? Brother Ling, Bailey Tingyun, was very polite towards Ling Han, and did not even put on the airs of a young sect master. In fact, he was even more cordial towards Ling Han than he was towards the 4th prince. After all, if the 4th prince did not ascend to the position of the Dayuan king, then his status would not even be comparable to Bailey Tingyun's, because the 1st prince would definitely try his best to suppress him. But Ling Han was different. There were 3 black grade alchemists behind him. Please. The 2 of them exchanged pleasantries. Bailey Tingyun immediately drew out his staff of death and said, Brother Ling is very powerful. If I do not use my full strength, then it would be disrespectful to Brother Ling. Haha. Then I would also like to experience the power of a spiritual tool, Ling Han said with a smile. He shook his long sword lightly, emitting a soft ringing sound. Be careful. Bailey Tingyun rode on his black staff and suddenly charged towards Ling Han. The 7 seals on his staff lit up one by one, and half a black skull appeared, pouncing menacingly towards Ling Han. This black skull contained a sliver of the will of a powerful warrior, and was originally enough to pose a threat to a martial artist of Gushing Spring tier, directly shattering the soul of a martial artist of Element Gathering tier. However, because too much time had passed, this spiritual tool was already very badly damaged, and its power was no longer as great as it once was. This skull could only affect a martial artist of Element Gathering tier to a limited extent. However, if that was not the case, then Bailey Tingyun would not have the chance to use this spiritual tool. Although Ling Han was no longer the powerful warrior of Heaven tier from his last life, and only a sliver of his divine sense remained, Heaven tier was still Heaven tier after all. Even if it was only a sliver, it was still extremely powerful. This black skull was completely unable to affect him in the slightest. He used the lightning sword arts, and the sword flashed like a rainbow. Ding 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 ding. The sword and staff continuously clashed and rubbed against each other. 2 flashes of sword chi danced about, and Ling Han actually did not seem to be at a disadvantage in the slightest. Quick! Ling Han is currently engaged in a great battle with Bailey Tingyun. What, he's actually this strong? No wonder Xia Zhongguang and the others admitted defeat just now. So they already knew how strong Ling Han was. My goodness, when did such a freak appear? He's obviously only in the 4th layer of Element Gathering tier. Yet he's actually this strong. More and more people turned their attention to the battle. They felt that one pair of eyes was not enough to take in everything. They were thinking about the battle between the 4th prince and Jin Wuji, and also thinking about the battle between Ling Han and Bailey Tingyun of the younger generation. It was more refreshing to read on one's phone. Chapter 56. So young, whether it was martial art or alchemy, although there had never been a lack of geniuses, how old was Ling Han? 17-18. Even if he had been studying alchemy ever since he was born, how many years of experience would he have? And which alchemy master didn't accumulate experience through refining large amounts of alchemy before finally establishing their position? May I ask which alchemy family you come from? Zhang Weishan was extremely courteous. He understood Zhu Hexine far too well, and knew that she wouldn't make such a joke. I don't belong to any sect, Ling Han replied. He was the alchemy emperor himself, so how could he be anyone's successor? Zhang Weishan was even more astonished, while Duanmu Changfeng thought that Zhu Hexine must be joking. The most important thing about alchemy was inheritance. For example, pill formulas. Without a master or clan to pass them down, how could one obtain them? Relying on one's own research was no joke. All pill recipes were accumulated over generations. If one wanted to rely on oneself to develop a new pill, they might only be able to tinker with one or two in their lifetime, but there was no guarantee of the effects. Old man Zhang, take out the recipe for the reversal pill first, Zhu Hexine urged. He believed that as long as Ling Han made a move, he would be able to scare the crap out of these two old men. Zhang Weishan hesitated slightly. Even though the recipe for the reversal pill was incomplete, it was still extremely precious. He had paid a huge price to purchase it. This was like a martial arts secret manual, who would easily show it to others. Brother Zhang, you can't. Duanmu Changfeng immediately shook his head. Even a major figure like him had paid a great price just to have a look at this pill recipe, and this was only because he was helping to research the origin returning pill. Otherwise, the price he would have to pay would be even greater. Who was this brat to be able to see the pill formula so easily? Zhang Weishan looked at Zhu Hexine. It wasn't that he didn't trust this good friend of his, but the problem was that Ling Han was simply too young, which made him feel that he was too unreliable. Old man Zhang, you don't believe me? Zhu Hexine was angry. This was a true alchemy grandmaster, and even he wanted nothing more than to be apprenticed to him. It was just that Ling Han didn't care about him at all. But Duanmu Changfeng actually dared to doubt Ling Han's ability, believing that the latter did not have the qualifications to obtain the pill formula. How could this not cause him to be enraged? If not for Zhang Weishan's sake, he would have had the urge to challenge him to a duel. Zhang Weishan frowned. From the bottom of his heart, he was willing to trust Zhu Hexine. After all, they had been friends for decades. How could he not understand her? However, Ling Han was indeed too young. He was so young that he did not have the slightest bit of the elegance of an alchemy grandmaster. Fine. Zhu Hexine saw Zhang Weishan's hesitation, and was so angry that her chest trembled. Zhang Weishan, since you don't believe me, I'll cut all ties with you today. Old man Zhu. Zhang Weishan turned pale with fright. Zhu Hexine had even threatened to sever ties with him. It was obvious how angry he was. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Don't be angry. I'll take it out, all right? No need to force yourself." Zhu Hexine snorted. In his eyes, Ling Han was the high and mighty alchemy monarch. Zhang Weishan's attitude had long since lost all respect, causing him to feel that he had let down Ling Han. How could he have the face to ask Ling Han to help him complete the pill formula? "Young friend Ling, I'm really sorry this time," the old man said fearfully to Ling Han. Ling Han waved his hand, then turned to Duanmu Changfeng and said, "Did you think that I would care about a heaven reversal pill formula? Haha. Then I'll recite a few medicinal ingredients for you to hear. Purple smoke leaf, thousand flower fruit, windless grass." In one breath, he recited the names of over 10 medicinal ingredients. Duanmu Changfeng was completely baffled. What was this all about? But Zhang Weishan's expression constantly changed. His hands also began to tremble, and even his eyes were staring blankly. How could he not know that these were the ingredients for the heaven reversal pill formula? It was just that the names of 3 of the ingredients were already unclear, and the proportions of one of the ingredients were also unclear. Ling Han hadn't recited the names of the other ingredients, but every single one of them was from the pill formula, and he had even added 3 more. What did this mean? He had the complete heaven reversal pill formula. How laughable, how laughable. He was actually still being petty and unwilling to take out an incomplete pill formula. His face was so red that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Zhang Weishan has eyes but cannot see. Please forgive me. Zhang Weishan clasped his hands deeply towards Ling Han, his head so low that it reached Ling Han's waist. It was obvious just how heavy this bow was. Ling Han remained unmoved. He had come with good intentions to guide Zhang Weishan, but he had been doubted. He naturally wouldn't be happy. Duanmu Changfeng felt that these two old men had gone crazy. They had actually been tricked by a little brat. He snorted and said, "Brat, I don't know what tricks you're trying to play, but it's impossible for you to trick me. Brother Duanmu, please leave." Zhang Weishan suddenly straightened his body and coldly said to him, "What?" Duanmu Changfeng almost jumped up. "Did your head get kicked by a donkey? Just a moment ago you were on the same side as me, but now you're actually pointing your gun at me? There's no such thing as burning bridges after crossing the river. Brother Zhang, what is the meaning of this?" His expression was also cold. "The things you gave me, I'll have people send them back in a bit. Right now we don't welcome you here," said Zhang Weishan indifferently. He had almost been tricked by Duanmu Changfeng, and had almost missed out on an opportunity to become an alchemist. How could he have any good feelings towards Duanmu Changfeng now? To an alchemist, there was nothing more glorious than restoring an ancient pill formula. "Fine, fine." Duanmu Changfeng's expression was livid. He was a master of both sword and alchemy, and had a highly respected status. Now, he was actually being asked to leave, and it was because of a little brat. How could he not be furious? With a flick of his sleeves he dashed out the door. Before he left, his eyes swept over Ling Han filled with coldness. It was obvious that he had placed all the blame on Ling Han. This was really an undeserved disaster. Ling Han shook his head. Zhang Weishan was in gushing spring tear, and temporarily wasn't someone he could match, so he couldn't be careless. "Old man Zhu, are you satisfied now?" Zhang Weishan said with a smile. "At least you're tactful." Zhu Hexian glared at Zhang Weishan. After all, they were old friends of several decades, and he had only said those words in a moment of anger and urgency. He walked up to Ling Han, clasped his hands and said, "Young friend, this old man apologizes again." "This old man as well." Zhang Weishan clasped his hands again. However, his attitude still couldn't be compared to Zhu Hexian's, because Zhu Hexian referred to himself as this old man, while he referred to himself as this old man, so he was still putting on some airs. But Qi Zhantai, who was standing at the side, was dumbfounded. Her master had actually chased away Duanmu Changfeng, who was both sword and alchemy, for the sake of Ling Han, and had even formed a feud with him. This brat was really too awesome, wasn't he? Chapter 57. Ling Han walked over to the table, took out a brush and paper, and immediately began writing on the paper. He wrote very quickly, and very quickly the brush was finished and he handed the paper to Zhang Weishan. For the sake of Zhu Hexian, he decided to help Zhang Weishan. After all, the old man had always been at his beck and call, and had helped him a lot. More importantly, he had even provided him with the clue to the earth dragon grass. Zhang Weishan took the paper, and his eyes swept over it. Immediately, a look of joy appeared on his face. This was the pill recipe for the reversal pill. It definitely was, because not only were the ingredients the same as the incomplete recipe, the ratio was also the same, but there were also 3 missing ingredients. Zhang Weishan was incomparably excited, because the alchemy world had already publicly acknowledged that the reversal pill had been lost. Even before he had spent a large sum of money to purchase the incomplete formula, that incomplete formula had already been studied by many alchemists in hopes of obtaining the complete formula. However, none had succeeded. If he could successfully deduce the complete recipe, his status in the alchemy world would definitely rise greatly. How laughable, how laughable! He had previously been unwilling to give the incomplete recipe to others, but now he had been slapped in the face. The old man's face turned bright red. Zhu Hexian snorted and said, "Old Zhang, are you happy now?" His anger had not yet dissipated. He. Zhang Weishan laughed somewhat embarrassedly, holding the pill recipe like it was a treasure. Ling Han walked out of the room and said, "I'm leaving." "Many thanks, young friend." Zhang Weishan hurriedly ran over. Knowing that Ling Han was currently staying in Tianyi, he was not in a hurry to repair his relationship with Ling Han. After all, he needed some time to get used to it. Ling Han nodded, and after leaving the room, he began to walk. Hey, you're too much." Qi Zhantai caught up to him, her face full of blame. Ling Han laughed and said, "How am I not much? You're clearly not Grandmaster Zhu's disciple. You've caused him to be embarrassed," she rebuked. Previously, she had said that she wanted to be Ling Han's senior apprentice sister, and protect Ling Han in the future. She hadn't expected that this fellow would be so awesome as to actually drive away Duanmu Changfeng. I didn't say that. It's what you think. Ling Han shook his head. I don't care. You definitely have to compensate me. Qi Zhantai said shamelessly. Then how do you want me to compensate you? Ling Han asked. Qi Zhantai tilted her head and thought for a while, then said, I haven't thought of it yet, but I'll owe it to you for now. By the way, are you here to participate in the Dayuan tournament? Not bad. Ling Han nodded. Then I'll be kind enough to give you some exclusive insider information, Qi Zhantai said. This time there are quite a few experts here. There's no need to mention my fourth brother. He will definitely be able to obtain first place. Next up, there's also Stone Wolf Sect's Li Dongyu. It's said that she's also at the 9th layer of Pali, and has even trained the yellow-grade martial technique Little Tianyuan Hands to the large success realm. Even my fourth brother gave her a very high evaluation. In the last Dayuan tournament, he had obtained 5th place. There's also the Jin clan's third brother, Jin Wuji. He's also an extremely monstrous fellow. He has mastered the Jin clan's golden sun palm, and I've heard that he also has 2 flashes of palm chi. In the last Dayuan tournament he was ranked 6th. Also, let me think. There's a super genius from Fuyang town called Xia Zhongguang. He's only 18 this year, but he's already at the 8th layer of Pali. His battle prowess is also extremely terrifying. My fourth brother said that he has the ability to enter the top 5. Right, there's also an amazing fellow from Eternal River Town. What's his name again? Louis? No, I think it's Lu Yu or Lu something. He's also only 18 years old and he's already at the 8th layer of Pali. He also has the ability to enter the top 5. Finally, there's the youngest son of the Bailey sect leader, Bailey Tungyun. I've heard that he's only at the 7th layer of Pali, but even my fourth brother said that he's amazing, and that his strength is not below Li Dongyu's. This little girl's fourth brother was Qi Yongyi, who was also known as the Eternal Night King. His talent was outstanding and he was extremely powerful. Even Lu Yutong was full of praise for him. Although Ling Han was confident, he would not be blindly arrogant. It was just that he had too many trump cards up his sleeves. Throughout the entire Pali tier, he really could not think of anyone who could stand against him, at least not in this tiny Dayuan city. He nodded and said, Thank you for your insider information. Right, fourth brother is going to hold a banquet tomorrow night. You should come as well, Qi Zhantai said. He's inviting all the people who are likely to enter the top 50 in this year's Dayuan tournament. Ling Han could not help but smile and said, Your brother is trying to win over the hearts of the people. You're the smart one. Qi Zhantai did not deny it. If Qi Yongyi wanted to seize the position of the Dayuan king in the future, he would definitely need to build up his own supporters as early as possible. The position of king was not something that could be obtained just by having great talent and strength. Instead, it depended on the overall situation. If the entire king's mansion did not support you, how would you be able to sit on this position? Although fourth brother has outstanding talent in the martial art, eldest brother has already painstakingly built up his foundation for more than 10 years. In addition to that, eldest brother's mother is the daughter of the Lu clan patriarch. With the full support of the Lu clan, it is still uncertain who will emerge victorious in the end. The little girl clenched her little fists excitedly, as if she could not wait for these two brothers to start fighting right now, so that she could enjoy herself to her heart's content. In Dayuan City, aside from the king's mansion, there were 4 other great powers that could not be underestimated. They were the Stone Wolf Sect, the Hundredly Sect, the Jin clan, and the Lu clan. Because of his relationship with the Lu clan, the first prince would indeed have a considerable advantage in the fight for the throne. Ling Han only thought about it very casually. What did this kind of fight for the throne have to do with him? Qi Zhantai chattered on endlessly, pestering Ling Han for a long time before she was finally willing to let him go. However, as soon as she turned around, a crafty smile appeared on her face and she mumbled, Fourth brother, oh fourth brother, I have introduced you to a capable helper. You must not screw this up. Ling Han was someone that even Zhu He Exine and Zhang Wei Shan had to address as little friend, so he must have had astonishing achievements in the Tao of Alchemy. If Qi Yongyi could obtain Ling Han's help, then there would definitely be countless martial artists who would be willing to come to him. For no other reason than alchemical pills. The cultivation of martial artists could not do without the support of alchemical pills, and if there was a high-level alchemist in their faction, then there was naturally no need to say anything more about the allure. How could Ling Han not know what this little girl was planning? However, he did not take it to heart. In fact, he really wanted to go and meet that Qi Yongyi and see what kind of genius he was. The next day, Ling Dongxing accompanied Ling Han to register for the Dayuan tournament. The Dayuan tournament was only open to martial artists from their own region and required strict proof of identity, as it involved the quota to enter Huyang University. There were 36 cities in Rain Country. Naturally, it was impossible for the martial art level of every city to be the same. Some were high, some were low. Thus, the same martial artist who participated in the Dayuan tournament in a strong city could only place in the top 60, but in a weak city, he could place in the top 40. For the sake of entering Huyang University, didn't they all run off to participate in the Dayuan tournament in a weak city? The people of Dayuan City could only participate in the Dayuan tournament in Dayuan City, and it was impossible for people from other cities to come over. Everyone guarded their own territory. There were many people registering, and a long queue had formed. Ling Han was very at ease as he queued up. He had already completely let go of his identity as a heaven-tier warrior from his last life. Everything was starting from scratch, starting from a normal person. So what if he had to queue up? After about 2 hours, he was about to reach the end of the queue, and there was only one person left in front of him. However, it was at this moment that a young man, surrounded by 4 muscular men dressed in black, forcefully squeezed his way through the queue. The 5 of them arrived at the registration area and directly cut their way in front of Ling Han. "Hey, line up at the back." Ling Han frowned and said in dissatisfaction. "In." That young man turned his head to look at Ling Han and could not help but laugh. With an expression filled with disbelief, he said, "You actually want me to line up? Do you know who I am?" Chapter 58. "I don't care who you are, get back to the back," Ling Han said coldly. "Ha ha ha ha." The young man laughed loudly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He shook his head. "Don't you know who I am? I am Jin Wuxiang, and my elder brother is called Jin Wuji." Jin Wuji, one of the strongest contestants in the Dayuan tournament this time. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. As a young master of the Jin clan, and with such a powerful elder brother, he indeed had the right to do as he pleased. Unfortunately, the person he was facing now was Ling Han. "I don't care who you are, Jin Wuxiang, Jin Wuji, get back to the queue." Ling Han waved his hand impatiently. Jin Wuxiang's smile disappeared, and his expression was one of fury. This brat actually dared to talk back to him after knowing his identity. He humphed and said, "It is beneath my dignity to lower myself to the level of a minor character like you." He turned around and was about to begin the registration process. "Get lost." Ling Han stretched out his hand, grabbed Jin Wuxiang's shoulder, and then with a throw schwa this guy was flung out. Pung! He crashed into the wall and slid down with a creak, instantly baring his teeth in pain. "Young Master Wuxiang." 4 black-robed men hurriedly ran over to help Jin Wuxiang up. Ling Han, however, did not even spare them a glance and said, "I want to register." He looked at the person in charge of recording the registration, and a faint expression of shock appeared on his face. That was because this seemingly ordinary old man was actually an elite of Gushing Spring tier. "Bastard, you dared to make a move on me, and still want to pretend that nothing has happened?" Jin Wuxiang pushed away the 4 men and strode over, his eyes almost spitting fire. He was the 6th young master of the Jin clan, the younger brother of Jin Wuji, and there was actually someone who dared to not give him face? "Get lost," Ling Han said coldly. "Who the fuck are you to actually dare to be so disrespectful to me?" Jin Wuxiang said furiously, and stretched out his hand to grab at Ling Han. "What are you making such a ruckus for?" The old man in charge of registration said, very displeased. "Old geezer, you dare meddle in my affairs?" Jin Wuxiang was used to being arrogant, and he was also in a fit of anger. He immediately snorted and glared at the old man. Ling Han couldn't help but shake his head in his heart. This guy was really courting death. The Jin clan is really getting worse with each generation. The brats these days are becoming more and more immature. The elder sighed and stretched out his right hand. Pong! A huge force surged out, and Jin Wuxiang was instantly sent flying out of the registration room. Only when the old man made his move did everyone realize that he was actually a great expert, and their faces were filled with shock. Who would have thought that an old man in charge of recording the registration would actually be a hidden expert? I know who this senior is. He is the chief butler of the royal house of the Da Yuan king. What, the head chamberlain of the royal house of the Da Yuan king? Why would he personally come forward to do this kind of work? You ask me, but who am I supposed to ask? Someone recognized the identity of this old man, and instantly caused the crowd to start whispering amongst themselves. Jin Wuxiang, who had originally wanted to seek revenge, instantly became well-behaved. The Jin clan was indeed very powerful, but compared to the royal house of the Da Yuan king, it was not even worth a fart. He was arrogant and domineering, but he was not stupid. He knew who he could offend and who he could not. He immediately fled dejectedly with his 4 attendants. In any case, the registration deadline was only the day after tomorrow, so there was no need to choose to register today. However, he still bore a grudge against Ling Han. If it wasn't for this guy's interference, how could there have been such a dispute? Thank you, senior, for upholding justice. Ling Han clasped his hands in thanks. This was a powerful warrior of gushing spring tier, and was much stronger than the current him. He had also completely let go of his status as a powerful warrior of heaven tier and the alchemy emperor from his previous life, so there was nothing wrong with addressing him as senior. The chief butler was a little dizzy from his old age. He smiled at Ling Han and said, "Breaking through to poly tier at such a young age, your talent is truly remarkable. My 7th young miss is about the same age as you, so she might be a good match for you." When everyone heard this, their expressions became strange. So this chief butler was actually here to look for a suitable candidate for the royal house? However, the marriage of a princess would definitely not be decided by a mere butler. The chief butler would at most be in charge of the first round of selection, and whether the candidate would be accepted or not would still be decided by the Da Yuan king. Even so, everyone had a whole new level of respect for Ling Han. To be able to attract the attention of a powerful warrior of gushing spring tier, this brat definitely had something outstanding about him. Yet Ling Han thought, 7th young miss, isn't that Qi Zhantai, that little girl? He laughed and said, "Thank you, senior, for your appreciation. Let's register our names first." This brat was quite daring, actually rejecting the chief butler just like that. The chief butler was still smiling. He had only received orders from the Da Yuan king to determine whether there were any outstanding geniuses in this year's selection. It was definitely not because he had slept with Ling Han that Ling Han would become the son-in-law of the royal house. "Alright, where are you from? How old are you this year? What is your cultivation level and what is your name?" he asked. "I am Ling Han from Grey Cloud Town. I am 17 after the new year, and am in the 4th layer of poly tier." Ling Han answered one by one. "Who?" The people nearby all stared with their eyes wide open, as if they had seen a ghost. Ling Han was in poly tier. Many people had come out, and those who had not come out were also reminded by the chief butler's words. However, Ling Han was so young. Everyone thought that he had just broken through, and would at most be at the peak of the 1st layer of poly tier. But Ling Han was shockingly in the 4th layer of poly tier. Reaching the 4th layer of poly tier at the age of 17 was absolutely shocking. Even a genius like the 4th prince, who had received an endless supply of cultivation resources from the royal house, could he reach the 4th layer of poly tier at the age of 17? Perhaps, but that was the most he could achieve. With such a comparison, one could see how monstrous Ling Han was. No wonder the chief butler wanted to recruit him as a vassal. Ling Han took out his proof of citizenship. This was something that would be issued to every citizen of Rain Country upon birth. If one did not have a proof of citizenship, the moment he was discovered, he could only become a slave or flee far away. The chief butler only gave it a cursory examination, and then issued a plaque to Ling Han. This was a plaque that would allow him to participate in the Da Yuan tournament the day after tomorrow. Normally, no one would fake their identity, because even if they managed to make it into the top 50 in the tournament, they would still have to go through a new identity verification. If they were found to have faked their identity, it would definitely be a serious crime. The chief butler was very interested in Ling Han, and continued to chat with him. It was just ordinary daily life, as if he really had the intention of marrying off his own daughter. Although the others were waiting anxiously, they did not dare to rush him. This was the chief butler of the royal house of the Dayuan king. Putting aside his status, even if he himself was in Gushing Spring tier, he would still be an absolute elite warrior within 1,000 miles of Dayuan City. It was only when Ling Han took the initiative to ask to leave that the chief butler finally ended the conversation. However, he told Ling Han that he could go to the royal house of the Dayuan king to play when he was free, causing everyone's eyes to turn red with envy. This was equivalent to giving Ling Han a protective talisman. Who would dare to make a move on Ling Han? Chapter 59. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. The space of Ling Han's dantian continued to expand at an astonishing speed. He felt as if his body was about to explode, but in reality the dantian was a small world. Even if it expanded to become larger than this planet, it would not be able to cause the slightest change to his body. Ling Han also coordinated with the medicinal effects and pushed the expansion of his dantian. At this time, being able to expand even a tiny bit more was a gain. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. Ling Han was filled with pleasant surprise because there was still a large amount of medicinal effects that had not been consumed. To what extent could this expand his dantian? But when he thought about it, it was normal. This was an alchemical pill that could move even the hearts of powerful warriors of heaven tier. And now it had been consumed by him, a mere warrior of element gathering tier. Just how awesome would the effects be? Unfortunately, the people of this era actually did not recognize a good thing like the dark moon grass, and were so extravagant as to use it to break through to Gushing Spring tier. Unfortunately, the spatial pill could only be consumed once in one's lifetime. The second one would not have any effect. Otherwise, he believed that he would be able to obtain even more dark moon grass. But on the other hand, for the majority of people, the spatial pill did not have much meaning, because they would very rarely fight to the extent that their origin power was completely exhausted. The expansion of the space of the dantian only increased the endurance of a martial artist. The amount of power that could be exerted with each strike was still the same. But for a minority of geniuses, this was of great significance, because they would often fight to the point where they were at the end of their tether. Then, the larger the space of the dantian, the longer they would be able to persist, and in many cases it would definitely be able to save their lives. Ling Han was naturally even happier. He had the 5 elements origin nuclei, and the space of the dantian previously was really too small, completely insufficient. 80 times, 90 times, 100 times. Finally, the medicinal effects completely dispersed, and Ling Han opened his eyes. An expansion of 100 times. However, if this spatial pill was taken by a powerful warrior of heaven tier, it would only expand the space of the dantian by 10%, yet it would be 100 times larger than his own. The two were not on the same level at all. It wasn't that the spatial pill wasn't awesome enough, but rather that his cultivation level was too low. However, in the future, as his cultivation level increased, the space of the dantian would also expand much more than others. It was just that this expansion would become smaller and smaller, until the heaven tier's expansion would be reduced to 10%. Thus, it was not a loss for him to take the spatial pill so early. On the contrary, the earlier he took the spatial pill, the earlier he could use it. This benefit could be used from the element gathering tier all the way to the heaven tier, or even the shattering void tier in the future. He did not immediately stand up, but instead guided the 5 elements Chaos Lotus to continuously absorb spiritual chi, transforming it into origin power in his dantian and accumulating it. Although the space of his dantian was very big now, the 5 elements Chaos Lotus was too awesome. Added with the 5 elements heaven grade skill, the speed at which he absorbed and refined spiritual chi was ridiculously fast. In just one night's time, he had completely filled up the enormous space of his dantian. This also meant that if he battled until his energy was completely exhausted, without taking any alchemical pills, he would need a whole night to recover to his peak condition. Although he had not slept for a whole night, Ling Han was still full of energy. After he had reached the element gathering tier, cultivation could already replace sleep to a certain extent, not to mention that he had only stayed up for one night, so this was not a big deal. Hunter, when do you plan to return to Grey Cloud Town? Ling Dongxing asked him as they came to the outer room to have a meal. Ling Han thought for a moment, then said, "There are a lot of people who want to treat me to a meal, so it's not good to refuse. Maybe in 3 or 4 days." That's good. Then you can stay here for a few more days. I'll go home first and prepare a celebration for you, Ling Dongxing said very excitedly. He could not wait to let the whole town know that Ling Han had obtained the first place in the Dayuan tournament. All right, father, be careful on your journey, Ling Han said with a smile. Ling Dongxing nodded. He was not the slightest bit worried about Ling Han, because his son's prowess was already above his own. Even if he stayed, he would not be able to protect Ling Han. Moreover, he was the patriarch of the clan after all. After being away for so long, he had to hurry back and take charge of the overall situation. After breakfast, Ling Dongxing returned to Grey Cloud Town first, while Ling Han was dragged out by Qi Yongyi and the others to eat here and play there. Because these people had all gone easy on Ling Han in the previous tournament, this was a favor they owed him, so Ling Han naturally would not burn the bridge after crossing it. The next day, Qi Yongyi invited Ling Han to the wrestling ring to play. What fun was there in the wrestling ring? Ling Han did not understand, but he could not resist Qi Yongyi's enthusiasm, so he was dragged there by Qi Yongyi. It was also the place where the Dayuan tournament had been held 2 days ago. At this time, all the tournament stages had already been dismantled, and there was only one battle taking place in this huge place. 5 gladiators were currently being surrounded and attacked by 13 demonic beasts. The battle was intense, and the scene was bloody. Meanwhile, the spectators on the tournament stages were constantly roaring in excitement. They are all prisoners on death row. Though it is dangerous to fight here, if they can obtain 10 consecutive victories, they will be able to regain their freedom, Qi Yongyi explained. Ling Han nodded. Most of the empires had this kind of system. After prisoners were sentenced to death, they could choose to enter the wrestling ring to fight to the death, winning a chance of survival for themselves. Of course, most people would die in there, and the number of people who would truly be able to regain their freedom could be counted on one hand. Good. The spectators suddenly shouted loudly. Because a prisoner on death row had made a mistake, he was surrounded and attacked by 3 demonic beasts, and 2 of his arms were bitten off. He was in so much pain that he screamed again and again. However, this kind of screams did not last long. Very soon his throat was bitten off, and he was divided among the hungry demonic beasts. The spectators here had come for this kind of death and this kind of blood. Seeing this kind of scene, some of the crazed women even tore off their own clothes, shaking and screaming. However, the remaining 4 people did not panic at all. Obviously, they had experienced this kind of scene many times. They relied on each other, and only needed to face the enemies directly in front of them. Qi Yongyi turned his head to ask him, "You can gamble here. Brother Ling, are you interested?" Ling Han shook his head. He had never been fond of this kind of thing where one's life was used for amusement. So Brother Ling doesn't like to admire this kind of battle. To be honest, I don't like it either. However, there is a very exciting battle coming up next, Qi Yongyi said mysteriously. An elite warrior of gushing spring tier. A rapist who has harmed who knows how many women. However, his ability is really impressive and he won't die no matter what. Today, he will try to achieve 1,000 victories, and if he can still win, then we will have no choice but to set him free. Winning 10 battles in a row in body refining tier would allow one to obtain freedom, element gathering tier would allow 100 battles, and gushing spring tier would allow 1,000 battles. Ling Han's eyes involuntarily flashed with killing intent. Among the people he hated the most, perverted rapists could definitely be ranked in the top 3. This kind of scum should be directly killed, and there was no need to give him the slightest chance. Today there are a lot of people who have come to see this perverted rapist beheaded, Qi Yongyi said. For this, our royal house of the Dayuan king has even sent out an elite warrior. He will definitely not be allowed to escape this calamity. As they spoke, the battle in the ring was nearing its end. More than 10 demonic beasts had surrounded and attacked, and in a situation where 7 of them had died, the 4 condemned prisoners were bitten to death, causing the audience on the ring to continue cheering. Ladies and gentlemen, before the grand finale, I would like to invite all of you to enjoy a little show. A host entered the ring, and with a wave of his hand, the iron bars on both sides of the ring rose up at the same time, and a cage was pushed out from each side. In one of the cages was an adult wild wolf with an extremely strong body, while in the other cage was a little girl who was at most 5 or 6 years old. Ling Han instantly stood up, his fury rising to the top. Chapter 60. Ling Han's principle was very simple. If you don't provoke me, then I won't provoke you either. But if you don't open your eyes, then you better be prepared to suffer his wrath. You've provoked me time and time again. Do you think I'm easy to bully? He said coldly. Jin Wuxiang really wanted to cry himself to death. In the afternoon he was the one who had been sent flying, and now he was the one who had been slapped. He was the one who had suffered the most, all right? You actually dared to say such things? There was really no logic in this world. Of course, he would definitely not reflect on the fact that he was the one who had provoked him both times. You can be happy all you want now. When my brother arrives, you'll be in trouble, Jin Wuxiang said harshly. He believed that his brother would definitely help him vent his anger. Pa! 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 Ling Han slapped him 3 or 4 times in a row, completely disregarding his threat. I'll be waiting, he said, and then entered the residence with Lu Yutong and Qi Zhantai. Why are you even more of a troublemaker than me? The 7th princess sighed. You've really gotten yourself into big trouble this time. That's a brat from the Jin clan. Although he's a good-for-nothing, his brother is Jin Wuji. Didn't I already tell you how powerful Jin Wuji was? Yet you still provoked him. Hey, I have to hurry and inform Master so that he can clean up the mess for you. I'm not going to take care of this. Ling Han knocked her on the head and said, If it weren't for the fact that you had bad intentions and didn't give me an invitation, there wouldn't have been so many problems. What bad intentions? Don't accuse an innocent person. Qi Zhantai hurriedly shook her head like a rattle drum. This was a crime that she would not bear even if she was beaten to death. I just forgot, can't I just forget? Big sister Lu, don't you agree? She asked coquettishly to Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong was still as cold as ever, causing Qi Zhantai's eyes to light up. She felt that this older sister of hers had too much personality. The 3 of them arrived at the main hall. There were already close to 100 tables set up here, but they were not the usual round tables. Instead, they were small, long tables that could only seat 2 people at most. This was a table for 1 person. If one brought a companion, it would not be too narrow even if 2 people shared a table. These tables were arranged in a row of 5, from the inside to the outside, all the way to the entrance of the main hall. Obviously, the closer to the inside, the higher the status. Most of the tables were already occupied. Apart from the first row where there was an empty table, the rest of the empty tables were after the 10th row. Just find a place to sit, Qi Zhantai said, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly, revealing a crafty smile. She had given Ling Han a difficult problem. She wanted to know where this guy would sit. That was because there was only 1 seat near the front, but it was the first row. Only the strongest members of the younger generation were qualified to sit there. Ling Han's cultivation was clearly too low. However, if Ling Han obediently sat down at the back, it would mean that his willpower wasn't high enough, and he would submit easily. Ling Han didn't take it to heart at all. He just nodded and walked to the first row without thinking. Although he had let go of the glory of his past life, he still had the heart of an expert. Since there was still a seat in the first row, he would naturally sit there. Qi Zhantai stuck out her tongue, thinking that this was going to be a good show. However, she didn't go overboard. She immediately summoned a servant and told him to go to Tianyi to inform Zhang Wei Shan. Otherwise, if things got out of hand, it wouldn't be easy to resolve. When Ling Han strode forward, the people who were already seated in the rows all revealed shocked expressions. They all had the same thought in their minds. Who is this guy? It looks like he's going to sit in the first row. However, of the 5 seats in the first row, 4 were already occupied. The last empty seat actually had an owner as well, just that it hadn't arrived yet. That seat belonged to Jin Wuji. Is this guy an idiot? He even dared to snatch Jin Wuji's seat. Interesting. The 4 people in the first row all revealed smiles. Some were full of ridicule, while others had smiles on their faces. They wanted to see whether this guy was arrogant or actually had some ability. However, very quickly, their gazes all focused on Lu Yutong. This young girl was really too beautiful. Although she was a little cold, this was also a kind of temperament. Furthermore, she was very headstrong. Could it be that she was the real master and that guy in front was just her servant? And that made sense. However, the 4 of them almost choked. because they had already noticed that Ling Han had sat down in an ostentatious manner, while Lu Yutong was sitting to the side. In this way it was obvious who was the master and who was the servant. It was really inconceivable. Such a cold, beautiful and powerful girl could actually only sit below this guy. What exactly was his background? He must be the descendant of some rich and powerful clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to snatch Jin Wuji's seat. Ha 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 ha. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Amidst the laughter, a tall and slender man strode out from the inner door of the main hall. His gait was majestic, and he had the air of a king. This was not a king in terms of power, but a kind of self-confidence. Greetings, fourth prince. Everyone stood up one by one. Since the host had appeared, the guests naturally had to give him face. The fourth prince sat alone at a table, and his seat was the furthest inside. He was facing the door, unlike the others who were facing the wall. Sit everyone, please sit. The fourth prince, Qi Yongye's gaze swept around, and when he discovered that an unfamiliar face had actually appeared in the first row, he could not help but be startled. Who was this guy, and why had he snatched Jin Wuji's seat? However, his gaze very quickly swept over to Lu Yutong, and quite a large wave was set off in his heart. He was also a student of Huyang University, and naturally recognized this noble daughter of the Lu family. However, she was actually sitting below Ling Han. How could Qi Yongyi not be shocked? However, he was, after all, the fourth prince and was of course very shrewd. His expression did not change, but his gaze lingered on Lu Yutong for a while longer. This did not arouse the suspicions of others, because this was very normal. She was too beautiful and any man would take a second look. Let me introduce everyone. Qi Yongyi smiled, confident and calm, fully displaying his kingly air. He pointed at the first person on the left of the first row. This is Li Dongyu, Brother Li, the personal disciple of the sect master of Stone Wolf sect. Brother Li, long time no see. You're about to break through to Gushing Spring Tier, right? Li Dongyu laughed and said, Fourth Prince, don't tease me. Even you haven't broken through to Gushing Spring Tier, so how could I be qualified? Brother Li is too modest. Qi Yongyi pointed at the second person on the left. This is Bailey Tingyun, the son of the sect master of Bailey sect. Bailey Tingyun was very young, and looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. He was a little cool, and merely snorted through his nose as a form of greeting. Qi Yongyi did not mind and continued to introduce. Next, this is Xia Zhongguang, Brother Xia. He comes from Fuyang town, and is only 18 years old. He did not participate in the last De Yuan tournament, but I believe he will definitely shine in this tournament. This is Lu Yu, Brother Lu. Like Brother Xia, he is also 18 years old. I am also looking forward to seeing Brother Lu's performance. And this? Qi Yongye's gaze stopped on Ling Han. He paused and did not continue speaking, because he did not know how to continue. However, he was not embarrassed, and only smiled at Ling Han, as if he was waiting for Ling Han to introduce himself. He was indeed curious about Ling Han's identity, to be able to have the noble daughter of the Lu family wait upon him. Chapter 61. I am Ling Han. Ling Han stood up, smiled faintly at the crowd and sat back down. It was that simple? Ling family, where was this noble family from? Everyone was curious. There was no Ling surname in the 8 noble families of the imperial city, so could it be a noble family from another city? That was possible because there were 36 big cities in Rain country, and there were several noble families in each city. In total there were more than 100, so who would know? But Qi Yongyi was even more surprised, because he knew of Lu Yutong's identity. To be able to have a noble daughter of the Lu family wait on him, what kind of colossus was this Ling family? No matter what, he had to maintain a good relationship with Ling Han. Qi Yongyi was very good at stirring up the atmosphere, and soon everyone's attention returned to him. The hall was instantly filled with laughter. Everyone felt that this prince was filled with powerful charisma, and many people even had the idea of pledging their loyalty to him. The first prince has arrived. At this moment a loud shout came from outside. The first prince had arrived. Everyone was very surprised. Who didn't know that the first prince and the fourth prince were fighting fiercely for the throne? Why would he suddenly come here? Fourth brother. The first prince soon appeared at the door. He was a very handsome man, about 30 years old, tall and sturdy, and had an extraordinary presence. He was all smiles and walked towards Qi Yongyi with big strides. Not at all like they were enemies. Qi Yongyi stood up and walked towards the first prince, also all smiles, and said, "Big brother, why have you come?" When the two of them walked close, they stopped at the same time. They both looked at each other with smiles, but had no intention of putting their arms around each other's shoulders. "Fourth brother is hosting a banquet, so of course I, as the big brother, have to come to support you," the first prince said with a smile. Qi Yongyi couldn't help but frown. He hosted this banquet with the intention of winning people's hearts, and laying the foundation for him to ascend to the throne in the future. The first prince couldn't not know this, so he definitely came here to ruin his plans. Then thank you, big brother," he said very hypocritically, but the smile on his face was still very bright. The eldest prince paused and said, "I also brought a distinguished guest." "Oh, I wonder who it is?" Qi Yongyi asked. He knew that the eldest prince wouldn't just run over to show his face. He would definitely do something substantial. "Brother Gua, please," the eldest prince said towards the door. Everyone turned their heads and saw a young man in gray walking in. He had a medium build and ordinary facial features, but when they saw the badge hanging on his chest, everyone's expressions changed slightly. Yellow-grade mid-level alchemists were extremely popular no matter where they were. They were indispensable. If a force had an alchemist, it would be extremely attractive to rogue cultivators and even small forces. Martial artists were too inseparable from pills. "Fourth brother, let me introduce you. This is Brother Gua Dingquan, a yellow-grade middle-level alchemist. Speaking of Brother Gua's master, he is even more incredible. He is the great master Duanmu, who is known as the dual master of sword and alchemy." The first prince's face was full of smiles and his mood was incomparably joyous. Qi Yongyi had a bitter taste in his mouth. He knew that the eldest prince was here to make trouble, and he was probably going to succeed. Gua Dingquan, being a yellow-grade middle-level alchemist, was secondary. The key was his master. Duanmu Changfeng was a black-grade low-level alchemist. Though it was only Gua Dingquan who was close to the eldest prince now, the disciple could also represent the master's bias in a sense. The eldest prince was sending a signal to everyone. He was on good terms with Duanmu Changfeng and had the latter's support. This undoubtedly gave him a heavy bargaining chip, and was also a huge blow to Qi Yongyi. The weight of an alchemist was too heavy. "Brother Gua." Qi Yongyi still had to greet them with a face full of smiles. He couldn't chase the eldest prince and Gua Dingquan away, or the news would definitely spread that he was a petty person. As a leader, he had to give others a magnanimous impression. If he couldn't even do this, what right did he have to inherit the throne? Gua Dingquan was very arrogant. Even when facing the fourth prince, he only snorted, fully displaying the arrogance of an alchemist. This occupation was too rare. It was completely spoiled. "Brother Gua, please sit." Qi Yongyi was furious in his heart, but he still acted courteously. Gua Dingquan's gaze swept over them, and he walked straight ahead. Since he was going to sit, he had to sit in the first row. Otherwise, where would he put his face? Because the tables here were arranged in a row of 5, they were relatively close to each other, and there was a very wide walkway on both sides. Thus, Gua Dingquan either walked to the left or the right. Unfortunately, he walked to the left, and directly came to Ling Han's table. As for whether it was because of Lu Yutong, only he himself knew. "You can get lost," he said coldly. How domineering, telling people to get lost as soon as he opened his mouth. He really did think he was the emperor. However, he himself was a yellow-grade middle-level alchemist, and even had a black-grade alchemist master as his master, so he had the confidence to be so domineering. Ling Han revealed a smile. To others, this seemed like he was about to compromise, but Lu Yutong already knew that this was because Ling Han was angry and very angry. He said, "Try saying that again. Get lost, get lost, get lost." Gua Dingquan naturally would not back down. Not only did he say it once, he also emphasized it 3 times. A cold glint flashed in Ling Han's eyes, and he instantly moved. His right hand had already grabbed Gua Dingquan's neck, and then he pressed down. With a pong, Gua Dingquan's face instantly crashed onto the table, causing the wine pot to tip over, and his face was instantly covered in wine. "Woo!" Guoding Quan was pressed firmly onto the table, his four limbs flailing madly. He wanted to break free, but it was a complete waste of effort. The whole place was deathly silent. This guy was too awesome, wasn't he? He even dared to hit an alchemist. He had guts. He was indeed a man with a handle. The first prince was first stunned, and then flew into a rage. He had never thought that there would actually be someone who dared to hit Guoding Quan. He had originally completely suppressed Qi Yongyi in terms of aura, but now that he had been beaten up like this, not only was Guoding Quan embarrassed, but even he himself had lost face. He strode towards Ling Han, his right hand reaching out and grabbing at Ling Han's neck. He shouted, "Let go of me!" Shua, a gust of wind blew past. Lu Yutong had already moved, blocking the first prince's advance. The first prince was stunned at first, but then his gaze immediately focused. In front of the throne, everything could be abandoned, and Guoding Quan was the card that would decide whether or not he would be able to suppress the fourth prince. Naturally, he could not allow anything to go wrong. "Back down!" he shouted. He did not immediately counterattack, because he still had tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Lu Yutong only waved her hand and said, "Scram!" Scram, she had actually told the first prince to scram. She really was audacious. When Qi Yongyi saw this, he couldn't help but smile. He knew that Lu Yutong was a noble daughter of the Lu family. If the first prince offended her, that would not be a good thing. And what would be a bad thing for the first prince would be a good thing for him. Chapter 62. Get lost. Ling Han casually waved his hand and Guoding Quan was flung away, crashing into the wall with a bang. Bastard! Guoding Quan clambered to his feet, unable to restrain his anger. He was about to die from anger. As the most respected alchemist, he had actually been pressed onto a table, his face covered in wine, and then thrown out to crash into a wall. Fortunately, the dishes hadn't been served yet. Otherwise, his face would be even more colorful. "You want to do it again?" Ling Han asked coldly. This wasn't the first alchemist he had beaten, and it definitely wouldn't be the last. "I'll kill you!" Guoding Quan roared furiously. As an alchemist, he had never suffered such humiliation before. If he didn't get his revenge, he wouldn't be a human. Ling Han made a move. Pong! Guoding Quan was once again grabbed by the neck, and as expected, he slammed Guoding Quan into the table. The difference was that this time he used even more force and the table was broken. Ah! Guoding Quan's face was covered in blood, and his eyes were about to spit fire. However, he didn't charge a second time because he finally realized that the gap between him and Ling Han was too great. Damn it, judging from the aura, the other party was on par with him. At most he was at the fourth layer of poly. How could he be so strong? He turned to look at the first prince. The first prince was facing off against Lu Yutong. It was obvious that he would not help him. He raised his voice and said, "Whoever beats this brat up for me, I'll give him 10 essence gathering pills." What gathering essence pill? For people below level 9 poly, this is an excellent item. It can help condense polycores and increase the success rate by about 30%. He took out 10 pills in one go. How generous! Everyone was discussing fervently, but there weren't many people who were truly interested. This was because everyone who was invited today was a genius. For a genius, if they had to rely on external help to condense a polycore, how could they be called a genius? When Guoding Quan saw this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and said, "One earth fire pill. Fuck an earth fire pill." This time, everyone could no longer sit still. Even Qi Yongyi and the first prince revealed expressions of desire. The effect of the earth fire pill was the same as that of the purple origin pill. They were both used to help martial artists break through to gushing spring tier. But the effect of the earth fire pill was much weaker. At most, it could only increase the chances of breaking through by 20%. However, it was still a rare spirit medicine and its value was very, very high. For example, Qi Yongyi could be considered a genius, but he was still stuck at the peak of the 9th layer of poly tier for more than half a year. Normally speaking, being able to break through to gushing spring tier within 3 to 5 years was already praiseworthy. Moreover, the first prince had already reached the peak period of the 9th layer of poly 7 years ago, but he was still at the same cultivation level now, which was enough to show how difficult it was to break through to gushing spring tier. A single earth fire pill could possibly save a few years of cultivation time for a genius. How precious could it be? However, although the ingredients required to concoct the earth fire pill were not as precious as the purple origin pill, they were still extremely rare, and belonged to the category where there was demand but no supply. Otherwise, with the financial resources of the royal house of the Dayuan king, no matter what, they would still be able to purchase a few of them. As a result, everyone immediately turned their burning gazes towards Ling Han, as if he was an earth fire pill himself. Impudence, where do you think this is? Qi Yongyi immediately humphed coldly. He was a man of great importance, so naturally he immediately suppressed the greed in his heart. Guodingquan was the first prince's man, so it was naturally not worthwhile for him to vent his anger on Guodingquan's behalf. However, Ling Han and Lu Yutong had a relationship that was not known to outsiders, so his position was naturally very clear. Help Ling Han! With his shout, everyone immediately calmed down. This was the fourth prince's palace, and if they were to start a fight here, to put it more seriously, it would be no different from starting a rebellion. Guodingquan panted heavily. He glared fiercely at Qi Yongyi for a moment, then suddenly turned around and left. He was definitely not willing to swallow this insult. He wanted to ask his own master to come over. No one could humiliate an alchemist like this. Brother Gua, the first prince hurriedly called out, and chased after Guodingquan as he left. The two of them had come and gone suddenly, and the main hall momentarily fell silent. Some people were feeling distressed over the loss of the earth fire pill, while others were curious as to how the situation would develop next. Someone change a table. Qi Yongyi began to adjust the atmosphere, once again displaying his personal charisma, causing the atmosphere of the banquet to become lively once more. Everyone was very interested in Ling Han. It should be known that it was not difficult to suppress Guodingquan, and more than 80% of the people here would be able to do so. However, the only person who would dare to do so was most likely Ling Han alone. Brother Ling, where are you from? Someone finally asked. Grey Cloud Town. Ling Han did not want to hide it. In any case, he was going to participate in the Dayuan tournament, so his identity could not be faked. Grey Cloud Town. Everyone was stunned. This was only a small place under the rule of Dayuan City, so how could Ling Han be so arrogant? Not only was he arrogant, even the girl by his side was equally arrogant, and did not even place the first prince in her eyes. Qi Yongyi was even more shocked. If Ling Han was from Grey Cloud Town, then how could he be related to Lu Yutong? Although he was a relative of the emperor, when compared to Lu Yutong, he was still somewhat lacking. After all, they could only be considered a branch of the Qi clan of the imperial family. Although their lineage had been passed down for so many generations, their relationship was actually not very close. Unless he could become the Dayuan king, even he was not fit to marry Lu Yutong. However, Ling Han was able to make Lu Yutong follow by his side. A mere brat from Grey Cloud Town, what right did he have to do so? Dishes and wine were served, and everyone felt slightly hungry, so they all began to eat. Martial artists expended a lot of energy, so it was indeed easier for them to get hungry. Ha 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 ha, my apologies, fourth prince, I am late. With a long laugh, a tall man walked in. He looked to be about 20 years old, and had an astonishing aura about him. The third son of the Jin clan, Jin Wuji. Jin Wuxiang followed closely behind him, like a mouse that had seen a cat. He had completely lost his previous arrogance. Brother Jin, why are you so late? Qi Yongyi asked with a smile as he stood up. I had some trivial matters to attend to, Jin Wuji said as he walked forward. Brother, that's him. That's him. When they reached the first row, Jin Wuxiang immediately pointed at Ling Han and called out. Jin Wuji's gaze swept over, and he could not help but reveal a look of surprise. He said, Junior sister Lu, why are you here? He was also a disciple of Huyang University, so he naturally recognized Lu Yutong, the daughter of the heavens. Lu Yutong only nodded her head calmly, and did not reply. Jin Wuji knew her personality, so he did not take it to heart. His gaze turned to Ling Han, and a chill immediately rose up in his heart. He had originally only been late for a short while, but when he met his younger brother at the entrance and found out what had happened, he immediately ordered his men to investigate Ling Han. This was not difficult. After registering, he would naturally leave behind his information. He was just the young master of a small clan in Grey Cloud Town, and he actually dared to go against the Jin clan. He definitely did not think that Lu Yutong would go against Ling Han. Even if she did, the Lu clan would definitely not agree to it. This would be a complete loss of face for the Lu clan. Thus, he was not afraid that Lu Yutong would stand up for Ling Han. Furthermore, his strength was above Lu Yutong's. "Brat, get out of my seat," he said coldly. Chapter 63. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The sound of galloping hooves could be heard. Zhu Hexian and Zhang Weishan had arrived only a short while later, and this caused Lu Yutong to feel much more assured. She leapt off the horse and began to rescue Ling Dongxing and the others, so that Ling Han would not have to worry about them anymore. "Father, quickly eat this origin preservation pill." Ling Han took out a pill bottle, poured out a green-colored pill, and fed it to Ling Dongxing. Ling Dongxing did not feel anything. Anyways, it was given to him by his son, so he should just eat it. But Zhu Hexian and Zhang Weishan were so shocked that their eyes were wide open. That was because the origin preservation pill was also a lost alchemical pill, and its effects were even better than the reverse pill. Although the name of the reverse pill was very domineering compared to the origin preservation pill, it was still a far cry. Both of them were yellow-grade high-level alchemical pills, but they were extremely difficult to concoct. Zhu Hexian and Zhang Weishan had all obtained the complete medicinal formula, yet after so many days they still had not been able to concoct the reverse pill. But Ling Han's first move was to concoct the origin preservation pill, which was even more difficult to concoct. How could the two of them not be so shocked that their eyes were wide open? Ling Han distributed the origin preservation pill to the remaining 10 or so members of the Ling clan. This origin preservation pill was a modified version of the reverse pill that he had concocted in his last life, so its effects were naturally of a higher level. "Big brother Han, Big Xiong is dead, father and mother are also dead, woo woo woo." Ling Zixian lay weakly in Ling Han's arms, sobbing as she spoke. But there were no tears in her eyes, because her tears had long since dried up. "I will avenge Big Xiong, I will avenge everyone." Ling Han gently caressed the little girl's back and said, "Be good, Xian Xian. Go to sleep, you'll be fine after a good sleep." The little girl nodded. After these 4 days of suffering, she had long since reached her limit, and very soon she fell asleep in Ling Han's arms. Ling Han handed the little girl over to Lu Yutong, and his gaze once again turned to Chang Wenkuan, his killing intent blazing. Although Hunyo was tied up and lying on the back of the horse, she had grown up with ferocious beasts, so she was very sensitive to killing intent. Instantly she raised her head, and emitted a ho-ho-ho sound, appearing to be extremely excited. "How could this be? How could you have formed 5 flashes of sword chi?" Chang Wenkuan struggled to crawl up from the ground. His nose was caved in, his mouth was crooked, and his face was covered with blood. "How do you want to die?" Ling Han asked darkly. "Do you want to be dismembered by 5 horses, or die by 1,000 cuts, or explode your head? I'll give you a chance to choose." "Little bastard, don't be so smug. Even if you have formed 5 flashes of sword chi, it's still useless. In front of absolute power, the only path left for you is death." Chang Wenkuan shouted. "When my 3rd uncle comes, all of you will die." Ling Han shook his head and said, "Hearing your words, I really thought that I was facing a profligate young master in his teens, who only knows how to use the adults of his clan to scare people. Humph, when the old thing comes, I will naturally cut off his dog head." "Bullshit!" Chang Wenkuan screamed. He was once again kicked to the ground by Ling Han. He was extremely furious and humiliated. Having his face stepped on by another person, this was the most humiliating thing he had ever experienced. Moreover, the person who had stepped on him was actually the son of his sworn enemy. It was one thing for him to be unable to defeat Ling Dongxing, but now even Ling Dongxing's son was able to step on his face. How could he endure this? At this moment, the townspeople had all heard the news and came out to watch the commotion. The people in the vicinity had all arrived, and when they saw Ling Han majestically step on Chang Wenkuan's face, everyone was completely petrified. Before Chang Jiyu appeared, the publicly acknowledged strongest elites of Grey Cloud Town were Ling Dongxing and Chang Wenkuan. They were both in the 9th layer of element gathering tier, and no one was a match for them. And now, this former strongest elite was actually being stepped on by Ling Han. Who could believe their own eyes? This was the once famous trash. Many of the disciples of Grey Cloud Academy recalled the words that Lu Yutong had once said. 3 months later, everyone could only look up to Ling Han. Indeed, he was now able to step on even Chang Wenkuan, so who could not look up to him? But the problem was, the current strongest elite of Grey Cloud Town was Chang Jiyu, a supreme elite of Gushing Spring Tier. No matter how strong Ling Han was, could he be stronger than Gushing Spring Tier? It's over. As long as Chang Jiyu arrives, Ling Han will definitely be finished. Ai, what a pity for such a genius. Otherwise, he might be able to become a powerful warrior of Spiritual Ocean Tier in the future. Spiritual Ocean Tier, you really dare to say that? That would be as strong as the Dayuan King. Just think about it. Ling Han is only 17 years old now, but he is already able to step on Chang Wenkuan. How terrifying is his talent? That's true. Everyone was whispering to each other. They all thought that Ling Han was completely unfavorable, that he had come back to die. The strength of Gushing Spring Tier was deeply ingrained in everyone's bones, especially in a small place like Grey Cloud Town. That was a godlike existence. It was at this moment that a figure flew out from the town. His speed was extremely fast, so fast that even a galloping horse could not catch up to him. Only an instant later, he had already appeared in the vicinity. It was Chang Jiyu. Little bastard. You are the evil thief that Ling Han killed my grandson. Chang Jiyu glared at Ling Han, his eyes looking as if he wanted to eat Ling Han alive. I am Ling Han, and today will be the day you die. Ling Han retorted. Ha 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 ha. I am a powerful warrior of Gushing Spring Tier. What right do you have to take my life? Chang Jiyu was in no hurry to make his move. This was the main culprit behind his grandson's death, so he wanted to slowly torture this little bastard to death. What if we attack? Zhu Hexian and Zhang Weishan both stepped out at the same time. And who the hell are you two? Chang Jiyu was still very indifferent at first, but when his eyes swept over the two of them, his expression instantly changed and he exclaimed in shock, Gushing Spring Tier. Not only were they in Gushing Spring Tier, there were 2 of them. What? The townspeople all exclaimed in shock. These 2 unprepossessing old men were actually powerful warriors of Gushing Spring Tier as well. No wonder Ling Han dared to come back. So it was because he had invited a powerful warrior of Gushing Spring Tier to help him. Chang Jiyu's expression instantly turned serious, and he no longer dared to show the slightest bit of contempt. He said, Fellow Taoists, this boy has a grudge against me for killing my grandson. No matter what benefits he has promised you, I will give you double the amount. I hope that you two will not interfere. Zhu Hexian and Zhang Weishan exchanged a look, and then both laughed loudly. Double the amount? Who the fuck were you? How many pill recipes did you have, and how much understanding do you have of alchemy? You actually dared to boast like this? Impudence. Young friend Ling's matter is our matter as well. Zhang Weishan spoke up. The one surnamed Cheng, if you surrender now, I can still ask young friend Ling for a favor, and grant you a quick death. Young friend Ling. Hiss. Everyone gritted their teeth and drew in a sharp breath. 2 powerful warriors of Gushing Spring Tier actually addressed Ling Han as young friend Ling, and looked as if they were going through thick and thin together. What kind of friendship was this? Thankfully, Zhu Hexian and Zhang Weishan did not put on the badge of an alchemist. Otherwise, these townspeople would be even more shocked, because a black-grade low-level alchemist had an even higher status than a powerful warrior of Gushing Spring Tier. Must the 2 of you do this? Chang Jiyu asked darkly. He had just broken through to Gushing Spring Tier, and his confidence was at its peak. Moreover, he definitely did not believe that 2 powerful warriors of Gushing Spring Tier would risk their lives for Ling Han. No matter how he thought about it, he could not think of such a logic. Pung 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 pung. In the distance there was a cloud of dust rising into the air, and a group of people was quickly approaching. Brother Ling, I've brought some people with me to lend you a hand. This group of people very quickly arrived near Ling Han. A young man leapt off his horse and clasped his hands in greeting to Ling Han. It was Bailey Tung Yun. Chapter 64. Ooh. A smile rose on Ling Han's lips and he said, Are you sure you want this seat? This is my seat in the first place. Jin Wuji said coldly. Fine, since you want it, I'll let you have it. Ling Han very readily stood up. Who? Quite a few people instantly choked because the difference between now and now was too great. Before, Ling Han even dared to beat up a disciple who excelled in both sword and alchemy in front of the first prince, but now he was terrified. Inconceivable, truly inconceivable. They were not the only ones who found this inconceivable. Even Lu Yutong could not understand this at all. In her mind, though Ling Han appeared calm and composed, he was actually more proud than anyone else in his heart. How could he compromise? If they really fought, she was enough to defeat Jin Wuji, and even if the Jin clan stepped in, didn't Ling Han still have a colossus like Tianyiji standing behind him? In the whole of Rain country, which party dared to offend Tianyiji? No, definitely not, because this colossus did not only have branches in Rain country, but also in the 9 nations of the desolate north. Whether in terms of wealth or strength, they were all extremely shocking. Think about it, cultivation could not be separated from alchemical pills, and they opened an alchemy shop, so how could there not be a lack of powerful cultivators? With Zhu Hexian's respect and awe towards Ling Han, she practically treated him like a teacher. If the Jin clan dared to harm Ling Han, he would definitely use the power of Tianyiji in Rain country to flatten the Jin clan. Since that was the case, why should he be terrified? Ling Han stretched out his hand to hold Lu Yutong's, and an enchanting blush instantly appeared on the little girl's pretty face. She didn't look like the icy beauty at all. Fuck. Seeing this dazzling beauty, everyone's eyes turned red with jealousy, wanting to chop off the hand that Ling Han was holding on to Lu Yutong's hand. Lu Yutong had no more thoughts. She felt as if she was stepping on clouds. She followed Ling Han to the table at the back and sat down. Although Ling Han had already retracted his hand, she still hadn't come back to her senses. She could only feel her heart beating fiercely. Just wait for the show. Ling Han whispered in her ear. Lu Yutong shivered and said, What show? Ling Han pointed to the front with his mouth and said, Don't forget, that was something just went to get reinforcements. You're trying to trick Jin Wuji. Lu Yutong finally understood. Ling Han smiled and said, I asked him if he really wanted that seat. He said he wanted it. What does it have to do with me? Lu Yutong couldn't help but purse her lips and smile, but then she immediately frowned and said, Duanmu Changfeng wouldn't be so rash, would he? I bet that he's been suppressing a bellyful of anger since yesterday, and that was something will definitely add fuel to the fire when he gets back. The old man's anger will definitely be very great. Also, when I beat up that was something, I didn't say anything at all. I just directly attacked. Ling Han smiled and said, So that old man will also do the same. After that Duanmu Changfeng realizes that he made a mistake, he will definitely target you again. Lu Yutong's brows furrowed again. I think that at that time Zhu Hexian and Zhang Weishan will also come. But even if they don't come, I still have a way to deal with that old man. Ling Han revealed a confident smile because Zhu Hexian had told him about Duanmu Changfeng. The old man was known as a master of both sword and alchemy, and his sword technique was the sweeping wind sword technique, a profound low-level martial technique. But the old man could only use 7 moves, but the complete sweeping wind sword technique had 9 moves. The sword manual that the old man had obtained should have been incomplete, so he had not been able to learn the last 2 moves. Coincidentally, Ling Han had the complete sweeping wind sword technique in his hands, so he had taken advantage of his opponent. Lu Yutong had definitely been led astray by Ling Han, and her pretty face couldn't help but reveal an expression of anticipation. Because of Ling Han's lack of backbone, everyone was ashamed to be associated with him, and no one spoke to him anymore. Jin Wuxiang, on the other hand, kept turning his head around, looking at Ling Han with a provocative expression, and a look of disdain on his face. He had originally thought that Ling Han would definitely be stubborn, so his elder brother would have an excuse to heavily injure Ling Han. He hadn't thought that this guy would actually bully the weak and fear the strong. But, do you think that you can get away with this? Jin Wuxiang snorted coldly in his heart. As soon as the banquet ended and they left the 4th prince's residence, Jin Wuji would make his move and teach Ling Han a harsh lesson. He still had to give face to the 4th prince. Even Qi Yongyi had not expected that Ling Han would make such a concession, and he also began to feel disdain towards Ling Han. Thus he was not willing to waste any time on him. He followed his original plan and began to persuade everyone, hoping that they would submit to him. "Master, it's him." Not long after, a voice filled with resentment rang out. Guodingquan's figure once again appeared at the entrance of the main hall, and he pointed towards the interior of the hall. Everyone turned around, but they only saw a blur before their eyes. A figure had already flown past them at an astonishing speed. It was a gray-robed elder with a sword strapped to his back. With a flash, he had already appeared beside Jin Wuji. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed Jin Wuji's neck, viciously pressing it down. Bang! The strength of this strike was extremely great, and the long table was forcibly broken into two. At this moment the food and wine had already been served, and instantly, the wine and soup were all splashed onto Jin Wuji's face. An undeserved calamity. It was definitely an undeserved calamity. How could Jin Wuji have imagined that someone would actually suddenly make a move on him? Furthermore, the person was so ridiculously powerful that he did not even have the slightest ability to resist. He had been muddle-headed and had suffered a calamity. Ha 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 ha, human, you are arrogant. Why don't you continue to be arrogant? Guodingquan ran over and kicked Jin Wuji's butt a few times. His expression was savage, and it was as if he wanted to kill someone. Jin Wuxiang was stunned for a moment before he finally realized what was going on. He cried out, "Why are you guys hitting me?" He felt extremely wronged, because it had always been the Jin brothers who bullied others as they pleased. Today, however, his older brother had actually been beaten by two people he did not know. He was unable to react no matter how hard he tried. Guodingquan glanced at him, and felt that the other party was extremely unfamiliar. He was not that ice-cold beauty at all. However, he did not take it to heart, and only continued to kick Jin Wuji continuously. Of the two parties involved, one side had misunderstood, while the other side was completely confused. However, the others had managed to react. Guodingquan had invited his master Duanmu Changfeng, who excelled in both sword and alchemy, over, but he had made a mistake. The pitiful Jin Wuji had been beaten up for no reason at all. He must be feeling extremely depressed right now. No wonder Ling Han had given his position to Jin Wuji just then. It turned out that he had long since decided to scam him. Fuck, this guy was really too sinister. Seeing that Jin Wuji was still being beaten up, and that Jin Wuxiang's face was filled with confusion, many people could not help but laugh out loud. This laughter grew louder and louder, and finally infected everyone else. Everyone was holding their bellies in laughter. Guodingquan also finally felt that something was wrong. He flipped Jin Wuji over, and when he saw that unfamiliar face that was covered in soup, he could not help but be stunned. He asked, "Who are you?" "Who?" Jin Wuji instantly spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. "You don't know me? Then why did you beat me up so viciously? Who did he offend? No matter who you are, I will make you pay," he roared angrily. Chapter 65. This is not the person who hit you. Duanmu Changfeng was also startled, and slightly displeased. Since he wasn't, why did you point at this person the moment you entered? No. Guodingquan was also very depressed. Since you're not Ling Han, why are you sitting here? He turned to Jin Wuji and said, "Where is the person who was originally sitting here?" Jin Wuji was not stupid, and immediately realized that he'd been tricked by Ling Han. This brat had offended these two people, and coincidentally, he wanted Jin Wuji to give up his seat. But this brat took the opportunity to set a trap and tricked him badly. Damn little brute. Ling Han, he roared. Get out here, I'm going to kill you. Ling Han. When Duanmu Changfeng heard this, killing intent instantly rose up in his heart. This was a junior who had caused him to suffer great humiliation. An old fox like him would of course immediately realize that both he and Jin Wuji had been played by Ling Han. Shua. Everyone's eyes turned to Ling Han. Ling Han sat upright, not the slightest bit nervous under the gazes of so many people. He took a sip of wine, and could not help but reminisce about his last life. At that time the wine he drank was of the highest quality, and was definitely not something that this so-called fine wine could compare to. Jin Wuji had no intention to settle the score with Guodingquan for now. Moreover, the other party had Duanmu Changfeng, who was a powerful warrior of gushing spring tier. His power surpassed his by who knew how many times. He turned towards Ling Han, his hands clenched into fists. His face was covered in soup, and added with the blood that had flowed from the collision, he looked both fierce and ferocious, enough to scare a child to death. "Oh, you're playing with us." Jin Wuxiang finally realized, and pointed at Ling Han as he shouted, "Ha ha ha ha." Quite a number of people could not help but laugh loudly. As expected, the 9 sons of a dragon were all different. This Jin Wuxiang was really an idiot, and did not seem like he was born from the same parents as Jin Wuji. "You're really audacious," Duanmu Changfeng said darkly. He actually dared to scheme against him. This junior was definitely tired of living. Seeing Duanmu Changfeng open his mouth, Jin Wuji immediately shut his mouth. It was obvious that Duanmu Changfeng was not on good terms with Ling Han, and Duanmu Changfeng was in gushing spring tier, so his status was far above his own. Even if he wanted to seek revenge, he would have to wait in line. Duanmu Changfeng strode towards Ling Han, his eyes cold. He had already made up his mind that even if Zhu He Xian and Zhang Wei Shan came together, he would not spare this junior. Guoding Quan followed closely behind, a cold smile on his face. This brat even dared to trick his master. This time he was definitely dead meat. Duanmu Changfeng did not walk very quickly, but with every step he took, the entire hall trembled slightly, showing the fury in the heart of this person who excelled in both sword and alchemy. Even Qi Yongyi, as the 4th prince, did not dare to open his mouth to advise him. What should Ling Han do? His previous move had indeed been beautifully played, and he had simultaneously tricked 2 enemies, but whether it was Duanmu Changfeng or the Jin clan, which one of them was easy to provoke? Everyone was curious. No matter what, Ling Han should not be such an idiot. Lu Yutong immediately stood up and stood in front of Ling Han to protect him. But she was immediately pushed aside lightly by Ling Han, and Ling Han was heard saying unhurriedly, "For winds rise, the clouds in the sky are in chaos, the tiger and the crane take form, creating the limitless." Zhiduanmu Changfeng's footsteps immediately stopped. It was as if he had been struck by lightning, and he looked like he had seen a ghost. But after an instant, he immediately looked excited, and his body began to tremble. This was the mnemonic for the 8th move of the Sweeping Cloud Sword technique. The Sweeping Cloud Sword technique was a black-grade middle-level martial arts technique, and he had learned it from a secret manual obtained from an ancient tomb. Unfortunately, because too much time had passed, the last 2 moves of the technique had already rotted away. The 8th move only had 1 mnemonic phrase and a diagram, and the 9th move did not even have a name. He could disregard Zhu He Xian and Zhang Wei Shan precisely because of the Sweeping Cloud Sword technique. The 3 of them were all in the 3rd layer of the gushing spring tier, but because of the Sweeping Cloud Sword technique, even if Zhu He Xian and Zhang Wei Shan joined forces, they would not be his match. But it was also because of the great power of this sword technique that he dreamed of obtaining the last 2 moves. Thus, when Ling Han recited the mnemonic phrase for the Sweeping Cloud Sword technique, how could he not be excited? You know," Duanmu Changfeng said, his voice trembling. "Naturally." Ling Han nodded. "You will teach me?" The old guy's face was full of anticipation. Ling Han smiled and said, "That depends on your performance." Duanmu Changfeng did not think and said, "If you have any requests, just say them. No matter what alchemical pills or cultivation resources, I can give them to you." Hiss! Everyone around was confused. Just now, Duanmu Changfeng had wanted nothing more than to kill Ling Han, so why did his attitude suddenly change so drastically? Was this some kind of magic trick? "Master!" Guoding Quan was anxious. What kind of evil trick was this brat using? Ling Han pointed at Jin Wuji and his brother, then pointed at Guoding Quan and said, "These 3 guys, I don't like the look of them." Good. Duanmu Changfeng was a veteran of the martial world, so he naturally knew what Ling Han meant. Without another word, he picked up Guoding Quan, and with a leap arrived in front of the Jin brothers. He pushed with his left hand, and with an irresistible force, the Jin brothers instantly fell to the ground. Pung 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 pung. Duanmu Changfeng punched and kicked, ravaging the 3 of them to his heart's content. Everyone was dumbfounded. Duanmu Changfeng had only said a few words that sounded like a mnemonic phrase, and Duanmu Changfeng actually became Ling Han's subordinate, doing whatever he told him to do. They all felt a strong sense of admiration towards Ling Han. No matter if it was Guoding Quan, the Jin brothers, or even Duanmu Changfeng, they were all toyed around in the palm of his hand. The Jin brothers were gloomy to the core. If you said they had some enmity with Duanmu Changfeng, and were previously beaten up by the old man for no apparent reason, then that could still be said to be a misunderstanding and they were tricked by Ling Han. But this time? But with a powerful warrior of gushing spring tear making a move, what else could they do aside from being beaten up? Qi Yongye's face twitched. Ever since he saw that Ling Han was able to woo Lu Yutong, he knew that this guy was not ordinary, but to be so awesome still gave him a huge shock. Duanmu Changfeng was not as simple as a powerful warrior of gushing spring tear. He was also a black-grade low-level alchemist, and had a bit of fame in the whole of Rain Country. Even powerful warriors of spiritual ocean tier would be polite when they saw him. But to put it bluntly, he was now no different from Ling Han's subordinate, doing whatever he was told to do. Where was the dignity of a black-grade alchemist, and the backbone of a powerful warrior of gushing spring tear? However, if he could form a good relationship with Ling Han, then wouldn't he be able to take Duanmu Changfeng under his wing? The first prince had only befriended Guoding Quan, and that was enough to put him in an extremely passive position. If he could recruit Duanmu Changfeng, then his position would be extremely stable, and no one would be able to stop him from inheriting the throne. And when Zhu Hexian and Zhang Weishan arrived late, what they saw was the scene in front of them. Duanmu Changfeng was beating up his own disciple and the Jin brothers like a madman, and the person they were supposed to rescue, Ling Han, was sitting leisurely, drinking wine and tasting dishes on the side. What kind of mess was this? Chapter 66. Guoding Quan and the Jin brothers were extremely gloomy. To Guoding Quan, a master beating a disciple was like a father beating his son. It was completely justified. How could he possibly take revenge? Wouldn't that be deceiving his master? No matter where he went, he would be condemned by thousands. The Jin brothers also knew that the old man who beat them was an expert in both sword and alchemy. His status was extremely high, and even the Dayuan king had to be polite to him. Even if the elders of the Jin clan knew about this, they would definitely not take revenge for them. In other words, they had definitely suffered this beating for nothing. Ling Han. They were all gritting their teeth in their hearts. The main culprit of all this was Ling Han, and they hated him to the core. Young friend Ling, are you alright? Zhu Hexian and Zhang Weishan both ran over, looking extremely anxious. I'm fine. Ling Han smiled and shook his head. Of course he's fine, everyone said in their hearts. Previously, he had tricked the Jin brothers and Duanmu Changfeng, and now even Duanmu Changfeng was obeying his orders. How could he possibly be fine? However, 2 more black-grade alchemists had arrived, and they were extremely polite to Ling Han. Everyone could not help but twitch their lips, and became even more curious about Ling Han's identity. Who was this guy? The 4th prince's heart beat even faster. He decided that he would pull Ling Han into his camp at all costs. If he had 3 alchemists to cheer for him, then a mere Lu clan would be nothing. The throne of the Dayuan king would definitely be his. Ling Han did not want to stay here any longer, so he stood up and left. Duanmu Changfeng shamelessly followed him to Tianyi. He still had to ask Ling Han for the last 2 forms of the sweeping cloud sword technique, as well as the diagrams. Regarding this, Zhu Hexian and Zhang Weishan were both very surprised. They had not thought that Ling Han not only had astonishing achievements in alchemy, but also had extraordinary insights in martial art. He could even give pointers to Duanmu Changfeng, who was known as an expert in both sword and alchemy. Ling Han did not go back on his word. After he returned, he taught the 8th form of the sweeping cloud sword technique to Duanmu Changfeng. What about the 9th stance then? He would definitely not teach it now. He had to prevent Duanmu Changfeng from burning the bridge after crossing the river. At the very least, he would have to wait until Ling Han had broken through to gushing spring tier. Then there would be no harm in teaching him the 9th style. After all, it was only a black-grade middle-level technique, and Ling Han did not care about it at all. Duanmu Changfeng obviously also knew this, so after obtaining the mnemonic chant and diagram of the 8th move, he bid farewell and left. Whether or not he could obtain the 9th move would naturally depend on his performance in the future. After returning to his room, Ling Han quickly fell asleep. Ling Dongxing had no idea how much of a commotion his son had caused that night. However, the people who were qualified to attend the banquet of the fourth prince were not big mouths, so the news about Ling Han was only spread among a very small circle. Early the next morning, an attendant from the king's mansion came to Tianyiji, saying that the Dayuan king had requested an audience with Ling Han. The Dayuan king wanted to see him. Ling Han did not allow Lu Yutong to accompany him, and instead followed the attendant alone to the royal house of the Dayuan king. Very soon he saw this ruler of a region in his study. The Dayuan king was already 60 years old, but because of his high cultivation level, he did not appear old. On the contrary, he was tall and sturdy, and his whole body exuded a powerful aura, displaying the aura of a ruler. The sixth layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Ling Han only took a glance, and the other's cultivation level was completely exposed to him. On the path of martial art, every fourth and seventh layer was a threshold. This Dayuan king should have been stuck in this tier for a very long time. Greetings, Dayuan king. Ling Han clasped his hands in greeting. Pardon me. The Dayuan king raised his hand and said with a smile, the youngsters nowadays are really incredible. Not only have they reached the fourth layer of Pali at such a young age, they even have 3 black-grade alchemists running circles around them. Even I do not have such an honor. This Dayuan king obviously already knew about what happened yesterday. Ling Han snickered and said, it's just that I have some attainments in alchemy, which is why I have some common topics with Grandmaster Zhu and the others. The Dayuan king naturally would not believe him, but he did not point it out. He was only extremely curious that under his rule, there was actually such a talent that even the 3 great alchemists had to run circles around him. Then what about that girl from the Lu clan? He asked with a smile. Even the matter of Lu Yutong could not be hidden from him. Handsome people are indeed popular, Ling Han said exaggeratedly. Haha you. The Dayuan king pointed at Ling Han, as if reprimanding him for being so slippery. He changed the topic and said, which of my 2 sons do you think is more suitable to inherit my position? Should he be asked this question? Ling Han smiled and said, the 2 princes each have their own merits. As for which one is more suitable, I believe that your highness already knows, so there is no need for me to say more. The Dayuan king once again laughed loudly and thought to himself, this slippery little fellow's words are watertight. He once again changed the topic and said, I still have a daughter who has not been betrothed. Are you willing to become my son-in-law? Were all the people of the Dayuan king's house so direct? Previously, when he had gone to register, the chief butler had also pulled the strings on the spot, and now this father was just as eager. Ling Han hurriedly waved his hands and said, I am completely focused on martial art, and will not consider marriage for the next few years. The Dayuan king could not help but feel that it was a pity. Even Zhu Hexian, Zhang Weishan, and Duanmu Changfeng were extremely respectful towards Ling Han. It was obvious that this youth had astonishing ability in alchemy. If he could become his son-in-law, then it would be of unimaginable help to their branch of alchemy. But since Ling Han had already tactfully rejected him as a king, he naturally would not be so shameless. His daughter was beautiful, and it was not as if she could not get married. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to look for me. The Dayuan king gave Ling Han a huge promise. Even if he could not become Ling Han's father-in-law, he still had to maintain a good relationship with him. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. Ling Han accepted this favor. After all, he was still very weak now and needed this kind of help. When he returned to Tianyiji, he saw that the fourth prince had already come to visit him, and had been waiting for a long time. This fourth prince had spoken to him for a long time, but there was nothing substantial between them. He was only trying to establish a good relationship with him. Obviously, this fourth prince also knew that his temple was too small, and could not accommodate a great figure like Ling Han. Thus, he was only speaking to him as an equal, and had no intention of taking him in as a subordinate. Ling Han did not mind having another friend. Thus, the two of them naturally conversed happily. After resting for another day, it was finally the day of the Dayuan tournament. The first step was to draw lots. After confirming the 50 seated candidates, the others were divided into groups by drawing lots, forming 50 small teams. Each team went up to a tournament stage and then began to fight. Those who were still standing on the tournament stage were the top 50 winners of the Dayuan tournament, and they would be able to obtain a place to enter Huyang University. Ling Han had also obtained a seated spot. This ensured that in the first round of battles, he would not encounter an opponent that was too strong. Of course, no matter how strong his opponent was, he actually had no fear. Big brother Ling. He saw Li Hao and the others waving at him from afar. Chapter 67. A good story. Hu Bo drew his sword. His status was noble, and he was a member of the highest social class below the imperial family of Rain Country. But now, he had actually been wounded by someone. This was something that his dignity could not accept no matter what, and he was even more determined to kill this future king. 5 flashes of sword chi, even among king tiers, he could be considered quite strong. You can't kill me today, and you won't be able to kill me in the future either. You will only die by my hands, Ling Han said darkly. From the moment that Hu Bo had started a massacre in the Ling clan residence, it meant that this person's fate had already been decided, because this was the person he wanted to kill. Hu Bo, what are you doing here? Xiao, a figure flashed, and Lu Yutong appeared. She had originally been studying the 3rd layer of 3 mysterious arts, but when she heard the commotion becoming louder and louder, she finally realized that something was wrong, and immediately leapt out. Her beautiful face was filled with fury, because she had seen Ling Han covered in blood. This caused her heart to involuntarily tighten, and then a strong killing intent rose within her. Anyone who had harmed Ling Han could not be forgiven. However, this Hu Bo was the 7th young master of the Hu clan, and his status was similar to hers. Moreover, he was even stronger than her, so she could not act rashly. Otherwise, she might end up causing Ling Han's death. This was something that she was even more unwilling to do. Yu Tong. Hu Bo immediately withdrew his killing intent, smiled and said, "You've been gone for a few months. I was very worried about you, so I specially came here to take you back." "I don't need you to be nosy," Lu Yutong said coldly. She pointed at the door and said, "You can scram now. Yutong, you can't have fallen for this brat, right?" Hu Bo's eyes swept over, and when he looked at Ling Han, he could not help but be filled with jealousy. "Then this brat is dead for sure. You dare to take a step forward and try." Lu Yutong stood in front of Ling Han, her beautiful face icy cold. "Humph, could it be that you've really fallen for him?" Hu Bo was about to go mad with anger. He and Lu Yutong were both members of the 8 great clans of the imperial capital, and in order to not be oppressed by the imperial family, the 8 great clans would often form alliances through marriage. After Lu Yutong had displayed her powerful talent in martial arts, the other 7 great clans were very interested in marrying her, and Hu Bo was one of the pursuers. Moreover, he himself was very satisfied with her, because Lu Yutong was not only astonishingly talented in martial arts, she was also one of the twin pearls of the imperial capital. Which man did not want to marry her? But he had never imagined that she had only gone out for a short stroll, and her soul had actually been stolen away by a wild brat, a mere country bumpkin. "I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill this little bastard," he said in great fury, and with a leap, he pounced towards Ling Han. "How dare you!" Lu Yutong moved to meet him. Hong. The aura of gushing spring tear exploded madly. Hu Bo exclaimed in surprise, a look of astonishment on his face. "Gushing spring tear. You've broken through to gushing spring tear." He could not help but be astonished. Although everyone knew that Lu Yutong's talent in martial arts was outstanding, but no matter what, she would only be able to break through to gushing spring tear after she was 20 years old. Moreover, a few months ago, Lu Yutong had only been in the 8th layer of element gathering tier. Logically speaking, it would already be very difficult for her to reach the peak period of the 9th layer of element gathering tier by now. If she wanted to break through to gushing spring tier, she would need at least 1 or 2 years of accumulation. However, power could be forcibly increased through alchemical pills, but aura could not be faked. This was definitely gushing spring tier, and he had just broken through not too long ago. Genius, he was really a genius. "Yutong, I've wronged you," he quickly said. Lu Yutong was able to break through to gushing spring tier in such a short period of time. So how could she have had the time to talk about love? She must have come across some kind of fortuitous encounter here, and had been working hard to break through all this time, which was why she had stayed here. Get lost. Lu Yutong ignored him and raised her palms, launching a terrifying attack. The symbol of gushing spring tear was origin power taking shape. She clapped her palms together, and one giant hand after another formed from origin power, which shot towards Hu Bo. And Hu Bo felt that he was in the wrong. So how could he dare to take on the attack head-on? He only continued to dodge while begging for mercy. However, he was in the peak period of the first layer of gushing spring tear, so his power was much higher than Lu Yutong's. Moreover, Lu Yutong had just broken through, so she had no way to familiarize herself with the use of her own power. Thus he naturally could deal with her with ease. More importantly, gushing spring tear cultivators could cultivate black-grade martial arts techniques, but Lu Yutong had just broken through, so how could she possibly have the time to cultivate? It was even more impossible for her to pose a threat to Hu Bo. Yutong, calm down. I'll leave, all right? I'll come and find you after we return to the Imperial City. Hu Bo retreated, but before he left, he gave Ling Han a sinister look and said, "Brat, don't think that you'll be able to get close to me just because you're close to me. Yutong is not someone you can have delusional thoughts about. Otherwise, I'll tear you into a million pieces." Without waiting for Lu Yutong to react, he leaped, and was already far away. Lu Yutong chased after him for a few steps, then gave up. Hu Bo's speed was much faster than hers. "I'm sorry," she said apologetically as she walked over to Ling Han's side. She had allowed Hu Bo to come to the Ling clan residence and start a massacre, yet she had not been able to capture him. "No need to apologize, that guy is mine," Ling Han humphed. At present, he indeed did not have the ability to kill Hu Bo, but he definitely would not wait too long. Lu Yutong knew that Ling Han was a man of his word, so she hurriedly said, "Hu clan is one of the 8 great clans of the Imperial City. Their power is not inferior to our Lu clan, and they have a powerful warrior of spiritual pedestal tier among their ranks. You definitely cannot be rash." Ling Han had already guessed that Hu Bo's identity was definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, he would not have the right to pursue Lu Yutong. He nodded, smiled, and said, "Am I that kind of rash person?" Lu Yutong could not help but observe a moment of silence for the Hu clan. Although Ling Han was currently only an element-gathering tier, his natural talent in martial arts was 100 times stronger than her own. Added with his achievements in alchemy, the Hu clan had really provoked a powerful enemy this time. Although there were still many things that needed to be done in the Ling clan, Ling Dongxing still forcibly chased Ling Han out of the clan, and ordered him to immediately report to Huyang Academy. Ling Han thought for a moment. He indeed could not be of much help, so he decided to set out. He and Lu Yutong brought Ling Zixian and Hu Niu with them. However, Ling Zixian's parents had both been killed by the Chang clan in the previous massacre, so when Ling Han arrived at the Imperial City, he still had to find someone to help take care of the 2 little girls. Now, Hu Niu had gradually gotten used to eating cooked meat, but she was still only interested in eating meat. She did not touch rice or vegetables at all. But now, she was especially clingy towards Ling Han. Whenever she had the time, she would lean against him like a little kitten, resting her little head on his knee. However, this was not because she had withdrawn her wild nature, because she was still extremely fierce towards other people. But because of her relationship with Ling Han, she had become much more amiable towards Lu Yutong and Ling Zixian. At least, she no longer tried to bite the 2 of them. And Ling Han discovered, to his surprise, that this wild little girl seemed to never have enough to eat. No matter how much food he gave her, she would still be able to easily devour it. And after eating some demonic beast meat, her cultivation level actually skyrocketed, and she very quickly broke through to the 4th layer of body refining tier. She obviously had not awakened her spirit base, and had never practiced any kind of cultivation technique before. This caused Ling Han to be extremely shocked. Power could not possibly appear for no reason. For example, the origin power within a martial artist's body was produced by refining the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Yet Hu Niu did not practice cultivation, so it was obviously not through this method. Then it must be because of the food she had eaten. Could it be that this little girl could directly convert food into origin power? Once this guess came to mind, Ling Han could not help but be shocked. What kind of shocking ability was that? In order to prove this point, Ling Han and Lu Yutong hunted demonic beasts along the way, allowing Hu Niu to eat to her heart's content. Indeed, the more she ate, the faster her power grew. However, there was a limit to this, because her appetite was not a bottomless pit. When the four of them arrived at the imperial city, Hunyo was already shockingly in the 6th layer of body refining tier. This was not as terrifying as Ling Han's cultivation speed, but it was already shocking enough, because she had not awakened her spirit base. Ling Han felt as if he had picked up a treasure. Chapter 68. Too despicable. Below the stage, Zhu Shui and the other four started cursing loudly. No wonder Feng Luo was so confident. He had already bribed the martial artists in his group to work for him. 30+ people teamed up, and this was the 40th group. A seated elite could not possibly be that strong, so it was enough to sweep away all opposition. When the time came, the others would all run off the stage themselves, and the remaining Feng Luo would naturally obtain a place in the top 50. And he naturally would not dream of being in the top 10, or even the first place. After all, the top 50 would be able to enter Huyang University. Too shameless. Unfair. The others below the stage all started shouting. This was blatantly breaking the rules of the tournament. The judge humphed coldly and said, "Shut up." Since the rules of the tournament did not state that alliances were not allowed, then Feng Luo's actions were naturally allowed. It could only be said that he had found a loophole in the rules. What kind of power did a powerful warrior of Gushing Spring tier have? Everyone below the stage shut their mouths. No wonder that guy was so confident. So he had already bribed the people in his group, Zhu Shui said angrily. So many people surrounding him, and at least a dozen of them have reached poly tier. Ling Han can't fight against so many people with just 2 fists. He's in trouble this time. Lu Dong also frowned. Not necessarily. Li Hao shook his head and said, Brother Ling should have already broken through to the 4th layer of poly tier. He also has 4 flashes of sword chi, so it's not impossible for him to win. You have to win, that guy Feng Luo is too despicable. The 5 of them all started cheering for Ling Han. In comparison, Lu Yutong and Ling Dongxing were extremely confident. A flock of sheep added together was just a flock of sheep, so how could they possibly be a match for a mighty lion? Haha, leave this guy for now. Chase the others off the stage. Feng Luo said proudly, and commanded the 30+ people to start a clean sweep. This was an extremely powerful force. Under their combined attack, they only had to pay the price of 7 people being dragged into the water, and they managed to clear all the outsiders, aside from Ling Han, off the stage. Now it was 29 against 1, and 14 of them were even in poly tier. It's over. Although this kid is a seated expert, he was assigned to the 40th group. This means that he's only at the 4th or 5th layer of poly. That's right. Many ants can kill an elephant. They still have more than 10 poly realm experts. It's really a pity that Feng Luo is a despicable person who is intoxicated by success. Shua, keep your voice down. Although the Feng clan is not a big clan, Feng Luo's elder brother is a famous genius of our Dayuan city. In the last Dayuan tournament, he managed to defeat the 4th prince and become the champion. I heard that he has already broken through to Gushing Spring tier. What Gushing Spring tier is that for real? Of course it's true. No wonder Feng Luo dared to be so arrogant. Listening to the discussions of the people below the stage, Feng Luo was filled with satisfaction. So what if he had broken the rules? What, you guys are not convinced? He challenged the people below the stage. If you have the guts, come and bite me. If you have the guts, you also have a good big brother. The people below the stage all gritted their teeth in hatred. They felt that this guy was really despicable to the bone, making them want to give him a good thrashing. Ling Han, last time you bullied me because you had more people on your side. This time I have so many people on my side, and one punch from each of us is enough to make you piss in your pants. If you know what's good for you, immediately kneel down and beg for mercy, and I can consider giving you a few less punches, Feng Luo said, pointing at Ling Han. Last time was it because he had more people on his side, but Ling Han's side still had 7 people. This was called having more people on his side bullying him. This guy was indeed shameless to a certain extent. Ling Han shook his head and said, Come, if I don't quickly throw you off the stage and allow you, a clown, to continue your performance, it will incite the anger of the people. Ha 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 ha. The people below the stage instantly burst into laughter. What a despicable guy. You still dare to be so stubborn, I will not forgive you. Feng Luo was so angry that he was about to go mad. He stretched out a finger and pointed and said, beat him hard. Yes. Those 20 or so people all rushed towards Ling Han, all of them waving their weapons, looking very fierce and ferocious. The arena battles allowed the use of weapons, or else they would not be able to display their strongest battle strength. However, this also increased the danger. Hence, if you were afraid of death, you should jump off the stage as soon as possible. If you wanted to stay on the stage, you had to be prepared. Ling Han did not even bother to use his sword. With a wave of his fists, he had already rushed out. The dashing leopard fist was more than enough. Pung 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 pung. He rushed forward, and the people in front of him were all thrown off the stage by his fists. One had to know that although his cultivation level was only at the 4th level of Poly, when the 5 elemental origin nuclei exploded, his strength was comparable to the 8th level. Furthermore, the dashing leopard fist was a yellow-grade upper-level martial arts technique. It was more than enough to take care of these people. When Ling Han arrived in front of Feng Luo, everyone else had already been sent flying off the stage. The entire arena was silent. This guy was really too fierce. Since he was the seeded fighter of Group 40, that meant that his cultivation level was at most at the 5th layer of Poly. But that fierce stance just now was definitely the power of the late stage of Poly. Could it be that he had purposely hidden his cultivation level, and was pretending to be weak to eat the tiger? But there were naturally elders of the various great clans present, and there was no lack of people who were at least at the 5th layer of Poly. Naturally, they could easily sense Ling Han's presence. He was indeed only at the 4th layer of Poly. This made them all very confused, and they all whispered to each other, exchanging their thoughts. No, impossible. Feng Luo said, trembling, his face filled with disbelief. The script was not supposed to be like this. He should have smoothly entered Huyang University, and then under the care of his elder brother, easily break through to Poly tier. If he was lucky enough to eat a spiritual fruit, he might even be able to break through to Gushing Spring tier. But if he could not enter Huyang University, then everything would be for naught. Arrogant. Continue being arrogant. Ha ha ha. Continue staying up there if you have the guts. The people below booed at Feng Luo. They had long been displeased with this guy. Previously, Feng Luo indeed had the advantage in numbers, but now, who would have thought that Ling Han was actually so fierce? Admit defeat immediately and get off the stage yourself, or else I'll ask my elder brother to deal with you. Amidst the mocking, Feng Luo finally reacted, and actually pointed at Ling Han, issuing a command. Ling Han shook his head. This guy had really been spoiled rotten, and was a complete idiot. Pa! He flew up and kicked Feng Luo's lower abdomen. So, the guy flew off the stage, holding his lower abdomen and crying out in pain. Even tears were flowing out of his eyes. Group 40 Ling Han wins, the referee announced. No, this spot is mine. It's mine. Feng Luo actually jumped up upon hearing this and said to the referee, change the decision immediately, or else I'll ask my elder brother to beat you to death. The crowd below instantly broke out in laughter. A mere martial artist in body refining tier actually dared to threaten a martial artist in Gushing Spring tier. What a joke. Get lost. That referee humped coldly, and with a wave of his hand, his origin power transformed into a large hand, which grabbed Feng Luo and threw him off the stage. Chapter 69. Origin power taking shape. This was the mark of a powerful warrior of Gushing Spring tier. Amidst the mocking laughter, Feng Luo ran away dejectedly. If it was not for the fact that his brother Feng Yan was indeed a genius, that powerful warrior of Gushing Spring tier could have killed him on the spot. The most important thing in martial art was respect. Feng Luo's previous actions were extremely disgraceful, and even if he was killed, the Feng clan would not dare to say anything. Brother Ling, congratulations. Congratulations, Brother Ling. You've given birth to a good son. Brother Ling, you must treat us well this time. On the stage, many of the important figures of the clans of the town began to congratulate Ling Dongxing. Ling Dongxing naturally laughed loudly, feeling extremely happy. Before this, he had also imagined this scene, but he knew that it was only an unrealistic dream. He had never thought that there would come a day when it would come true. Ha 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 ha. This damn brat is just lucky to have obtained a place to enter Huyang University. It should be impossible for him to advance any further. He shook his head, as if he was being very modest. Actually, anyone could see that he was smiling so widely that the corners of his mouth were about to split. Obviously, he was so pleased with himself that he was about to forget himself. True, whoever gave birth to a son who could obtain the right to enter Huyang University would also be able to smile so proudly. Brother Ling, there's no need to be modest. For people like us who came from this town, being able to enter the top 50 is already very impressive. Moreover, your son is only 17 this year, and will be able to participate in the Dayuan tournament in 3 or 6 years' time. Who knows, he might be able to enter the top 10 in the next tournament, or first in the tournament after that, someone said with a laugh. Although Ling Han had fought this battle beautifully, his opponent was still too weak. No one would think that a mere martial artist in the 4th layer of element gathering tier would be able to fight his way into the top 10, let alone defeat a martial artist in the 9th layer of element gathering tier like the 4th prince. Ling Dongxing snickered. He naturally could not say that his son was filled with great ambitions, and this time, he was directly aiming for the first place. To be honest, he did not dare to believe it either. After all, the difference in cultivation level was too great. Ling Han walked down from the tournament stage, and the crowd all stepped forward to offer their congratulations. After all, those who were able to enter into Huyang University were all people with great potential. Who knows, they might be able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, and become an important person in Rain Country who could command the wind and summon the rain. Therefore, no one would mind saying a few compliments at this time. Anyway, there was no loss, right? And if Ling Han achieved great success in the future, they could use this to build a friendship. As the head of a family, Ling Dongxing naturally had no problem with this kind of social intercourse. He took care of everything, making everyone feel that they were absolutely valued. The father and son, together with Lu Yutong, returned to Tianyi. After a night's rest, the battle of the top 50 would begin the next day. The top 10 would actually receive rewards. Of course, the higher the ranking, the better the reward. On the other hand, Li Hao had also fought his way into the top 50, and with his saber qi, he had shown brilliantly, making everyone feel very optimistic about his future prospects. That was because in the entire Dayuan city of this generation, there were no more than 10 people who had managed to form qi. However, the elders of the Li clan had also come, so they naturally had to celebrate with their own people at night. Thus, they did not invite Ling Han, nor did they invite Lu Dong and the others. However, when they returned to Guarak town, the Li clan would definitely hold a grand celebration banquet. The next day, accompanied by Ling Dongxing and Lu Yutong, Ling Han once again arrived at the tournament stage in the city. Meanwhile, Zhu Hexian and Zhang Weishan were busy concocting return origin pills, and had long since entered a state of forgetfulness. Thus, they did not come to watch Ling Han's battle. Big brother Ling. Li Hao walked over and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Then he looked at the 4th prince, Li Dongyu, and the others with a respectful gaze. In the past, they were idols that he could only look up to, but he had never thought that he would now be able to compete on the same stage as them. This made him indescribably excited. Don't feel inferior. You have already formed saber qi, and in the future, your achievements will definitely surpass them, Ling Han said as he patted his shoulder. Li Hao nodded heavily. Actually, the only difference between him and the 4th prince and the others was the difference in cultivation level. Now that he had formed saber qi, he would also be able to become a king amongst those of the same cultivation level in the future. Brother Ling. When Ling Han walked over, the 4th prince and the others all clasped their hands in greeting and greeted him. Li Hao could not help but gape. This Ling Han was really too popular, wasn't he? It was as if he was the moon surrounded by stars. Even the 4th prince was not so popular. That was natural. There were currently 3 black-grade alchemists standing behind Ling Han. From a certain perspective, he was even more awesome than the Dayuan king. The top 10 battles will now begin. The chief butler appeared. His eyes were narrowed, and he looked very old and clumsy, but his voice was extremely loud and clear, spreading to every corner of the wrestling ring. The rules are very simple. There are 10 tournament stages here, and you can choose any one of them to ascend. If there is no one up there, you will be the champion of the tournament, And if there is someone up there, you will have to attack. Everyone will only have one chance to attack. At sunset, the 10 people who are still on the tournament stage will be the top 10. This was indeed simple, they just had to fight. When the chief butler finished speaking, the majority of the people's gazes turned towards the fourth prince, Li Dongyu, and the others. They possessed absolute strength, and if the others wanted to obtain a place in the top 10, then they would definitely have to avoid these powerful warriors. The fourth prince laughed loudly, and his king's chi burst forth. With a leap, he had already arrived on the first tournament stage. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, waiting for others to challenge him. I'll show my incompetence first. Li Dongyu leapt onto the second tournament stage. Jin Wuji, Bailey Tengyuan, Xia Zhongguang, and the others each took their own tournament stage. In an instant, 7 tournament stages had already been claimed. These people all had absolute confidence in themselves, and did not mind being challenged by others in succession. Ling Han lifted his leg, and was also about to enter the tournament stage. Brother Ling, let's wait until the afternoon. That way we'll have a better chance. Li Hao hurriedly advised. Haha, don't worry. There aren't many people here who are a match for me. Ling Han waved his hand, and with a leap, he landed on the 8th tournament stage. Immediately after, the 9th and 10th tournament stages were also occupied. At this point, the 10 champions had already appeared, and it was now up to who would challenge them. I'll go. Someone jumped onto the 10th tournament stage, and began the first challenge. Immediately after, a second person jumped onto the 9th tournament stage, but what made the spectators feel strange was that no one actually challenged Ling Han. There was no lack of experts in the 9th layer of Poly, so they could naturally tell that Ling Han was only in the 4th layer of Poly. Logically speaking, this cultivation level should be the lowest among the 10 champions, so why did no one challenge him? They did not understand, but among those who had entered the top 50, the majority had attended the 4th prince's banquet a few days ago, and knew that Ling Han had 3 black-grade alchemists as his backing. Who would dare to challenge him? Were they not giving face to the 3 alchemists? In any case, aside from the 4th prince, Li Dongyu, and other absolute elites, there were still 2 or 3 people who were slightly weaker. No matter what, they could not poke the hornet's nest that was Ling Han. But there was still an exception. I'll challenge you. A young man leapt onto Ling Han's tournament stage. He was a dark horse that had suddenly appeared in this tournament, so he had not received an invitation from the 4th prince a few days ago. Naturally, he did not know of Ling Han's background. Chapter 70. My name is Du Zhongying. Remember my name because not long from now this name will shake the world, the young man said proudly. This person was about 20 years old, and his cultivation level was at the 6th layer of Poly. It was unknown where he got his confidence from. However, only he knew that 2 years ago, he was only in the 9th layer of body refining tier, unable to break through to Poly tier. However, he had a fortuitous encounter, and his cultivation level soared, advancing into the 6th layer of Poly tier in 2 years. After reaching the heavens in a single step, he naturally looked down on everything and believed that he would be able to reach the 9th layer of Poly tier in the next year, and then break through to Gushing Spring tier in the next year, surpassing all the geniuses in the world. Ling Han smiled calmly and said, I'm bored anyway, so I'll play with you. Impudence. Du Zhongying flew out. Chong. The long saber at his waist flashed, and as the saber flashed, the cold air was like frost. With a loud shout he swung the saber, which turned into a terrifying cold light, slashing towards Ling Han's waist. The sword moved nimbly, and the saber moved fiercely. This slash was both fierce and ruthless, and had some level of skill. Ling Han drew his sword, and with a ding the tip of the sword sliced through the saber's tip, creating intense sparks, all the way to the hilt of the saber, easily dispelling the great force of this slash. Du Zhongying's saber stopped 3 inches below Ling Han's ribs, but the momentum had been exhausted, and there was no longer any threat. You have some ability. Du Zhongying humphed. However, in front of me, all this is just a waste of effort. I am a genius destined to be famous throughout the world, and everyone else is just a stepping stone on my path, and will only be ruthlessly swept away by me. He attacked again. Shwa shwa shwa, the saber flashed and the momentum was not weak. The audience below the stage was speechless. They had seen many arrogant people, but Du Zhongying was no longer arrogant. but arrogant to the point that he didn't even know how much he was worth. Ling Han parried the attacks casually. Anyways, the arena battle would only end at sunset, so there was no difference whether he defeated Du Zhongying earlier or later. Du Zhongying shouted and unleashed all her ultimate moves, gaining the upper hand on the battlefield. Naturally, he thought that this was a matter of course. His opponent was only at the 4th level of Poly, which was 2 levels lower than him. How could he be a match for him? Naturally, only he could do such a magnificent feat as challenging someone of a higher level. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. I admit that you're not bad. But that's as far as you can go. I'm going to get serious now. Du Zhongying laughed loudly, making everyone feel like he was an idiot. His expression became solemn, and he swung his saber again. Shua, a streak of saber chi actually slashed out. E.N. The audience immediately cried out in alarm. Saber chi. No way, this is the king's expedition. I didn't expect this egomaniac to actually have some strength. This time, Ling Han probably won't be able to hold on. I heard that among the youngsters of this generation, there are less than 10 who can control chi. Du Zhongying was immensely pleased with himself. If he hadn't cultivated blade chi, he wouldn't have dared to be so high profile. He laughed loudly and said, "You should feel honored to be able to force me to use blade chi." Ling Han shook his head and said disappointedly, "Only 1 streak of blade chi? Hey, what kind of expression is that?" Du Zhongying was extremely annoyed that 1 streak of blade chi wasn't awesome enough. When he unleashed his blade chi, wouldn't this brat be scared shitless? "It's enough to defeat you 100 times. He shouted loudly. His saber danced and blade chi swept out. Its destructive power was incomparably terrifying. Ling Han laughed and casually slashed out with his sword, also releasing a streak of sword chi. Everyone below the stage choked. Once one had cultivated chi, they would have the potential to become a king of martial art. But generally speaking, for streaks of chi were considered small success, 7 streaks were considered the great Tao, and 10 streaks were considered complete. Only those who had reached small success had the qualifications to be called a king. But even if it was just 1 streak of chi, it was still an extremely amazing and rare thing. Thus, now that 2 people who had cultivated chi had appeared on the same stage, this naturally caused the audience to cry out in surprise. No matter what, it would only happen tomorrow when they fought for first place. "What, you actually have sword chi?" Du Zhongying's eyes bulged out, and he seemed extremely shocked. "Is that so strange?" Ling Han laughed. So what if you have sword chi? You're definitely not my opponent." Du Zhongying raised his saber and got into a fighting stance. The fortuitous encounter he had had included a saber manual and a bottle of elixirs. The elixirs had allowed him to break through to the poly stage, and his cultivation had soared. The saber manual was not simple either, and it was divided into 2 stages. The first stage was yellow level upper grade, and the second stage was black level lower grade. He was only in the poly stage, so naturally he had only mastered the first stage. But it had allowed him to form blade chi, which was enough to show how powerful this saber technique was. Mountain-breaking saber technique. He roared and slashed out with his saber. The blade chi was like a dragon, dazzling and incomparably terrifying. Ling Han slanted his sword and activated the shocking electricity sword technique. Sword chi exploded out. Bang! The sword chi and blade chi collided, and suddenly there was a dazzling explosion. The blade chi was actually shattered, and the sword chi was like a rainbow, cutting into Du Zhongying's chest. Immediately a stream of blood spurted out. "Ah!" Du Zhongying screamed, and his whole body was sent flying by the sword chi, directly off the stage. Hiss! Everyone was shocked. Everyone had cultivated chi, so why was there such a big difference in power? Only a few people who had also cultivated chi knew that chi was divided into strong and weak, and it was not something that could be cultivated. However, no matter how weak chi was, it was still chi. It could not possibly be so weak, or else it would not have been so difficult to cultivate. This could only mean one thing. Ling Han's sword chi was too domineering. Even the 4th prince, Li Dongyu, and the other arena masters who were ranked in front all revealed shocked expressions. This kind of attack power even surprised them. However, they thought that their stage was much higher than Ling Han's, and they could completely suppress him with a stronger force. Such an easy victory also made Ling Han's image suddenly rise, letting everyone know that he was not as simple as just having 3 alchemists as his backing. The challenges continued, and most people had their eyes on the 9th and 10th arena. Those 2 arena masters were the weakest, and under the continuous battles, they would also expend a lot of energy. This was the best way to squeeze into the top 10. When the sun set, the top 10 had all been decided. This time there were no dark horses. The top 10 was mostly within expectations. Although Li Hao had fought with all his might, his low stage was a major drawback. He could barely stand against the 4th layer of poly, and if he was any stronger, he could only die with regret. Ling Dongxing once again became the target of the crowd. Most people did not think that Ling Han could actually fight his way into the top 10. This was a great honor, and he might even have the chance to become a powerful warrior of gushing spring tier in the future. This naturally made Ling Dongxing very happy. He was the happiest that his son could achieve such an achievement. If he advanced a step further tomorrow, he would be able to obtain the Dark Moon Grass. Ling Han was filled with anticipation. Chapter 71. In the world of alchemy, if the quality of a completed pill reached a certain standard, then it would be rated as 10 stars. If the effect exceeded the standard, then it would be rated as 11 stars or 12 stars. Generally speaking, it would not exceed 20 stars. If the quality did not reach the standard, then it would be rated as 1 to 9 stars. Anything below 1 star would be considered a useless pill. Even if I refine low-tier pills, I can only reach 12 stars at most, Fu Yuansheng exclaimed. Li Xichan's face was filled with disbelief. She could also be considered a genius in the field of alchemy. Otherwise, she would not have been accepted as a personal disciple by Wu Songlin. But the majority of the completed pills she refined were only 10 stars, which was barely enough. A small number were 9 stars and a small number were 11 stars. Moreover, the storm pill was considered one of the most difficult pills to concoct among yellow-grade middle-level pills. For example, she had already been concocting it for a month, but every time her furnace would explode. It was clear how difficult it was to concoct it. This kind of pill, as long as it could be successfully concocted, it would be considered a success. Even if it was only 3 or 4 stars, there would be a huge market for it. 13 stars would definitely be fought over. This guy was really not boasting. He had really concocted the storm pill, and the quality of the completed pill was even higher than Wu Songlin's. The storm pill that Wu Songlin had concocted was only 8 stars, and at most 9 stars. Could it be that master had really been wrong? Young man. Wu Songlin's eyes shone with a golden light. His expression was completely on par with Hu Niu's. In an instant he had dashed in front of Ling Han, grabbed his hand and said, "What you used just now was 3 fire guide." Ling Han nodded. Wu Songlin and Fu Yuansheng both sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. This was something that only existed in legends. What did a young man who knew how to use 3 fire guides signify? Young man, take me as your master, and I guarantee that you will at least become an earth-grade alchemist. Wu Songlin immediately said. Hearing his words, Fu Yuansheng naturally understood that Ling Han had nothing to do with Wu Songlin at all. He hurriedly squeezed his way over and said, No, take me as your master. I am the pavilion master of Heaven's Medicine Pavilion of Rain Country, and have countless resources in my hands. You can concoct whatever pill you want. Bullshit, old man Fu. You have to know that this is the territory of my Huyang Academy, and you are trying to poach from me. Wu Songlin was instantly enraged. This young man was obviously a rare genius of alchemy that only appeared once in 1,000 years. Just by looking at the storm pill, it was obvious that it was a pill with 13 stars. That was practically unprecedented. What do you mean poach from you? You don't even know what this young man's name is, and you still say that he is your man. Fu Yuansheng snorted, and the moment he turned around, his face was all smiles. Young man, what is your name? Li Xichan was already stunned. These two were the strongest alchemists in Rain Country, and no matter which of them announced that they wanted to take him as their disciple, it was guaranteed that the line of people would stretch from the east gate of the imperial city all the way to the west gate. But now, the two of them were actually fighting over who wanted to take Ling Han as their disciple, and had even almost gotten into a fight. How could she not be shocked? Moreover, she was even feeling a little jealous. I am Ling Han, Ling Han said. I am a new student who has entered Huyang Academy this year. Did you hear that? This is a disciple of my academy. Wu Songlin was very proud of himself and waved his hand at Fu Yuansheng. I will not accompany you to drink wine today. You had better hurry back to your Heaven's Medicine Pavilion. So what if he is a student of your Huyang Academy? There is no conflict between that and taking me as his master. Fu Yuansheng did not mind at all, and continued to speak to Ling Han. Young man, what do you say? This is my disciple. Old man Fu, do you want to fight with me? Wu Songlin was furious. I am definitely going to fight for this disciple. Fu Yuansheng was not to be outdone. Are you going to disregard our friendship of over 10 years? Pei, you are the one who insists on fighting with me. The two old men's necks were thick, and it looked like they were about to start a fight. Master, you two can take him as your disciple together. Li Sichuan interrupted. That's right. The two old men were startled at the same time. How could they not have thought of such a simple method? They both walked towards Ling Han. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, I think the two of you are still unable to teach me. This, what arrogance! Li Sichuan was so shocked that her small mouth was agape. Who was Wu Songlin and Fu Yuansheng? The two strongest alchemists of Rain Country were still unable to teach him? Although you have concocted a 13-star storm pill, the storm pill was still only a yellow-grade mid-level pill after all. Wu Songlin and Fu Yuansheng also looked displeased. Although this young man was a genius, he was really too proud. This kind of person might shine for a while, but he would definitely not be able to achieve too much. Ling Han smiled and said, The two of you, we can discuss and compare notes with each other. These words of his were actually spoken very modestly. As the former alchemy emperor, putting aside the fact that these two were only black-grade high-level alchemists, even if it was an earth-grade high-level alchemist in front of him, they would only be able to stand respectfully and listen respectfully. But Wu Songlin and Fu Yuansheng did not know this, and the displeasure on their faces became even stronger. Ling Han only acted as if he had not seen them, and began to speak casually. These were all some general knowledge of alchemy. However, his current cultivation level had indeed dropped, and it was impossible for him to concoct high-level alchemical pills, but in terms of theoretical knowledge, who could compare to him? The two alchemists who had been absent-minded in the beginning, gradually became more cautious. Occasionally, they would also speak out in discussion, but as they spoke, they became the ones asking for advice, and unceasingly asked Ling Han some difficult questions about alchemy. Li Sichuan stood at the side, her face already numb from shock. This young man was obviously even younger than she was, so how could he have such shocking insights about alchemy? If one did not know him and did not hear his voice, anyone would think that he was an old alchemist. She, too, had astonishing talent in alchemy, which was why she had been taken as a disciple by Wu Songlin. Moreover, she was extremely beautiful, and together with Lu Yutong, they were known as the twin beauties of the imperial city. The number of people who pursued her could line up a few laps around the imperial city. But when the two of them were compared, she practically looked like an alchemist's assistant who had not even started cultivating yet. As she listened on the side, the admiration she felt for Ling Han grew stronger and stronger. She could not help but sigh. There were indeed geniuses in this world. If that was not the case, how could he possibly surpass her master in alchemy at such a young age? As expected, there is no such thing as advice from one's elders. Those who are capable can be teachers. Fu Yuansheng was the first to sigh. At first, I had thought that young friend was arrogant and conceited, but I had never thought that the arrogant and conceited one would be me. Young friend's understanding of alchemy has already far surpassed mine. In future, you will definitely become an earth-grade alchemist, or even a heaven-grade alchemist. After hearing young friend's words, I feel that the door to becoming an earth-grade alchemist has already been opened wide. If you completely understand young friend's insights just now, you will definitely be able to step into it. Wu Songlin also sighed. He stood up, gave a long bow to Ling Han and said, Many thanks, young friend. Many thanks, young friend. Fu Yuansheng also stood up and bowed to Ling Han. Because of the special nature of alchemists, these two could be said to be the people with the highest status in Rain Country, second only to the Rain Emperor. But now, both of them were actually bowing to a young man. This was a treatment that even the Rain Emperor had not enjoyed before. If news of this spread out, probably no one would believe it, right?